Process expanding. Quadrant anchoring. Loading complete. System activated. Li He jolted awake from his sleep. If the voice echoing in his mind could still be explained as a remnant of his dream, then the virtual interface before his eyes left no room for doubt. He had obtained a system. The data on the interface refreshed rapidly, lines of information scrolling upward without pause. At the same time, a surge of power rose from within his body, swiftly spreading through Li He's 4 limbs and 100 meridians down to every single part and every single cell. Scan result: no talent. Executing system compensation. Loading complete. At last, the information on the interface ceased refreshing and froze upon Li He's attribute panel. His attention temporarily shifted from the surging power back to the interface. Namely He. Race Earth Human. Talent Infinite Overload. Evolution Degree 0. Strength 10 tons. 10 tons of strength. Li He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power. Using his mind, he tapped the attributes on the panel and saw more detailed information. This so-called 10 tons referred to the force he currently possessed. But it was not merely raw force. It was a comprehensive evaluation. This meant that Li He possessed 10 tons of strength as well as muscles and bones strong enough to fully unleash those 10 tons. The strength of his muscles and the density of his bones had been greatly enhanced, causing his overall physical attributes to skyrocket. Along with it, his body weight and every physical sense experienced a tremendous boost. Outwardly little seemed to have changed, yet in truth Li He had become a humanoid beast. Infinite overload was likely the talent the system had granted him as compensation, yet he could not fully comprehend the specific description. The only thing stated was that this talent bestowed upon him the possibility of limitless growth. As for how he was to grow, it did not say. Beep beep. The car horns outside the window pulled Li He back to his senses. His hearing had become so sharp that even car horns sounded like thunderclaps. He rose to wash up and in passing switched on the television in the living room, letting some voices fill the empty house. The television station was broadcasting the news. Splashing sounds came from the bathroom. In the living room, the news broadcast droned on. This case is the third murder that has occurred over the past 3 months. The perpetrator's methods are extremely cruel. The victim's body bore numerous wounds, confirming that they suffered brutal torture while still alive. Citizens report feeling terrified and are calling on the police to solve the case swiftly and bring the killer to justice. Jiangcheng Morning News. Third, perhaps not only 3. Li He soon finished washing up and came to the living room to watch the morning news. He tossed his broken toothbrush into the trash bin. With his current strength, a moment of carelessness had been enough to snap it. On the coffee table in the living room stood a photo frame, inside it a picture of Li He with his parents. If not for the accident 2 years ago, his parents would still be alive. But there are no ifs. Li He was 24 this year. 2 years ago, after he graduated from university, his parents had taken him on a trip only for an accident on the road to claim both their lives. He alone survived by a narrow margin. Upon waking, he told the police that a strange man with vines sprouting from his head had attacked their family of 3. No one believed him, saying he was merely in shock from the trauma. No one believed him. After that, Li He stopped mentioning it to anyone. The injuries described in the news, those suffered by the victims, were exactly the same as the fatal wounds on his parents' bodies. Li He believed that the murderer was most likely the same person. Since you cannot find him, I will. Li He dressed himself, then walked alone out onto the street. He now possessed the power for revenge. Since no one would answer his plea, he would act himself. He would find that monster hiding in Jiangcheng, and then tear him into 8 pieces. On the street. Ring ring ring. Yes, I'm here on Huadong Road. I don't know yesterday you. A cacophony of noise reverberated in Li He's ears. The sounds he once naturally filtered out now assaulted him with painful clarity. The mingled scents of perfume, sweat, and car exhaust made his nose uncomfortable. Li He strove to adapt. He went to the scene of the homicide mentioned in the news, hoping to discover something there, perhaps some distinctive scent or the like. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The smells at the scene were too mixed for him to grasp any clue. Day after, using his own methods, Li He searched for the monster who had killed his parents while continuously adapting to and familiarizing himself with his strength. It was no exaggeration to say he could punch straight through a wall. Once he started running and built up momentum, the destructive force he unleashed became even more terrifying. To gauge his own destructive power, he often went to deserted places to release his full strength without restraint. His tough skin and muscles allowed him to fully wield those 10 tons of strength. Blades striking his body could not leave even the slightest mark. Bullets were another matter. They might hurt, but likely would not be fatal. Fate can be uncanny. Despite all his searching, Li He never found the vine monster he sought, until one day a stranger's face came looking for him instead. It was night. A flashy, rough-looking blonde youth blocked Li He's way. In his eyes, Li He seemed like an incomparably delicious meal. The blonde youth's bloodshot eyes glowed as he couldn't help but drool. Sorry, I really can't hold back anymore. I was planning to wait until we reached a more secluded place before making a move, but the fragrance you're giving off is making my mouth water. As he spoke, the blonde youth raised his hand. His 5 fingers transformed into emerald green vines which shot out at astonishing speed, sprouting sharp thorns and writhing like snakes as they coiled toward Li He. Li He stood his ground. His pupils contracted violently as he locked his gaze on the blonde youth's fingers that had turned into vines. The sight was painfully familiar. In that instant, boom, a tremendous roar shattered the night. The blonde youth's body was sent flying as though rammed, heating by a truck. An incomparable force drove him through a wall beside the street. Blood splattered. Those snake-like vines snapped apart in an instant. Face covered in blood, the blonde youth was pinned into a pile of rubble by a Li He whose expression was icy to the extreme. Racked with agony, he still had no idea what had just happened. Was it you 2 years ago? Li He gripped the blonde youth's throat, questioning in a voice like ice. Even as he asked, he smashed a fist into the blonde's face, sending another spray of blood. The blonde youth was beaten senseless. Li He asked again, 2 years ago, was it you? The searing pain brought the blonde youth back to his senses. Staring at Li He's blood-streaked face before him, he trembled all over, answering between mouthfuls of blood. Cough, cough, what 2 years ago? I don't know what you're talking about. Did you kill a married couple 2 years ago? No, really, no, I just got here not long ago. 2 years ago, Feigning submission, the blonde youth suddenly split his entire head open like a Venus flytrap, razor-edged leaves forming a blood-stained maw that lunged toward Li He's skull. Li He was utterly decisive. He simply tore off the blonde youth's Venus flytrap-like head with one hand. Splat! Scarlet blood gushed from the headless corpse. Then, under Li He's gaze, the blonde youth's corpse withered at a rate visible to the naked eye. The human guise vanished, replaced by a shriveled mass of vines. An interface popped up. Tingman Star Man, a strange life form whose true body is composed of vines subsisting on the blood of living creatures. Humans are considered a high-grade ingredient and a rare delicacy on their menu. Infinite overload potential release. Strength 11 tons. Feeling the clear increase in his power, Li He finally understood what the limitless growth of infinite overload meant. It likely signified that every battle fought and every enemy slain would raise his strength by a certain degree. Vinestar people. Li He typed these words into the search bar and pressed enter. The webpage instantly refreshed, flooding the screen with many related or similar results. He clicked into them one by one. After doing this for a long time, he still came up empty-handed, and nowhere on the internet could he find any image that truly resembled the Vinestar people. Most of them were merely characters from fictional works. Li He was not entirely certain whether the information shown on the system interface was meant to be taken at face value. Were these so-called Vinestar people really aliens from another planet? Had aliens invaded Earth? Fortunately, the combat strength of the Vinestar people seemed rather ordinary. They likely did not dare to expose themselves lightly, for once discovered by the authorities, a single volley of bullets would be enough to wipe them out. Li He had countless questions. If the Vinestar people truly were extraterrestrials, then how had they come to Earth, and what level of technological civilization did they possess? If the Vinestar person from last night was not the same one who had murdered his parents 2 years ago, then it meant that there was more than one Vinestar person on Earth. He had no leads. Li He forced himself to stop overthinking. None of that mattered to him. Right now, he had only one goal: to find the Vinestar person who had killed his parents 2 years ago. He lifted his head. Just across the street was the place where the battle had taken place last night. There were no police lines and no officers present, only passers-by who occasionally stopped to glance around. Inside the wall that had been smashed through lay a shriveled mass of withered vines ignored by everyone. Who did this? Shoddy work. Which construction crew? Is this unprofessional? Is that blood? No way. Li He listened to the idle gossip of the passers-by, silently watching everything. If the Vinestar person he had killed had accomplices, would they come to check on the scene? They would. The answer to that question revealed itself at that very moment. A young man in a loose casual jacket walked past. Only after the man had gone some distance did Li He quietly follow the scent he left behind. The fishy stench laced with a plant-like odor was far too distinct. Come to think of it, were the Vinestar people to be classified as plants or animals? This question flickered through Li He's mind as he tailed the youth from afar without being noticed until he was led to a desolate, secluded villa. Li He glanced around and saw no surveillance cameras. Without hesitation, he bent his knees and leapt vaulting over the Tunderhigh wall, only to come face to face with a burly man in a suit who had just stepped out of the house. The burly man in the suit froze. Human. At those words, Li smiled. Without any unnecessary chatter, he struck in an instant. The powerful muscles that could unleash 11 tons of force in a heartbeat also granted him terrifying speed in the blink of an eye. Air roared in his wake. By the time the man in the suit reacted, Li's fist had already punched through his chest. Blood streamed out, dyeing Li's arm crimson. You. Li pulled his arm free. The man in the suit, his chest pierced through, collapsed to the ground. His burly frame swiftly withered, reverting to a shriveled mass of vines. So the heart is a fatal weakness as well. Alien life was truly astonishing. Although their bodies were plant-based, they somehow still possessed organs like hearts and viscera, and those too were deadly weak points. Infinite overload potential unleashed. Strength, 12 tons. His strength surged again. It seemed that for every enemy he killed, his strength increased by 1 ton. Li understood. He then strode straight into the house. The heavy scent of the Vine Star people converged here, clearly pointing out the direction in which they had gathered. The basement. In the dim space, deafening music thundered while multicolored lights flashed incessantly. It felt exactly like a bar steeped in unrestrained revelry. The young man who had been unknowingly tailed sat at the bar counter and said to the middle-aged male bartender behind it that useless yellow hair got himself killed. The bartender finished mixing a glass of scarlet liquid and slid it over. Was he discovered by humans? Doesn't seem like it, the youth said, recalling the scene of Yellowhair's gruesome death. If it were a human, the traces of battle wouldn't look like that. The vines of the Vine Star people were agile and tough. Their physical resilience was somewhat greater than that of humans, but only to a point. They would still be injured if struck by a blade. All the more so if hit by bullets. The bartender was utterly indifferent to Yellowhair's death. So he died, so what? Since it wasn't a human, it was probably one of our own who did him in. He was too flamboyant. Sooner or later he was bound to be exposed. One of our own. Bang. A thunderous crash cut off their conversation and made the many Vine Star people reveling in the darkness freeze. They all turned toward the iron door at the basement entrance. Another resounding crash followed. Bang. This time the entire iron door was kicked flying. Li walked in with unhurried steps. Through the flickering lights, he took in the horrifying sight within the so-called bar. This was no bar. It was a cafeteria for the Vine Star people. The rich scent of fresh human blood instead made Li bare his teeth in a grin. His gaze swept over each figure present, and killing intent erupted from him in an instant. Boom. One Vine Star person crashed into the wall, his head smashed apart under Li's palm. Seeing this, the others immediately snapped into combat readiness. There was no need for words. This human had come to hunt them, and they intended to tear this human to pieces. Their heads split open like Venus flytraps. From their bodies sprouted tendrils like writhing tentacles that surged at Li in a frenzy, only to be torn apart by him in the blink of an eye. Savage strength. Terrifying speed. Impenetrable defense. This was a one-sided massacre. Li could easily tear and blow apart the bodies of the Vine Star people, while they were utterly helpless against him. Most terrifying of all, Li's strength was still rapidly climbing. With every Vine Star person he killed, his physical abilities grew even more formidable. Infinite overload potential unleashed. Strength, 13 tons. Infinite overload potential unleashed. Strength, 15 tons. Infinite overload potential unleashed. Strength, 20 tons. Help me. Li ripped apart the vine whip that had coiled around him like a snake. Whether it was sap or blood droplets sprayed through the darkness. He seized the head of the Vine Star person before him. With just a little force he crushed the skull. The terrified cry for help was cut off abruptly. So a sharp rush of air howled past his ear. As Li turned his head, he twisted his body to the side, dodging at the last instant as a blade-like vine lash swept past and slammed into the wall beside him. Stone fragments flew as a deep gouge was carved into the wall. The bartender's entire arm had transformed into a vine whip. Composed and unhurried, he showed no concern whatsoever for the deaths of his kin. His expression and emotions remained utterly unchanged. He asked Li, "What are you?" Li glanced around. There were still a few Vine Star people left alive. He had many questions that needed answers, but one person was more than enough to provide them. With that thought, his figure blurred. The bartender's expression finally changed. His clothes burst apart as vines far more numerous than those of an ordinary Vine Star person unfurled from his body. It was useless. An unstoppable force crashed down. Li's fist pierced through the bartender's vine defenses as if stabbing tofu, then continued straight through his chest. Bang! His punch hurled the bartender bodily into the wall, embedding him deep within the concrete, as Li's fist sunk in as well. He pulled his arm free and let the bartender's blood gush out, then turned to face the Vine Star people who were attempting to flee, striding over to block the basement doorway. Today, every last one of them would die here. Lee had never learned any fighting techniques. His combat style lacked any finesse, relying solely on pure strength, unparalleled speed, and ultimate defense. The attacks from the Vine aliens could not even pierce his skin, yet he could effortlessly crush and tear apart their fragile bodies, their dull senses unable to react in time. Thus it was a one-sided massacre. Lee stood at the doorway of the basement, crushing the last Vine alien's head until it burst with splattered blood staining his sleeves. He turned off the music and flashing lights, switching on the fluorescent light. Finally, it's quiet. The earlier music had been deafening to Lee as he stepped through the pool of blood toward the severely injured bartender. His tone was icy. It seems your vitality is stronger than that of an average Vine alien. Even if my last punch didn't crush your heart, such injuries should have been fatal. Cough, cough. The bartender leaned against the wall, slumped in the pool of blood, unable to rise. I guess so. I only have one breath left. Lee ceased the idle chatter. I ask you, answer. The bartender likely guessed the consequences of failing to respond properly. He was already in enough pain and didn't want to suffer more. Go ahead and ask. I'm going to die anyway. There's nothing I can't answer. Are you aliens? Yes, we are Vine aliens from the Vine Star. What is your purpose? We have no specific purpose. We just want to live well here, eat, drink, and sleep. We have no ambition. The technology and civilization level of the Vine Star are far inferior to Earth. Lee was astonished. Then how did you come to Earth? We don't understand either, the bartender replied. One day we passed through a door and inexplicably arrived on Earth. We couldn't return even if we wanted to. Where is the door? That door over there. The bartender pointed to the basement door, which had originally been an iron door, but was now simply a normal door after Lee kicked it off. It was hard to believe it could allow a group of aliens to simply traverse the vastness of space to reach Earth. Lee asked the most pressing question. I need to find a Vine alien. Are the ones here all the Vine aliens that have come to Earth? Cough, cough. No, the bartender shook his head. Not everyone likes to huddle together for warmth. There were more of us when we first arrived on Earth, but I don't know where those others are now. The lead had run cold. The killer of Lee's parents was not here. He fell silent for a moment and asked the last question. When did you come to Earth? About a year ago. If there are no more questions, I need to rest now. I can hardly keep my eyes open. The bartender's voice grew weaker and then fell silent. Infinite overload potential release strength 30 tons. Infinite overload ultimate leap evolution rate 1 in the quiet basement. Lee's gaze fell on the evolution rate. It seemed the accumulation of evolution rate was going to be far more challenging. He was curious about what would happen when the evolution rate reached 100. Would he evolve into a more advanced life form? Or would he transform? He looked forward to that day. Beep, beep, beep. The default ringtone of his phone interrupted Lee's thoughts. He used his mind to close the system interface and took out his phone, noticing a very retro smiley face lighting up the screen. Moi. Lee was taken aback. His default screensaver was not this. Upon unlocking, he discovered it was neither a call nor a text from any messaging app. Feeling puzzled. Ding. A light melodic prompt sounded, and Lee's phone screen automatically entered a blank interface followed by words being typed in automatically. I apologize for having to communicate with you in this manner. If my actions have offended you, I apologize once more. Hello Lee, I am Zero, a network life form from an extraterrestrial civilization. The phone screen returned to the default screensaver, showing a short-haired girl in a Japanese sailor uniform, with pixel art bowing to Lee, her gentle voice, carrying tranquility and sweetness. Please allow me to communicate with you this way, how I can speak directly with you. Lee asked, what is your purpose? A network life form. This was the second type of alien Lee had encountered. If such a life form could easily infiltrate his phone, it was not surprising. Zero spoke frankly, mutual benefit. As one of the first special individuals to appear on Earth, we both need a powerful ally, or rather a comrade, to combat unknown risks in the future. Why me? I shouldn't be the most special one, right? No. Zero's response surprised Lee. You are indeed the most special one, at least among the humans I know. You are the first to possess such immense power without relying on any weapon's pure physical strength. Lee was astonished. I'm the first. As far as I know, yes. This was beyond Lee's expectations. You are an alien, right? Yes. How did you come to Earth? I passed through a door in the digital world and then arrived on Earth. To put it in Earth's technical jargon, I went through a one-way port just like the Vine aliens. That door only sent me to Earth and then lost its function. New information. There is more than one door leading to Earth. These special doors continue to bring aliens to Earth, presenting a significant challenge to human civilization. Lee remained wary. For now, I will believe you are a network life form from outer space, but why should I trust you? I cannot be certain you don't want to exploit me for some purpose. Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts. Zero nodded in understanding, quoting a classic from Earth, and then provided Li He with an irresistible reason. I can help you find the Vine alien that killed your parents. As a being capable of moving freely in the digital world, I can surely assist you. Then let's cooperate happily. Li He agreed immediately. Other matters were secondary. His primary goal was revenge. If I have any other purpose, it is only one. What? Zero remained silent for a moment, her tone rich with human emotion, as the girls silently got lost in a strange world, small and lonely. I am very lonely. I am the only one in this network world, so even just talking to you brings me great satisfaction. Li He was curious. Do network life forms also have emotions as rich as Earthlings? Zero, you misunderstand my form of life. I am not the cold and heartless binary program you imagine. Compared to Earth's artificial intelligence, I am more like a Digimon. Li He understood. Li He felt that the only advantage of the Vine alien was the convenience of disposing of its body. After all, it was just a bunch of withered vines that could be left unattended. He casually tossed the bodies of the Vine aliens into the basement of the villa, cleaned the blood off his body, and left without a second thought. Setting fire to destroy the evidence was unnecessary, as it would only draw attention. No one would go to such a secluded corner, and a fire would only make it more noticeable. For the next 2 weeks, Li He did not encounter any more Vine aliens, as if he had wiped out all the ones. There was another matter. As his strength grew, the density of his muscles and bones increased, making his weight an undeniable issue. Li He once attempted to weigh himself, only to break the scale. He estimated that his weight now exceeded. This made him hesitant to return home, fearing that he would damage the floor. Ordinary building floors likely couldn't bear his weight. Zero reminded him. If your strength continues to grow and you can't solve the weight issue, I believe you will eventually end up buried like a nail in the ground. Say something I don't know. Just now I discovered another unique individual on Earth who seems to have awakened some kind of talent or ability, displaying extraordinary power. In the past 2 weeks, this is the 5th awakened Earthling that Zero has discovered, all in Jiangcheng City. It's not that she can't reach farther places, it's just that she doesn't have the energy to monitor them all. Li He asked, who is it and what talent do they have? The phone screen switched to the view of a surveillance camera, revealing an old man joyfully manipulating vehicles in an underground garage. Zero said, he has the ability to control surrounding networks and electronic machinery, easily hacking into various systems. It's quite an impressive talent. Li He was puzzled. How did you manage to capture him? It's simple for me, Zero explained. Your network firewalls and access denials are like a warning line in front of me. I can either leap over them or tear them down. I exist in the virtual world, not just as a bunch of data. It's a dimensional strike, huh? That's roughly the idea. Zero didn't possess the computational power of a supercomputer and couldn't simultaneously cover large network areas for parallel activities. She had to access one phone or computer at a time to check the data. This was labor-intensive. It took considerable time. Relatively speaking, as a digital entity, she had a dimensional strike-like capability over the Earth's network data and intelligent programs. Wherever there was an internet connection, she could navigate freely. She could also bypass signals in non-networked areas. By the way, can you control a supercomputer as an external brain to cover a broader network and search range? Good question, but no, Zero replied in a calm tone. After all, I am just a small and helpless tool. Li He felt somewhat speechless. Zero's personality leaned toward being quiet, yet she enjoyed expressing cute and pitiful sentiments in a calm, unflustered manner. Having spent too long in the virtual world, it seemed her psyche had become unbalanced. Li He could accurately describe Zero's current personality and behavior with a precise term. Contrast. Li He had been paying attention to the reactions of national agencies regarding this matter and asked, has the Jiangcheng City government reacted to the alien invasion yet? I can't say there has been no reaction, they just haven't realized the truth and severity of the problem yet. I think it will take some time before they become aware. At that moment, an unusual sensation interrupted Li He's conversation with Zero. An ethereal echo emanated from somewhere in the city, as if calling out. Zero also sensed the oddity. What's this? Li He asked her, did you feel that too? This feeling. Is it a door? Perhaps he could witness new aliens arriving on Earth. Li He walked through several streets, taking some time to reach the location from which the echo. Perhaps he could witness new aliens arriving on Earth. Li He walked through several streets, taking some time to reach the location from which the echo originated, while a few others arrived faster by taxi or car. This was the bustling city center. Zero displayed the other people arriving here on his phone, zooming in on each surveillance camera. She remarked, it seems that nearby awakened individuals can sense the call of this door. Li He was more concerned about aliens. Are there any aliens coming? Uncertain. Zero had not discovered any for the time being. Hidden in the crowd, Leahy's gaze swept over and quickly pinpointed where the echo calling him was coming from. A sliding door of an abandoned store. The system interface popped up. ID 7556924661, a two-way passage to Quadrant 211, a bloodthirsty and warlike quadrant where battles are incessant and slaughter never ceases. Countdown to closure 9 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes. Two-way door. Leahy maintained a composed demeanor, feigning ignorance. Can you tell where this door leads? Is it one-way or two-way? Zero answered decisively. I can't tell, but I wouldn't advise you to take the risk. The echo of the door intensified as if calling out to its entrance. Leahy had a strong intuition that he had been chosen by the door. He must enter it at all costs, but he restrained himself. However, someone couldn't hold back. The old man who awakened the ability to control networks and electronic machinery couldn't resist his curiosity and stepped forward, pushing open the sliding door under Leahy's gaze. Then an unexpected event occurred. The surrounding scene shifted, and in an instant he found himself on a battlefield filled with the stench of blood. His body felt heavy. The gravity here was somewhat abnormal, but he quickly adjusted. Leahy frowned. As expected, I was chosen by the door. Even though the one who opened the door was not him, he was still drawn in. Those not chosen might have had a choice, but it seemed that those selected by the door did not. Leahy took out his phone trying to reach out to Zero, but there was no response. Fortunately, he could still sense the echo of the door. Although it seemed a bit far, he believed he could return to Earth through that door before the countdown reached 0. Looking around, it appeared to be a valley. Leahy walked toward the direction from which the door's echo emanated, and as he stepped out of the valley, he saw a large group of people. A group of aliens with red skin and horns on their foreheads. They were dressed in military uniforms, holding rifles as they cleaned the battlefield. Startled by the sudden appearance of a human, the scene fell silent at first. Then like a powder keg, it exploded. It's an alien? The reaction of the red-skinned aliens exceeded Leahy's expectations. They shouted and immediately focused their fire on Leahy, bullets whistling past and striking his resilient skin. Amidst the hail of bullets, Leahy's killing intent surged. You were the ones who made the first move. Bang! Leahy dashed forward, bursting forth with terrifying speed amidst the rain of bullets, and in the blink of an eye he charged into the ranks of the red-skinned aliens. He spread his arms wide to maximize his attack range, grabbing several alien soldiers in one embrace. The immense impact instantly shattered their internal organs and broke their spines. Pooh! They immediately spat blood and fell to the ground. The aliens had no time to react as Leahy seized one of them by the head and crushed it, then spun around and swept his leg, nearly severing another alien in half. Infinite overload potential release, strength 33 tons. Infinite overload potential release, strength 37 tons. He is here. The aliens screamed in terror, yet none fled. They turned their guns and continued to fire wildly at Leahy, but the bullets only caused a prickling sensation against his skin. Other than making his skin flush red, they had no effect. Leahy's expression hardened. He grabbed one alien and swung it like a weapon. Bang! 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 Nearby aliens were sent flying, bursting into clouds of blood and dying on the spot. Leahy released the alien he was holding and used its corpse to bludgeon another. Infinite overload potential release, strength 42 tons. The power was rapidly increasing. Leahy's defenses became increasingly formidable. Within the alien ranks, he was like a wolf among sheep, becoming the embodiment of death. A bloody storm followed in his wake, and none could stand in his way. What to do? We can't harm him. Let me handle it. A red-skinned alien hefted a rocket launcher aimed at Leahy and decisively fired, roaring, "Die, alien!" White smoke trailed behind. Leahy deftly dodged the rocket, but the next moment missiles flew in from all directions, one of which struck him. Boom! The exploding rocket unleashed a fierce blaze that engulfed Leahy, and the shrapnel caused massive damage to the surrounding aliens. But they no longer cared, only wanting to eliminate Leahy. Is he dead? Leahy was pushed back by the shockwave of the explosion, but quickly regained his footing. His weight was too great for such a shockwave to displace him significantly. His skin burned hot, but bore no wounds. The only damage was to his clothing, which had been blown away. Leahy's eyes turned bloodshot from the flames of the rocket explosion. His cold gaze swept across the alien soldiers present, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. It was chilling. "Quick, notify headquarters," the aliens shouted. In the next moment, an unstoppable form tore through the air at breathtaking speed, creating a howling wind, and blood splattered where he passed, dismembered limbs flying. Calling headquarters, requesting support. Position 113 has detected an alien. Our forces have suffered heavy losses and are expected to be annihilated. Requesting support. The communication channel was abruptly cut off as Li He crushed the radio with his foot and killed the alien soldier who had sent the distress call, surveying his surroundings as the battlefield fell silent. All that remained were the corpses of aliens scattered across the ground. Infinite Overload Potential Release Strength 85 tons. Infinite Overload Ultimate Ascension Evolution Rate 10. A massive increase. Having only just arrived on this alien planet, Li He's strength had already surpassed 85 tons, and the alien forces at position 113 had paid the price of total annihilation. His weight was increasingly astonishing. Each step left clear footprints. Before he could catch his breath, Li He looked up at the sky. What is that? Boom, boom, boom. The reinforcements called for by the aliens arrived as a barrage of artillery rained down from dozens of kilometers away, carrying tremendous kinetic energy to strike position 113. Soil flew everywhere. Debris flew through the air. Position 113 was bombarded for nearly 20 minutes with craters everywhere and not a single intact spot. The remaining alien corpses were shattered. Amidst the swirling smoke, Li He protected his head as his chest heaved. He had finally sustained injuries from the assault of modern artillery, and they were not light. Drops of blood trickled down his face. His arm had been torn open by shrapnel, a 20-centimeter-long gash, the sinewy muscles straining to hold the wound together. The skin on his back was nearly ripped off. Excruciating pain. A pain he had never felt before. Li He gritted his teeth, feeling as though he might shatter them. The pain made his eyes bloodshot red, as if weeping blood. Fortunately, he had not been hit directly by the shell, but even so, he was still severely injured. At least he still had the ability to move. Infinite Overload Ultimate Ascension Evolution Rate 40. Thus, it could be confirmed that the heavier the combat injuries, the more evolution rate accumulated. However, at this moment, Li He had no mind to pay attention to this. The sound of propellers slicing through the wind grew closer. A helicopter swooped over position 113, the alien soldiers aboard scanning the area with binoculars. They immediately shouted into the communication channel. Alien detected. Target has not been eliminated. He is still alive. Li He was furious, his adrenaline dulling the pain. Upon seeing the helicopter fly by, he immediately sprinted and leapt. He lunged and crashed into the helicopter. With that, the helicopter plummeted to the ground and crashed. Li He emerged from the wreckage of the helicopter feeling a slight itch in his wounds. They were healing. His powerful physique granted him extraordinary recovery abilities. Unfortunately, his recovery was not fast enough to heal completely in a short time. There was no time to hesitate. He decisively moved towards the door, his immense leaping ability propelling him high into the air, allowing him to glide for a short distance. The civilization technology on this planet seemed comparable to that of Earth. Li He had already experienced the power of modern weaponry. To combat heavy modern arms, he needed to become stronger. Meanwhile, at the alien war headquarters, Li He's figure gliding at high speed appeared on the screen, captured clearly by satellites in low Earth orbit. They seemed unfazed by his astonishingly powerful physique. The target alien is rapidly approaching our city. From the target's movement direction, it is predicted that he will encounter our 38th Regiment, Hedon, in 20 minutes. Mid-range artillery support has been confirmed as ineffective. Conventional means cannot inflict effective damage on the target. Requesting missile launch authorization. The headquarters had no time to hesitate, though any delay would result in the target encountering the 38th Regiment. If the 38th Regiment were breached, their city would be next. Launch authorization granted. Immediately, a missile launch vehicle initiated its launch sequence. After confirming the target's location, the operator pressed the launch button, and a thick plume of smoke billowed forth. A missile trailing a bright tail like a sword unsheathed accelerated rapidly under immense thrust, successfully locking onto the target with the guidance of satellites over a great distance. Talius Empire. Frontline 38th Regiment Base. Hurry, 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 artillery ready, all soldiers prepare for battle. The 38th Regiment received urgent intelligence from headquarters that a powerful alien race was approaching them, and they had to be prepared for a fight to the death. The soldiers shouted, "Annihilate the aliens. Fight to the death." Li He could not comprehend what was happening on this planet, but these red-skinned horned aliens seemed hell-bent on fighting. They were determined to kill him. He understood, just like how his parents were killed by aliens, he too wanted to eliminate every alien he saw. It was either them or him. Thus he would not overthink it, nor would he entertain any notions of mercy. Since they were clearly enemies, he would unleash a massacre. Whoosh! As Li He glided through the air, he spotted the 38th Regiment ahead, and before he could approach, fireballs erupted from the base. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. The frantic bombardment from the close-range artillery knocked Li He out of the air. He couldn't fly and had no way to adjust his direction or evade. Fortunately, the power of these shells was not as devastating as the previous barrage. After hitting the ground, he looked at his injured left arm, his shoulder a bloody mess, his left hand unable to muster any strength. However, the damage Lee faced was not limited to that. He suddenly looked up at the sky as a supersonic missile pierced through the air, striking his vicinity at a speed that exceeded his reaction limits. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The terrifying shockwave spread out at the moment of the missile's detonation, visibly pushing the air aside and forming a distinct barrier. This was not a kinetic kill weapon, but a missile designed to inflict damage through explosive force and shockwave range. Lee's speed was too fast, and his target too small for a kinetic kill weapon to hit. Area damage was the most appropriate choice. The explosion temperature soared to 3,000 degrees, engulfing Lee. The brilliant flames were blinding, and the vacuum created by the explosion dealt a second lethal blow. An ordinary person within this range would be instantly obliterated, even without being struck by any debris. Their organs would be instantaneously ruptured, sending them flying like a piece of tissue. Thick smoke obscured the satellite and the 38th Regiment's view, confirming target status. At this moment, Lee was not in good condition, but to be honest, he never anticipated that he could survive the onslaught of modern heavy firepower. Puff! He emerged from the explosive smoke like a ghost, his skin severely burned, not a single spot intact. Even the previous wounds had been charred. At least the wounds were no longer bleeding. His dazed mind felt as if his brain had been shaken to pieces. He felt heavy-footed and needed time to stabilize. His unsteady steps gradually steadied, then accelerated. When this heavily injured beast charged forward, the commander of the 38th Regiment was horrified, frantically ordering the soldiers to open fire while reporting to headquarters. The target alien has not been eliminated. They were too close. Lee charged through the alien 38th Regiment's artillery fire into their base, immediately followed by a one-sided massacre. Even though he was severely injured, that terrifying physique was still beyond the flesh and blood of ordinary soldiers. Shells couldn't kill him. How could bullets? Lee's left hand was injured and unable to exert force, so he fought with his right arm, using his fists to crush enemies, slicing them open with his hands, or simply charging through. Wherever he passed, there were corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. Infinite overload potential release, strength 90 tons. Infinite overload potential release, strength 213 tons. Infinite overload potential release, strength 592 tons. Clearly unable to win, the aliens refused to flee. Even trembling in fear, they still charged recklessly, not knowing how deep their enmity with the aliens ran. Talius Empire forever die, aliens. Seeing the one-sided slaughter, the alien soldiers strapped themselves with explosives, each one determined to rush forward to their deaths. Bang! Lee smashed an alien's head with a punch, grabbing its corpse and sweeping it around, sending the suicide attackers flying. Bombs exploded one after another. The roar was incessant, stirring up shockwaves, and Lee's increasingly powerful physique made him more and more indifferent to these explosions. He ignored it. 20 minutes later, the Talius Empire's 38th Regiment fell silent. The entire base grew quiet, leaving only a ground littered with corpses and blood. How many were in the 38th Regiment? 3,125 people. When the battle ended, Lee's strength reached a level that even he found hard to believe, his heavy weight making each step sink into the ground. Fortunately, the gravity on this planet was much stronger than that of Earth, and the geological soil was more solid. Otherwise, Lee feared he would have sunk into the ground. Infinite overload potential release, strength 30, 200 tons. Infinite overload ultimate leap evolution degree 100. After this round of artillery bombardment and missile strikes, Lee, who was heavily injured to this state, finally pushed his evolution degree to 100. At the moment the evolution degree reached 100, a continuous source of power surged from Lee's body. His heart raced rapidly, sounding like drumbeats. Blood flowed wildly, and his injuries began to heal at an accelerated pace. Ultimate leap in progress. He could feel the pain in his body gradually fading, his injuries being healed rapidly, the burned skin gradually scabbing and falling off, revealing new intact skin. This process was not fast. It would take some time. Most importantly, he could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter. His weight had not decreased, but it seemed like his body could slowly float at his will. He slowly stepped onto the ground, his feet no longer sinking, and as the evolution degree of the ultimate leap deepened, the power allowing him to float became stronger. On the other side, the Talius pre-war headquarters was observing all of this via satellite. With no time to mourn the annihilated 38th Regiment, they had to implement further response strategies. The final response strategy was quickly approved by the higher-ups, and they dispatched Talius Empire's most prized weapon of war. In the military camp, a sturdy young man in an officer's uniform took off his hat, stood directly on the missile launcher, and gave a thumbs up to the launcher operator in the rearview mirror. "Then I wish you triumph, Your Excellency, the War Overlord." After saying this, the operator pressed the launch button, and the missile was fired. The War Overlord punched through the missile's warhead, grabbing the missile's shell and soaring into the sky. Rapid support direct to the battlefield. Every extraterrestrial civilization has its unique characteristics, and the military strength of the Talius Empire does not solely rely on hot weapons. They share a lack of innate talent with ordinary Earthlings. However, the Talius Empire has fought against alien races for over a century, accumulating a rich gene pool from these encounters, starting from the rise of steam civilization to the nuclear information age. 30 years ago, the Supreme Academy of the Talius Empire initiated a project to create a more powerful Talius person using alien genes. The result was a success. The military powerhouse was born with immense strength, and as he aged, he now possessed thousands of tons of brute force. One person could drag a fully loaded freight train. There were no flashy abilities. The true strength of the military powerhouse lay in his extraordinarily powerful physique, making him invincible as a solo combat force. On the other hand, the project was a failure, as the birth of the military powerhouse was a miracle, and they never managed to replicate an individual of his caliber again. Facing the formidable alien Li He, they decided to deploy the military powerhouse. Sonic speed is called supersonic because it is faster than the speed of sound. Li He's senses became sharper, but before he could see the missile with his own eyes, no matter how keen his ears were, he couldn't hear the sound of the missile approaching. Boom. The missile struck the base of the 38th Regiment. Since it was a one-way vehicle, the warhead did not detonate this time, merely creating a large crater. It seemed that he was still in time. The military powerhouse jumped out of the crater and saw Li He immersed in evolution. He scrutinized Li He's muscles, which seemed comparable to his own. He was pleasantly surprised. "It's my first time encountering someone nearly as strong as myself. Oh, as an enemy, this is perfect. Otherwise, it would be hard to have a proper contest." Li He did not respond. He too sensed the strength of the person before him, becoming vigilant. He could not confirm if there were even stronger individuals on this planet. In relative silence, the military powerhouse smiled, and in the next moment, without warning, he struck, unleashing a violent force that tore through the air and whipped up a howling wind with a single punch. Boom. Li He responded with a punch. Their fists collided, creating an extreme wind pressure that shattered the surrounding air, stripping layers of soil away like a hurricane. Seeing that Li He could indeed contend with him, the military powerhouse became even more excited. Yes, exactly like that. He unleashed both speed and strength, while Li He also retaliated with his fists. His left arm, healed during the peak of his evolution, was now ready for battle. But the leap in evolution was not over. In the savage, inhuman battle, their figures became impossible to capture. Everything in their wake was destroyed, with rocks crumbling before them like tofu. With a thunderous roar, Li He was forced back, though after a brief encounter he confirmed that the military powerhouse surpassed him in both strength and combat experience. In a battle of equals, experience was particularly crucial. In this level of confrontation, complex techniques were evidently useless. The fastest speed and the heaviest fists were the most effective killing techniques. With greater experience, the military powerhouse knew how to fight skillfully with such power, and coupled with his superior strength, Li He found himself at a disadvantage. "My strength is probably around 4,000 tons. It seems you are slightly weaker than me, and your combat skills are not sufficiently refined," suggesting a lack of experience. As he spoke, the military powerhouse lunged and appeared before Li He, delivering an immensely heavy punch. Li He could only cross his arms to block, feeling as if his arm bones would shatter under the terrifying force. "Ha ha ha, is this all the power you have?" Boom. Li He swept a leg whip across, which was blocked by the military powerhouse raising his hand. The military powerhouse attempted to grab Li He's leg from the side, but Li He's body moved in a way that defied inertia. Moi. The military powerhouse was taken aback, only to be punched away by Li He, with the powerful force gouging a trench dozens of meters long into the ground, demonstrating astonishing destructive power. However, the military powerhouse had stronger defenses. This level of attack could not inflict significant harm on him, and without giving Li He a chance to pursue, he swiftly stabilized his stance. Li He asked, "How many people like you are there here?" Upon hearing this, the military powerhouse grinned widely. "Guess." By this time in the battle, the scabs on Li He's body had completely fallen off, and his skin had rejuvenated, completely healing his injuries and restoring his original appearance. Even his hair had grown back. As the power within him surged stronger and finally ceased to grow, Li He's strength reached a new level, marking a completely new transformation. Extreme leap completed, strength 4,500 tons, evolution degree 1. After the extreme leap was completed, Lihi's injuries were healed, and his strength surged to 4,500 tons, exceeding his previous 3,200 tons. Lihi's body slowly rose, hovering in midair, naturally mastering true flight ability, as if it were innate. The military powerhouse's pupils constricted. He was shocked. "You can fly." Boom. In a flash, a deafening sonic boom erupted as Lihi reached supersonic speed, in an instant appearing before the military powerhouse and slamming his head into the ground. The earth trembled. Then Lihi forcefully threw the military powerhouse into the sky, his rapidly flying body breaking the sound barrier, delivering a swift double-fisted blow that slammed the military powerhouse down. Now Lihi's strength and speed surpassed that of the military powerhouse. PFF. This was the first time the military powerhouse was injured in battle. The terrifying force surged into his body, causing him to involuntarily spit out blood in midair as he rapidly fell to the ground. Not stopping there, Lihi seized the opportunity to pursue, preventing the military powerhouse from landing and pummeling him in midair like a ball. The military powerhouse initially intended to grab Lihi during his attack, but he was dizzy from a headbutt delivered by Lihi. In the end, Lihi accelerated downwards towards the military powerhouse, delivering a trio of rapid strikes, each carrying the massive kinetic energy of accelerated flight, with each punch growing heavier. Boom. Finally, the military powerhouse crashed to the ground, creating a massive deep pit, lying within it, gasping for breath and completely losing his combat ability. He revealed a hearty smile at Lihi, who was slowly descending from the sky, blood pouring from his mouth, and with his last bit of strength raised his right hand to make a gesture of disdain for the Talius Empire. Cough cough, although you hit me hard, I still have to say this was the most enjoyable fight I've ever had. In the end. Gulp. I'll take you. Boom. Before this bastard could finish his curse, Lihi used all his strength to stomp on his head. Had it not been for previously shattering his skull in battle, it might have been difficult to crush it now. Infinite overload potential unleashed, strength 6,000 tons, infinite overload, extreme leap, evolution degree 5. The system interface popped up refreshing information. Following the end of the battle, the completion of the ultimate leap triggered a new process, unlocking the task module. Main task: must return to Earth within 9 days through the portal or risk indefinite detention in Quadrant 211. Task reward, evolution degree 5. Lihi had expected the task reward to be in terms of power, tonnage, or items, but was surprised to find it was an evolution degree, which honestly suited him well. Power tonnage is easier to increase, but evolution degree is not. This time he sustained serious injuries one after another, and it took a lot of effort just to achieve the ultimate leap once. The later it got, the stronger his physique became, making it increasingly difficult to improve his evolution degree. Being able to gain evolution degree through completing tasks is a great reward. Moreover, he did not wish to linger any longer. Who knows if this planet has even stronger enemies approaching, or if these madmen might use nuclear bombs to obliterate everything. Lihi decisively retreated. Boom. From stillness to motion, his body instantly broke through the sound barrier, rapidly approaching the portal at a speed of 2 Mach, which was perhaps his current fastest speed. The gravity on this planet is greater than that of Earth, and the atmospheric density is also higher, resulting in stronger resistance. He estimated that his speed would be even faster upon returning to Earth. The sonic boom reverberated in the sky, compressing the moisture in the air into liquid form, creating a distinct white barrier and trajectory in front of and behind Lihi, the pre-war headquarters of the Talius Empire. The atmosphere here is extremely tense. The military commander reported the enemy has displayed flying capabilities with peak speeds recorded at 2 Mach. The enemy is expected to reach the nearest city to the front line in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Commander, the enemy has shown astonishing adaptability and growth rate. If this continues, we will be helped. Request to deploy strategic nuclear weapons. But that's a city of the Empire with many civilians. They are sacrificing themselves to eliminate the enemy, a pride of the Talius Empire. There's no time to debate this. Request immediate approval from the higher-ups. Understood. The rapid growth exhibited by Lihi forced the pre-war headquarters to make this difficult decision. Between the survival of millions and the survival of an entire civilization, the weight of both is undoubtedly unequal. Either the enemy dies, or the Talius Empire perishes. This is the steadfast will formed over a century of combat against the enemy, unwavering, willing to shed the last drop of blood, fighting until the last person. The Talius Empire and Lihi are sworn enemies. They are mortal foes, but this does not diminish the greatness of their bravery and bloodshed. This is the brilliance of cosmic civilization. One cannot simply judge based on friend or foe. Permission granted. When the Emperor of Talius authorized the launch of nuclear weapons, a secret missile launch base slowly opened its launch port, preparing to fire an ultra-large hydrogen bomb. Codename mission. Yield equivalent to 80 million tons of TNT. To ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy and leave them no room for adaptation or growth, they decided to launch this hydrogen bomb at their own city. Countdown complete. Ignition sequence initiated. As thick smoke billowed and flames trailed behind the hydrogen bomb, codenamed Mission entered the countdown to detonation, while Leahy remained completely unaware. The civilians were oblivious. Only a certain person from Earth suddenly felt alarmed, as if possessing the gift of foresight, witnessing the city turn to ashes in a nuclear explosion. Nuclear explosion. The bespectacled middle-aged man widened his eyes in terror, wrapping himself tightly and hastening to find a few others from Earth. Only by working together could they return to Earth. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get close to that portal, and most importantly, that portal was about to be obliterated by the nuclear explosion. This made the bespectacled man very anxious. He couldn't predict whether the portal would continue to appear after the explosion. He just hoped it would, or else they would be in big trouble. In the foreseeable future, he saw a flying person, an earthling, likely one who had been brought over by the portal along with him. If possible, the bespectacled man wished to hitch a ride, but that clearly wasn't an option. Damn, he muttered under his breath. If he guessed correctly, it was definitely that person who had summoned the nuclear strike. The inhabitants of this planet harbored intense animosity towards the enemy. Fortunately, after passing through the portal, he naturally understood the alien language, so there was no problem communicating. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome. 2 minutes later, a white trajectory appeared from the edge of the sky, heading straight towards the nearby city. The civilians had yet to notice when Leahy dove headfirst into the city. The sonic boom shattered the glass of tall buildings along the way, startling the surrounding people into screams. Leahy was completely indifferent and had no time to concern himself with the alien civilians. The echo of the portal resembled a sonar, constantly emitting waves, allowing those who sensed it to determine its precise direction at all times. The closer one got, the stronger the echo became. The sound of shattering glass accompanied the reverberation of the sonic boom, as Leahy crashed into a high-rise building, barreling through and smashing through the obstructing walls. Boom. Ow. Amidst the exclamations, the staff poked their heads out to see the large hole in the wall, their expressions frozen in shock. What's going on? Is the construction team demolishing the building? At the end of a wall that had been broken through stood a young man clad in blood-stained Talius military uniform. When the aliens inside the building got a clear look at his face, their pupils dilated. The enemy. Leahy had no time to pay attention to them. He stood before a white wooden door of an office. That strong sense of echo confirmed to him that this door was indeed the portal. He reached out, grasped the doorknob, and gently turned it. Click. The door swung open. He stepped inside, and in an instant he vanished, as if stepping into a time-space passage, and soon returned to Earth. 10 minutes after Leahy entered the door, the mission descended at super high speed, directly hitting the center of the city. A brilliant light erupted, and everything around it evaporated in an instant. The building where the portal was located was utterly destroyed. Earth, Jiangcheng City. Leahy walked out from the sliding door of an idol shop. To the outside world, there was nothing unusual. He simply pushed the door open and stepped out naturally. Main task completed. Reward obtained: Evolution Degree 5. Evolution Degree 10. Leahy glanced around and quickly left. His Talius Empire military uniform was indeed eye-catching, and the phone he had brought before was destroyed in battle. After 2 weeks, he could finally go home. Now possessing the ability to fly, he constantly floated above the ground, no longer afraid of gaining more weight. The standby television automatically turned on. A pixelated girl in a sailor suit appeared on the screen. Welcome home. Is this Mr. Leahy? Here is a package for you. Leahy went downstairs to retrieve a new phone. After turning it on, he saw Ling Shi appear on the screen. She said, I chose the new model. What do you think? It's okay. Leahy was not picky. At this moment, he realized something: you wouldn't be able to change bank deposit data at will, would you? If so, wouldn't you possess infinite assets? In theory, yes, Ling Shi replied. Tampering with network data is quite simple for me. If I wanted to, I would be the person on Earth with the most virtual assets. Assets? At this point, Leahy recalled something. Ling Shi asked, what's wrong? After my parents passed away, I inherited their estate. Besides this house, there is also 3.5 million in bank deposits. I never thought much of it before, but now it feels rather abnormal. What's abnormal? Leahy explained, my parents were just ordinary employees with a total monthly salary of less than 2,000. Buying this house already consumed most of their savings. Where did the 3.5 million in deposits come from? They didn't invest in stocks, nor did they have a habit of buying lottery tickets, and they certainly didn't have wealthy relatives. This inheritance exceeds their capacity by far. Ling sure understood. I'll check for you out, will take some time. Okay. From entering the door to returning to Earth from Quadrant 211, it took Li He less than a day. Out today was the 10th day since the door appeared. He had been having Ling Shi monitor the area. For a full 10 days no government officials had come to investigate, and they were still unaware. Only 2 homeless men attempted to enter the vacant store to rest. As a result, they were never seen again. Soon the countdown entered the final hour. Unexpectedly, just as the door was about to close, 2 disheveled figures rushed out, an old man and a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The old man's talent was controlling networks and electronic machinery, while the middle-aged man's talent was likely precognition. The first thing he did after awakening was to buy a lottery ticket, and he actually won. Oh, they're back, Ling Shi said in surprise. Li was not surprised. Both of their talents are not weak. As long as they hide their identities well and cooperate, it shouldn't be difficult for them to return. He was still unaware of the nuclear bomb situation. Now you're very likely the most powerful person on Earth. Why not take advantage of the time to establish your own power? Perhaps you could engage with them. Forget it, just keep an eye on them for me. Li had no interest. The countdown ended. No one else came out from the... As the door disappeared, the echoing sensation faded into silence. The restored normal door showed no signs of difference or peculiarity. It would be hard to believe that this door had previously been a time-space passage without first-hand experience. In the deep night, within a certain residential building, a pungent smell of blood filled the darkness. 2 corpses lay in the living room, their deaths horrific. A middle-aged woman huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. She clasped her mouth tightly, stifling her cries, her body shaking uncontrollably from fear, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with terror. So weak. A man stood in front of her, his hands stained with blood, yet his expression was exceptionally cold. He was supposed to be this woman's husband, but at this moment he seemed like a different person. He had personally killed his own parents. Earthlings are truly too weak. Ignoring the woman's cries and wails, he ruthlessly continued, allowing the splattered blood to stain his face, complaining, "Is there no sturdier body?" Unbeknownst to him, everything he did was captured by the home security camera in the corner of the living room. He seemed unaware of what this device was for, completely neglecting it. The next day, the criminal investigation team arrived at the crime scene. The scene was extremely brutal, perhaps due to the recent frequency of homicides. The officers had become numb. Shun Yinan was a female officer in the criminal investigation team. She had just joined not long ago when a series of extremely brutal homicides occurred. She felt worried about the situation in Jiangcheng. Deputy team leader, haven't there been too many homicides in Jiangcheng these past few months? The most troublesome part was that these cases all hinted at an unusual aura. Some methods seemed beyond what a human could accomplish. The deputy team leader also had no solutions. This is not something we can decide. There are always cases to handle. All we can do is catch the murderer and let the law deliver justice. Fortunately, this case shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Shun Yinan looked at the security camera in the living room of the victim's house. If the previous cases they handled only had a hint of unusualness, this time they would personally confirm the true meaning of unusual. When they saw the man in the surveillance footage crush the victim's skull with one hand, Shin Yinan was shocked by the sight, finding it hard to believe. The normal person can't do such a thing, right? The officers fell silent. The deputy team leader sensed the severity of the situation. I'll report this to the chief. Ding. A notification sound rang from the phone. Ling Shi brought Li He some good news. I found a suspected earthling parasitized by aliens. Are you interested in dealing with it? Li He put on a black hooded jacket. Concise and to the point. Where? Killing aliens could increase his power, why not? Building 5 on the 6th floor of XXX community. This alien is not very cautious, bloodthirsty, and vicious. It may come from a civilization with technology different from Earth, and is almost completely unguarded against Earth's technological creations. Ling Shi's analytical ability is strong. As long as there's no intentional defense against her, she can easily obtain sufficient information and conduct accurate analysis. Additional information: the other party seems to be looking for a strong individual to parasitize. Your physique is strong enough, but I still remind you to not let your guard down. Be careful of unexpected mishaps. Understood. It was still daytime, and Li He couldn't fly openly. He took a taxi and leisurely arrived outside the target community. He easily entered the community through the security guard's blind spot. From a distance, he caught a whiff of a strong smell of blood. In his Bluetooth headset, Ling Shi's voice came through, mixed with a teasing tone. Congratulations, Jiangcheng has its first superhero. The young man successfully assisted the police in killing an escaped drug dealer and is now on the police's wanted list. A heroic act. Who wouldn't have a superhero dream? Li He ignored Ling Shi's attempt to strike up a conversation and forcefully ripped off the door lock of the building, which felt like rubber in his hands. Hunt begins. Add a bone here, some muscle here. No more muscle is needed, only then will explosive power be truly formidable. Were Shun Inan and the others present, they would recoil in visceral horror. The man who slaughtered their parents and wives stood before them, yet they would scarcely recognize him. A spider-like alien life form clung to the man's nape, its extraordinarily resilient and razor-sharp tendrils extracting bones and muscles from cadavers and suturing them directly into his body. It was performing host body modification. The man had long since lost all self-awareness, his mind supplanted entirely by the parasitic alien. Deep in the trance of self-reconstruction, the man froze, then turned sharply toward the doorway where a young man stood silently observing his grotesque masterpiece. Whoosh! The parasitic alien instantly retracted into the man's cranium, like a hermit crab vanishing into its shell, yet far more agile. This was the most bizarre and brutal extraterrestrial Li he had ever encountered. Even without his intervention, coexistence with humanity was utterly impossible. Through the man's eyes, the parasite scrutinized Li He, and for once grew unusually cautious. The youth's heartbeat pulsed with extraordinary vigor. His strength surged to 1,820 tons, with each kill of an ordinary soldier only granting him an increase of 1 ton, yet the number of soldiers, it detected Li He's astonishing muscular density and tensile strength, a physique harder and more resilient than tempered steel. In that instant, its hunger for such a superior vessel eclipsed primal fear. That body is mine. In a flash, wariness twisted into ravenous madness. The man's face contorted with greed as the implanted musculature swelled violently. He erupted with superhuman strength and velocity. What appeared as blinding speed to ordinary eyes unfolded before Li He in agonizing slow motion, like footage slowed 100-fold, leaving the lunging man suspended midair, hand outstretched. The grotesquely augmented form was profoundly unsettling. The next moment, boom! The man slammed into the wall with cataclysmic force, his chest caving inward to reveal a skeletal frame replaced entirely with gleaming steel. This power. Only now did the parasite grasp true terror. Even after its extensive modifications, this host remained utterly outmatched. It had no memory of what had just transpired. Flee! Without hesitation, it hurled the man's body toward the barred window, crushing ribs and distorting limbs against the iron grating, forcing itself through in a gush of arterial blood. Li He strode to the window, effortlessly tore open a gap large enough to pass through, and yanked free a steel pipe. As he descended slowly through the air, he sharpened its tip and edge with his fingernails. Uncertain of the parasite's full range of infective capability, Li He exercised extreme caution, refusing direct contact with its core form to avoid contamination. The alien landing outside world, and recoiled in soul-shattering dread. It fled instantly, trailing crimson droplets across the pavement, heedless of its host's catastrophic injuries. Flee! Flee now? This monster lay beyond its current capacity to oppose. It needed a stronger vessel. Escape was imperative, survival assured. Meanwhile, Shun Inan and the forensic investigation team raced toward the scene at top speed, having traced the killer's movements via surveillance footage. Unexpectedly, they entered the residential complex, and were confronted with a vision of unspeakable carnage. Moved, Inan, take position downstairs. Before the deputy captain could finish issuing orders, a crimson blur shot past, slamming savagely into the adjacent building. Boom! Blood and viscera exploded outward in a grisly spray. The sudden violent upheaval left the forensic officers stunned, first paralyzed by shock, then horrified as they registered the ruin embedded in the wall. A mangled corpse was flattened against the concrete, its internal steel skeleton driven deep into the facade by the sheer magnitude of impact. Most striking of all, a steel pipe pierced the man's skull, pinning him irrevocably to the wall. The psychological impact was staggering. The forensic team stood frozen in disbelief. Shun Inan cautiously peered toward the direction the body had flown, seeing no assailant, only the grotesquely warped security grating on the 6th floor. That day her entire worldview shattered. No human, no matter how extraordinary, could possibly have wrought such devastation. Parasitic xenomorph, an exotic life form dependent on biological hosts for survival, possessing exceptional somatic remodeling capabilities, but limited cognitive sophistication. In an overdrive potential unleashed in strength 605 tons, and thus enemy potency directly correlates with Li He's strength gain. Compared to Junba, this xenomorph was pathetically weak. Crowds ebbed and flowed along the bustling street. Li He walked alone among them, listening to Ling Shi's voice in his earpiece, answering only occasionally. With your current physical acuity, shouldn't you perceive sounds within several kilometers? Your information-gathering capacity ought to be formidable. Quite the opposite. And what do you mean? Li He explained, I hear every whisper within hundreds of meters clearly, but beyond that distant sounds arrive as indistinct noise. My brain isn't a quantum supercomputer, it cannot parse meaning from chaotic auditory overlap. You imagine I can isolate any voice, but in truth thousands of voices collapse into one ceaseless deafening roar. An apt analogy, and ever witnessed a World Cup stadium live in now I have. It's precisely like hearing tens of thousands chant in unison. You cannot discern a single syllable, let alone a full sentence. Ling Shi finally grasped Li He's predicament. And you must find it unbearable, and somewhat, and not merely somewhat. This involuntary hyperacuity, both auditory and olfactory, was a relentless torment. Only his formidable self-discipline prevented utter despondency. Passing a middle school, Li He paused, and veered into a narrow alley where several delinquents leaned against the wall, intimidating a boy into surrendering protection money. Bullying. Extortion. Li He approached expressionlessly. The delinquents scowled, one brandished a stun baton, sneering, What are you staring at? Get lost. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Out. Several small thugs cried out in agony as they collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Li He coldly glanced at them before turning to leave. If I see you extorting others again, I will bury you all. Help. Help me. Whoa. After impulsively teaching a lesson to a few small thugs, Li He felt a bit of his agitation subside, but the overall situation had not improved much. He remained a volcano ready to erupt. Zero said, It seems you have quite a sense of justice. Not really. Li He replied, not keen on being a paragon of virtue. I'm just alleviating the anger from my youth. When I was in middle school, Jiangcheng City was much more chaotic than it is now. Robbery, extortion, bullying. He had experienced it all. Even so, Li He's character was merely somewhat solitary. The fact that his psyche had not warped was the greatest fortune in this world. Li He's life experiences made it difficult for him to maintain a sunny and cheerful disposition. Although he was not psychologically twisted, one could hardly expect him to be overly helpful. The next day, there was a stir on Jiangcheng City's internet. Someone had captured a photo of a parasitic alien pinned against a wall, and after uploading it online, it quickly sparked heated discussions within the forum. What the heck is this? It looks like a pixelated mess. Bro, I couldn't upload it without the pixelation. You should have seen it in person. That scene was so intense, I almost vomited my dinner from the night before. What is this supposed to be? Did aliens come to attack Earth? This design is too bizarre. Come on, be honest, is this a photo you took on some film set trying to pull a fast one on us? It's so vague we can't even understand what you're trying to express. Really, the guy above you should go check out the XXX community. They still have it cordoned off, and you'll understand when. What? They won't let me in the XXX community. I just rented a place there 2 days ago. Which building, bro? Building 5. I've been working overtime for 2 days and lost track of everything. What a stroke of bad luck, bro. Working overtime saved you, you know that. This post did not stay hot for long. It was quickly deleted and did not cause much of a stir online, though some people did actually go to check outside the community. Indeed, entry was denied. There were soldiers present. A few days later, Zero uncovered some information about your parents' assets with unknown origins. This may be related to their deaths. Upon hearing this, Li He perked up. What did you find out? How Lending. A business card appeared on the screen stating How Lending Company. Zero said, This is an illegal loan company. It was never registered and clues are hard to find online. So my parents borrowed money from this company. Yes. How much? About 5 million. The 5 million inheritance they left you as part of that loan. Since it's not a legitimate loan company, even if your parents' loan isn't paid off, How Lending can't collect that money through the bank. And then they handed that money over to me. Yes. This is a bit hard to believe. Are illegal loan companies really this meticulous? Li He questioned, what do they have to do with my parents' deaths? On the phone screen appeared the photos of 3 deceased individuals. According to Zero's investigation, these 3 individuals shared 2 common traits with Li He's parents. First, they had all borrowed money from How Lending Company. Second, their deaths occurred within the past 2 years, all in Jiangcheng City. Thus, the clues were connected. If How Lending was indeed related to Li He's parents' deaths, it must also be connected to the parasitic alien that killed them. Li He's voice was calm. Help me contact this lending company. Okay. 2 days later, Li He's phone displayed an incoming call. He chose to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Li He? Yes. A battery-powered scooter passed by behind him. Li He stood outside a small alley in the urban village while a sweet female voice on the phone instructed him on how to proceed. You see the small alley in front of you. Go inside, then turn left, then right. At the end there's an iron door, that's the place. Our people are waiting for you there. Okay. Li He stepped into the alley, his eyes as clear and calm as still water, yet only Zero knew that beneath that tranquil surface lay a volcano ready to erupt. This so-called How lending company didn't even have a formal address. Their location was hidden in the basement of the urban village. A place not meant to see the light. Li He arrived at the iron door where a burly man stood, sizing him up. Mr. Li. Yes. Come in. The burly man knocked on the iron door, which opened, and he led Li He into an unexpectedly spacious basement. They descended to the third underground level, where Li He met the person who would receive him, a young man in a white suit with slicked-back hair exuding a deep, yet slightly frivolous aura. His nameplate was laid out on the table. Manager Bai. Manager Bai was initially lounging with his legs crossed, but upon seeing Li he involuntarily frowned and let out a click of his tongue. Wearing yellow sunglasses, he straightened his expression and said something that took Li He by surprise, staring directly into his eyes. You didn't come here to borrow money. Li He sensed that this guy was not simple. It seemed there was no need for further probing. He replied frankly, I'm here to find someone. He, Manager Bai chuckled. I only offer loans here. It's the first time someone has come here looking for someone. Sorry, but I don't provide that service. Li He ignored him. He took out his phone and showed Manager Bai a photo of his parents. 2 years ago, this couple borrowed money from you, and then they had an accident. Kid, didn't you hear? If you're not borrowing money, just scram. The burly man who brought him interrupted Li He, shouting as he prepared to drag him out. Then, bang, the burly man crashed against the basement wall, a mass of blood and flesh. Li He's tone turned icy to the extreme. I don't have much patience. Either answer me, or I'll send you to your graves. Manager Bai's expression also turned cold. Don't think you're impressive just because you have some strength. You think I can't handle you. Coming to my turf to act tough is looking for death. Answer me. Manager Bai was amused by Li He's arrogant demeanor, sneering. He, so what if I killed those two? They were your parents. Come seeking revenge, what can you do to me? As his words fell, a deafening explosion destroyed the entire basement. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed through the village and the city, followed by a figure crashing through the ground and flying out the disheveled Manager Bai, glancing around at the gathered spectators. His face was extremely grim. Are you crazy, kid? The commotion was too loud. If this continued, their identities would be exposed. Li He, however, paid no heed. His nemesis, whom he had sought for over 2 years, was right in front of him. He now only wished to dismember the pretentious Manager Bai to avenge his parents. His figure slowly rose from the deep pit in the ground, ignoring the astonished gazes around him, the surging rage transforming into a cold, killing intent at that moment. In the next second, the sound of an explosion echoed. Li He dashed toward Manager Bai in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Manager Bai had no choice but to confront him, poorly underestimating Li He's combat prowess. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come at me. Manager Bai cursed as he threw a punch, an invisible force erupting, surging from his fist like a meteor striking the earth. Boom. At the moment their fists collided, an invisible shockwave spread out, sweeping in all directions, sending the surrounding people flying, leaving the onlookers horrified. Help! Amidst the fierce wind, a figure was sent flying into a residential building, crashing through several structures, causing catastrophic destruction as the buildings crumbled like tofu before them. On a certain floor of one of the buildings, a family of 3 was having lunch. The sudden deafening noise made them freeze in horror as they stared at the large hole that appeared in their living room. Mom, what just happened? His parents were at a loss for words. Looking through the holes in several buildings, they could see Manager Bai trapped against the outer wall of the last building, blood staining his white suit. Hiss, this kid is really tough. Manager Bai freed himself from the wall, debris falling from above. Clearly he was at a disadvantage in the clash of powers with Li He. The difference was extraordinary. Still catching his breath, Manager Bai's expression suddenly changed as a figure hurtled towards him from the air, plummeting just as it was about to reach him. Bang! It felt as if 1,000 tons of gravity pressed down on Li He, the sudden change catching him off guard. He steadied himself and smashed down to the ground, adapting to the gravity within mere breaths. Buzz! An ultra-high frequency whirring sound came from above. He looked up to see Manager Bai, blood at the corner of his mouth, his rapidly descending body surrounded by a massive spiral drill. The spiral drill was invisible, but after stirring up dust it became visible to the naked eye. This strike possessed the power of a super cannon with kinetic energy far exceeding any shell Li He had ever encountered. The impact created a massive hole in the ground, sending terrifying vibrations that were felt throughout the surrounding buildings. Manager Bai breathed heavily, still haunted by the experience. I should have dealt with that kid, he thought, nearly falling prey to the boy's hands. He had never seen someone so powerful with a body so resilient. Without any flashy abilities, just pure strength. However, reality did not unfold as Manager Bai. The dust was whipped up by a fierce wind as a figure shot through like an arrow, creating a vacuum channel in the air, which quickly filled back and producing a loud sonic boom. What a... Manager Bai was taken aback. Li He, flying at supersonic speed, plunged into Manager Bai's defense range, where the omnipresent invisible force wildly restrained him, attempting to halt his movement. However, Li He's speed was too fast, and his strength too great. In less than a second, he broke through Manager Bai's defenses, delivering a rapid trio of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was heavier than the last, each more painful. Li He's speed kept increasing, catching up to the Manager Bai, who was sent flying with his final speed, even reaching 3 Mach. Buildings were pierced. Streets were obliterated. Cars were sent flying. The world before them felt as fragile as paper, easily torn apart with the slightest touch. As the battle expanded, the area of destruction quickly widened. Am I dreaming? Oh my God! Ordinary people heard the deafening noise, looked up, and saw 2 figures burst forth from a skyscraper, shattered glass raining down like raindrops. Watch out! Get away! Boom! A burst of flames erupted from the high-rise. No one knew what had happened inside. What is that? Some caught sight of the 2 floating in midair, their expressions filled with disbelief. A few hastily pulled out their phones to start recording. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in again. Then they confirmed with absolute clarity that there were indeed 2 people. Are they flying? Wait a minute. The pressure of Li He's relentless advance nearly suffocated Manager Bai. His slicked back hair was disheveled, his face bruised and swollen, and his suit was stained with either dust or blood. He raised his hand in an attempt to stop Li He. Don't you want to know why I killed your parents? No need. Li He accelerated and reached out, grabbing Manager Bai's head and smashing it down to the ground. Within 3 seconds, their speed, accelerated by gravity, surpassed 2 Mach. Then Manager Bai was forcibly slammed headfirst from several dozen meters above onto the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surface as a fire hydrant burst, water gushing out. It's real, all of it. The people around scattered in terror. Some brave souls continued filming, suppressing their instinctive fear, trembling as they captured the scene unfolding before them. Manager Bai roared loudly. Listen to me, your parents owed me money and wanted to run away with it. Am I a charity? I warned them from the start. They sought their own demise. This is not my fault. Li He did not care about these details. He only knew that Manager Bai was responsible for his parents' deaths. The debt owed was a matter between his parents and Manager Bai, while the enmity of patricide and matricide was a separate issue. So you let the Vine people kill them. Li He delivered a punch that sent blood gushing from Manager Bai's nose. As the battle continued, Manager Bai's defenses weakened and his injuries grew more severe. Unexpectedly, Manager Bai froze upon hearing this. What? The Vine people? Finally reacting, he hurriedly shouted, No, when did I have the Vine people's subordinates? You got it wrong. I didn't let the Vine people kill your parents. I'm a lender. There must be some misunderstanding. His explanation was met with another heavy punch from Li He, leaving him dazed. Li He was not the type to be easily swayed by the arguments of a dying man. Now Manager Bai would say anything to save his life. Li He remained indifferent, continuously raising his fist and smashing it down. Boom, boom. The immense force of thousands of tons relentlessly struck the ground. No matter how solid the surface, it could not withstand such an assault. Huge cracks quickly spread, causing the entire road section to collapse. Run! The tremendous destructive force and the shocking noise made those witnessing the scene feel fear to their core, desperately fleeing the vicinity. People in the buildings on both sides looked down from the windows, seeing a large pit on the road, while the surrounding buildings felt the distinct tremors. What happened down there? It seems like 2 people are doing something. They looked around. The surrounding buildings suffered varying degrees of damage. Some had their glass shattered by the sonic boom, while others were directly penetrated, leaving a shocking sight. Enough! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from beneath the collapsed road, followed by a surge of power that erupted forth as if gravity had reversed direction, soaring upwards like a waterfall. The people around felt their feet leave the ground as if they were about to float upwards. A majestic, invisible force surged upward, distorting the air, propelling Li He into the sky. He suddenly halted abruptly, stopping his momentum. In this battle, aside from some damage to his clothing and minor injuries, he surprisingly had no significant wounds, let alone any bleeding. In contrast, Manager Bai looked utterly miserable. He slowly rose from the collapsed section of road, blood streaming down his face. He had almost been knocked unconscious by Li He. If it hadn't been for his last-ditch effort, he might have truly been killed. However, this final push had drained his stamina, leaving him even weaker, making it impossible for him to be a match for Li He. He said fiercely, "You can't break my defenses, so why waste your effort? I told you there might be a misunderstanding regarding your parents' deaths. Why can't you understand human words?" Li He's expression turned cold. "Your power is telekinesis, isn't it?" Manager Bai's expression stiffened, remaining silent. The signs were too obvious. Li He had already detected Manager Bai's weakness. "You cannot defend against all my attacks. Your current state is the best proof. If I knock you unconscious, I can end your life." Hearing these words filled with murderous intent and unwavering resolve, Manager Bai's blood surged, veins bulging on his forehead. Despite saying there was a misunderstanding, this brat simply would not believe him. "Do you really want to force me to fight to the death with you?" Manager Bai gritted his teeth. Li He did not waste words. Instead, he demonstrated his stance with action, diving forward at high speed, the deafening sonic boom visibly apparent. The glass of the buildings on both sides shattered in large quantities. Manager Bai was so scared that he shrank his head, turning to flee, desperately draining his telekinetic power to achieve the fastest speed possible to distance himself from Li He. He used telekinesis to snatch a cell phone from a passerby, quickly dialing one number after another. "Bro, transfer all the debts you can manage to me, hurry. It's urgent. I'm about to get killed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Boss Gene, I want all the debts in your hands. I will buy them all at double the price. Old Lin'll pay triple for all the debts you have. Don't waste time with me. My money will arrive immediately." Manager Bai desperately squeezed out his potential, moving at an incredible speed. For a moment, Li He truly could not catch up, being led on a wild chase through Jiangcheng City. The cost was that his shiny black hair turned white at a visibly rapid pace. This reckless exploitation of potential had severe side effects, but he could not afford to care about that now. Enduring some cost was far better than being killed immediately. Soon Manager Bai's speed began to decline, and Li He quickly closed the distance, finally grabbing Manager Bai's leg and slamming him against the building. Pooh! Blood spewed from his mouth. Just as Manager Bai felt he was about to be killed by Li He, a surge of power rushed into his body, revitalizing him instantly. Boom! A tidal wave of telekinetic force surged forth, sending Li He flying. Manager Bai's power was climbing steadily. The strength of the lenders was directly related to the number of debts in their hands. The more people owed them money, the stronger their power became. Thus, Manager Bai sought to purchase the debts of others. At this moment, he felt his strength reach an unprecedented peak, of power capable of destroying everything. Manager Bai's eyes glowed with the eerie light formed by condensed telekinetic energy. He was filled with rage. "Kid, since you want to die so badly, I shall grant your wish." The money in his hands could have been lent to more people, but because of Li He was forced to buy the debts of others at a high price. Manager Bai's heart bled. Saying this, swirling telekinetic forces formed high-density telekinetic orbs around his body, radiating a ghostly blue glow with extremely high energy. Manager Bai realized that excessively dispersed telekinesis could not pose any threat to Li He. This kid's body was too tough, and ordinary attacks could not break through his defenses. Buzz! The telekinesis surged. Immediately, the formed telekinetic orb shot towards Li He, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Li He dodged rapidly, but was still hit by several. The scorching heat caused him to feel a burning pain. However, upon realizing that these small attacks did not pose a fatal threat, Li He ceased to pay them any mind. He pressed forward against the incoming telekinetic orbs, but that brief delay allowed Manager Bai to release all the telekinesis from within. This formed a super high-speed spinning telekinetic spear. As this was a full-powered strike, its speed was so fast that even Li He could not evade it. In the blink of an eye, a beam of ghostly blue light shot through Li He's chest. To Manager Bai's disbelief, Li He, despite the large hole in his chest, still had the strength to charge forward. At this moment, he had exhausted all his strength, and there was hardly any telekinesis left to defend himself. His weary body felt so heavy that he could barely move, helplessly watching Li He charge toward him. With a punch, the fragile telekinetic barrier shattered on contact. The terrifying force crashed onto Manager Bai's face, and with that, his head was smashed to pieces by Li He's fist. Bang! Manager Bai's body plummeted down. The battle was over. Cough, cough. Li He floated in the air, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Every breath he took was accompanied by intense pain. His right lung had been pierced by Manager Bai's telekinetic spear, leaving a large hole in the right side of his chest. Fortunately, his heart had not sustained fatal damage, so he would not die. He understood his own tenacious vitality, but having his chest pierced was a first experience. He did not know how long it would take to fully heal. After the battle, Li He immediately felt the activation of the infinite overload talent, and the powerful force surging within him alleviated his pain. His strength surged directly from 6,005 tons to 9,125 tons, with an evolution degree increasing by 45 to reach 55, especially considering his injuries were indeed severe. He was at the threshold between heavy injury and fatality. Such a massive increase in strength indicated that Manager Bei's power was indeed formidable. In terms of overall psychic strength, he was actually superior to Li He. However, the psychic force was too dispersed, or Li He was like an indestructible nail, and concentrated power could always break through Manager Bei's psychic defenses. Only at the last moment did Manager Bei exhaust his efforts to severely injure Li He, yet Li He's vitality was too resilient, allowing him to kill Bei despite his severe wounds. While 9,000 tons of strength seemed terrifying, it was merely the weight of a small high-rise building. Of course, he could not lift an entire building. With the weight of the building pressing down, he would be crushed through it. Only a psychic user like Manager Bei could lift an entire building. Buildings of 100 stories weigh even more, generally starting at several hundred tons. Li's current values were still insufficient for such feats. Though he could easily shatter and destroy these buildings, the surrounding dust slowly settled. Li descended from the sky, observing the devastated skyscrapers and streets filled with the terrified cries and pleas of ordinary people. This battle caused immense destruction and loss to Jiangcheng City. After a flicker, the advertisement screen next to the shopping street emitted a zero sound. Many cameras have captured your face. I can only delete these videos as much as possible, but cannot guarantee complete removal. That's enough. Li had long been mentally prepared for revenge. He would rather expose himself than let go of the enemies who killed his parents, and his resolve was unwavering. Zero proposed a possibility. If what Manager Bei said is true, then the one who killed your parents is not him, and that Vine alien remains the focus. No mistakes, no letting go. Li simply said, "Help me find that Vine alien." To the best of my ability. Li arrived at a ruin, and ordinary people calling for survivors immediately displayed expressions of terror and fled. This person was one of the culprits behind this disaster. The kind of destructive power that resembled a celestial being was terrifying. How could they not be afraid? Li said nothing, simply lifting the rubble. The survivors beneath cried out, suddenly noticing the light filtering in, and when they looked up they saw Li lifting the debris. Hypocritical. Insincere. As one of the culprits of this disaster, his attempts at remedying the situation now seemed overly hypocritical, but Li did not care how others viewed him. As he told Manager Bei, the enmity between Bai and his parents was one matter, while his grudge with Bai was another entirely. Li was willing to expose himself recklessly to eliminate Manager Bei, even causing severe damage to Jiangcheng City. Afterward, he equally acknowledged that this disaster was his responsibility. The ordinary people caught in the crossfire were innocent. However, if given a chance to return to before the conflict, he would still make the same choice. Nothing in this world is perfect, and sacrifices must be made. Those who cannot make sacrifices gain nothing. With a weak and blurred sense of morality, Li could always make the choices most beneficial to himself. Even if such choices disregarded his own life or death, if Li hesitated from the beginning, he would accomplish nothing. You executioner. Perhaps seeing Li begin to save victims in the disaster, some irrational individuals suddenly found courage, believing Li to possess a strong sense of morality. With insults and accusations, even moral coercion followed. You owe me my parents. A man driven mad rushed up with a knife, and Li would not tolerate it, directly grabbing his neck and lifting him into the air. Guh, let go, Guh. The man struggled wildly. Li remained unmoved, his expression cold. Upon seeing this, the crowd of accusers immediately fell silent in fear. Only when the man ceased struggling did Li toss him aside. No one checked on the man's condition, nor did anyone know if Li had killed him. Because the surrounding people hurriedly fled the scene. Li only accepted the responsibilities he deemed his own, never accepting any burdens imposed upon him by others, nor would he accept moral coercion. On this day, the Jiangcheng City incident stirred up tremendous waves in this world. Before this, no one would have believed that such a powerful being existed. Two individuals, one battle. As a result, Jiangcheng City was left in ruins. The higher-ups immediately ordered a news blackout. The entire Jiangcheng City was sealed off with no entry or exit, and even the internet was physically disconnected. The world is not ready to accept the truth. This was the reason. Once the existence of such powerful superhumans became known to the public, society would face immense turmoil, which would be detrimental to ordinary people. On the other hand, The truth's concealment did not mean that no measures would be taken. The higher-ups were doing everything possible to respond to such situations, establishing corresponding special agencies and managing the emergency response in Jiangcheng City. The powerful will of the national machinery was implemented from top to bottom, ultimately reaching every individual in Jiangcheng City through schools, companies, units, and communities. On July 28th, Jiangcheng City suffered a meteorite attack from space, with falling meteorites destroying numerous buildings and roads, resulting in severe economic losses. The preliminary estimates indicate that the economic losses caused by this natural disaster to Jiangcheng City amount to over 100 billion. Natural disaster meteorite attack. This was the external explanation. Too many people witnessed the Jiangcheng City battle, and the truth could not be concealed. The higher-ups naturally knew, but as long as they did not acknowledge it, people in other places would consider it mere rumor. They needed time. Time for the public to gradually accept this fact. Then they would race against the clock to establish measures and powers capable of controlling the impending situation. As the one responsible for this disaster, after completing what he needed to do, he left Jiangcheng City, and no one knew where he went. However, the storm ignited by him would not easily cease. His power and strength would become known, appearing as high-level confidential files before the leaders of various countries. The deafening roar of sonic booms shattered the glass of the buildings, sending a figure plummeting from the sky, crashing through several structures before crashing into the ground ahead. Boom! The shockwave and tremors knocked Shen Yinan to the ground. She was utterly horrified, believing that everything unfolding before her was a dream, until the shattered stones flying from the ground carved a gruesome wound on her arm, blood gushing forth. The pain was acutely clear. This is real. Then, she stood on the fractured ground, witnessing a young man in a white suit rise from the deep pit below the road, and with an angry shout, he lifted an entire building into the air, hurling it directly at the figure above. Such a terrifying scene was deeply imprinted in Shen Yinan's memory. She would never forget such a terrifying and shocking moment in her life. How could one person lift a 10th building and throw it like a shot put? Shen Yinan found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp such incredible power. And with that, a deep-seated fear enveloped her. In the face of such power, she felt unprecedentedly small. In this battle, she was merely an insignificant ant, unnoticed. A moment's inattention could lead to her being killed by the aftershocks and debris. The building hurled into the sky was pierced by the figure above. The man in white suit plowed through the entire street, and Shen Yinan was swept away by the shockwave, but she caught a glimpse of the other person's face. He was very young, about her age, resembling a university graduate who had just finished school 2 years ago. Shen Yinan woke up from the dream. She took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and got up to drink some water. The psychological shadow left by that battle was too great, causing her to dream about it repeatedly these past few days. Lifting the water jug, Shen Yinan could feel its significant weight, a far cry from the two who could easily toss buildings like shot puts and tear concrete as if it were paper. With deep worries about the future, she turned the doorknob, but froze in place the moment she stepped out of the room, startled by a sudden warmth surging within her. Then she raised her hand, her gaze gradually filled with shock. She saw points of blue light gathering in her palm, a sky like azure, clear and pure. A week later. Since then we have begun a large-scale search for superhumans with awakened talents. You are not the first we found, but you are the first from the system in Jiangcheng. Based on this, Shen Yinan quickly gained trust after demonstrating her talent to the higher-ups. She was brought into the newly established special department in the city of Jiangcheng. The department was codenamed Star Chain. The receptionist opened the door to the conference room. Instructor, the person has arrived. Good. Shen Yinan took her seat. She was the last to arrive. The instructor was a middle-aged man sent by the higher-ups to establish the Star Chain division, responsible for guiding the department members' actions, dressed in a white shirt and suit pants. He looked very composed and reliable. You should all understand why you are here and what this place is. I won't waste more words, and we'll get straight to the point. As he spoke, the instructor opened the projector, and images of the destruction in Jiangcheng appeared on the screen, along with videos shot on-site with mobile phones. In the video, 2 figures could be seen battling in the air. With their supersonic movements, one could only hear sonic booms and the sound of buildings being pierced, making it hard to see their silhouettes. Chunks of concrete were falling, civilians were fleeing in terror, and the camera was shaking violently. Perhaps some of you did not witness this scene firsthand, but it is a factual occurrence. 2 individuals, 1 battle, have left Jiangcheng in ruins. No one could stop it. Those who saw such a scene for the first time in the meeting could not help but hold their breath. The overwhelming power nearly broke through the screen, instilling despair. The instructor looked at Shen Yinan. Shen Yinan, you should have the most authority to speak on their power, as you witnessed the battle of those two up close in your report. Suddenly all eyes in the conference room focused on Shen Yinan. She froze. She nodded and said, "Yes, I was almost severely injured by the flying debris. Right before my eyes, the one in the white suit lifted a building and threw it into the air. Then he was suppressed by another person. I was swept away by the shockwave from their battle, utterly defenseless." Just by listening to her description, the sense of powerlessness made people shudder. Among the members of Star Chain, a young man with red hair gasped, unable to imagine. To lift a building and throw it, what kind of strength must that be? I will elaborate on that later. Returning to the topic, the screen changed to an image of a young man in a black hooded coat. The instructor said Li, 24 years old, graduated from university 2 years ago. He is one of the individuals in this battle, very young. The screen switched to Manager Bai. As for this person, unfortunately, we have found no information related to him. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. We call him White Suit. Regarding the combat capabilities of these two, the higher-ups quickly assembled an expert group for analysis, and the instructor had already received the analysis results from the expert group. Li He, with his powers manifesting as flight and tremendous physical strength, exceeds ordinary humans in all aspects. His skin is harder than diamond, surpassing any known material on Earth. Based on the destruction left behind, the expert group estimates that his single punch exceeds 3,000 tons, meaning he can pull a fully loaded freight train with one hand. 3,000 tons. A rather frightening number. The instructor looked at a rather plump young man. "Xiao Peng, you have a strength-type talent. What were your test results?" Xiao Peng scratched his head awkwardly. 10 tons. The disparity was vast. This is just a basic estimate of Li He. In reality, they all knew that Li He's strength was far beyond just 3,000 tons. He could also fly, easily surpassing 2 Mach in speed. That was even more terrifying. White Suit's talent likely involves telekinesis. Based on his combat performance, the expert group estimates his strength to be between 600 to 800 tons, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities along with flight. It's a remarkably versatile ability. Instructor, who won in the end? Xiao Peng raised his hand. The instructor did not hide anything. Li He crushed the skull of White Suit. Although he was severely injured, it seemed that having his chest pierced was merely a minor wound for him, as his vitality was astonishingly resilient. Having said all this, the instructor wanted the members of the Star Chain group to understand. Everyone, these are the enemies you will face in the future. They are powerful, strong enough that nuclear weapons cannot eliminate them, which is why your strength is needed. Of course, Li He and Bai Shizhuang are merely hypothetical enemies. I know you are currently unable to confront foes of such caliber, but you must understand that one day you will have to face adversaries of this level. The instructor did not wish to place too much pressure on the members of the Starlink team, yet they had to confront reality. Shen Yinan was certainly aware, but the gap between them could not be bridged merely by awareness. She said, "Instructor, it's not that I have a negative attitude, but the fact is the gap between us and these two individuals is so immense that any possibility of catching up seems almost non-existent." "That's right." A bespectacled young man acknowledged Shen Yinan's statement, saying, "Li He's power is so formidable that he could annihilate us in an instant. I understand the significance of the Starlink team, but I don't believe we are qualified to be his opponents." The instructor nodded. Then a series of documents were presented before the members of the Starlink team. The various laws of the universe constitute our stable material world. We observe the universe naturally and then calculate various constants. In fact, if we were to slightly alter any constant, even just the first 100th place of a decimal, our material world could collapse in an instant. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled youth understood. He grasped what the instructor was trying to convey. The instructor said, "You will have the most advanced scientific research teams assisting you in developing your talents. Each of you will have means to respond to different situations. Am I asking you all to charge in like brutes or superheroes and engage in hand-to-hand combat? No, this is not a superhero theater. We will do our utmost to leverage the laws of nature in our way. I believe you will unleash powers even you find hard to believe." I understand now, Shen Yinan comprehended fully. Indeed, while the combat effectiveness or talent intensity of the Starlink team members is not high, the talents they awaken are a form of supernatural power that can manipulate the universe. They are a technological civilization that will attempt to maximize this leverage to the fullest extent, thereby unleashing the combat effectiveness and value of each Starlink member. Perhaps the ability of a certain weak superhuman is merely to turn a glass of water into ice, but the essence of this talent may well be the reverse entropy that subverts the universe's increase in entropy. In tandem, the Starlink team will also recruit and absorb superhumans with strong combat power. What they most wish to connect with now is Li He. Unfortunately, he has already gone missing. The chubby one asked, "Instructor, just like our Starlink team superhumans, should all have code names, right?" The instructor nodded at Li He. For example, his code name is Weiba. Among all the information we currently possess, he is the undisputed strongest superhuman. Indeed, it sounds quite formidable. Meanwhile, a sharply dressed young man in a white suit stood atop the ruins directing an excavator to clear the debris of the basement, looking exactly like Manager Bai. Yes, right here. Until they unearthed a giant safe from the rubble. Yes, this is it. Manager Bai's underlings arrived, realizing that this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to their former boss. The young man with slicked back hair removed his yellow sunglasses, revealing a radiant smile as he said to Manager Bai's underlings, "My brother is gone, and now I will take over his legacy." The undercurrents of the world are surging. A certain situation is being quietly shattered and then reshaped. Li He pushed open the door to a new era with a battle. He became a symbol. He also became a legend. Since then he has disappeared in Jiangcheng City. No one knows where he went or what he is doing. Many forces and people wish to reach out to him, but he seems to have evaporated from the world. The Arctic. The cold wind howls in the icy wilderness. A figure gradually becomes clear through the wind and snow, his hair frozen in the cold, clad only in a simple short-sleeved t-shirt and a casual jacket. It is none other than Li He. He had distanced himself from the crowd coming to this frigid place. Zero said, "Are you avoiding the crowd?" To this, Li He's response was, "Too many people make me increasingly irritable, giving me an impulse to quiet the entire world. Perhaps I might not be able to help but kill them all. Here I can find a bit of tranquility." His power has grown even stronger, and his hearing and sense of smell have become increasingly acute at the cost of the noise in his ears becoming more and more deafening, which makes Li He particularly restless. He needs to calm down. He needs to cultivate. He does not wish to become a beast driven by impulse. If he does not want to lose control, he must learn to adapt and gain complete control over his emotions. Li He does not seek to eliminate his anger, but rather to maintain his rationality even when engulfed in fury. He can sense his increasingly irritable psyche. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Are you planning to travel the world? I want to experience the tranquility of nature. I want to feel the extreme cold, the searing heat of lava, and the solitude of the deep sea. There is too much I want to confirm about my limits while also seeing what the rest of the world is like. I hope it helps you. Is there any news about the Tendril Star people? None. The whole world is searching for you. I have deleted as much of the videos and information related to you as possible, but unfortunately some people acted too quickly, saving the source files in places cut off from the network and signals. I am powerless. It doesn't matter. How is your injury? The entire right chest was like a big hole. This injury was not light. Zero was particularly concerned about this, even though Li He appeared to be in good spirits. Li He looked and saw that the hole had shrunk considerably, proving that his muscles, bones, and right lung were continuously growing. It's fine. I should be able to fully heal in another week or two. Compared to his robust physique, this self-healing ability is indeed somewhat weak. A week later, an extreme explorer collapsed in the snowstorm, the low temperature exhausting his stamina, and the snowstorm buried his body as his consciousness gradually faded. On the verge of death, an arm lifted the explorer, buried deep in the snow. When he opened his eyes, he found himself brought into an ice cave. Sitting opposite him was a young man dressed in a terrifyingly thin casual jacket, holding a piece of polar bear meat and gnawing on it. Polar bear. The explorer, regaining his senses, was startled. His first question to the other was, "It's fine," Li He said as he tore a piece of thigh meat from the polar bear's carcass and handed it to the explorer. Although bloody, the explorer wolfed it down. He was too hungry. Amidst the polar cold, it seemed every cell in Li He was a furnace. He had not felt cold since the moment he stepped into the polar region. Li He did not feel hunger. He was curious to see how long he could go without food. However, considering that replenishing energy might accelerate the healing of his wounds, he decided to eat something. He did not mind the doneness of the meat. The explorer found it strange. He felt that Li He did not resemble an extreme adventurer, nor did he look like a tourist, as this was not a route typically taken by tourists. "Thank you for saving me." It was nothing. Li He had not spoken to anyone for a while. His phone had stopped working due to the low temperature, thus cutting off communication with Zero. At this moment, he suddenly felt like chatting. He told the explorer that he was from East Asia and wanted to experience the extreme cold of the polar region, which is why he had come alone to embrace the harshness of nature. He mentioned how the noise of the city irritated him, and he sought a moment of tranquility in nature, wanting to distance himself from the crowd for some time. His desire to confide in someone had noticeably increased. Indeed, being away from the crowd grants my heart a temporary peace. The wonders and majesty of nature make me feel cleansed and purified. The explorer wholeheartedly agreed with Li He. Every year, many adventurers who ventured to the polar regions fell into eternal slumber beneath the ice and snow. That Li He was able to rescue him was indeed a miracle. After a brief encounter, he soon parted ways with the explorer. This was just a moment in his journey, merely one of the many he would meet. In the coming days, he arrived at the pole alone, raising his head to gaze at the sun in the sky. The Arctic was currently in a period of continuous daylight, with no stars visible. However, as Li He's physique was continuously growing, his eyes seemed to undergo a change as well. He could see many lights that ordinary people could not. The starlight of the polar day was almost invisible, yet he captured it with his eyes. The stars sprinkled across the sky, and the brilliance of the Milky Way came into view. An explorer who also arrived at the pole saw Li He gazing upward and said, "It is currently continuous daylight. The Milky Way cannot be seen with the naked eye." He glanced elsewhere, but when he turned back, Li He's figure had already vanished. Where did he go? The explorer was astonished. Half a month later, Li He appeared at the Kilauea volcano on the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean just as this volatile volcano erupted again. A drone capturing footage of the volcanic eruption caught sight of a figure at the crater. It was a man who seemed to be soaking in the lava, as if it were a hot spring. My God! The shooter could not believe his eyes. He first zoomed in on the footage, confirming that it was indeed a person. Once the image was processed by the computer, it became clearer, allowing him to further verify the result. It was a young man soaking in lava. The temperature of the lava was around 1,000 degrees Celsius, which felt to Li He like bathing in lukewarm water, and even his hair could not catch fire. He submerged in the lava, isolated from the outside world within the volcano, sleeping quietly for over half a month, listening to the sounds beneath the lithosphere. Upon waking, he emerged from the lava, the molten rock on his body solidifying into stone upon contact with the cold air, gradually falling away. That blurry silhouette was once again captured from afar by the photographer. At this moment, his injuries had completely healed. The hole in his chest had disappeared, leaving no trace of the previous severe wounds, not even a scar. Then Li He shot upwards, his body breaking the sound barrier, reaching Mach 2 in a matter of seconds, followed by Mach 3, creating a deafening sonic boom as he soared into space. He pierced through the white clouds of the troposphere, crossing the stratosphere with the sun above, becoming increasingly blinding and the ultraviolet rays intensifying. He rapidly broke through the stratosphere, mesosphere, and thermosphere, until reaching the exosphere. This was at an altitude of about 1,000 kilometers above the surface, a place where the boundary between the atmosphere and outer space was vague, with direct sunlight and extremely high temperatures. Li He spread his arms wide, allowing the dazzling sunlight to shine upon him. He could not absorb sunlight for energy. He only felt a burning sensation on his skin, but he was not harmed. A satellite captured Li He's figure and quickly transmitted the image back to Earth. An organization on the ground immediately reacted, attempting to make contact with Li He. However, they were too far away to do anything. Thus, Li He floated in space for 2 months. He did not completely stop breathing. He could hold his breath for a considerable amount of time, and 2 months was not his limit. During these 2 months, various radiations in space had no effect on his body. His cells were remarkably resilient and robust, remaining unaffected by cosmic rays. This place was quieter than anywhere else on Earth, so Li He quietly enjoyed this tranquility. Those monitoring him on Earth almost thought he had perished in space. At an organization on the ground, the satellite transmitted real-time images back. The magnificent sun shone brilliantly on one side of the Earth, and Li He's figure intertwined with the horizon, appearing godlike under the sun's illumination. The monitoring personnel were astonished. "This is simply like a god." No, a colleague corrected him. "By mythological standards, he is indeed a god." He merely stayed there, leaving those on the ground helpless. Both the space station and satellites couldn't reach him. It was heard that people on the ground were preparing for a new round of launch plans to make contact with him. On a certain day, 2 months later, Li He's body began to slowly descend, accepting the pull of Earth's gravity. His falling speed gradually increased, generating bright sparks from friction with the atmosphere. Organizations on the ground began to get busy. Quick, calculate his landing location. In the Pacific Ocean. Shortly after, Li He in a rapid descent plunged into the Pacific Ocean, creating a huge splash at the surface, his body sinking to the seabed, disappearing into the depths of the ocean. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes. The deep sea was pitch black. His eyes quickly adapted to the light environment of the deep sea, capturing that faint glow. Thus, the deep sea in Li He's eyes was no longer dark. The immense water pressure felt negligible as Li He saw many oddly shaped fish swimming past him, a sight he had never witnessed before. He swam through the ocean, encountering gigantic and bizarre deep-sea creatures, seeing ancient ships sunk on the seafloor. He shared the waters with the deep-sea fish, witnessing the grandeur of the seabed alongside the souls of the shipwrecked. He emerged from the deep sea, climbing the highest peak, walking amidst avalanches, bathing in the thunderstorms of the sky, and trekking through hurricanes and sandstorms. He conquered the harshest environments and weather on Earth, leaving his footprints across the world, and his heart grew more tranquil during this journey. After a long time, Li He returned to society. He donned a new outfit, draping a white robe around him, like a traveler returning home, stepping back into the bustling, noisy crowd. Li He returned to society in Nepal, a place rich in unique customs and culture. He navigated through the somewhat chaotic streets, surrounded by pedestrians, feeling less restless than before. He asked Zero, "How long have I been gone?" "If counted from Jiangcheng City, it's been 9 months. Not too long, not too short." The changes in the world were not as immense as anticipated. The existence of superhumans was an open secret among high-ranking officials in various countries, yet the common people remained oblivious. Information related to superhumans was often dismissed as urban legend online. High-level officials of various countries had successively made contact with extraterrestrials, and related intelligence was kept highly confidential. Has anything significant happened during this time? 3 months ago, a battle broke out in North America, causing considerable destruction. However, compared to the fight you had in Jiangcheng City, it was merely a small skirmish. Zero was not one to indulge in flattery, as she spoke the truth. Even after 9 months, Li He's strength remained an absolute top-tier presence on Earth. He had been terrifyingly strong 9 months ago. Now it was even more outrageous. "Have the Vine aliens been found?" "Zero," she made a cute expression and said in a flat tone, "Not yet." Li He did not rush her. If they could not find them, they just couldn't. Pressing would be futile. He even began to doubt whether the Vine alien that killed his parents had already been killed by someone else. Such a possibility was not non-existent. A tricycle carrying a refrigerator passed by, and the poor road conditions caused it to jolt violently. The refrigerator, not properly secured, tipped over towards Li He. A passerby shouted urgently, "Watch out." Li He, unable to understand the local language, casually steadied the refrigerator with one hand and pushed it back while speaking to Zero through his Bluetooth earpiece. Not far away, a man noticed and quickly followed in Li He's footsteps. The number of pedestrians around them dwindled, and the environment grew increasingly remote. After turning a corner, Li He waited there. He asked, "What are you following me for?" "To intimidate you." The man who followed recognized Li He, revealing his identity by uttering Li He's acknowledged title, transforming into a faceless person with a slender body clad in pure white. "My name is Pashi, and I am a fusion being from the Fusion Star." Li He did not immediately act. "Get to the point." However, what Pashi said left Li He speechless. He thought of many potential reasons for the encounter, but did not foresee this possibility. Pashi made a shocking statement. "If possible, I hope you can conceive a descendant with a fusion being that possesses our genetic traits. Oh, just one is enough." Li He remained silent for a while. "Are you joking with me?" Pashi quickly clarified. "Of course I'm not referring to myself. I am male and do not possess reproductive capabilities. We have prepared for you the most noble and beautiful fusion female from the Fusion Star. The offspring you conceive will inherit your unparalleled strength, while also gaining our fusion abilities, resulting in the most powerful lineage." Li He did not respond. He expressed his attitude through action, turning and walking away. What kind of interstellar joke was this? Why would they ask him to assist with such a matter? What were the fusion beings thinking? Pashi felt regretful. The fusion beings possessed a uniquely exceptional talent. Those with fusion genetic traits could merge with one another. Individuals formed through fusion would stack both parties' strengths, and astonishingly, there was no limit to the number of fusions. Even everyone on the planet could fuse into one. This was the reason they wanted Li He's genetic traits. The stronger the individual, the more powerful the offspring that emerged from the fusion, hence their efforts to enhance their descendants' potential and strength. Pashi gazed at Li He's retreating figure. If they could not conceive offspring together, acquiring just his genes would suffice. Even a drop of blood or a single hair would do. The Fusion Star lacked cloning and genetic modification technology, and even the concept was foreign to them. However, they discovered such technology existed on Earth after arriving here. Bang! Mud flew and the ground was blasted into a small pit by a powerful explosion as Pashi struck with incredible speed, attempting to obtain a strand of Li He's hair. As a result, Li He merely glanced sideways, and with a swift motion, he severed back his head with a chop of his hand. Pashi had no chance to react. Infinite overload potential release power, 9,300 tons. Killing Pesci alone allowed Li He to gain 175 tons of power, indicating his strength was quite impressive. Unfortunately, he faced Li He, who easily dispatched him. After manager, by Li He's extreme hostility towards aliens had lessened. He would not indiscriminately kill everyone, but he would not be polite with those who dared to act against him or show hostility. Buzz. After a long time, that familiar resonance reappeared. Zero said, "A door has appeared." It was that special feeling again. The moment the door appeared, Li He felt as though he was chosen by it. Having been selected twice in a row, he wondered if it was coincidence or fate. Chosen again. Yes. Zero did not quite understand, as she had never been chosen by a door. Was it because Li He was powerful that every door favored him so? Perhaps so. She suggested, "You might try to block others from entering the door. As long as the door is not opened, you should not be forcibly pulled in." Li He pondered for a moment and shook his head. "My intuition tells me this is very dangerous. Then I can only wish for your safe return soon." Zero did not want to go near the door. What if there was no network on the other side? Her situation would be extraordinarily perilous. If the electronic container she was in were to be damaged, she might fall into an eternal slumber or face true death. She did not want to accept either outcome. The door was not far away. It was a dilapidated wooden door. When Li He arrived, no other superhumans or aliens had come yet. Upon seeing the door, the system interface popped up. No. 2739482216, a bidirectional passage to quadrant 858, a quadrant that upholds order and civilization, igniting the light of civilization in the name of order. Closing countdown 9 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes. The door lasted about the same time as the last one. Li did not wait for others to arrive and directly pushed open the wooden door, stepping inside. Soon after him, several others were called by the door, and Zero confirmed that over 10 people entered the door through the mobile phone placed nearby. On the other side, in quadrant 858, a red radiant star. Li He appeared in a city ravaged by war. Unlike the distant view last time, this time the door was right behind him. He turned back to take a look. No. 2739482216, a bidirectional passage to quadrant 042, a quadrant of infinite possibilities, a convergence of all possibilities. Closing countdown 99 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 40 minutes, 99 years. Li He was astonished. Was the flow of time on either side of the door so vastly different? This planet is called Red耀 'Star because its soil is rich in iron ore, displaying a distinctly red and yellow hue. At this moment, the inhabitants of the planet have completed their basic exploration of the oceans and land, and they are now in the 30th year after the completion of the Second Industrial Revolution, following the colonial era and the First Industrial Revolution. In the city where Li He resides, numerous high-rise buildings made of concrete are visible, yet at this moment gunfire echoes everywhere as soldiers engage in combat in the streets and alleys while ordinary people seek refuge from the war. Chaos ensues. Main mission stage 1. This is a quadrant that values order and civilization. Please end all wars on this planet before the door closes, bringing peace and order to civilization. Reward, evolution degree 10. Ending the wars of this world to bring peace and order to the planet. He could not shake the feeling that this quadrant was making a deal with him. Moreover, what does quadrant mean? Li He was not entirely sure. He speculated that it might be similar to the concept of parallel universes or refer to different star regions within the same universe. This job seems to have found the right person. Li He was not skilled in governance. He had never dealt with politics or strategy, but he excelled in destruction and killing. He could single-handedly end all wars on this planet. Whoever dares to fight again will face his wrath. It's that simple. Meanwhile, he could also gain unlimited overload to enhance his strength. Provided that there are no technologies or extraordinary powers beyond this era on the planet, he needed to confirm this situation first. It's better to clarify things before taking action. He listened to the soldiers fighting around him. Brothers, let's fight these deep blue bastards. We're out of ammunition. Warriors, block these pure green demons. Behind us lies our homeland. We must not let these demons step into our home. Die, all of you. The sounds of explosions, shells, gunfire, and roars intertwined to paint a picture. A bullet, unknown from where it came, whizzed past Li He's side. His eyes swept across the battlefield, confirming the situation around him one by one. The humans on Red耀 'Star bore no outward differences from those on Earth, and even the technology of this era was similar to that of Earth after the Second Industrial Revolution. Is it now the Second World War? Li He wondered. If so, this world line seemed a bit like a parallel world of Earth in the 042 quadrant, albeit with time moving slightly slower. He walked through the streets, seemingly oblivious to the hail of bullets, easily identifying the two warring factions, one clad in deep blue uniforms, the other in pure green. The deep blue army called the other side demons, while the pure green army referred to them as bastards. Both armies displayed bewildered expressions at the fool who recklessly entered the battlefield exposed to gunfire. The pure green army, disregarding everything, had a sniper decisively pull the trigger to eliminate the obstacle. The bullet flew from the gun at supersonic speed. In the midst of the sniper's horrified expression, Leahy raised his hand to catch the bullet and flicked it back, penetrating the sniper's head. Unlimited overload potential release. Strength 9301 tons. These soldiers were nothing but ordinary people lacking any extraordinary powers. The cacophony of nearby sounds continued to echo in Leahy's ears as he looked in a certain direction, seemingly confirming the location of a command center. This city is called Hualien City, belonging to the Deep Blue faction. Logically, the command center should not be set up so close to the front lines. In fact, they were pushed here by the pure green forces. The command center could not retreat at this moment. If it did, the front line would collapse. Because of their proximity, Leahy could clearly hear the urgent commands and pleas for help coming from the command center just a few hundred meters away from the battlefield. Deep Blue Command Center in Hualien City. Hello, headquarters. Hualien City requests support. The pure greens have pushed the front line to Hualien City and our forces are struggling to hold. We request support. This is the 24th Regiment. Requesting support. We would like to request support from you as well. The pure green Nazis have broken in. Send people quickly or Hualien City will be lost. Report Regiment Commander 5th Street has fallen. Report Regiment Commander 4th Street has fallen. Quick burn everything that can be burned, including the code book. In a state of desperation, the commander of the Deep Blue Army stationed in Hualien City was almost in despair as he repeatedly urged his subordinates to request support from headquarters and neighboring troops. But where were there any troops to support? Other places were also engaged in combat with the pure greens, and the Deep Blue faction's allies had suffered heavy losses, unable to spare any attention. In the midst of the chaos, boom. A figure in the most violent manner pierced through the command center building, crashing straight down to the first floor and creating large holes in the ceiling above. The deafening rumble and shockwave plunged the command center into silence, leaving the soldiers' minds in a muddle, unable to recover for a long while. The commander of the 24th Regiment stared blankly at the young man who had descended from the sky, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond with the appropriate expression and attitude. Commonly known as a pig brain overload. Leahy spoke in an irrefutable tone. I'm sorry to greet you in this manner. I have some questions that I need you to answer for me. The commander of the 24th Regiment knew that now was not the time to answer questions for strangers, yet from the situation, it seemed he had no option to refuse. Then the originally anxious and agitated commander of the 24th Regiment became calm and approachable, patiently answering the questions of the young man who had crashed through their command center. The Pure Greens are an extremist faction of nationalism and racism. The Deep Blues are an anti-war coalition. I have not heard of any superhumans or magic in this world. We completed the Second Industrial Revolution and developed to this point relying on our own technology. I heard that the pure green Nazis seem to be conducting inhumane human experiments. Perhaps they are researching in this area. Within the Deep Blue faction, I cannot say for certain. No, the pure green faction is not a single country. Like the Deep Blue, it is an international faction composed of multiple countries with battlefields spread across the world, and our front line is just one of them. Leahy understood. I grasped the general situation now. He rose from his chair. Since the main mission requires the end of the war and the establishment of order and peace for this planet, then the pure green faction, which initiates wars and engages in inhumane acts, is the enemy. Because the scum slaughter without burden. The commander of the 24th Regiment asked, Your Excellency, what do you intend to do? To help you end this war, Leahy replied. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, suppressing the advancing pure green army at the street corner as the soldiers of the Deep Blue Army roared defiantly on the street. They piled up sandbags and hurled grenades one after another, pushing the pure green army back, but such momentum could not be sustained for long. The assault from the pure green army was too fierce. Ammunition, I need ammunition. There's none left, there's no ammunition anywhere. The soldiers of the Deep Blue Army shouted in despair. Damn it, fix bayonets. Let's fight those devils. Charge with bayonets. As the pure green army was about to rush over the street corner, the Deep Blue soldiers, ready to fight to the death, were suddenly interrupted by a deafening roar. In an instant, a figure that moved too fast to be seen swept across the street, and in a flash the pure green soldiers on the other side were obliterated as if a train had run over them, exploding into a mass of blurred flesh and blood. The shockwave generated by the ultra-high speed created a whirlwind, lifting bits of flesh and severed limbs into the sky before they scattered down, landing on this side of the street. Snap! An arm clad in a green sleeve fell before the soldiers of the Deep Blue Army, who were horrified and quickly looked around, trying to understand what had just happened. The roar continued to echo in their ears, sometimes in front, sometimes behind, constantly moving through every direction and corner of Hualien City. Wherever he passed, there were only severed limbs. Li did not need any extra movements. He only needed to accelerate continuously, as his sheer momentum could shred ordinary human bodies. Amidst the tremendous sound of explosions mixed with the sound of bursting bodies, the Nazis of the Pure Green camp had no time to scream in agony before being smashed to pieces. What is that? The soldiers of the Pure Green Army saw a sound barrier formed by a mass of water vapor explode nearby, and while they were curious about this unseen spectacle, Li's figure swept past in an instant. With it, flesh splattered. Infinite overload potential release, strength 9350 tons. Infinite overload potential release, strength 9752 tons. Infinite overload potential release, strength 10050 tons. The soldiers of the Pure Green camp invading Hualien City were annihilated at an astonishing speed, losing consciousness without any pain amidst the roaring sounds. The soldiers of the Deep Blue Army were unable to suppress their nausea upon witnessing such scenes of severed limbs. Compared to a secret weapon, they preferred to believe this was divine retribution. Sometimes Li would fly too fast. He did not mind crashing through all the buildings along his path, focusing solely on killing enemies, with everything else being of no concern to him. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers of the Deep Blue Army witnessed the church's bell tower being smashed through as the large bell, as tall as a person, rang loudly and flew over 100 meters before crashing heavily onto the street. Clang. The commander of the 24th Regiment, holding a pair of binoculars, tried to catch a glimpse of Li's figure, but alas, Li was too fast. He could only hear the waves of sonic booms. Watching the scene of utter destruction before him, the battle-hardened veteran couldn't help but tremble. This transcendent human form and strength instilled in him a deep-seated fear. The fragile human body was like paper before Li, crumbling at a touch. He didn't need to swing his fists. Just flying forward was enough to crush all enemies. Powerless. Fear. Various emotions surged within the commander's heart. He trembled as he spoke in a low voice. I pray to the heavens, hoping that this is not a demon descending upon us. If this is a demon, it would be a disaster greater than the Pure Green camp. Humanity would face an emperor with absolute dominion. It's a human. The soldiers of the Pure Green Army saw Li's figure as he slowed down. They were incredulous, shocked that someone could fly, and upon confirming he was an enemy, they aimed their machine guns at him. They pulled the trigger. The heavy machine guns spewed bullets wildly. Li steadied himself in midair and slowly descended, allowing the torrential rain of bullets to strike him without a scratch, not even budging his form. He suddenly accelerated. With the heavy force from his descent, he stomped down on the shooting machine gun, shattering it, and grabbed the gunner, throwing him into the air, dozens of meters, crashing him against the building's wall. Up! A nearby soldier screamed in terror as he fired at Li. However, it was futile. The bullets ricocheted off Li's body, hitting others instead. Flames erupted. A Pure Green soldier carrying a fuel pack aimed a flamethrower at Li, his face twisted with malice, shouting, "Ha, this should work. Watch me burn you to death, demon." Soon enough, he could no longer laugh. Li stood there, the flames burning on him felt like a gentle breeze. He walked towards the soldier, defying the flames under the terrified gaze of the soldier. The soldier met Li's gaze. It was a gaze that showed complete indifference to life. Boom. No one saw how Li moved his hand. They only saw the soldier with the flamethrower explode a large hole in his chest before being consumed by the flames. Li's hands were stained with blood. His gaze swept over the soldiers of the Pure Green Army, who felt their souls leave their bodies. The terrifying sense of oppression almost suffocated them. 3 minutes. Li ended the battle in Hualien City in just 3 minutes, annihilating all the attacking soldiers of the Pure Green Army, without leaving a single one alive. Infinite overload potential release, strength 13200 tons. The surge in power filled Li with a profound sense of security. In this battle, he single-handedly decimated 3,900 soldiers of the Pure Green Army. He looked at his tattered clothes and said to the commander of the Deep Blue Army's 24th Regiment, "Prepare me a set of fitting clothes, the sturdier the better." Please wait a moment. The commander of the 24th Regiment felt an unprecedented shock. His understanding of human warfare was upended, as was his perception of human limits. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within him. He commanded his subordinates, clean up the battlefield. Days later, a phone call rang through the command center of the Deep Blue Army. When General Weiss received the call, he didn't understand a word the other party was saying. He thought the caller had lost their mind and was rambling. What do you mean someone fell from the sky? What do you mean he can fly? What are you talking about? A single person annihilated an entire reinforcement regiment of the pure green army within 3 minutes, killing 3,900 enemy soldiers. Are you even speaking in human terms? I don't understand what you're saying. This is the command center. If you dare to call again with such a joke, I will have you court-martialed. General Weiss angrily hung up the phone just as he was about to curse. The wall of the command center was smashed, and a young man flying in the air slowly floated in. General Weiss felt that he must still be dreaming. On the front lines, the Pure Green faction launched a full-scale offensive against the allies of the Deep Blue faction. With joint operations of infantry and tanks and relentless artillery fire, they rapidly advanced the front line, while the sound of fighter planes' propellers echoed in the air as they bombed the Deep Blue faction, causing them to retreat continuously. The front line was frantically calling for reinforcements. However, at that moment, the Deep Blue Army's general headquarters was holding a high-level meeting where the senior commanders led by General Weiss were compelled to meet with an individual. When they saw a young man, the commanders found it hard to believe the exaggerated claims that seemed utterly far-fetched that one person could annihilate 3,900 enemy troops. Reporting false military information is a grave offense. It wasn't until they witnessed Leahy smashing a tank with a single punch and then throwing it dozens of kilometers away that the generals of the general headquarters finally believed. All right, forgive them for their shallow understanding of this world. Immediately, the commanders felt a surge of confidence. With such a powerful individual supporting the Deep Blue faction, morale would surely be greatly boosted, effectively curbing the offensive of the Pure Green faction and becoming a decisive factor in their quest for victory. Upon learning of the Pure Green faction's full-scale attack and seeing the front line teetering on the brink, he calmly drew a line on the map with his finger and said, "They'll take care of this part." General Weiss was astonished. "Your Excellency, we are already aware of your strength, but this is a front line stretching 500 kilometers with the Pure Green faction deploying as many as 800 troops. Even if you could fly, it would be difficult to manage such a long front line." They were far from understanding just how powerful Leahy truly was. His current maximum flight speed could reach Mach 4, which is a staggering concept. At approximately 1360 meters per second, he could fly a kilometer in just 1 second, crossing the entire front line in less than 10 minutes. Without even needing to attack, the shockwave from his flight alone could shatter the enemy forces. Not interested in wasting more words with these people, he set off directly. "I will end this war. You all need only accept this fact." He had no need to prove anything to them. When his power and the facts were laid bare, the only thing Weiss and the others needed to do was accept this reality. With that, a thunderous boom erupted, shaking their heads in confusion. The surging shockwave nearly knocked the commanders off their feet, and as they looked up, they saw Leahy soaring away, having broken the sound barrier. The commanders were stunned by this power, while soldiers in the headquarters looked up in awe, their mouths agape, still shocked no matter how many times they witnessed it. How could a human be so powerful? "General, we still cannot comprehend Lord Leahy's intentions. I cannot fully trust him. If one day he were to turn against us, what should we do?" Weiss was at a loss for words. He was deep in thought. On the front line, boom, boom. The Pure Green faction launched a full-scale assault on this 500-kilometer-long front line, bombarding every building and defensive structure as if the shells were an unending rain. The air was filled with the scent of gunpowder as the concrete fortifications were battered and torn. Inside, soldiers of the Deep Blue faction were firing wildly with machine guns and rifles. "Damn Pure Green bastards, go to hell. Artillery regiment, prepare. Fire." In the midst of the fierce exchange of fire, the sound of whirling propellers soon filled the air, and the soldiers of the Deep Blue Army, who had constructed their defenses using urban structures, suddenly turned pale. "Get down. Everyone hide. Enemy planes are coming." Buzz. The sound of spinning propellers came from the sky, and planes bearing the emblem of the Pure Green faction appeared in sight, a rough estimate revealing no less than 20 aircraft. Undeniably, the military equipment of the Pure Green faction far surpassed that of the Deep Blue faction, from army tanks to Air Force bombers and fighters, and even to naval warships and submarines. With a complete advantage, the Deep Blue faction was continuously pushed back. "Hold your ground. Headquarters said reinforcements are on the way." "How long is on the way?" "On the way means now," the commander roared. In the sky, the pilots of the Pure Green faction flew over the positions of the Deep Blue Army, risking being shot down to begin their bombing operations. This is the 5th Airborne Division. We have arrived over the target area and are now commencing bombing operations. A startled voice came through the communication channel. Be careful, there's something ahead. My, is that an enemy plane? It doesn't seem like it, it's very fast. Gunners open fire. Bang. The target was too fast. The plane at the front was slammed into without even a moment to evade, shattered on impact. Scatter. Some planes that couldn't dodge were successively smashed, exploding into a pile of debris midair. Some planes that were too close, even if they were not directly hit, were swept away by the supersonic shockwave, losing balance and spiraling down. A few planes failed to regain stability in time and crashed to the ground. What the hell is that? The pilots cried in terror. When they looked back, even more terrifying events unfolded. They saw a figure suspended in midair, moving in a way that completely defied inertia and human overload, then making a 180 turn and charging towards them. At that moment, nothing could instill greater fear in the pilots. Is that a human? He's coming. Gunners open fire. Fire now. The pilots screamed frantically, but it could not change their fate. All their resistance was futile struggles, utterly meaningless. Propeller planes couldn't even reach the speed of sound in the presence of Li He, a combatant flying at 4 times the speed of sound. They were nothing but targets, and not a single one would escape. Li He exhibited a zaped flight trajectory that completely disregarded human overload, with each turn being a perfect sharp angle without any buffer. One by one, the planes were destroyed almost simultaneously, either disintegrating in the air or crashing to the ground, trailing thick smoke. Li He effortlessly chased down one plane, and the pilot could even see the plane's propeller blades striking Li He, being sent flying off. Amid the terrified screams, Li He punched through the cockpit, eliminating the pilot before shooting upwards and tearing apart another plane attempting to flee. In less than 30 seconds, all 20 planes of the Pure Green faction were completely destroyed, the entire air squadron obliterated, with no survivors among the pilots. The soldiers of the Deep Blue faction looked up, their expressions dazed. That is our reinforcement. Is it a? The commander was uncertain. Li He surveyed the battle below. The tanks of the Pure Green faction were rolling in. He dove down and smashed a tank. Boom. The battlefield was littered with tanks, reduced to a heap of scrap metal or disassembled into scattered parts, with blood trickling down from within. In just 5 minutes, Li He had completely annihilated the Pure Green faction's tank corps on this battlefield, along with the drivers, operators, and the infantry advancing in coordination. His strength surged to 1,820 tons, with each kill of an ordinary soldier only granting him an increase of 1 ton, yet the number of soldiers was overwhelming. Li He's rapid increase in strength was like a wild horse breaking free, surging uncontrollably, becoming increasingly terrifying. Along with the destruction of an entire air squadron upon his arrival, Li He had inflicted severe losses on the Pure Green faction at this battlefield, leaving them gasping in pain. The battle had ended. The soldiers of the Deep Blue faction gazed upward at the figure in the sky, who, despite Li He not revealing his identity, they speculated that he must be an ally. Shock, excitement, admiration. It was as if they had seen a deity come to save them. There were no cheers, only silent gazes fixed upon Li He, while emotions surged violently within. While the battle at this site had concluded, Li He's fight was far from over. He intended to break through the entire 500-kilometer-long front line in a single day. A thunderous sonic boom echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, Li He's figure vanished, leaving the Deep Blue soldiers stunned. Do you think that was a deity? Perhaps. If someone that powerful were our leader, I would definitely follow. Shortly thereafter, Li He arrived at another combat point on the front line, where the Pure Green faction's tanks and infantry surged forward under cover of artillery fire. Charge! The frenzied Pure Green soldiers followed the tanks with some shouting as they leaped into the trenches to engage the defending Deep Blue troops, only to be blown apart in a cloud of blood. Then the Deep Blue soldiers in the trenches heard the howling sonic booms that threatened to rupture their eardrum. A Deep Blue soldier touched his face, splattered with blood, bewildered. What was that? Li He intervened in the battle with the utmost force, maintaining a speed of 2 Mach as he swept across the battlefield with lightning speed. All resistance before him was transformed into blood mist and scrap metal. As he continued to accelerate, he crashed through the battlefield like a meteor, unleashing a storm of carnage. With every impact, the terrifying sonic booms instantly ruptured the eardrums of nearby Pure Green soldiers, causing them to scream in agony. Li He did not accept surrender. His sole responsibility was to kill. Do not think that his choice to assist the Deep Blue faction was for the sake of love and peace. He could have directly stormed the Pure Green base, ending the war at the fastest speed. Yet he chose not to do so. His goal was to kill and grow stronger. With his potential unleashed, Li He's strength surged to 19,760 tons, and then to 2260 tons, as the embodiment of storm and thunder roamed the battlefield, harvesting the lives of pure green soldiers at a speed that even the Grim Reaper would fear. Wherever he passed, he bestowed upon the enemy only death. Each battlefield became a testament to his intervention, marking the arrival of death. On this day, words like powerful and war god would seem pale and powerless to describe him. He single-handedly breached a 500-kilometer-long front line, annihilating countless foes from the Army's infantry and tanks to the Air Force's fighter jets and bombers. In the super high-speed flight, his hands remained unstained by blood as the wind wiped away any blood that might have splattered on him, yet his deep blue uniform was nearly soaked in a hue reminiscent of the abyss. On this day, Lee lost count of how many he had killed. In the end, he became utterly numb, and when he turned back, he realized he had breached the entire front line. With his potential unleashed, Leahy's strength surged to 651,402 tons. 65 tons of power. A terrifying power surged within Leahy, and the monumental increase in strength endowed him with even greater muscular density and skeletal strength. His sensory perception sharpened further. In terms of speed, Leahy's instantaneous burst could reach 5 Mach, and with continued acceleration, he could attain up to 10 Mach in astonishing velocity. Throughout the process of annihilating the pure green army, he gradually adapted to this rapidly growing power and quickly attained a state of perfect control. Now Leahy's punch could deliver the weight of a skyscraper. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle had come to a close. Dingling. At the Deep Blue faction's headquarters, General Weiss answered a call, remaining silent for a long while. What happened? After a moment, Weiss finally spoke. He really wiped out all the pure green enemies on that front line. He single-handedly nearly exterminated 800 troops in less than a day. Those nearby were left in stunned silence. Reflecting on that youthful face, an inexplicable chill ran down their spines, the fear and helplessness overshadowing the joy of defeating the pure green faction. After a long pause, Weiss stated, "Regardless, this is a monumental victory for the Deep Blue faction. Losing 800 troops will deal a severe blow to the pure green faction." In comparison, the pure green faction was even more terrified of Leahy's immense power. As the telegram announced the Deep Blue faction's victory to all allies, the soldiers on the front line learned of this uplifting news. Leahy became a hero of the Deep Blue. In Hualien City of the Deep Blue faction, 2 fused beings transformed into the appearance of 2 fallen soldiers, successfully infiltrating the Deep Blue faction as the loudspeakers announced the victorious news to all allies. They exchanged glances. Weiba. It should be him. After confirming Leahy's identity, they left the unit, heading straight for the Deep Blue faction's headquarters, where they hoped to get closer to Leahy. Clearly, they had not given up. Meanwhile, they were also assessing the potential of this planet. If it was suitable for the fused beings to thrive, they would find ways to reproduce here. To them, the significance of the door lay in this. The fused beings had strayed far from their homeland, and now they needed to find another place to call home. Additionally, some superhumans also arrived from Earth to Red耀 Star in response to the call of the door. Due to the time difference on either side of the door, even those who entered one after another might not arrive at the same time. A figure emerged from the dilapidated wooden door. The man clearly possessed South Asian features with a relatively dark complexion, wearing a suit. He surveyed the surroundings ravaged by war. It feels like the environment here isn't too good. Renata City. This is the headquarters of the Deep Blue Alliance and the largest, most economically developed city among its member nations. Today, Renata City is immersed in joyous sea of celebration, as the Deep Blue has not achieved such a significant victory in a long time. And all of this is thanks to one person. Their hero, Lord Leahy, has arrived. As the citizens see a figure speeding through the sky, they erupt into fervent cheers, waves of excitement crashing over one another. Play the music. The commander gives the order, and the honor guard plays a tune expressing the highest level of solemnity and ceremony for Leahy's arrival amidst the citizens' cheers. Leahy gradually slows down, and by the time he hovers over the crowd, he has almost come to a stop. He lands steadily and walks into the building with a welcoming reception from the military. Among the crowd, a young man resembling a student expresses his discontent. The vile privilege. Next to him stands a middle-aged man with glasses named Hilton, a biologist of profound academic achievement and the young man's mentor. Haha, Lord Leahy is our great hero. I know young people tend to be cynical, but Lord Leahy's achievements merit all of this praise. The young man is skeptical. Teacher Hilton, the Alliance claims that Lord Leahy single-handedly destroyed a large-scale attack from the Pure Green Alliance, annihilating 800 people. Do you believe it? Unlike the young man who is prone to doubt everything, Hilton has too much faith. Cynical youths always tend to question everything and resist authority. Hilton has outgrown such an age. A glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes. I absolutely believe it. I have always thought humanity possesses all possibilities. What do I need to doubt when witnessing such an incredible scene? I just wish to ask the military for an opportunity, a chance to study Lord Leahy thoroughly. As a biologist, he is dedicated to developing human potential, mainly focusing on genetic factors. Leahy's emergence is nothing short of a divine gift to him. The student believes the chances are slim. Even if the military is willing, Leahy could refuse. No one can force him. Although Leahy does not display an attitude of superiority, everyone knows this is merely a fragile facade. He possesses the power to shatter that facade at any moment. No one can oppose him. Inside the headquarters, being far ahead merely meant they had delved deeper. In reality, the Alliance still had not managed to create a true superhuman until they obtained a certain. Leahy's appearance compels them to meet him in person, both to show respect and to clarify some issues. Despite their composed demeanor, they are internally anxious, for they are facing a monster who alone annihilated nearly 800 people in a single day. If Leahy wishes, he could easily kill everyone present and reduce the entire Renata city to ruins. Footsteps approach. Leahy enters the conference hall and takes a seat directly. Though it is a meeting with national leaders, the seating arrangement does not imply hierarchy. They do not wish to make Leahy feel uneasy. They speak to Leahy as equals. Several leaders begin. Lord Leahy, first of all, we sincerely thank you for your contributions to the Deep Blue Alliance. Your presence has injected immense strength into the Deep Blue. Leahy speaks candidly. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. The leaders nod. No longer hiding. Lord Leahy, from our perspective, you possess the power to end this war single-handedly, even to dominate the world. We cannot understand why you choose to help us. It's simple. I want to put an end to all wars in this world. Setting aside localized conflicts, at least world-class wars must not occur. Domination is a laborious task, and I am certainly not a qualified monarch. Assisting one side to victory can achieve this vision of peace more swiftly. Compared to the extreme pure green, I prefer to aid the Deep Blue. Such straightforward words. Leahy has no ambition or interest in ruling. To be even clearer, there's no need for suspicion or tests against me. If I truly wished to dominate the world, no one could stop me, and I wouldn't need to waste time explaining anything to you. Indeed, the reality is that brutal. What is your reason for wanting to end the wars? Leahy, I love peace. The conversation is quite pleasant. Leahy's candidness exacerbates the psychological shadow of the older leaders, as his personality is too forceful and domineering. Moreover, he presents himself as quite self-centered. Today he loves peace, tomorrow who knows if he might destroy the world if he's in a bad mood. At least several of the older leaders perceive such a risk in Leahy. The good news is that their goals align for now. Leahy is not their enemy at the moment. Regardless of whether Leahy desires wealth or power, the older leaders agree unanimously to grant him a noble title to ensure his stability. Lord Leahy, after discussions among the heads of state, the Alliance has decided to confer upon you the title of Duke of Deep Blue. In a monarchy, you will hold power second only to the king, in a constitutional system, second only to the prime minister, and in a republic, second only to the president. As you wish. Leahy is indifferent. He truly has little interest in power and wealth. Before immense and pure strength, these are merely fleeting illusions. After a tedious and dull conversation, they spread out a world map before him, and Leahy finally perks up. Now tell me about the current situation of this world war. The next step is crucial for strategy formulation. Leahy is about to head to battlefields around the world, bringing an end to this world war. To prevent the flames of war from reigniting, he needs the Deep Blue Alliance to reshape the post-war landscape, taking control of the entire world. First and foremost, he must thoroughly defeat the Pure Green Alliance, completely shattering their military and willpower. This will be a bloody battle. Leahy identifies the various battlefronts opened by the Pure Green Alliance, and then with swift decisiveness, he stands up ready to take action, startlingly straightforward. Within 3 days, I will shatter all their front lines and annihilate all troops of the Pure Green Army on the front line. You can decide how to deploy strategies from here. After saying this, Leahy departs. Annihilate all troops of the Pure Green Army on the front line. That's over 18 million. The leaders and senior generals of the Deep Blue headquarters finally realize that Leahy might be a bit too extreme. He never accepts surrender on the battlefield. 8,000 people. That's 8,000 lives, not 8,000 pigs. How could they be lost completely in a single day? Even if they were executed one by one, they wouldn't die this quickly. Tell me what exactly happened at the front lines. Li Yi's participation in the battle was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the pure green faction, with 8,000 troops crushed in a single day and a complete collapse along a 500-kilometer front. The speed was too fast, so fast that the headquarters had no idea what was happening at the front. When an urgent report from the front was laid before the leaders of the pure green faction, their expressions turned grave as a young man in military uniform entered their sight. A body of steel, soaring through the air. His power could only be described as that of a divine being on Earth. Is this a secret weapon created by Deep Blue, using human modification technology? There is no intelligence regarding this matter. His appearance was as if he had descended from the heavens. There was no prior information about him, and we could not find any identity details from the Deep Blue faction. It must be a product of Deep Blue's human experiments. Apart from that, they could find no other reasoning to convince themselves, and the leaders of the pure green faction hastily ordered an increase in funding for human experiment research. They were determined to create a super soldier capable of matching Li Yi. The researchers involved in the human experiments were at a loss. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they truly lacked the capability to produce such results. Leader, urgent report from the front. That man has appeared on our eastern front. Panic within the pure green faction was spreading, gradually evolving into a collapse. The pressure Li Yi exerted on them was overwhelming and unstoppable. Urgent battle reports from the front came pouring in like snowflakes, and the pure green headquarters was helpless. In their anxious waiting, their soldiers were being annihilated at an astonishing speed. In just 2 days, Li Yi had annihilated nearly 5 million soldiers of the pure green faction, many of whom were terrified by his thunderous assault, scattering and fleeing in groups. Infinite overload, potential release power 450,800 tons. 5 million tons of force. In just a few days of participation, Li Yi's power surged at an incredible rate. To the soldiers of the pure green faction, he had become a more terrifying existence than death itself. He has stopped. I can see him. Quick fire. The soldiers of the pure green faction thought Li Yi was tired. After all, this demon had killed countless of them, and surely he too must feel fatigue. Perhaps it was luck. The pure green faction had a human experiment unit stationed behind this front line, primarily researching various lethal gases and pathogens that could be used in warfare. Now it was time to put them to use. With the sound of cannons firing shells carrying various toxic gases and pathogens fell around Li Yi, exploding into clouds of colorful gases that spread rapidly. Haha, we hit him. The pure green soldiers cheered. However, what followed was a scene of despair. Li Yi stood amidst the mixed pathogens and toxic gases without any signs of discomfort. He even took a deep breath, expelling the substances like smoke. He had once endured the most extreme environments in nature and had been exposed to cosmic radiation in space for 2 months. None of that had caused significant harm to his cells. His cellular and genetic structure was more stable than the strongest walls of copper and iron in the world. If anything, Li Yi was rather hopeful that these pathogens and toxic gases would work on him. He craved pain, as that would allow him to evolve even stronger. It was unfortunate that he had expectations. These substances were utterly useless. You have disappointed me greatly. Li Yi suddenly vanished, creating a sonic boom and a violent wind that swept across the battlefield, shredding the soldiers of the pure green faction into pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The next day, Li Yi appeared above the ocean, looking down at the surface where powerful and menacing steel warships floated, their turrets and gun barrels protruding like the quills of a porcupine. Boom, boom, boom. The so-called invincible naval fleet of the pure green faction fired frantically at Li Yi in midair, shells and smoke flying together, only to be completely sunk by Li Yi in 30 seconds. 3 of the highest class battleships were nearly shattered into pieces, all sunk by Li Yi, while the other cruisers were also rendered useless. Thus Li Yi achieved the ultimate triumph across land, sea, and air, earning the title of the military's ace. In the monotonous battle, he thought to himself, seeking some fun. 3 days was all it took. Li Yi did not delay at all. 3 days later, the Deep Blue faction's headquarters received a summary of the frontline reports revealing the total collapse of the pure green faction's various fronts, with soldiers in disarray and devoid of any fighting spirit. Vis was somewhat dazed upon learning this. It felt unreal. Moments later, he addressed his colleagues in the military. Everyone, the pure green faction's front lines have completely collapsed. Our soldiers are advancing as if in an uninhabited land, ready to reclaim lost territories and push into the pure green's headquarters. Then that means we have won this war. Yes, we have won. On this day, Li Yi personally descended upon the headquarters of the pure green faction, destroying their last shred of hope with an absolutely invincible demeanor. He hovered in the air, slowly approaching and personally ended the lives of their leaders. The war was over. Or rather, the war between Deep Blue and Pure Green had ended, while conflicts in the Far East continued, with a trend of dragging the Silver-White Federation down with it. That was a matter for later. Li He had defeated Pure Green, resulting in his power soaring repeatedly. He had not completely annihilated the 18 million soldiers of the Pure Green faction. Many soldiers fled in the aftermath. They had not reached the battlefield and naturally would not die at Li He's hands, nor would he take the time to hunt them down one by one. In the end, Infinite Overload Potential Release Power 824,000 tons. In total, he had annihilated over 8 million soldiers of the Pure Green faction, not counting those killed by the Deep Blue forces, but rather those who died at his own hands. The blood on Li He's hands was like an ocean. The civilians of Deep Blue hailed him as the great hero who saved the world, while the people of Pure Green cursed him as an unprecedented and remorseless executioner. He paid no heed to it. Whether in adoration or condemnation, it mattered not to him. If he had the power of telekinesis, he could throw skyscrapers hundreds of meters high like cannonballs, but in reality, he was like a super-hard cannonball, born purely for battle and slaughter. In terms of speed, Li He's instantaneous explosive speed was now 10 Mach, with the potential to reach a top speed of 20 Mach, marking a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, in these battles, the Pure Green army had not managed to inflict any damage on him, resulting in his evolutionary rate remaining unchanged at 55. A week later, the nations of the Pure Green Alliance successively announced their surrender, with the speeches of their leaders broadcasted to all major cities within their territories. The Pure Green army suffered heavy casualties, with nearly 10 million soldiers perishing on the battlefield as the Deep Blue heroes descended upon their capital, shattering their last glimmer of hope. They no longer had an ounce of fighting spirit. The leaders of all nations unanimously agree that we announce our surrender. The surrender speech of the Pure Green Alliance echoed from the radio. On that day, the Deep Blue Alliance celebrated nationwide. The war is over. Long live the motherland. Long live His Excellency Li He. The streets were filled with people rushing about in jubilation, citizens of the Deep Blue Alliance waving banners and flags adorned with the likeness of Li He. Everyone knew that it was Li He who single-handedly brought this war to an end. This assertion was no exaggeration and contained not a shred of falsehood. Because of this, Li He's prestige within the Deep Blue Alliance soared to unprecedented heights, with many even forming related cults to worship him as a deity. With the war between Deep Blue and Pure Green decided, it seemed that the World War was on the brink of complete resolution, which was not good news for a certain extreme militaristic nation on the Far Eastern battlefield. Similarly, this was not particularly good news for the Silver-White Republic either. The territory of the Silver-White Republic was isolated overseas, nearly monopolizing an entire continent, with a favorable geographical position, abundant resources, and far removed from the main battlefield of this world war. In their eyes, it would be best if those nations beat each other senseless, allowing them to watch the fire from across the shore and ultimately reap the benefits, though such a scenario was unlikely. The situation in the Far East was dire. The Silver-White Republic was about to be dragged into the quagmire, and at that moment they learned of the Pure Green defeat and the overwhelming victory of the Deep Blue Alliance. This should have been good news. The problem lay in the emergence of Li He. His godlike power could annihilate any enemy. No tank, aircraft, or warship could pose a threat. According to incomplete statistics, he had shot down a total of 3340 aircraft and destroyed 1280 tanks, along with over 100 various warships. Li He's existence would allow the Deep Blue Alliance to take control of the post-war landscape, becoming the absolute world hegemony, a scenario the Silver-White Republic did not wish to see. The future world order should rightly be controlled by the Silver-White Republic. Thus a certain man came. He was a man of somewhat darker complexion, around 30 years old, seemingly of South Asian descent, and he introduced himself as Variable. This was obviously a pseudonym. This world war will soon come to an end. That man's strength far exceeds your imagination. Your planes and cannons will be easily torn apart by him. He can destroy a city of yours in just a few minutes. To you, he is a true god general. The future of the world belongs to Deep Blue. The 5-star general of the Silver-White Republic, Eberron, listened to Variable's speech with an unchanged. If this is all you wish to say, I believe you are wasting my time. The Silver-White Republic has no intention of competing with Deep Blue for world hegemony. Is it the atomic bomb? Variable unceremoniously interrupted General Eberron, whose expression changed immediately as he questioned Variable. Where did you get this information? The research into atomic bombs by the Silver-White Republic was a closely guarded secret, and he believed Variable must have obtained this information from some spy. That is far from sufficient, Variable responded evasively, throwing out a larger temptation to General Eberron. General, do you understand the principles behind this plan? Compared to the power of fission, the energy released by fusion is even more astonishing. I have a plan that I hope you will allow me to explain in detail. The Silver-White Republic believed their secret weapon might be sufficient to deal with the hero of Deep Blue, but Variable thought that the power of fission was far from enough. Variable believed that Leahy's powerful physique was impervious to any shock. The shockwave generated by a nuclear explosion could not threaten him, and only high temperatures could cause effective harm. The core temperature during an atomic bomb explosion is around 600 degrees, while the core temperature during a hydrogen bomb explosion can exceed 1 billion degrees. Even if it was only a momentary high temperature, it could definitely inflict considerable damage on Leahy. Soon Variable successfully became involved in a secret project codenamed Manhattan. The Silver-White Republic was indifferent to Variable's motives as long as his actions benefited them. Meanwhile, the Deep Blue Alliance issued a warning to a certain militaristic island nation in the Far East aiming to maintain world peace and bring this war to an end. Alongside the warning arrived Leahy. He intervened in the Far Eastern battlefield with a thunderous might, delivering a devastating blow to the invading army of the island nation, sweeping through like a storm. Within a day, the Far Eastern battlefield was pacified. Leahy annihilated 1.28 million enemy troops. That was still not enough. He continued to the island nation's mainland, destroying numerous military facilities and eliminating a large number of soldiers, completely obliterating the military capability of the island nation. Thus, this world-class war, which affected countless nations, came to a close. The Silver-White Republic hadn't even had time to step into the fray before the war had been concluded. On the other hand, the gains from the Far Eastern battlefield allowed Leahy to surpass the threshold of 10 million tons of force. Infinite overload potential release power 24 million tons. This means that Leahy exterminated approximately 2 million people on the Far Eastern battlefield. Soon the Emperor of the island nation announced the surrender decree via broadcast, and countless people cheered with tears of joy. The war was settled. Leahy had no interest in participating in the subsequent reshaping of the world order, allowing the Deep Blue Alliance to take over the situation, striving to create a more peaceful and stable order system. He sought to study and understand his own strength, and after calculation, scholars believed his body density was approaching that of a white dwarf. Of course, he was not yet comparable to a white dwarf, but if he continued to enhance, it would only be a matter of time before he approached such a comparison. What was incomprehensible was that with such enormous body density, Leahy could still maintain a human form, his physiological and morphological characteristics still being distinctly personal. This is unreasonable. Scholars were baffled. Logically, Leahy's dense physique should generate immense gravitational and magnetic fields, and the force field he produced should draw objects toward him. But in reality, it did not. Leahy had never felt any force field around him. The only thing he could control was himself, and his ability to fly did not seem to stem from any kind of force field. Rather, he felt that he was displacing his body purely by his own will without needing to rely on the gravity and magnetic fields of planets to fly. In fact, the gravity of the planet was more of a resistance to his flight. This is truly incredible. The scholars were utterly astonished. The World War has ended. The Deep Blue Alliance emerged as the greatest beneficiary, just as the Silver-White United States believed, with Leahy's existence establishing a dominant position for the Deep Blue Alliance in the New World Order. In the aftermath of the war, the streets were filled with a joyful atmosphere. People who had long suffered under the threat and oppression of war finally saw the crisis fade away. The old men of the Alliance were discussing how to divide the world, while Leahy had no interest in participating, sitting alone on a bench outside the military office doing nothing. I was wondering where our great hero has gone. It must be lonely being by yourself. I think you should get to know a girl or two. You have no idea how many young girls admire you right now. General Weiss approached with a bottle of red wine, plopped down beside Leahy, and handed him the wine. Leahy opened the bottle and took a sip. He remarked, "I've never understood what's so good about this stuff. You'd be better off giving me a bottle of ordinary grape juice instead." "Tisk, what a waste." General Weiss shook his head. This was a fine wine he had treasured for a long time, but found hard to drink. He then said to Leahy, "Even now I still can't figure you out." Leahy did not understand General Weiss' intention. "What? You said you wanted to end the war, and you did, but the means you employed to end it are terrifying. You are more merciless than an executioner. No one in history has killed more than you. I once thought you were an extreme warmonger. Now that the war is over, what do you plan to do?" Leahy replied candidly, "I have no plans." He was only responsible for ending the World War. It was now the old men's turn to take action, and he did not understand the criteria for measuring the tasks. He could only strive for as much peace in this world as possible. When situations arose that conventional means could not resolve, he would intervene, otherwise he would likely remain a quiet witness. Considering that there was plenty of time here, he was not in a hurry. Then just enjoy life. You are still young. There are many things to enjoy. Power, wealth, or beauty. You already have it all. Ha! Leahy laughed, knowing that these old men hoped he would enjoy life thoroughly, preferably becoming so immersed that he could not extricate himself, lest they fear he might go mad. If he truly went mad, no one could stop him. Since you prefer to be alone, I won't bother you anymore. Leahy responded nonchalantly, gazing absent-mindedly at the ground ahead, not wanting to engage with General Weiss, who, recognizing the hint, ceased to disturb him. On the street, several young girls were stealing glances at Leahy, wanting to greet him, but lacking the courage, playfully pushing each other, until the last girl with black hair and eyes suggesting Far Eastern ancestry was shoved forward. The girl was somewhat shy as she approached Leahy, revealing a nervous and timid smile, her eyes shining with anticipation. Sir Leahy, may I get to know you? My name is Cynthia. As she spoke the last part, the girl was so nervous, she almost stood at attention. Leahy came back to his senses and smiled back at her. Hello, Cynthia. The war ended swiftly, but the reconstruction that followed required a long time addressing issues such as the handling of the defeated nation's reparations and territorial concessions. The world entered a new order. Under Leahy's will, the Deep Blue Alliance and the Silver-White United States worked together to construct a new world system, and afterward the world indeed became more peaceful and stable. However, the mainline mission of the system remained uncompleted, indicating that the current standards were still insufficient, and Leahy patiently waited. Until 3 years later, in 1940. The military brought Leahy a special piece of intelligence. They discovered a group of armed terrorists in the Katuzo Desert who had attacked the peacekeeping forces of the Deep Blue Alliance, inflicting heavy casualties. That was not the main point. The key issue was that after the attack, the Deep Blue Alliance quickly dispatched reinforcements, yet they were still no match for the armed group. Later, the reinforcement troops from the Deep Blue Alliance discovered that the leader of the armed group appeared to possess inhuman combat capabilities, much like Leahy. Even with advantages in equipment and numbers, the Deep Blue Alliance was still utterly powerless. Evidently, this situation required Leahy to take action. Inside the military office, Leahy was curious about this suddenly emerging leader of the armed group, unsure whether he was a superhuman from Earth or an alien. He set down the intelligence report. I will take a trip to the Katuzo Desert. With that, he shot up into the Katuzo Desert was located in a chaotic region over 3,000 kilometers away, neither belonging to the Deep Blue Alliance nor the pure green camp, separated from the Silver-White United States by an ocean. Poverty, backwardness, chaos. These were the hallmarks of this place. Leahy had little recourse in such regions. There was no large-scale war, only endless local conflicts and bloodshed. Only through civilization can order be brought, and through industry can productivity be generated. Only when resources are abundant can these areas gradually find peace. Otherwise, after one group of people is killed, another will continue to fight for resources. The Deep Blue Alliance came here to assist in their development, but they did not expect to encounter a terrorist with inhuman strength. In under 10 minutes, Leahy arrived at his destination, a modest-sized town located at the edge of the desert. He easily located the hideout of the armed terrorists, strolling in leisurely, where he met the leader of the terrorists as described in the intelligence report. The leader, dressed in tactical gear, was a man with slightly dark skin. At a glance, Leahy confirmed that he was not human, which surprised him. Are you a robot? The man before him had no heartbeat or breath, only the sound of mechanical parts operating within. Leahy did not have the ability to see through objects, but he was exceptionally sensitive to various light and had very strong hearing. The man's first words revealed his identity as he asked Leahy, "Weiba, what do you think is the meaning of our awakening?" Leahy realized this man had come to confront him. I'm all ears. It is evolution. The man continued to expound his views. Various aliens have been arriving on Earth and humans have been awakening their talents one after another. This is a significant crisis, but it is also an opportunity for our evolution, whether physically, mentally, or technologically. This is a brutal struggle for survival. If humans cannot evolve to a higher level in this crisis, the only outcome will be extinction. So what? As fellow travelers on the path of evolution, let me see to what extent you have evolved. As the most perfect evolved individual among present-day humans, let me confirm your limits. Boom. An exquisite brilliance erupted, releasing a terrifying temperature that surpassed conventional natural phenomena. The materials within a 100-meter radius evaporated in an instant, and a massive mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion stirred up a sandstorm in the desert. Immeasurable dust being hurled into the sky. Li He was at the center of the nuclear blast, and in that moment he was engulfed by temperatures soaring to billions, even tens of billions of degrees. The rapidly expanding air filled back, creating a secondary shockwave. Amidst the surging and terrifying flames, a figure emerged calmly. In the moment of the hydrogen bomb explosion, the core zone reached an extraordinarily high temperature lasting less than 1/1,000,000th of a second. Yet in that fleeting instant, the extreme environment created was sufficient to vaporize the vast majority of objects in this universe. Li He was injured. In the moment he was exposed to the billion-degree high temperature environment, his outer skin and some muscles lost their physical form, disintegrating in an instant. As the core temperature rapidly cooled, Li He's muscles ceased to disintegrate. The muscles on his body, in a state of partial disintegration, burned fiercely, making him appear as if he were a man on fire. This pain was likely the pinnacle of suffering in the world. He emerged from the nuclear explosion, his surface muscles ablaze, and as the rapidly decreasing high temperature could no longer disintegrate his muscles, the flames on him gradually extinguished. Li He had extensive burn injuries all over his body. He had experienced this pain before, but this time it was evidently more severe than the last. Fortunately, it was not fatal. He handled it with greater composure. The person controlling the robot indeed had a somewhat wicked sense of humor. He could have detonated the hydrogen bomb the moment Li He was lured here. Instead, he chose to engage Li He in a discussion about the survival of the fittest in this new era, relishing the sense of existence before finally detonating the hydrogen bomb with satisfaction. Boom. Li He's figure shot into the sky, instantly reaching a hypersonic speed of 10 Mach, piercing through the atmosphere and straight into outer space. He floated in outer space, waiting for his injuries to heal. His eyes and inner ears had suffered devastating blows, temporarily losing their function. However, his internal organs remained unharmed. He could only wait for recovery in this manner. It must be said that the robot's words indeed triggered a certain degree of deep contemplation in Li He, not regarding the part about evolution. It was about the aspect of survival of the fittest. There was no denying that the Earth's environment was becoming increasingly perilous, with various extraterrestrial beings and superhumans appearing one after another, and those who were not strong enough would likely struggle to survive until the end. Not to mention the talents of the borrowing star beings were already exceedingly extraordinary, and it was hard to say whether there would be even more extraordinary extraterrestrials surpassing them. The fusion beings were one such example. They were entities capable of easily toppling the world. Superhumans were not necessarily easy to deal with either. Dealing with individuals like robots or those who were mentally disturbed could take considerable effort. Perhaps the controller of the robot was weak, but he had indeed wounded Li He, something many could not accomplish. The hydrogen bomb would explode here today, and tomorrow it would detonate elsewhere. Li He was caught off guard. If he wished to survive in the increasingly harsh environment of Earth, he would need to become stronger, strong enough to crush any enemy. Infinite overload, ultimate leap. Evolution degree 85. This time the injury raised Li He's evolution degree from 55 to 85. Compared to the last time he sustained such an injury, the evolution degree gained this time was significantly less. This burn was indeed more severe, but during the last occasion he had accumulated several rounds of injuries, leaving him in a much worse state, closer to death. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The nuclear explosion in the Katuso Desert shocked the world. The weaponization of atomic energy is currently a major direction in international affairs, and the Pure Green faction had previously conducted very in-depth research in this area. The Deep Blue Alliance naturally had related projects as well. However, the Deep Blue Alliance could ascertain that the nuclear bomb that exploded in the Katuso Desert did not come from them, as their nuclear bomb had not yet succeeded in a test explosion. The research achievements of the Pure Green faction had been fully absorbed. It was impossible for them to secretly develop a separate project. Therefore, the answer was quite obvious: the Silver-White United States. Consequently, the Deep Blue Alliance engaged in quite fierce diplomatic confrontations with the Silver-White United States, yet no matter how the Deep Blue Alliance pointed fingers and accused the Silver-White United States, firmly denied it. To speak frankly, our assessment indicates that the nuclear bomb that exploded in the Katuso Desert has far surpassed the prototypes we are currently developing. This is not a technological level we can reach at present. General Eberron replied thus: the power of this nuclear bomb was thousands of times greater than the prototypes being developed by various countries. Such astonishing energy left nations around the world deeply concerned. General Eberron stated, the Silver-White United States deeply regrets the unexpected incident involving Lord Li. He is a hero who has made great contributions to world peace. The Deep Blue Alliance condemned General Eberron's hypocritical face, insisting on holding the silver-white United States accountable, while the old fogies secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that losing Li He seemed not to be a bad thing. As a weapon, Li He possessed thoughts which made him exceedingly dangerous. The world did not need a deity surpassing humanity. The nuclear bomb research of the Deep Blue Alliance was about to enter the test explosion phase, and they no longer needed Li He as much. The confrontation between Deep Blue and Silver White led to a trend of entering a Cold War in international relations. The old fogies busied themselves with popping champagne to celebrate, unaware that the future would once again exceed their expectations. A single feather's fall caused the balance to tip completely. That day, the figure they feared reappeared in the public eye. The healed Li He returned from space, descending upon the silver-white United States in a divine manner. Manhattan Project Research Base. This was the first time General Eberron felt Li He's might. The oppressive feeling descending from the sky made his very soul tremble. He felt almost suffocated. He survived the nuclear explosion equivalent to 60 million tons of TNT. The variable was next to General Eberron, his expression equally astonished, clearly not expecting Li He to survive in such an extreme environment. Then he relaxed. "You are stronger than I imagined." Li He hovered in the air looking down at the variable. Without a word, his form instantly entering supersonic speed, and with a thunderous boom, the variable exploded into a mist of blood. Li He could not hear the sounds from the ground in space, but that did not mean he could not see the situation below. Finding the Manhattan Project Research Base was not difficult. Blood splattered onto General Eberron's face, his expression froze, and he attempted to argue with Li He. "Lord Li He, I sincerely apologize for the incident in the Katuso Desert. That was not." Boom. The sound of the sonic boom rang in his ears as Li He appeared before General Eberron, without a word, grasping his neck and lifting him up, crushing him cleanly and decisively. Snap. Casually tossing General Eberron's corpse aside, Li He's body ascended. After glancing at the entire research base, he swiftly flew away. On the same day, over 30 military bases of the silver-white United States suffered devastating strikes. Military facilities and weapons were nearly destroyed, and even soldiers suffered heavy losses. Infinite overload potential release. Power 10. 48 million tons. 5 days later, the supreme leader of the Argent Republic assumed responsibility for the explosion in the Katuso Desert and publicly released partial documents from the Manhattan Project. Following amicable consultations with His Excellency Li He, the Argent Republic has resolved to actively accept guidance from the Cobalt Alliance and contribute meaningfully to rebuilding the post-war world. The Argent Republic did not formally join the Cobalt Alliance, for without a concrete adversary the alliance itself would lose its raison d'etre. Nevertheless, the Argent Republic would henceforth cooperate with the Cobalt Alliance more proactively, earnestly dedicating itself to forging a stable, peaceful global order. Cobalt Alliance Headquarters, City of Laneda. Your Excellency Li He, your safety truly brings us profound relief and genuine joy. The elder statesmen of the Alliance smiled warmly, yet their sincerity remained as opaque as still water. In truth, they had fervently wished for Li He's demise in the Katuso Desert. Whispers rippled through the city's shadowed corners. Did even a nuclear warhead fail to kill him? That was no ordinary nuke. It dwarfed standard atomic weapons in destructive yield. Then where was he for those 3 months? No one knows. Rumor has it his first act upon returning was a visit to the Argent Republic. Is that true? Why doubt it? Otherwise, why would the Argent Republic issue that formal acknowledgement of responsibility? Most likely they were battered into submission. Li He ignored both the military command and the old guard, his expression unreadable. He saw no reason to indulge their hollow courtesies, and preferred solitude to pretense. Enough, let him be. Disturbing him would only provoke displeasure. General Weiss restrained the military delegation. At that moment, a young woman rushed forward in evident distress. Cynthia, who had previously met Li He. Your Excellency Li He, you're unharmed. That's truly wonderful. Li He offered a faint smile. He gently ruffled Cynthia's hair, as one might comfort a child. She blushed, deeply trembling with exhilaration. Had she in effect succeeded in idol worship? To countless fervent admirers, Li He was more than a man. He was an immutable symbol, invincible, immortal, a living icon of faith. Meanwhile, his very existence had irrevocably altered the predetermined historical trajectory of the planet Hanyao. Nations across the globe hastily established bioresearch institutes striving to engineer superhumans capable of rivaling Li He. If the first superhuman had emerged, they reasoned a second, and then 100, must surely follow. Li He's power was self-evident, undeniable. Li He knew fragments of this effort, but cared little. The world's evolution held no interest for him. His sole concern was fulfilling his assigned mission. Global strategic doctrines now conformed entirely to Li He's will. True peace descended upon Earth. The reconstructed order grew ever more resilient and enduring. This task proved no simple feat. Li He waited 50 years. Over those decades, everyone around him aged. The vigorous youths and bright-eyed maidens of his early days gradually withered into elders, while he remained eternally unchanged. He had clearly transcended the definition of humanity, belonging instead among the universe's densest celestial bodies ranked alongside white dwarfs and neutron stars. During this time, numerous humans, and even extraterrestrials, traveled from Earth to Honyao via the portal in Hualien City. Unable to perceive its temporal stability, most departed shortly after arrival. None caused disruption. In 1990, Xynthia passed away. She had devoted her entire life to venerating Li He. Yet as war receded, his public presence and influence waned. He shunned spectacle, and public acclaim quietly faded. Though she and Li He shared rare camaraderie, observers long speculated they would become partners. Yet that bond never deepened beyond friendship. Li He appeared indifferent to love. Xynthia remained steadfastly, silently his friend, never marrying, never seeking another. Perhaps no one would remember her. She was utterly ordinary, an unremarkable mortal. To Li He, a single blink encompassed her entire lifespan, from youth to silver-haired age. Yet for Li He, this young woman remained the sole memory worth preserving across those 50 years. Otherwise, the decades held little distinction or meaning. At her burial, he placed a photograph inside Xynthia's tomb, a black and white image of the two of them. It was also the only photograph Li He had ever taken with another human being. General Weiss had died 30 years earlier. The elder statesmen of the Cobalt Alliance likewise passed away over those decades. Though Lanada's architecture changed little, its faces grew increasingly unfamiliar. In the blink of an eye, the world had transformed. That year, Li He completed Phase 1 of his primary mission. Primary mission Phase 1 completed. Reward acquired, Evolution Progress 10. Current Evolution Progress 95. Just a sliver remained before his next ascension. Over these decades, the Cobalt Alliance, the former Pure Green Bloc, and the Argent Republic jointly labored to forge a genuine global order, expending immense resources and relentless effort to achieve lasting stable peace. While underdeveloped nations did not instantly become advanced, at least post-subsistence chaos diminished. Certain regions did erupt in large-scale rebellion and unrest. Li He intervened several times, crushing dissent with swift, merciless force. Many perished. As these were obscure nations with negligible international standing, few outside paid heed to how many lives were lost there. Only scattered news reports mentioned the events. Li He had not descended into senseless slaughter, but over decades, even measured interventions accumulated into a staggering toll. Power 20. 48 megatons. Compared to his strength 50 years prior, this represented nearly a doubling. Li He edged closer to becoming a humanoid neutron star, and his next assignment manifested. Primary Mission Phase 2. You have ended planetary warfare and established enduring peace and order. Now guide this world's civilization toward the emergence of superhumanity. Reward Evolution Progress 15. Completion would trigger his next evolution. Whether this path served Hongyao's true interests mattered little to Li He. Perhaps this was precisely the future the Quadrant sought to witness. When Li He reappeared before the Cobalt Alliance's senior leadership, newly appointed officials barely recognized him. He addressed them directly. How has the Alliance's superhuman initiative progressed? Ahem, replied an elderly man, leaning on a cane, visibly startled. Your Excellency takes interest in the Superhuman project. I'd be honored to give you a comprehensive briefing. Then I thank you for your time. Li He nodded. The appearance of the old man somewhat resembled that of General Weiss in Li He's memory. Li He recognized the old man. Are you General Weiss' son? Haha, I never expected you to remember me. Gibson was quite surprised. Li He admitted. After all, he was the only one in the military department with whom I had a good personal relationship. I remember seeing you once at the funeral 30 years ago. You looked younger then. I was just over 30 back then, and you unchanged in appearance from before. As they walked side by side, Li He clearly seemed like the junior, but in reality Gibson was the junior. When Li He first entered the Deep Blue Alliance, Gibson was still in school. Time had not shaken this once great hero in the slightest. Gibson couldn't help but feel emotional upon seeing Li He again. He had once been an admirer of Li He in his student days. In the current era, the world was peaceful with no large-scale wars. Only regional conflicts and opportunities for military promotion were scarce. Thus Gibson entered politics. After decades of struggles coupled with the military and political legacy amassed by General Weiss, he finally secured a place in the upper echelons of the alliance. He asked Li, "Why are you interested in this kind of research?" "Just a whim," came the obviously perfunctory reply. Gibson did not pursue the matter further. While leading the way, he said to Li, "Since your appearance, countries around the world have been vigorously conducting research and experiments on superhumans." Li was curious. "Any progress?" "Yes," Gibson nodded. "The earliest results of the superhuman experiments were the super soldiers from the pure green camp who were injected with a certain serum allowing them to fight without rest for several days. However, the side effects were severe and strictly speaking, it was not a success as it exploited the body's potential and lifespan." The two entered a research facility. Gibson continued, "After the war, the Alliance acquired a vast amount of human experiment results from the pure green countries. We are behind silver, white, and atomic energy research, but have always been far ahead in this area." Being far ahead merely meant they had delved deeper. In reality, the Alliance still had not managed to create a true superhuman until they obtained a certain type of cell. A biological cell they named XDS, or fusion cell for short. The fusion cells they obtained contained many incredible gene fragments that could perfectly integrate into human genes. Subsequently, the Alliance used these cells to cultivate the first generation of artificial superhumans. Gibson accessed the files of the research facility using his privileges and retrieved the experimental results and records from that year, saying, "In 1947, the Alliance cultivated the first generation of superhumans." In the black and white footage, the experimental personnel were testing the Alliance's first generation of superhumans, measuring their running speed, bench press weight, punching power, muscle elasticity, and bone density. The results showed that these superhumans had physical qualities 3 to 5 times that of ordinary people, a significant and encouraging advancement. Regrettably, defects soon appeared. These first-generation superhumans developed various physiological or psychological issues, ultimately either dying from sudden illnesses or going insane. The first generation of superhumans was deemed a failure, yet the results were significant, prompting the Alliance to continue researching fusion cells in an attempt to create stronger and more perfect superhumans. Li flipped through the personnel files of the second generation of superhumans and noticed a man named Derek, 26 years old, with the experimental codename Hercules. He asked, "Is this superhuman created based on my template?" "Yes," Gibson acknowledged candidly while glancing at the data, revealing no hint of concealment. He knew that dealing with Li required such honesty as deceit would only sow greater troubles. "Yes." He found a tape and started to play it. "In 1959, we cultivated the second generation of superhumans. The second generation surpassed the first in all aspects of strength. They possessed greater physical attributes and various abilities. Most importantly, they had no physiological or psychological defects as the researchers resolved this genetic issue. The researchers cultivated a superhuman that could be described as perfect, and that person was Derek, who possessed astonishing strength of hundreds of tons and was incredibly resilient. Moreover, he could fly. Essentially, he was a replica of Li. The researchers named him Hercules because he indeed resembled the Hercules of myth, possessing immense strength and the ability to traverse both sky and sea. At first, we were certain he was the future of humanity, the direction of our evolution. Unfortunately, the researchers were never able to replicate another Hercules. His birth was a unique occurrence. Is he still in service? We sent him to combat regional armed groups. It's been about 30 years since he began his service, and most other superhumans are arranged similarly. Li noticed a highlighted mark in Derek's file, which specifically stated that Derek had an extremely arrogant personality and was sometimes difficult to control. This was rather similar to Li. Did you not implement any measures to prevent him from losing control? Gibson pointed to his own head. The researchers implanted a bomb in Derek's brain as a last resort insurance measure. That makes sense. Derek himself is unaware of this matter. Li asked what generation of superhumans is currently being cultivated. The third generation. While they may not match Hercules in strength, they excel in the diversity of their abilities, which greatly aids our scientific research. Some have become scientists while others have become technicians, improving production, hence the Alliance's productivity has rapidly increased. Derek was an unexpected product, his power surpassing that of the third generation of superhumans, and the Alliance could no longer replicate such experimental outcomes. Li was quite curious whether forces outside the Alliance had made significant progress in superhuman research, otherwise the Alliance would have outpaced them considerably. Gibson responded, "Overall, the superhumans of the Alliance are still more powerful." The root of it all was the fusion cells. Li could guess, without checking, that this thing likely came from a certain Earth superhuman or an alien. Before entering the door, a fusion alien had come to find him. That alien race, the Apaches, had mentioned that they possessed a certain fusion ability. The diverse supergene within the fusion cells corresponded well to this characteristic, suggesting that the cells might have originated from the fusion aliens. However, He was unsure whether the fusion ability mentioned by the pack was related to a genetic or cellular level of fusion. It might as well be merely a physical fusion. Just a guess. Conflict zone. The commander's voice came through the communication channel. Derek, just eliminate the threatening targets. Do not harm unarmed civilians. Got it. Derek's voice was filled with impatience. It's always the same line. Ooh, can't you say something else? I told you I would assess the situation as it unfolds. Finishing his words, he sprang into the sky, heading towards the armed insurgent stronghold several kilometers. The commander's reminder echoed in the channel. I've heard that the leader of those insurgents is a superhuman, likely not much weaker than you. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Derek frowned. Boom. He suddenly accelerated, his figure breaking the sound barrier as he shot through the sky, crashing down like a meteor into the insurgent stronghold. A deafening roar echoed. The violent shockwave spread out, whipping up a fierce wind. Enemy! An insurgent inside shouted, immediately lifting his gun to fire wildly at the prominently visible Derek, who stood there as if he were a target, utterly unconcerned. Bullets and rockets rained down upon Derek, all of which were deflected by his indestructible body, causing bullets to clatter and fall to the ground. When the gunfire ceased, Derek yawned and leisurely glanced at the surrounding insurgents. Out of bullets. Is that all your fighting power? Since you're done shooting, it's my turn to act. With that, he flashed forward, his solid body rampaging through the stronghold, occasionally creating sonic booms that sent the insurgents staggering and sometimes lifting individuals into the air to throw them down, all to relish their dying screams and tragic fates. He treated this as a form of amusement. We surrender. We are civilians. We were forced into this. Their leader made us mine for them, or else they would kill us. We had no choice. Boom. Derek was having a great time when he inadvertently crashed into a few civilians, sending their bodies flying gruesomely. He shrugged helplessly, completely indifferent. His overpowering strength rendered ordinary people as mere ants and tools for his amusement, exhibiting a severely malicious character. Before long, he had slaughtered everyone in the stronghold. Is that it? Where's the supposed superhuman? Derek was greatly disappointed. Just then he heard some commotion in the distance, immediately perking up. Over there. He hurriedly flew over to catch this so-called superhuman, eager to see if what the commander said was true. To be honest, he had never encountered a superhuman stronger than himself. After a while, Derek lifted a bloodied man into the air, his battle suit torn in multiple places with rare bruises appearing on his body. Derek looked disappointed. You're just a bit stronger and tougher. Brother, you can't even fly. How do you qualify to compare with me? Please. Spare me. That won't do, Derek said, snapping the man's neck decisively. If I spare you, those people will really think you can fight me. He cared deeply about how others perceived him, especially not allowing anyone to be stronger than him. The unfortunate soul who died at Derek's hands was not a superhuman from the Red Star, but rather an earthling who could enhance his abilities by absorbing certain special minerals, which is why he came here to mine. Alas, his luck ran out, and he met his demise here. When the Allied forces arrived at the stronghold, the commander looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, his expression very grim as he tried to suppress the anger within. Derek, I remember telling you not to kill civilians indiscriminately. They were just miners controlled by those insurgents. I had no choice. They were all shouting to kill me, so I had to act. Derek lied as easily as drinking water, having done this too many times. He stepped in front of the commander with a threatening glare. Also, I don't like how you always speak to me in a commanding and lecturing tone. If it happens again, I will twist off your head. The commander suddenly found himself unable to voice his anger. Back at the base. Hey Derek, the fellow superhuman, the Blade Man greeted Derek, who was somewhat reluctant to engage with this overly familiar chatterbox, and responded coldly. The Blade Man was in a good mood, talking to himself. I finally saved enough for a vacation, haha. In a couple of days I can head to Renata City for a stroll. Who knows, I might even run into the great hero of the Alliance. Oh, I've heard he lives in Renata City. I've been wanting to take a chance to meet him. The second-generation superhumans were relatively closer to the era of Li He, and some among them were admirers of Li He, which was not surprising. After all, he was the first superhuman in this world. Derek was sensitive to topics related to Li He, as researchers had modified genes based on Li He's template to create him. Li He was indestructible, thus he was indestructible. Li He was immensely strong, hence he was immensely strong. Li He could fly, so he could fly. At first it was a form of glory because he was the great hero of the Alliance, invincible and respected by all, and Derek basked in it with pride. However, when he heard researchers expressing disappointment in his abilities, claiming he paled in comparison to Li He, Derek's mindset shifted. Since then, Derek had grown to detest comparisons between himself and Li He. His fragile ego couldn't bear any offense without leading to uncontrollable rage. Derek couldn't help but speak up. What's there to admire about that outdated old man? This is no longer. It's not about being outdated, the Blade Man said with admiration in his tone. Do you remember how many enemies he annihilated during World War II? A full 10 million. No one could achieve such results anymore. His strength was unmatched, unparalleled. The Blade Man was like a fervent fan, which only made Derek more displeased. He was just born in an earlier era than me. If I had been active during World War II, I wouldn't have been any worse. The Blade Man instinctively replied, saying something he immediately realized he shouldn't have. Brother, without him, there wouldn't be you, right? In that instant, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. The next day, the soldiers at the base discovered the Blade Man's corpse, his head torn off, and his body almost shredded in a gruesome state. After an investigation, all evidence pointed to Derek. Once the investigation results were reported, Derek was soon called in for questioning. Li He need not intervene too much. This world had embarked on the path of superhumans decades ago, and the emergence of fusion cells has shattered the shackles that hindered their research. The abilities of superhumans are not merely for combat. They can also assist in production, upgrade scientific research, and transform existing material systems. This will further accelerate the technological development of Red耀 Star. There is no need for excessive interference. The main mission of the second stage will inevitably be completed on its own. It only depends on the criteria for judging the completion of this task. Li He has been in this quadrant for 53 years. With the remaining time, he can certainly complete the second task. If it comes to it, he can accelerate Red耀 Star. However, he is unsure if there will be a third phase. Nevertheless, he always feels that the cultivation of superhumans based on fusion cells harbors some unknown risks. Alas, this is currently the only feasible path. One cannot simply overturn and abandon all results, and then painstakingly search for another way to cultivate superhumans. It would be a rather lengthy process. Li He cannot afford to wait. He must bear this risk. As the days of peace pass by, computers have emerged and swiftly entered countless households, with many families owning personal computers. Li He also bought one. He thought perhaps he could go back and retrieve zero, otherwise it would indeed be quite boring to be alone. One day Gibson came to him in a bit of a panic. Lord Li He, something has happened. What is it? Derek has lost control. That Hercules is it? Exactly. The incident dates back to half a month ago. After completing a mission and returning to the base, Derek suffered a tragic death at the hands of a superhuman codenamed Blade. After investigation, it was confirmed that the perpetrator was Derek. The military summoned him for questioning. Perhaps unable to endure the feeling of being controlled any longer, Derek went into a rage. He rampaged through the entire base, and to cover his tracks, he butchered all the soldiers and officers. Many superhumans within the base also fell victim to his hands, while several others went missing. The military believed that Derek had taken those superhumans away. Given the severity of the incident, the Alliance mobilized all available forces and quickly located Derek, but upon contact he clearly expressed his unwillingness to return to the Alliance for restraint. Moreover, he gathered many superhumans from other bases, each one freeing themselves and beginning to wreak havoc without restraint. Several cities were severely damaged by them. The military deployed troops and superhuman forces to eliminate many of the rebellious superhumans, but some of the troublemakers were incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with. Derek was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. He treated the Alliance's army as if they were mere green troops from World War II, annihilating them without leaving a single survivor, almost as if competing with Li He to achieve some sort of record. Clearly deranged. Seeing that they were unable to handle the situation, the military had no choice but to ask Li He to step in. Those rascals were causing chaos in the city, and the Alliance could not simply launch a nuclear bomb at their own territory. Li He queried, "Didn't you implant a bomb in his brain? Did it not work?" Gibson's expression turned gray. "We don't know who did it. It seems the bomb has been removed." It is precisely due to discovering this truth that Derek now harbors an extreme hatred for the Alliance. In any developmental process, encountering issues is inevitable. Li He would not go so far as to say that Gibson and the others were overly careless, as that would be somewhat harsh. They took preventive measures, but human calculations cannot match the will of heaven. Li He stood up. Where are they now? In Hualien City. This city was once ravaged by the fires of war, but it was rebuilt after the war, becoming a more prosperous international metropolis. However, in just a few days, this city suffered devastation once again, as those superhumans who had had enough of being restrained by the military unleashed their fury here. They displayed their ugly desires and faces without restraint. A superhuman in battle attire held a bottle of wine, drunkenly flying haphazardly in the air, smashing into buildings along the way, leaving a trail of destruction. The superhumans cultivated by the Alliance generally possessed extremely strong physical qualities, and such minor collisions were nothing to them. Where are the women? Where are the women? The superhuman codenamed Dragonfly was drunkenly searching for figures nearby, his dazed eyes straining to open wide as he shouted loudly. At that moment, he noticed a black dot appearing on the horizon. Dragonfly had excellent vision, but due to his drunkenness, it became blurred. By the time he could see the black dot clearly, his intoxication vanished in an instant. It's him. Bang. Dragonfly instantly sobered up. He had grown up hearing stories about this person, and suddenly seeing him appear before his eyes, he felt not excitement, but fear. Before he could react, he exploded into a mass of bloody flesh midair with limbs and severed arms flying everywhere, dying swiftly and cleanly. Infinite overload potential release strength 2048,003 tons. He gazed down at Hualin City, his powerful vision and hearing constantly searching for the chaotic superhumans, swiftly locking onto one target after another. The superhumans in the city sensed something, and their expressions changed drastically. Run. The hero of the Alliance has descended. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. Any superhuman with a semblance of rationality and self-awareness knows they stand no chance. Those who rushed forward were clearly mindless fools. Ha! Finally, I get to see the great hero of the Alliance. I really want to see if you are as strong as the rumors say. Boom. The terrifying sonic boom shattered the glass of buildings as Leahy zipped past at supersonic speed, and the few superhumans attempting to engage him instantly perished. Completely disregarding inertia and the incredible maneuverability of high overload, it was as if he was playing a connect-the-dots game. It was futile to escape in any direction. Leahy crushed through the bodies of the troublemakers, leaving behind a ground covered in blood and mangled flesh. Their once confident and solid bodies were as fragile as tofu before Leahy. One rebellious superhuman attempted to take a hostage, but was met with a slap to the face from the speedier Leahy, causing his entire head to explode on the spot. No, I don't want to die. The troublemaker witnessing this scene went mad with fear, desperately fleeing only to be caught by Leahy and killed with a shattered skull in the struggle. Infinite overload potential release strength 2048,040 tons. Infinite overload potential release strength 2048,067 tons. These superhumans are too weak to contribute much power. Leahy swept away the rebellious superhumans with the speed of thunder, taking less than 10 minutes on average for each city, most of the time consumed in traveling and searching for targets. He did not possess X-ray vision. If the distance was too far, the noise became overwhelming, making it difficult to hear clearly, inevitably slowing him down. In an open area, he could eliminate all of them in under 10 seconds. These second and third generation superhumans might seem extremely powerful to the Alliance, but under Leahy's command they remained as fragile as glass. They crumbled at the slightest touch. Whatever flames or freezing abilities or paralysis gas were utterly ineffective against Leahy. These capabilities that could deal with superhumans failed completely before him. Leahy's physical capabilities had long transcended humanity, and they had no idea just how powerful this force was. Any resistance was futile. The rebellious superhumans met their gruesome fates one after another, with cities being pacified in succession. Leahy's voice echoed through the military communication channel. Where else is there? This voice was filled with a sense of security. The military intelligence officer said the last city, Stun City, is also the city where Derek is located. He has gathered quite a few powerful superhumans there, so be careful. Understood. With that, Leahy instantly entered supersonic speed and soared into the sky, heading towards Stun City. A superhuman with electromagnetic invasion abilities showed a look of terror, hurriedly shouting, "Derek, he's coming this way." Upon hearing this, the other superhumans gathered by Derek immediately fell into chaos. What about the other defected superhumans? It seems they have all been subdued. The implication was clear, they had all been killed. Who had done this did not need to be stated. Just thinking about that man coming to deal with them made them tremble uncontrollably. Derek's body instinctively trembled, but he quickly regained his composure. Even though he did not think he was much weaker than Leahy, fear was still unavoidable. It was like a grown child still fearing their parents. Derek's rebellion was evidently irrational. He could have escaped and hidden, but felt compelled to incite and manipulate these superhumans to wreak havoc. However, he was utterly fed up with the military's constraints, tired of the restrained battles, and weary of being reprimanded by the military. Once he erupted, he immediately let himself go. He followed his desires and impulses, completely ignoring the consequences of his actions, feeling that such unrestrained freedom was simply exhilarating. It was only when that man came to handle the situation that Derek began to feel fear, but he forcibly suppressed this fear, believing he could control the situation. With a fierce look on his face, he retorted to the rebels, "Do you really want to return to the past? I am tired of being ordered around by the military, tired of following their commands. We are superhumans, we possess greater power. Look, with our strength we can enjoy everything. But I know what you are afraid of, but after all he is just another superhuman. I am not weaker than him, and with you all here, tear off that heroic filter the Alliance created for him. He is not invincible." The rebels exchanged glances, temporarily pacified. Seeing his words take effect, Derek took a deep breath to calm his nervousness. At that moment, they saw a figure rapidly approaching from the horizon. He's coming. As soon as these words were spoken, the superhumans who had just been calmed down immediately panicked, fleeing as fast as they could, acknowledging that Derek's words were persuasive, but upon seeing that man, their awe and fear overshadowed everything else, and they hurriedly escaped. A bunch of useless trash. Derek cursed angrily, gritting his teeth before soaring into the sky, confronting Lee. He's shouting, "We have planted a massive bomb in Stun City. Oh, stop now. Otherwise I will blow Stun City to smithereens." A nuclear bomb. Where did they get that from? Lee hovered in midair, confronting Derek, the gust from his flight, pushing against Derek, forcing him to step back slightly. Derek glanced at Lee and sneered, "The great hero of the Alliance, your appearance is even younger than I imagined, neither imposing nor frightening." The hero he once admired stood before him, and all he felt was jealousy and rage. A surge of impulse to prove himself arose within him, which he could not suppress. Lee paid little attention to this fool, his gaze sweeping over the city. The fleeing superhumans came into his sight, and very few could fly, most could only run on the ground. "I am talking to you." Derek was infuriated by Lee's indifference, roaring loudly, "You were just born in an earlier era than me. If I had been born in your time, the great hero of the Alliance would have been me, the one who annihilated 10 million enemies would have been me, and the one who brought peace to the world would have been me. Everything you can do, I can do too." He was utterly shameless, completely ignoring how his current actions were in stark contrast to peace. He merely wanted to prove himself to Lee and others, ranting to satisfy his fragile and easily shattered self-esteem. Logic did not matter. As long as he believed it himself, that was enough. Upon speaking the last word, Derek could no longer control his anger. His rage eclipsed all fear, and with a sprint he flew up to Lee and threw a punch. Bang! Crack! Amidst the loud sound of an explosion, a crisp sound of bone fracturing was heard. Derek's fury drove him to put all his strength into the punch, but instead of harming Lee, the recoil shattered his arm bone. The white bone pierced through the flesh of his arm, and the intense pain made Derek scream in terror. When he looked up, he met Lee's cold gaze. Thump! Thump! Derek's heart raced violently, fear surged like a tide, drowning him, while Lee's words kicked him straight into the abyss. "When did you start harboring the illusion that I am a hero?" Lee grasped Derek's head and lifted him. With a slight force, Derek felt as if his head would explode, and he immediately cried out in pain. Oh! Yet no matter how he struggled, he could never escape Lee's grip. A bomb. A nuclear explosion. Lee did not care about that. He never accepted anyone's threats or moral coercion. Even if it were a nuclear bomb, let it explode. The one killing is Derek, and he would make Derek pay for the citizens. He was also uninterested in listening to a self-esteem fragile loser babble on who pain and death were the best lessons. Boom. Derek was slammed down to the ground by Lee, shattering the entire surface. Derek's strength is approximately 600 tons. Lee, after rounding down, possesses 204.0 tons of strength. The gap in power between the two is as different as heaven and earth. Derek is unaware of this fact, which is why he harbors unrealistic fantasies. Not to mention a confrontation. Even if Lee stood still, Derek would be unable to break through Lee's defenses. Their strengths are not on the same dimensional level. Bang! 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 Derek in Lee's hands is like a weapon. Lee grips Derek's head as if it were a hammer, smashing the fleeing superhumans in his path. Blood splattered, staining Derek's face red. It is only at this moment that Derek realizes how powerful Lee truly is. In Lee's hands, he is as powerless as a child's toy. Let me go. Bang! Lee grabbed Derek and smashed another superhuman. The most humiliating part is that seemingly due to Lee's incredible speed, Derek found it hard to breathe. So weak. A superhuman turned back and frightened screamed wildly, desperately fleeing, as Lee tossed Derek forward. The superhuman was instantly turned to pulp, and Derek's body rolled across the ground, propelled by immense kinetic energy, destroying half a street. Cough, cough. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. Derek had never suffered such severe injuries before. He lay in the rubble of the collapsed road, gasping for breath. Kill. Kill me, and you won't know where I hid the bomb. Bang. Leahy descended from the sky, crushing Derek's head, with a single step, unwilling to hear another word of his nonsense. Thus the strongest artificial superhuman met a tragic end. Allied heroes. Leahy has never acknowledged such a title. He is well aware of his nature and actions. During World War II, he was merely a pure executioner. War is just an excuse for him. He is particularly self-aware. Do not expect him to be a noble superhero, nor can you threaten or coerce him with morality and the lives of others. That would be a futile endeavor. Infinite overload potential release strength 2048020 tons. Compared to other superhumans, Derek allowed Leahy to gain slightly more power, but even so, it is still merely a fraction. Even the military tyrant of the Talius Empire could handle Derek. The military tyrant just cannot fly, or once they get close, Derek would be turned into a pile of mush. Leahy opened a communication channel. Send in the cleanup crew, and there's a bomb here, send someone to disarm it. Thank you for your hard work. The military personnel expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Truly a hero of the Alliance, your combat ability and efficiency are incredibly reassuring. The battle has ended. Leahy did not concern himself with the bomb in Liston City. He did not care whether it was a nuclear bomb. If it were, it would be an issue for the Alliance to worry about. He asked the military, have all the out-of-control superhumans been dealt with? There are no disturbances on the surface anymore, the military replied. 3 days later, after verifying the list, the military identified a significant risk and informed Leahy, about 13 superhumans are missing and we have not found their bodies. Is it troublesome? They are mostly of a higher threat level. During the investigations, the military discovered that they seem to have disappeared after contacting someone. Some superhumans may not be strong in combat, but they excel in hiding their tracks. It is quite challenging for the military to pursue them. We can only do our best. If we cannot find them, we can address it later. After all, even nuclear bombs can be lost during transport due to carelessness. According to statistics, more than 30 nuclear bombs have gone missing over the past decades. Sometimes the operation of the world is not as rigorous and meticulous as ordinary people imagine. This broken ship is filled with leaks, and everyone is slowly moving forward, patching things up. Meanwhile, in a certain biological laboratory, the flesh of two bodies merged like a gel, churning for a moment before reshaping, returning to a basic human form, but lacking facial features. Fusion beings. A man's voice emanated from a computer nearby. What a miraculous life form, it can evolve so effortlessly. After merging with a superhuman, the fusion being said, this is not easy. Our fusion is based on mutual acceptance of this choice. Any resistance or opposing will lead to failure of the merge, and this stringent condition results in the immense power gained after fusion. The fusion of fusion beings is permanent, but once it occurs, it cannot be undone. After merging, their powers can stack, becoming stronger. The man in the computer asked, so after merging, are you still you? The fusion being did not mind revealing information about itself, as it was inconsequential. Every time I merge, my personal will is influenced by others. The more people I merge with, the more apparent my changes become, until I completely transform into a brand new will. That is still me, but not just me. Did those who merge die? Not death, they have merged with me. I am them, and they are me. We are of one mind, no longer separating each other. This feeling is probably hard to explain to you. Yes, I cannot understand. Only by experiencing this feeling firsthand can one comprehend the words of the fusion being. A fissure opened in the fusion being's arm, and a glob of milky blood dripped into a container. As agreed, you help me bring those superhumans, and I will provide you with the original samples of the fusion being's cells and genes. This is what you want. I need both of you. Can do. The man in the computer clearly knew that there was more than one fusion being that had come here. He asked, why not directly clone a large number of superhumans with fusion factors? Wouldn't that give you more materials for fusion? We need to merge with true strong individuals. Mass-produced materials lack the will of the strong, nor do they possess a complete worldview and self-awareness. A large number of merges would cause our intelligence to plummet, which is a degradation of our life level. I see. Thus the fusion beings must painstakingly leak out their cells, allowing various factions to spend a long time cultivating superhumans with fusion factors. Unless they master the technology to rapidly instill knowledge and memories into clones, fusion beings will not mass-produce clones for merging. Merging with subjects gradually alters their will and consciousness. Merging a bunch of memory blank fools will ultimately only turn oneself into a fool. Merging with subjects gradually alters their will and consciousness. merging a bunch of memory blanks. As time progresses, the research achievements of various factions and superhuman studies have become increasingly remarkable, and the number of superhumans has grown from a small military presence to a widespread application across various fields. Technology and superhumans complement each other. We have firmly embarked on the right path of superhuman development. One day absorb a human. Leahy was puzzled. Yes. The now over 9-year-old Gibson hunched, and leaning on a cane trembled slightly. After 30 more years he appeared even older, yet his eyes remained bright. This is a rather dangerous superhuman. He can enhance his own power by devouring ordinary people. Due to the inhumane nature of this ability, we have kept him under strict confinement and surveillance. Unfortunately, this superhuman is now missing. Gibson said he vanished right under our noses. We searched every conceivable place and did everything we could, but we couldn't find him. Leahy was at a loss. He wasn't skilled at locating people. Unless this fellow showed himself, he could deal with him, but that seemed unlikely. Gibson was afraid that the absorbed human was lurking in the shadows, continuously devouring humanity and quietly growing stronger, which would lead to significant troubles for them. Once we discover any news about him, we will notify you immediately. Please eliminate him at the fastest speed possible, otherwise the risks are far too great. Understood. A brief interlude passed. Leahy's life returned to tranquility until one day. The system interface popped up. Main Quest Stage 2 completed. Reward Evolution Degree 15. Main Quest Stage 3 Red Star embarks on a new path sure to create a brand new future under the leadership of superhumans. Please eliminate threats to Red Star. The existence of the absorbed humans poses a tremendous threat to human civilization. Quest Reward Evolution Degree 20. Infinite Overload Ultimate Ascension Evolution Degree 100 Ultimate Ascension in progress. The second stage of the main quest has smoothly reached completion, and the information on the interface refreshed rapidly, without time to divert attention to the third stage, as the evolution degree filled once again. Leahy began to evolve. A massive power surged within him. He could feel his life level leaping into a higher realm, and a brand new strength was being born. Leahy immersed himself in this feeling of growing power, almost losing track of time. He was unaware of how long had passed, until he finally noticed the passage of time. Ultimate Ascension completed. Power 30 million tons, Evolution Degree 10. Leahy's strength increased by nearly 10 million tons, surging power roiling within him, giving him the illusion that he could obliterate the very planet. Just like when he completed his first evolution, Leahy naturally mastered the newly acquired power, evolving a new ability. A lethal move. Any living being that he kills 3 times will meet true death, unable to heal, reincarnate, or resurrect. In the face of those with extremely strong regenerative abilities who could swiftly resurrect even after being reduced to minced meat, he would be their absolute nemesis. Triple kill. Leahy described this ability. He checked the time and realized that 3 days had already passed. Gibson had timed it perfectly and called Leahy at that moment. What's the matter? We found the absorbed human. In the laboratory, the hands of 2 fused beings gradually merged together from their arms to their shoulders, and then from their shoulders to half of their bodies, slowly becoming one. For the future of the fused beings. For the great revival of the fused beings. So that fused beings can stand tall in this cosmic sky. We will forsake our tiny selves to create a stronger individual, becoming a new self. One is all is one. We will usher in a new magnificent era for the fused beings. The 2 fused beings sacrificed their independent self-awareness with a spirit of self-sacrifice. The moment the fusion was complete, a powerful force surged forth. Boom. The entire laboratory was instantly destroyed by this force. Zizizi. In the corner, a damaged computer sparked with electricity, intermittently transmitting a man's voice. So who are you now? The figure of a faceless man, tall and clad in pure white, did not conceal his identity. This superfusion being formed from numerous superhumans began to speak. Pat, that's our new name. In spirit, he is not a purely fused being, for his consciousness is constituted of numerous superhumans, with the 2 fused beings playing a dominant role. The man in the computer asked, no need to hide anymore. No need to, I fear nothing now. Pat thus emerged from the laboratory in the true form of a fused being, no longer concealing himself as a human. When he encountered arriving researchers on the way, a tentacle shot out like lightning from his body, pulling them into himself, digesting and absorbing them almost instantaneously. Indeed, Pat absorbed the power of the absorbed human. He no longer needed to obtain the powers of other superhumans through fusion. He could freely enhance his strength by absorbing ordinary people. Although he could not gain superhuman abilities through absorption, he also avoided further contamination of his consciousness. Even ordinary people without fusion factors could now serve as his sustenance. Pat believed he had become the most perfect ultimate life form. Beep beep. The sound of horns echoed on the road, pedestrians bustled about on the streets, and the bright sunlight reflected off the glass of tall buildings casting dazzling light. From both sides of the shopping street came the calls of discount promotions intertwining with the loud music from the shopping district and the advertisements on the large screen in the square. Everything was so peaceful and ordinary. The next moment, a tall, pure white, faceless man appeared in the center of the bustling area, causing people to stop in astonishment. Suddenly, countless tentacles erupted from the faceless man, swiftly ensnaring numerous pedestrians and pulling them into his body. Disaster struck. Citizens fled in terror, desperately trying to escape. The surveillance cameras in the shopping district adjusted their angles, focusing on Pat's figure. A man hidden in the shadows quickly assessed Pat's power while collecting data. Basic strength, 240,000 tons. In addition to that, he possessed numerous abilities including, but not limited to, super regeneration, foresight, flight, enhancement, absorption, and more. Pat fused with many superhumans. He possessed all the abilities they had, and it was certain that some changes would occur when these abilities were combined. When Leahy arrived in the city upon receiving the news, the once bustling downtown area was so quiet that one could hardly sense the presence of any living beings. Only a massive fleshy sphere waved its countless white tentacles. The deafening sound of sonic booms echoed as a figure descended from the sky with an unstoppable, terrifying force, crashing violently into the enormous white flesh ball. The immense force struck his fist, making Leahy resemble a water droplet weapon from a sci-fi work, effortlessly capable of penetrating any warship. In an instant, milky blood and flesh splattered everywhere as Leahy pierced through the flesh ball, sending chunks of meat flying and shattering the surrounding skyscrapers and pavement. Boom! The gigantic meatball throbbed violently like a heart, and then the flesh quickly contracted towards the center of the hole, shrinking visibly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a faceless figure. It was Pat, a fusion being. On his way here, the military had already informed him of the urgency of the situation. Analyzing the intelligence, it seemed that Pat's displayed ability to absorb came primarily from absorbing humans. As a fusion being, it was not surprising to gain the abilities of other superhumans. Leahy finally understood the true meaning of fusion for these beings. Just in time, his third main task was to eliminate the fusion beings. Upon Leahy's arrival, Pat showed no signs of panic or fear, calmly saying, "Thank you, your attack is just helping me digest." Leahy was not the type to engage in idle chatter. He moved before Pat could finish his sentence, his speed so fast it was nearly imperceptible. With a ferocious force unleashed, a single punch obliterated Pat's head, creating a shockwave that swept through the skyscrapers, shattering all the glass. To everyone's surprise, Pat was unaffected by the loss of his head. His arm transformed into a blade ready to strike at Leahy, only to have Leahy faster in both reaction and speed rip his arm off. Moreover, Leahy simply pulverized Pat's entire body into a mass of flesh. Since the head was not a weak point, he chose to obliterate the whole body. It must be said this creature's regenerative ability was truly formidable. Even after being turned into minced meat, it could rapidly recover. Leahy witnessed a chunk of flesh that splattered into the air swell back into humanoid form in the blink of an eye. Pat completed his rebirth in just 3 seconds. At this moment, he was still unaware of the severity of the situation. "Useless, you can't kill me." Pat's tone was calm, but as he spoke, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his expression finally changed. "What is happening?" Leahy remained indifferent. His body tore through the air, reaching a momentary explosive speed of 30 Mach, like a flash of lightning filled with murderous intent and extreme destructive power. Boom! Half of Pat's body was shattered. Though he possessed the ability to foresee a brief future, knowing did not equate to being able to keep up with Leahy's speed. He could only barely dodge at the critical moment, preventing a second death. Even so, his entire body was still driven through one skyscraper after another under Leahy's assault, crashing through them like a meteor. The booming sounds were incessant. Pat used his mind to communicate more efficiently with Leahy, as Leahy gave him no opportunity to speak. He originally believed he no longer needed to fear Leahy's power. In reality, during their confrontation, he discovered that Leahy was even more powerful than he had imagined. He could not comprehend how he sustained injuries that even rebirth could not heal. "We are not enemies, we need not fight to the death. This is not Earth, why do you care about these people's lives? Let's just stop here, we won't interfere with each other. Stop. Don't push me." Thoughts raced like lightning as Pat's voice incessantly echoed in Leahy's mind, but Leahy paid no heed and dashed forward to catch up to the retreating Pat. The stench of death loomed ominously, causing Pat to feel a chill. "This is what you forced me to do." In an instant, Pat unleashed all the abilities he could muster. Hardness enhancement, body reinforcement, density increase, potential eruption, extreme overclocking. By exerting himself to the utmost, Pat's reactions and speed barely kept pace with Li He, but at the cost of nearly collapsing his body. Then the two figures collided and the shockwave erupted, sweeping across the western side and shattering all surrounding buildings, a truly horrifying scene. The fierce wind swept through, lifting cars off the streets. Crack! In this extreme collision, Pat's fist barely held off Li He's blow, but soon after his bones shattered under the immense force and blood splattered from his arm. Li He broke Pat's arm with overwhelming force, and he did not stop there. He pierced through Pat's chest, though this was not a fatal injury for Pat. In response, Pat laughed. The next moment, numerous tentacles erupted from his body, desperately entangling Li He, attempting to drag him inside for absorption. This move might work on others, but it was useless against Li He. He pushed against the tentacles, bursting and tearing them apart, and a swift kick severed Pat in half. Following up with an axe-like downward strike, he decisively blasted Pat into a mist of blood. Again, the disparity in power between them was so vast that Pat had nearly no ability to retaliate. He exerted a few tons of force while Li He wielded several tons. The contest of strength was utterly incomparable, and in terms of ability, he had no means against Li He. A second death. Li He marked Pat for a second death. A man sitting in front of a computer attempted to analyze the situation. Pat's initial confidence was likely built upon his formidable rebirth ability, but now it seemed this ability had been somehow countered, leading him to fall into a disadvantage. Pat had absorbed many ordinary people, and the man in front of the computer obtained detailed data on him from Pat's performance in battle, indicating a base output of 8.0 tons and a peak output of 6.5 million tons. This was far from Li He's capabilities. If Pat had more time to absorb more people, the outcome might have been different, but there were no ifs. Li He was no fool and would not allow him to continue absorbing. As for how Li He countered Pat's rebirth ability, the man in front of the computer typed a question mark. Judging by the outcome, it seemed Pat was doomed. Unless Pat had a trump card. A chunk of splattered flesh rapidly expanded into a faceless figure, marking Pat's second rebirth. However, this time was different. He radiated a dazzling and searing light. A tremendous heat radiated out, causing the nearby glass and steel to melt rapidly. The air heated up quickly, moisture evaporated, and trees were ignited. As if the entire city were about to ignite. Nuclear explosion form. Pat's final and strongest. Li He soared through the sky at breakneck speed, the shockwaves wreaking devastating havoc on the buildings along his path, but there was no one around, rendering it inconsequential. In an instant of electric brilliance, boom. Pat surprisingly managed to fully absorb Li He's attack, matching him blow for blow without falling too far behind. The surrounding air trembled violently, catching Pat's flying form and mitigating the tremendous force. His body radiated intense heat, incinerating and melting everything around him. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, not from the injury caused by Li He's punch, but from the irreversible damage left within him after his second death. No matter how Pat activated his recovery abilities, this injury could not be erased nor restored. It felt as if it were etched deep into his very soul. The raging winds were torn apart by the roaring dragon of fury, and the Reaper wielding a scythe approached, while Li He's relentless assault left Pat with almost no respite. Fortunately, he was still able to put up a fight in this state. Meanwhile, the blazing sun and the rending forces in the atmosphere engaged in fierce combat within the city, obliterating anything in their path. The air was scorched to the point of igniting, yet it could not harm Li He in the slightest as the two figures darted around the city at speeds incomprehensible to the naked eye. Wei Ba, I underestimated you and overestimated myself. I take back my earlier arrogance. Your genetic factor is indispensable for the fusion beings. Li He's strength rekindled this thought in Pat's mind. If he could acquire Li He's genetic factor, he could undoubtedly cultivate exceptionally powerful descendants among the fusion beings. Upon hearing this, Li He's expression turned cold. He had an exceptional aversion to such matters. Fusion beings were outside his aesthetic range, and he was even less inclined to let others use his genetic factor for chaotic purposes. Immediately, his speed surged further, accelerating from 20 Mach to 25 Mach as he became a black line slicing through space. At an extraordinarily terrifying speed, he obliterated everything along his path, cutting through the city like a blade. His back-and-forth movements resembled a barrage of artillery raining down on Pat, who could not evade, as if battling countless Li He simultaneously being treated like a punching bag. In a state of nuclear explosion, Pat's surface temperature surged to tens of millions of degrees, far exceeding the temperature of the sun, vaporizing any matter that came into contact with him. At this moment, his explosive power could reach 24 million tons at the cost of all the matter within him undergoing efficient fusion, radiating outward in the form of energy. However, this still could not pose an effective threat to Li He. He was unfazed by the mere tens of millions of degrees of heat, maintaining an upper hand in his confrontation with Pat. He was a man who could walk out of the center of nuclear explosions exceeding hundreds of billions. Soon, Pat's declining strength became more apparent as his energy continued to deplete. His explosive state began to falter, swiftly falling from a position capable of resistance to one where he was solely taking a beating. If not for his formidable recovery ability, he would have been killed by Li He long ago. Li He's approach lacked any flashy techniques. It was simply raw power and incredible speed. The punches in this ultra-high-speed state left Pat bloodied and battered. A man sitting in front of a computer rose and left. Based on the data analysis, he could see the outcome of this battle and felt no need to continue watching. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a dazzlingly intense burst of light exploded, halting Pat, who was being sent flying by Li He's blows as the nuclear energy radiation from his body surged. If tens of millions of degrees were ineffective, then let it be 100 million degrees. If 100 million degrees weren't enough, then let it be 1 billion degrees. He would spare no cost, even if it meant incinerating himself. The air underwent violent ionization due to the radiation of nuclear energy, horrifying arcs of electricity flashing into existence as the surrounding buildings and roads vaporized in an instant. Ziz. The rapidly heating extreme environment produced ferocious shockwaves, with the ionization phenomenon intensifying until the air transformed into glowing plasma. Weiba, this battle should come to an end. As a fusion being, I acknowledge your strength, and I must have your genetic. Still going on about this. Li He was almost amused by the absurdity. He said nothing, merely accelerating further, plunging headlong into the plasma-like air, his muscles coiling with a density rivaling that of a white dwarf. In a fraction of a second, he struck with enough force to penetrate the Earth's crust at 25 Mach. Pat activated his foresight and extreme reflexes to meet Li He's strike in the short time available, unleashing all the nuclear energy within him. That was an extreme high temperature of 100 million degrees. Boom. In an instant, an exceedingly bright energy shockwave pierced into the clouds, with lightning racing along its path. The air instantly ionized and thunderclaps erupted in the clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Within the energy shockwave of 100 million degrees, Li He surged upward with an unstoppable momentum. Realizing that this level was still insufficient to defeat him, Pat let out a roar. If 100 million degrees isn't enough, then let it be 1 billion degrees. Having said that, the energy shockwave erupted with an even more brilliant glow, accompanied by a more terrifying ultra-high temperature, at the cost of even Pat himself being unable to withstand such heat, his body rapidly disintegrating. This was an intense battle beyond human imagination. Li He had once endured temperatures of hundreds of billions for a millionth of a second. Under such circumstances, his muscles would quickly decompose. 1 billion degrees was equally terrifying, but he was no longer the same as before. Now he could remain unscathed amidst such extreme temperatures, yet Pat seemed to have triggered some disintegration capability based on this extreme temperature. In the persistent heat of 1 billion degrees, Li He's skin was rapidly decomposed, his muscles ignited, and a searing pain coursed through him. Before completely losing his sensory abilities, he charged forward, enduring the damage from the energy shockwave, and unleashed a punch filled with all his accumulated strength right at Pat. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted rapidly from the point of contact between the two, calming Pat's energy shockwave. The entire city was transformed into a meteorite crater, nearly non-existent. Infinite overload potential release power 40 million tons. Infinite overload ultimate leap evolution degree 20. Main quest phase 3 completed. Reward evolution degree 20, evolution degree 40. Pat was pulverized by Li He's punch. This marked his third death, and Li He's triple kill executed, directly sealing Pat's true death. He could never be revived again. Moreover, Pat didn't leave behind a single cell. His body could not withstand the temperature of 1 billion degrees, incinerated in the energy he had unleashed. The refreshing interface confirmed Pat's death for Li He, who was injured again and had to retreat to space for a period to recover. Fusion beings, a peculiar race capable of merging with life forms possessing the same fusion factors. Their genetic factors are extremely dangerous to other races. Li He completed the mainline task of the third stage, having eliminated Pat, the only fusion star human on Red耀 Star. As for whether more fusion star humans would come later, that was no longer his concern. Injured. Coupled with the task rewards, Li He's evolution degree rose to 40, seemingly not far from the next evolution. This time his burns were lighter than those from the Gattuso Desert, resulting in a lower evolution degree. After all, the difference between 1 billion degrees and 10 billion degrees is quite significant. 1 billion degrees was Pat's limit. He could not possibly unleash 10 billion degrees. Such an extreme nuclear reaction would occur within his body, and he would evaporate completely before using that power to attack Li He. 2 months passed swiftly. No one disturbed Li He's recovery in space. Another rather bizarre thing was that even at such a powerful level, Li He still needed to breathe. Perhaps this was a means for his body to acquire energy. He could hold his breath in space for a long time, long enough that he himself didn't know his limit, and he felt no discomfort, yet he indeed needed to breathe. This was indeed miraculous. His current body could hardly be considered human. Li He's battle with the fusion star humans was earth-shattering, creating an extreme environment that made countries wary of approaching that area. The extreme conditions of high temperatures and plasma left them helpless. Pat absorbed millions of people. It was a disaster. The deceased were ordinary civilians, not soldiers, and they did not die on the battlefield. The good news was that the threat of the fusion star humans had been eliminated. The nations, of course, were unaware that they had almost been served on the table as a feast by the fusion star humans. They only knew that Li He had killed a rogue superhuman. Li He saved this planet. The great hero who had been silent for decades returned to the public eye. People mourned the victims while shouting Li He's name as a hero. Li He could not hear in space. Some people walked out from inside the door. A certain force from Earth arrived at Red耀 Star, where they discovered that the technological level here was actually higher than that of Earth. What a great place! They rejoiced. Then they began planning how to develop this place to extract more resources to strengthen their power, using it as a superhuman training base. Until they saw Li He's image everywhere on the streets. Wei Ba. They were stunned, then checked online. This search almost scared them to death. Wei Ba had been here for 83 years, looking like a centenarian. During World War II, he annihilated over 10 million people single-handedly, ending the war and forcing countries around the world to submit. The Gattuso Desert nuclear explosion incident. The fusion star human incident. This was no superhuman, it was simply divine. Quick, gather your things and run. This place is a bit dangerous. They feared being turned into shredded chicken by Li He, and after finally discovering a way, and they found that the territory had already been claimed decades ago. They felt bitter. Just as this group was packing up to leave, Li He returned from space. The mainline task did not enter the 4th stage, indicating that this mission should end here. The countdown at the door still had plenty of time. Li He did not hurry to leave, but attempted to use the advanced technology of Red耀 Star and superhuman research techniques to develop his own powers. Meanwhile, he tested his current data. The test results showed that based on Li He's current basic strength of 40 million tons, his body density officially entered the ranks of white dwarf stars. It was no longer comparable, but truly so. His weight was 274,000 tons. What does this concept entail? It is equivalent to 4 or 5 fully loaded aircraft carriers. Even the Ultraman from film and television works, who weighs several tons, is not a match for Li He. Of course, this is only under the premise of physical combat. As Zero had said before, if Li He dared to release his flight state, he would sink into the ground like a nail, plunging straight to the Earth's core. Researchers could not cut even a single hair from Li He, as he was now a dense celestial body. It's simply unfathomable that a body of such density can still maintain a human form. Can your cells still sustain a basic shape? What is the principle behind this? Why can you still exhibit such physiological functions? This was an unsolved mystery. In the time that followed, Li He requested the researchers to use all means to promote his further evolution or to enable him to develop other abilities. After a flurry of efforts, all results ended in failure. Li He did not gain any new abilities. It's truly remarkable, Your Excellency Li He. From our observations, your body exhibits extreme exclusivity, and none of our drugs had any effect on you. For the time being, let's still refer to the cells in your body as cells. Your genes possess extreme aggressiveness and invasiveness. Any foreign drugs or genetic modifications that enter your body will be eliminated. There is reason to believe that even if you were to bear offspring with aliens, the genes you pass on would exclude any foreign genes. This means that regardless of which alien race you conceive with, Li He's children will be pure Earthlings, as his genes possess an unparalleled aggressiveness. This is merely a hypothesis, Your Excellency Li He. Would you be willing to provide your cells and genes for us to conduct further research? No need. Li He refused. In fact, Li He's genes probably only appeared to be genes, while understanding their essence was quite difficult, as this thing could not even be affected by high-energy particles. Biological genes aren't supposed to be this solid. Logically, with your current mass and density, you should exert a strong gravitational pull on surrounding objects. However, we feel nothing at all. It's difficult to comprehend. The superhuman transformation plan for Leahy failed, but this was not all the research entailed. A physicist proposed a viable suggestion regarding Leahy's combat style. During the last battle, I noticed that many surveillance devices in the city seemed to have malfunctioned before being struck. They had stopped working before being affected by the battle, which seemed like an electromagnetic pulse. Although your dense body does not exert gravitational or force fields on external objects, perhaps you can generate some magnetic force from within. Leahy had not paid attention to these details during the battle. At least he did not think there was any magnetic force within him that could be activated. However, since there was such a possibility, it was worth a try, as it was ultimately a chance to enhance his own strength and methods. The researchers tried various methods and finally succeeded in capturing the magnetic field signal within Leahy, validating their hypothesis. Indeed, there exists a powerful magnetic field within Leahy which can erupt outward under certain conditions. This releases a strong electromagnetic pulse attack into the external environment. In the battle against Pat, the electronic devices were destroyed by Leahy in this manner, though this kind of attack is not easily noticeable and poses little threat to life. However, this electromagnetic pulse attack can be very lethal to mechanical life forms and can achieve a vast area of impact in one go. It can be considered a special attack. Although it was not extensive, the Alliance did collect combat data on Leahy during that battle, combined with the monitoring of the magnetic field signal within him. The researchers quickly found a method to release the magnetic field from Leahy. The key lies in emotions, the researchers said to Leahy. We have monitored that when your emotions fluctuate significantly, the magnetic field within you drastically intensifies and then releases outward, forming a powerful electromagnetic pulse attack. Emotional fluctuations. Leahy understood. Pat had been chattering during the fight, and he did indeed have some reactions. In fact, his emotional fluctuations at that time should not have been considered strong. The researchers suggested, perhaps you can imagine something that made you feel angry, then we might be able to monitor it more clearly. Leahy immediately thought of the Vine aliens that killed his parents. In an instant, buzz, the invisible magnetic storm suddenly unleashed, and the surrounding electronic instruments were extinguished in this invisible magnetic storm, with the internal circuits and electronic components instantaneously damaged. The magnetic field signal monitored by the researchers was extremely strong. We succeeded. They continuously examined the electronic instruments damaged in this electromagnetic pulse, and eventually discovered that the effective coverage area of this electromagnetic pulse reached a radius of 200 kilometers. That's quite a large coverage area, the researchers exclaimed. Leahy said, this means I have to control my emotions as much as possible in the future, otherwise I might easily release a strong electromagnetic pulse at any time and place. As long as there isn't a sudden strong emotional fluctuation, it shouldn't be a problem. Ordinary happy emotions, for instance, are unlikely to trigger such a phenomenon. Thus, Leahy developed a new method, a wide-area electromagnetic pulse. Another development project focused on Leahy's current dense physique. His body was as dense as a white dwarf, meaning he was a degenerate matter life form. Matter is composed of molecules and atoms consist of nuclei and electrons. When an external force strong enough compresses the electrons into the nucleus, neutrons are formed. Matter composed of such microscopic particles is called degenerate matter, with white dwarfs and neutron stars being typical carriers of this type of matter. These celestial bodies have extremely high densities, which describes Leahy's situation. To further explain, over 99% of an atom's mass is concentrated in its nucleus, while it occupies a volume of only a few billionths of an atom. On a macroscopic scale, matter seems to have no gaps. However, on a microscopic scale, the tightly packed atoms are not as closely arranged as one might think. The electron cloud space between two atoms is so vast that it could fit an entire universe, allowing Leahy, whose body composition is indistinguishable from degenerate matter, to sink into any substance as easily as cutting through cream. There was no need for much force. It was akin to an ordinary person sinking into mud and swamps. Only when the density of the substance reached a certain level could it block him, making Leahy feel noticeable resistance. Achieving this effect of sinking into the electron cloud space required careful control of force. Too little force would be ineffective, while too much would damage the substance. After 2 months, Leahy finally pinpointed the key and controlled his strength to an appropriate level, successfully passing through a wall without causing any damage. This strange phenomenon perplexed the researchers. Logically, the degenerate matter that constituted Leahy should be extremely dense, and incapable of passing through the electron cloud space of matter in this manner. Thus, Leahy's deep development matters came to a conclusion. He had developed two techniques. One was to release electromagnetic pulses through emotional fluctuations, and the other was to master the technique of penetrating matter. Both were primarily auxiliary. One day Gibson came to visit not because he had encountered another insurmountable problem, but to bring Leahy a gift, a piece of clothing, a specially designed Alliance military uniform. A lot of researchers put in considerable effort to create this uniform, considering that the battles you participate in are generally intense. Oh, Leahy picked up the coat and unfolded it. It was a deep blue Alliance Army uniform of the same style he had often worn in the military. Over the years, the military uniform had gone through several style changes, but the one Leahy was most familiar with was still the one he first wore, which was this set before him. Gibson and his team truly put in a lot of thought. He accepted the gift. "Thank you," Gibson said. "This can be considered the crystallization of the Alliance's wisdom, gathering the efforts of countless superhumans. It's hard to damage, and as long as it's not completely destroyed, it can repair itself over time." Leahy asked, "If I wear it and take a swim around the sun, will it still have anything left?" "It can withstand temperatures of 6,000 degrees without any damage. You just don't swim into the sun's core, as it cannot withstand temperatures in the tens of millions of degrees." That is indeed practical. Leahy was very fond of this farewell gift. 10, 9. Leahy heard the people outside calling out the countdown, and then he remembered that today was the day of the ignition for the Deep Blue Alliance's experimental spacecraft. The target was to explore a nearby planet, and it was said that in order to modify the environment of that planet, the Alliance also planned to send some microorganisms and small animals up. Cockroaches. What? We sent cockroaches embedded with fusion cell gene fragments to modify the environment there in preparation for future colonization plans. Leahy was speechless and could only wish them good luck. The transformation of the planet's environment would be a long process, and he would not see the results. He picked up the gift Gibson had given him. "I'm leaving. I hope to have the opportunity to see you again." Gibson deeply bowed to Leahy from behind. Unbeknownst to others on this day, the great hero of the Alliance left without a word. Leahy returned to Hualien City, echoing back to this place through the door. The position of the door had changed, and its appearance had also become a style from recent years, uncertain whether it had been damaged. He pushed open the door and walked inside. Earth Nepal. The door here had not changed. It was still in the same position, still the same dilapidation. After all, only 8 days had passed on this side of Earth. Someone has emerged. Prepare. As Leahy stepped out of the gate, he found himself encircled, layer upon layer, by military forces and superhumans. Nearby factions that had also discovered the gate feared that entities from the other side might emerge and wreak havoc upon Earth. Senior military officers instantly recognized Leahy's face, after all they themselves had only recently withdrawn from the gate. On the opposite side, his likeness was ubiquitous, nearly impossible to miss. "Lord Weiba, hold your fire. Do not engage." The general urgently halted what could have become a catastrophic confrontation, one likely to annihilate their entire force. Though they commanded numerous superhumans, none were believed capable of matching Leahy. "Lord Weiba, my sincerest apologies." Boom. Leahy had no interest in engaging with them. In an instant, he shot skyward, vanishing into the heavens. The general, witnessing this, exhaled deeply in profound relief. They had dreaded precisely such an outburst. "General, Lord Weiba has emerged. Does this mean we may now begin developing the world beyond the gate?" The general's face lit up with quiet triumph. "Commence development immediately." 2 days later, the gate sealed itself shut. Staring at the splintered wooden door, now utterly inert, stripped of all temporal spatial properties, the general silently mourned the expedition team stranded on the far side. They could not see the gate's countdown. Aware only that it would close, they gambled, sending back resources at irregular intervals, hoping fortune would favor them. The final contingent dispatched across would never return, a cruel twist of fate. "We shall honor their contributions and sacrifices." The general spoke those words solemnly. Elsewhere, Leahy held a smartphone, its screen lighting up with a pixel art sailor-suited girl. "How long did you spend on the other side of the gate?" 83 years. "An extraordinarily long time," Zero remarked, "equivalent for most to an entire lifetime." Curious, she asked, "What was it like?" "Rather peaceful." Naturally, so after peace settled over the Red耀 Star world, few matters demanded his intervention. Combat occurred rarely, only 2 or 3 times per year on average. Zero noticed subtle changes in Leahy's presence, evidence he had grown vastly stronger, his cultivation leaping beyond all prior measure. Where next? Home. Leahy had nearly circumnavigated the globe, choosing Nepal as his final waypoint. planning to cross the Himalayas directly into his homeland. Frigid, precipitous, indifferent to nature's harshest extremes, he chose the shortest path straight across the Himalayan range. When locals on the far slope saw a figure descending snow-clad and serene, they assumed merely another mountaineer. Hardly unusual given the annual influx of climbers. 2 villagers passed by. So many climbers this year, and astonishingly fit. Some reached the summit still brimming with energy, leaping about, as if untouched by altitude. Indeed, and yet some appear wholly inexperienced. Li descended to the foothills, only to be intercepted by a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner in a black suit. His Mandarin flowed flawlessly, his demeanor effusive. Sir, what extraordinary serendipity. Perhaps destiny itself wove our paths together. Congratulations. You've just been enrolled in the Hall of Fame selection tournament. Li declined. Not interested. Regrettably, withdrawal is not permitted. I selected you at random, and though I'd initially judged the roster unimpressive, meeting you here has changed everything. Trust me, your participation will ignite the arena, electrify every spectator. Li ignored him entirely. The foreigner flipped open his notebook, scribbled a name, then waved cheerfully. Mr. Weiba, I've officially registered you. Huh? Li turned, startled, to find the blond man vanished without trace, erased from his perception as if he had never existed. How is it that these days he's recognized everywhere? Zero replied, because you're a global icon. After the Jiangcheng battle, Li's name had entered the highest echelons of global intelligence, but ordinary citizens shouldn't recognize him so readily. Even residents of Jiangcheng rarely glimpsed his true face. He asked, are superhumans now common knowledge among the general public? Not yet, but governments know secrecy won't hold forever. Superhuman numbers are rising too fast, so they're gradually easing restrictions, allowing public awareness to unfold organically. First, specialized agencies have already accepted the reality. Nations secretly train superhuman units and establish countermeasures. Militaries, of course, lead the way. Within 5 years, Zero predicted, superhumans will fully enter public consciousness and integrate seamlessly into human society. As for extraterrestrials, to prevent mass panic, governments will almost certainly continue concealing their existence. Superhuman emergence remains an intrinsically terrestrial phenomenon. Extraterrestrials are different. Many are innately hostile to humanity, their enmity irreconcilable. To preserve social stability, nations will likely suppress alien disclosure for decades, if not longer, because such revelation strikes at the core of species survival. You wouldn't mind a guest in your home, even one stronger than you, so long as they remain human. But you'd recoil in visceral horror at the thought of your home teeming with rats and cockroaches. You'd eradicate them without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Northern Europe, sir, what extraordinary serendipity. Perhaps destiny itself wove our paths together. Congratulations. You've just been enrolled in the Hall of Fame selection tournament. The blonde-suited man approached a passing broad-shouldered man, repeating his pitch verbatim, undeterred even when the man ignored him. Then he paused, withdrew his notebook, and began writing. Mr. Leviathan, I've registered you. Tonight's tournament features a truly legendary guest. Prepare for spectacle beyond imagination. The man frowned, whirled around, and searched in vain. His identity was meticulously concealed. How then had a stranger named him? Similar encounters unfolded simultaneously across the globe. No matter how deeply hidden a superhuman's identity, the suited man found them, and inscribed their names into his notebook. At first most dismissed it as absurd, the more cautious grew wary, scanning shadows, doubting every passerby, until night fell. In an instant reality shifted. Li stood bewildered inside a colossal football stadium, seating capacity tens of thousands. Spectators sat sparsely in the stands. Li, however, occupied the VIP section, strikingly conspicuous, flanked by 2 other seated figures. Good evening, esteemed competitors. What is going on? Where's this place? Which bastard is behind this? The superhumans in the audience began to grumble, growing increasingly vigilant. Being teleported here without any warning made them feel extremely insecure. Good evening, contestants. A blond man in a suit appeared on the football field, holding a microphone and shouting excitedly, his face full of fervor. It's you. What have you done to us? The superhumans immediately recognized the man in the suit. Many impulsive individuals rushed down the football field without a second thought, only to be instantly teleported back to their seats with a flash of white light. Rule 1: no wandering around, no taking other seats, and no harming the safety of other spectators. Please be advised. This unreasonable teleportation ability immediately subdued the agitated superhumans, who had no choice but to obediently sit in the audience. I know everyone is eager to understand the current situation. Please don't worry, I will explain everything right away. First, let me introduce myself. The man in the suit began to walk around the football field, and his image appeared on the giant screen hanging up. It is an honor to host this Hall of Fame selection competition for everyone. I am an ordinary host from the NPC planet with no malicious intent. My duty is to select contestants from various planets and hold a competition. The most outstanding individuals will be inducted into the NPC Planet Hall of Fame and receive a mysterious grand prize. The host's passionate speech left the superhumans in the audience exchanging glances, many of whom were learning about the existence of aliens for the first time. Is this for real? Aliens? This is too real to be true. The host flashed with light, returning to his original appearance. He still wore a suit indistinguishable from a human's, but his head transformed into a television with 4 screens displaying the face of his human form. Snap! He snapped his fingers, pointed the microphone, and the screen immediately switched to the guest seats. First, let us welcome tonight's special guests and 3 heavyweight contestants. From East Asia, Weibo. From the Americas, the Radiation Man. And from Northern Europe, Leviathan. The host clapped wildly, yet there was no one in the audience clapping. Nevertheless, thunderous applause and cheers echoed through the football field. The spectators looked around, finding no one clapping or any speakers. Leahy exchanged glances with the 2 men beside him. The sturdier one was Leviathan, while the slimmer one was the Radiation Man, both older than him. The Radiation Man remained silent. Leviathan curiously sized up Leahy. So you are Weibo? Leahy ignored him. Leviathan continued, you are younger than I expected, kid. The audience gasped. Is that Weibo? The infamous character from the rumors. Weibo, the Radiation Man, and Leviathan. The 3 most powerful individuals so far have all appeared, making them the Earth's 3 giants at present. Aside from Leahy, there have been many superhumans demonstrating their strength over the past year with battles occurring worldwide, but none have displayed power as formidable as these 3. Especially Leahy. He nearly destroyed half of Jiangcheng City. Who is Weibo? Some superhumans who had never heard of this name expressed confusion. Leahy was too inactive, and non-governmental superhumans found it difficult to access such high-level intelligence. What a load of useless chatter. What exactly do you want to do? What are we evaluating? The host finally began to get to the point. Now let me explain the rules of this competition and the content we will be evaluating. Upon hearing this, the audience quieted down. Leahy focused his attention, noting from his observation of the NPC that the host's physique seemed no different from that of ordinary earthlings, but the key lay in that unreasonable rule-based ability. It seemed that within this competition, no one could violate the rules he set. Such an opponent was undoubtedly the most troublesome. He attempted to call Zero, but the unqualified Zero could not enter the competition area, and his phone was unresponsive. The host began explaining the competition content and rules. The competition will evaluate the most expressive, destructive, and shocking battles of each contestant to date. I will select the 10 most representative battles with the most authoritative and objective attitude for everyone to evaluate. For each selected battle, the contestant will receive 10 points. Contestants who are not selected may choose to enter that battle, and if they defeat the selected opponent, they will also receive 10 points. Finally, the top 3 contestants with the highest scores will be inducted into the NPC Planet Hall of Fame and receive a mysterious grand prize. The remaining contestants with scores will also receive rewards of varying levels based on their scores. Snap! The host snapped his fingers again and said, each planet will only conduct 1 evaluation. Seize the moment, contestants, give it your all. Also, Rule 2, this competition prohibits any form of recording, prohibits photography, prohibits video recording. After the competition, the memories of each contestant will be blurred, and it will be impossible to extract details from memory by any means. You will forget the combat methods and techniques of the selected contestants, aiming to protect the privacy of every contestant. After finishing, the host pointed, and the screen switched to someone who was trying to record with their phone. A flash of white light appeared, and the phone in that person's hand vanished. Confiscated. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid of having their abilities and tactics exposed, so having rules that protect privacy was very reassuring. This again demonstrated the strength of the NPCs. At least up to this point, he had not discovered any behavior that could evade the rules. Unconsciously, as the host finished introducing the competition content and rules, the superhumans in the audience gradually accepted this reality and immersed themselves in the event. Everyone, I believe you are already looking forward to the upcoming evaluation segment. You want your battles to be among the top 10, to be in the spotlight, and you want to witness the power of other selected contestants firsthand. Let's get started. Stop dragging it out. The contestants were indeed eager. Alright, let's not waste any more words. In the time just now, I selected the 10 most representative battles that fully meet the criteria of being the most expressive, destructive, and shocking. On the giant screen appeared the footage of a battle. The host excitedly exclaimed, "The most representative battle, ranking 10th, is the Battle of Talius by contestant Wei Ba." Did Wei Ba make his appearance so soon? The contestants were astonished. Li He once again drew everyone's attention. His expression was solemn, as he had not expected that the NPCs could truly showcase this battle, which was unknown to all. With this, it seemed that battles occurring in any world would not escape his scrutiny, undeniably highlighting his extraordinary capabilities. The large screen displayed Li He's battle in the Talius Empire, starting from the moment he emerged from the valley and encountered the Talius Empire's army. The host's voice was incredibly captivating. "This is a battle that took place behind a certain door, where the Wei Ba contestant faced the military assault of the Talius Empire. At that time, he was somewhat inexperienced in combat, yet his overwhelming presence was undeniably evident. First, he endured powerful strikes from modern artillery and missiles, then engaged in combat with the Talius Empire's secret weapon. The intensity of the process is something everyone should witness. Such a degree of combat is sure to leave many contestants feeling the shock. Faced with modern artillery and missile strikes, many contestants would likely find it hard to survive. Therefore, this battle was selected and ranked 10th. Let's congratulate the Wei Ba contestant. Wei Ba, congratulations on earning 10 points. Ding. A 10-point sign appeared above Li He's head. He looked at the large screen displaying the battle that had taken place and felt quite strange. He never expected to relive that experience in such a manner. The contestants watched the battle on the large screen, truly feeling Li He's strength. The relentless bombardment of modern artillery was indeed terrifying. Some people scoffed, saying, "I could do it too." The host quickly made that wish come true. Now we will enter the challenge segment for all contestants. Those selected will earn 10 points. All contestants may engage in the battle of evaluations. If you can defeat the opponents of the selected contestants, you will also earn 10 points. To enter the Hall of Fame, please show your strength. Having said that, everyone in the arena suddenly vanished. According to the host, they should have entered the Battle of Talius. As an experiencer of this battle, Li He did not enter. To put it in gaming terms, he had already completed the level and did not need to play again. The host said to Li He, "Wei Ba contestant, the other contestants will return in 5 minutes. To pass the time, you can watch the battles of the other contestants on the large screen." Okay, Li He nodded. As his thoughts moved, the images on the large screen swiftly changed. Inside the scene of the Talius battle, the guy who had just said he could do it emerged from the valley and immediately wiped out the alien forces outside. That was easy. After finishing, the guy hurriedly ran away, having narrowly avoided the subsequent bombardment due to his foresight, claiming it was still easy. Until moments later, a supersonic missile struck with thunderous force, decisively ending the guy's battle. This thing cannot be dodged just because you think you're foresight. The Talius Empire's satellites were watching from above, hitting precisely every time. Many contestants had decent strength, managing to get past the forces outside the valley. The bombardment was not particularly difficult, but most fell to the supersonic missiles. This round eliminated over 70% of the contestants. Those who could survive the supersonic missiles would face the final boss battle. Military Overlord. This was the first formidable enemy Li He encountered. Had it not been for his extreme leap, he would not have been a match for the military overlord, and facing him would be a nightmare for many. As Li He anticipated, the vast majority of contestants were quickly and decisively defeated by the military overlord's punch, dying swiftly, with little chance to retaliate. Only a very few could contend with Radiant Man and Leviathan, both special guests of this competition, alongside Li He possessing such strength. Leviathan, true to his name, can transform into a monstrous being fighting with inhuman strength. In the face of the military overlord, he chose to become a Dragon Man. The brutal and blood-pumping battle appeared exceedingly fierce and passionate. Even so, he could not display an overwhelming advantage in his fight against the military overlord. Boom! The ground shook violently. Leviathan was struck down by the military overlord's punch, the scales covering him shattering, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How powerful this is!" It seemed this was a foe that Wei Ba had encountered when he first rose to power. Leviathan found this hard to believe, realizing just how extraordinarily strong the military overlord was. On the other side, Radiant Man appeared considerably more relaxed. His ability was nuclear energy release. Those who understood his power called him the Nuclear Man. He currently could undergo fission within himself and unleash the energy generated by the fission. Thus, his combat power was quite formidable, with surface temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, releasing toxic radiation, and even allowing him to fly using the energy released from nuclear power. When he managed to grind down the military overlord, he sneered, not impressive at all. No matter how long the battle scene lasted, only 5 minutes passed in the arena. Once the 5 minutes were up, all contestants instantly returned to the arena. Everyone was initially silent for a moment, then began looking around. Did you die, eh? Aren't you dead too? Seems like everyone is. Died pretty badly. Only a few individuals had a 10 points sign above their heads. Upon counting carefully, it turned out that about 20 to 30 had survived the military overlord's challenge. These 20 to 30 people might not all possess formidable physiques and strength, but their abilities were undoubtedly strong, otherwise they could not have defeated the military overlord. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Naturally, the 10 points sign also appeared above Leviathan and Radiant Man, and Leviathan no longer underestimated Leahy's age, but expressed admiration for him. Any words could not compare to personal experience. Previously, his understanding of Leahy was limited to powerless written information and a few video clips. Your opponent is quite strong, I barely managed to win. At this moment, Radiant Man interjected, just average. You? Leviathan frowned, disliking Radiant Man's condescending attitude. His personality was quite straightforward, inherently clashing with that of Radiant Man. The host's voice interrupted Leviathan's words as he continued to stir the atmosphere, and as he spoke, the entire arena's emotions seemed to heat up. Having just experienced a thrilling battle, did you feel exhilarated? If not, that's fine, we will immediately enter the second match. The large screen displayed battle footage occurring in a certain city, showcasing a chase in the air between two human-shaped robots. The ninth most representative battle, the urban aerial chase of the Mechanical Knight contestant. This is clearly a battle that did not take place on Earth, yet it undeniably deserves a spot in the top 10. The intensity of the combat scene is truly explosive. The Mechanical Knight demonstrated unparalleled firepower capable of matching an entire modern military regiment single-handedly, with firepower and striking capability akin to a mobile arsenal that is truly astonishing. Perhaps this battle is not as shocking as the Battle of Talius with the Weibo contestants, but in terms of scale it undoubtedly surpasses it. Leahy finally understood. It seems that the larger the spectacle, the higher the ranking. He watched the Mechanical Knight battle another robot, both sides unleashing a torrent of bullets, wildly bombarding the surroundings, reducing nearby buildings to ruins. It was indeed explosive. Now contestants, please enter the scene for your challenge. With those words, the announcement was made. The contestants disappeared once again, leaving only the Mechanical Knight in his seat, who ignored everyone else and immediately checked on Leahy's battle situation. In the scene, Leahy appeared on a bustling street, surrounded by a crowd indistinguishable from a city on Earth. Everything felt utterly real. It can't be real, can it? He felt there was a possibility. Suddenly, a bright tail flame streaked through the air as a missile flew towards Leahy at incredible speed. He looked up to see a massive metal robot, twice the height of a person, charging at him menacingly. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, countless gun barrels and cannon muzzles emerged from the robot, ready to unleash a barrage on Leahy. Then boom. A deafening sonic boom shattered all the glass around, and Leahy vanished from his original spot, reappearing just a second later a short distance behind the robot. He hovered in midair, holding the robot's head, exposed wires crackling with electricity. Looking at the robot, a massive hole appeared in its body. The battle ended in an instant. In the arena, the Mechanical Knight was left speechless. A one-hit kill. An irrefutable one-hit kill. An unparalleled absolute suppression. The Mechanical Knight calculated that Leahy's explosive speed exceeded 15 Mach in that brief moment, a level he could barely hope to reach at full speed. Is this the power of Weibo? Just witnessing Leahy's current performance placed immense pressure on the Mechanical Knight. If they truly faced off, he would be eliminated in an instant. Thus he concluded, I must never be an enemy to him. 5 minutes later, Leahy returned to the arena, a 10 points sign appearing above his head with Leviathan and the Radiant Man by his side. To be honest, this battle was significantly easier than the previous one. A total of 30 to 40 contestants had defeated the Mechanical Knight's opponent. Leviathan remarked, to rank 9th is indeed somewhat undeserved. The Radiant Man agreed this time. In the third battle, a volcano erupted and a giant dragon emerged from the scorching magma, roaring as it attacked the city at the foot of the mountain, only to be torn apart by Leahy. The brutality of the process left even those who experienced the battle in shock, knowing that he had fought extremely hard and nearly perished. In the fourth battle, Leahy faced an entire aircraft carrier battle group at sea, sinking all 30 ships, including the aircraft carrier, in just 20 seconds. He had experienced battles of this level on the Red Star, and not just once. It felt like a classic revival, having sunk over 100 ships during the second battle of Red Star. He never counted the exact number as it was unnecessary. As long as he saw enemy fleets being sunk, the actual quantity was not important to Li He. In the fifth battle, Li He faced an alien invasion with hordes of aliens pouring through a portal and were shredded into pieces by the shockwave created by his high-speed flight. He knew that killing Earthlings would not trigger his infinite overload talent, but the current situation clearly fell off. These were all aliens. Li He concluded that everything in these scenes was fake, otherwise killing aliens should enhance his power. The witnesses of this battle were dumbfounded as Li He not only effortlessly crushed the invading alien army, but also plunged into the portal, slaughtering the opposing planet. The participant who experienced it firsthand trembled in fear. So ruthless. Absolutely. Due to his parents being killed by aliens, Li He harbors extreme hostility towards these extraterrestrial beings that recklessly harm human lives. Thus his actions were exceedingly brutal. In the sixth battle, an ancient city on the seabed was on the brink of destruction. An ancient being claiming to be a god was swiftly slapped dead by Li He. This battle scene was indeed very intense and astonishing, yet the ancient being posed no challenge to Li He. He easily scored 60 points. Likewise, both Leviathan and the Radiant Man also scored 60 points. Apart from these three, 5 other contestants achieved the same score. It is evident that there were indeed many strong contenders. These battles were a piece of cake for Li He, but they proved quite challenging for other superhumans. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to earn 60 points. The big screen displayed the total scores of the contestants ranked from high to low, with Li He, Leviathan, and the Radiant Man undoubtedly at the top. The host praised, "I didn't expect 8 of you to score 60 points. This is beyond my expectations," meaning all 8 of you achieved victories in the previous 6 challenges. However, the final 4 battles ahead will not be so easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, the contestants perked up. Is the main event finally here? The host built up everyone's anticipation, cheerfully announcing, "The most representative final 4 battles I rank 4th is the giant beast battle of contestant Leviathan." Roar. The screen echoed with the wild roar of some giant beast shaking the ground as 2 colossal creatures appeared in the city, causing skyscrapers to collapse and the ground to crack. The scene was extremely shocking. Wild. Destruction. An incredibly stunning spectacle. This battle took place on the giant beast planet, where contestant Leviathan transformed into a giant beast to engage in a life-and-death struggle with another beast. Can you all feel that raw primal ferocity approaching? With a weight exceeding tens of thousands of tons, of physique deemed indestructible, and a size that inspires despair, dear audience, have you ever felt such an overwhelming pressure? Next, you can experience it firsthand. Roar. Boom. The battle between the 2 giant beasts on the big screen was overwhelmingly oppressive, their massive bodies effortlessly destroying all surrounding structures during the fight. The electric light surged. The contestants witnessed Leviathan transformed into a giant beast, unleashing beams of light that swept through the buildings within hundreds of meters, causing them to collapse and be severed in half. The other giant beast, unwilling to be outdone, also radiated light, roaring before spewing forth surging beams that collided heat in with Leviathan. The 2 beams collided, and the dissipated energy triggered a fierce ionization phenomenon in the air, with shock waves spreading out and flattening everything within 100 meters. Hiss, how can we fight this? The contestants felt a chill run down their spines. They estimated that Leviathan's giant beast form stood around 50 to 60 meters tall, and the host mentioned that its weight reached several tens of thousands of tons, which made its muscle density terrifying. The mechanical knight quickly calculated the average density of Leviathan's giant form. If we take the height as 60 meters and the weight as 500 tons, then the average density of this giant beast is 13.5. This means it is denser than lead. However, even so, it cannot support its own massive weight. The final conclusion is, the very existence of such a creature is unreasonable. At least it violates current human understanding. Its bone density must be astonishing, and there must be some vast energy mechanism within it. Leviathan lamented, "This giant beast took me a great deal of effort to handle. I almost lost my life." Is that so? To me, these are just 2 enormous sacks of sand. If it were me, this battle would end very hee. Leviathan sneered. He was truly fed up with the demeanor of the Radiant Man, as if not showcasing his presence would cost him his life. "I will be watching." After saying this, their gazes simultaneously converged on Li He, finally focusing on the battle that involved them both, eager to know Li He's current strength. As the first superhuman to gain global attention on Earth, Li He's strength was recognized by them, but how strong he was now still needed to be confirmed. After nearly a year, everyone had grown a Leviathan, and the Radiant Man did not believe they were weaker than the Li He from back then. The next moment, challenge begins. The contestants entered the scene together to challenge Leviathan's opponents in this battle, while Leviathan only focused on the battle between the two. One was Li He. The other was the Radiant Man. Within the scene, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, creating a gloomy atmosphere, and the air was filled with the sulfurous smell of a volcano, causing the surrounding crowd to panic and flee. "Don't wait for the car, get out and run." Beep, beep, beep. "Mom and Dad, where are you?" Helicopters whizzed by overhead, the sound of the rotors creating a sense of panic as Li He watched the crowd rush past in a frenzy, gazing at the scene ahead. Boom. The ground trembled. A giant beast approximately 60 meters tall slowly came into view, walking on two legs, with each step shaking the ground, its skin seemingly covered in hard scales. "It's coming. Run." People were suddenly filled with fear, and the helicopters and armed forces nearby immediately opened fire, the sound of gunfire relentless as their firepower poured onto the giant beast. But it was of no use. Li He's figure slowly rose into the air, surveying the beast's physique. He could not sense the immense energy within the beast, but on the surface it seemed like a fragile shell. Of course, only to him. The giant beast spotted Li He, and its expression suddenly froze. Ignoring the military's attacks, it let out a war cry and charged at Li He, swiping down with a claw. The familiar scene unfolded again. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosive shockwave erupted, accompanied by a spray of blood, as a significant wound was instantly punctured through the giant beast's body. Roar. The giant beast howled in pain. Li He uttered, "Too fragile." Not to mention the difference in physical density. In terms of tonnage alone, he was equivalent to 5 of these giant beasts, and if there were a monster boxing league, they wouldn't stand on the same level. The pain in its body made the giant beast realize the strength of the human before it, and it immediately resorted to its trump card, opening its gaping mouth to unleash a beam of light. Unfortunately, Li He's speed was even faster. He had no intention of testing the power of the beam. How could it be stronger than Pat's billion-degree energy shock? He threw a punch, instantly piercing through the giant beast's skull. The beam abruptly ceased. Then the giant beast crashed to the ground. The battle was over. Leviathan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He looked at the time, and from the start of the battle to its end, the entire process took no more than 15 seconds, and Li He had only attacked twice. The gap in strength was too vast. This giant beast, which had almost taken his life 2 months ago, was so easily killed by Li He as if it were as effortless as drinking water. Leviathan felt an unparalleled shock. He believed Li He might be the strongest superhuman on Earth at present. If this was not the strongest, then who could it be? He took a deep breath to calm himself. Looking again at the Radiant Man, this guy was engaged in a fierce battle with the giant beast, boasting about how powerful he was, yet, after a long struggle, he had failed to inflict a fatal wound on the giant beast. A smile involuntarily appeared on Leviathan's face. 5 minutes later, all the contestants returned to the arena, and a 10-point sign appeared above Li He's head, while there was no movement above the Radiant Man's head. "Ha ha ha, who was making such a loud noise earlier? What's wrong? Your radiation didn't work. Looks like all you can do is boast, ha ha ha." Leviathan showed no mercy, mockingly laughing at the Radiant Man. The Radiant Man, his face darkened and silent, did not expect the giant beast to be so hard to fight. As a result, he fell behind Li He and Leviathan by 10 points. As fellow invited guests, this made it hard for him to save face, and he didn't want to deal with Leviathan. Humph. The score finally shows a distinct division. The host's voice pulled everyone back from the shock of the giant beast battle, excitedly announcing that only one person had successfully defeated the giant beast in the challenge. That person is one of our special invited guests, the formidable contestant. Let's give him a round of applause. Clapping erupted from an unknown source. The score rankings on the big screen changed, with Li He and Leviathan tied for first place. The giant beast battle was selected, and Leviathan automatically received 10 points. In response, the contestants didn't find it strange. After all, it's Leviathan. I'm not surprised that Leviathan succeeded in the challenge. I'm more surprised that the Radiant Man couldn't win. Doesn't this imply that the Radiant Man can't defeat Leviathan? It's hard to say. True combat is not merely a contest of numerical values. It would be a gross oversimplification to state that a radiant being cannot defeat a giant beast simply because it cannot match the Leviathan. Mindset, timing, experience, and skill. All these factors can lead to different outcomes in battle. Moreover, the radiant being is not incapable of defeating the giant beast. In fact, he has not suffered any disadvantages in this battle, but has maintained a position of advantage. It's just that delivering a fatal blow to the giant beast is difficult. Some competitors murmured, "Is it not yet the Battle of Jiangcheng against the Leviathan?" The Battle of Jiangcheng is quite famous, It was this battle that propelled Li He to fame, making the high-ranking officials of various nations realize the terrifying power of superhumans. Unfortunately, up until now no one has been able to witness the entire Battle of Jiangcheng. Only fragments captured on film have been preserved. It's coming soon, it must be ahead, there's no reason it shouldn't be ranked. Then, the host's voice echoed within the arena. I can already feel the intense anticipation from all the contestants for the final 3 battles. Without further ado, the top 10 most representative battles. Ranked third is the Battle of Luocheng featuring the Radiant Being. The battle scenes appeared on the big screen. The city in the footage was ablaze with loud explosions ringing out intermittently, and then a scorching beam of fire sliced through a skyscraper. The building collapsed. The scene was explosive. The host explained, unlike previous battles that occurred behind closed doors, this battle took place half a month ago in Luocheng, America. The searing flames and radiation nearly turned the city into a hellscape. The Radiant Being faced his strongest enemy to date, the Inverted Being from the Inverted Planet. Buildings were melted by flames, and the power of the Inverted Being nearly turned the world upside down, with skyscrapers rising into the sky, a sight rarely seen. Enjoy it, everyone. The Inverted Beings. The name sounded like a peculiar alien race with strange talents somewhat akin to the fusion beings. Li He understood the strength of such extraterrestrial beings. Rather than calling their talents abilities, it would be more accurate to describe them as manifestations of certain rules and mechanisms truly extraordinary. The Radiant Being was particularly concerned about the matters of strength. He coldly said to Leviathan, "If you have the ability, then show me you can win in this battle." The Inverted Being is very strong, and the Radiant Being had to pay a tremendous price to eliminate him. He could not defeat the giant beast, and Leviathan might not be able to defeat the Inverted Being either. And Leviathan, let me see your strength. This time he directly addressed Li He. He had never told anyone that he had once greatly admired Li He, because Li He was the first person to showcase the unparalleled might of superhumans to the world. At that time he had just awakened, and the battle footage from Jiangcheng had greatly shocked him. Now, however, he no longer admired Li He because he believed he was not significantly weaker than Li He. Li He glanced at the Radiant Being, ignored him. The host spoke up. "Contestants, please prepare, the challenge begins." Swish. The contestants disappeared from view. The Radiant Being sat in the guest area just like Leviathan's choice. He focused only on the battle between Li He and the powerful Leviathan. Inside the arena, as soon as Li He entered, he faced the Inverted Being, who appeared no different from a human except for the smiling mask on his face. Reverse. He raised his hand, and the direction of gravity nearby was instantly inverted, causing people around to scream as they fell from the ground into the sky, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. However, Li He's figure was frozen in midair, unaffected by the change in gravity, suspended in the air, facing the Inverted Being. Moi. The Inverted Being was taken aback. Li He's flying abilities were unrelated to gravity and magnetic fields. He had mentioned this to researchers from the Deep Blue Alliance, and more accurately, it was a displacement ability. He remained where he was unaffected by the inverted gravity, and he was very familiar with the sensation of being in space, where there is no distinction between up and down. Thusly, he was not affected at all by the inversion of gravity and perception. In the time the Inverted Being was stunned, he had already broken the sound barrier and rushed forward. Reverse. Boom. Before the Inverted Being could even attempt to reverse gravity a second time, Li He's punch obliterated him, blood raining down as gravity returned to normal, and skyscrapers in the sky fell rapidly. The ground shook with a thunderous sound. In the arena, the Radiant Being appeared dazed. Did he just take him down like that? At that time he had fought with great difficulty, while Li He had dispatched the Inverted Being with a single encounter. The Inverted Being had many powerful techniques, but that is how battles unfold. There's no reason to give you time to slowly execute your techniques. Li He's swift, decisive strike eliminated the Inverted Being before he could employ any other methods, and even he was surprised at how quickly the Inverted Being had perished. Is that it? On the big screen, Li He looked astonished, which only made the Radiant Being feel more frustrated. Li He had compared the Inverted Being to the Fusion Being, but it seemed he had overestimated the Inverted Being, though it could also be due to their underdeveloped state. Like Pishi and Pat Pat became incredibly powerful after merging with numerous superhumans possessing fusion factors. If it weren't for Li He, Red耀Star would likely have been devoured. The Radiant Being glanced towards Leviathan's situation and immediately felt delighted. Unsurprisingly, Leviathan was fighting in his dragon form with wings. The result was, of course, that the Inverted Being continuously reversed gravity, causing confusion in perception and direction, leading to Leviathan being thoroughly beaten. Fortunately, his tough skin prevented him from dying earlier. 5 minutes later, Li He and the other contestants returned to the arena. The radiant being did not miss this opportunity to mock Leviathan for his dark expression. He, how does it feel to be thrown into a washing machine? It must be exhilarating, right? I bet you nearly crapped yourself just now. TCH. Leviathan did not want to speak. In this battle, only Li He successfully completed the challenge and earned 10 points, bringing his total score to 80, the highest in the venue. Leviathan and the radiant being understood that Li He's strength was on an entirely different dimension from theirs. His might was categorical. Let me see your strength, and similar phrases the radiant being treated as if they had never been said. The host's voice rang out. The scores of all the contestants are freshly revealed, and finally it is no longer a tie. Currently in the lead is contestant Leviathan. Trailing behind are contestant Leviathan and contestant Radiant, being both tied for second, only 10 points behind contestant Leviathan. However, regrettably, they may have no chance of catching up. Including Leviathan and the Radiant being, the contestants were momentarily stunned. Could it be? Exactly. The host unveiled the secret. The final 2 battles are about to enter the exclusive segment of contestant Leviathan. 2 battles. So that means Wei Ba has 3 fights among the top 10. He is still too dominant. The contestants stared in stunned disbelief. The host's voice rose with fervor as he announced that the most representative 10 battles ranked second Wei Ba's Jiangcheng battle. Boom. The giant screen showed a skyscraper toppling, crowds scattering, 2 silhouettes struck without restraint in the heart of the city. This was Wei Ba's first public revelation of a power that defied reason, crushing and annihilating all in its path, a might so suffocating it stole breath itself. Perhaps this fight lacked the spectacle of the undersea city collapsing, the impact of a titanic beast, or the apocalyptic inversion that razed Licheng's towers yet. It was the moment superhumans declared a new era to the world. Wei Ba used his force to teach everyone what true strength meant. The shock this battle sent through Earth was unparalleled, which is why I rank it second. I trust few will take issue. The cachet of the Jiangcheng battle is beyond question. It marked the dawn of a new epoch, after which Li He became a symbol among superhumans. He was once hailed as the strongest. As time flowed, an ever greater might emerged. That accolade faded from mention, yet it could not shake his status among superhumans. Before him, who could have believed Earthlings could attain such heights of power? Leviathan was taken aback by another thought. Jiangcheng battle only ranks second. How ferocious, then, must the first-ranked fight be? Li He watched the fierce scenes on the screen with no nostalgia. This was a battle born of anger, hatred, and impulse. If time could be rewound, he would make the same choice again, yet he could not deny that this fight did not deserve praise. Finally, start already. The contestants bristled with anticipation. They knew they likely could not conquer the challenge, but they all yearned to feel the battle in person. It was like a pilgrimage to a shrine. Fusheren's gaze burned. He longed to test himself against Bai Shizhuang, wondering whether his current strength could reach Wei Ba's of that time. Amid the swelling excitement, the host snapped his fingers as the signal. The challenge began. In an instant, all contestants entered the scene. With the last 2 battles reserved for his own showcase, Li He lounged in idle repose, resigned to watching the others' fights with detached amusement. Within the scene, the mechanical knight was slammed by a towering psychic impact into a building. Before he could respond, he was yanked out again. His flight thrust too weak to shake off by Jingli's overwhelming telekinesis. Soon the mechanical knight was torn into scrap metal, its flickering electro-eye locked onto the hovering figure as a residential block was hoisted aloft and then smashed down. This is absurdly strong. Indeed, without first-hand experience, one could not fathom the magnitude of Bai Shizhuang's telekinesis, thousands of tons of force that ordinary beings could never withstand. With leverage and optimized mechanics, lifting Tintasandin edifices was effortless. The only flaw was a lower average pressure, meaning someone truly powerful could exploit a point to break the hull. The mechanical knight understood this, but could not do it, thinking only Leviathan and Fusheren might stand a chance. If Leviathan could hear the mechanical knight's mind, he would likely scoff at such talk. Frankly, he felt he might not be able to beat Bai Shizhuang. When he shifted into his dragon form, Bai Shizhuang left him dazed, almost as if pressing his head down and hammering him, blood spraying wildly. In dragon form, Leviathan had to strain even to subdue Jun Ba. Against the more complete and mightier Bai Shizhuang, he was plainly destined to absorb blows. Crack. Out. Wrapped in surging telekinesis, Leviathan's bones snapped with brittle sounds. Of agony ripped from him, a cry and fury followed. I refuse to believe I cannot beat you, he roared. He unleashed a monstrous roar, and his body swelled in the blink of an eye. He became a 6-dimeter fearsome beast, tens of thousands of tons of mass and strength, that easily tore free from Bai Zizhuang's psychic bonds. Terrifying arcs of electricity erupted, driving Bai Zizhuang back hundreds of meters. Lai Whiten briefly seized the advantage, but it did not last long. Soon Bai Zizhuang entered a second phase. After a few phone calls, his power surged, and without ceremony he struck Lai Whiten with a telekinetic spear. That strike had once grievously wounded Li He. Lai Whiten's bulk was greater, but his tissue lacked Li He's density and hardness, and the spear drove clean through his skull. The battle ended. On Fusheran's side, the roiling telekinesis compressed into a deep blue radiance that warped surrounding light. Grievously wounded Fusheran fell to his knees. Half his body had been nearly destroyed by the telekinetic spear. This is outrageously unfair. Fusheran had never faced an opponent who could escalate so wildly. Bai Zizhuang's second-stage telekinetic intensity was simply too great for him to withstand. His vaunted high-temperature assault was nullified by Bai Zizhuang's simple vacuum barrier, and the gravity field formed by telekinetic suppression made every step a torment. It was unbearable. Bai Zizhuang's telekinesis was a common talent in form, but its sheer intensity and endless repertoire of techniques rendered it impossible to counter. In the end, Fusheran was utterly defeated. The challenge concluded. When Lai Whiten returned to the arena, he told Li He, "Others call me a monster. To me, you are the true monster." Fusheran withdrew into himself. Remember, this was a battle from nearly a year ago. After a period of rapid growth, they saw how utterly crushed Li He's foes had been, and it shook them. The gulf between them stung. The contestants murmured in shock. "Damn, I couldn't hold even a single second. I was wiped out in an instant. I still can't believe this was the power a year ago." It was, brother, it truly was. After personally witnessing the Jiangcheng battle, the superhumans unanimously felt its and Wei Bas worth was even higher. Placed in that battlefield, even their current selves could not guarantee survival amid the aftermath. Bai Zizhuang casually hurled buildings as if they were toys. The two exchanged blows at supersonic speeds. How could one dodge? One slip, and one would be smashed to pulp. At the thought that such a contest ranked only second, the contestants could not contain their excitement. They only wanted to know what the #1 battle would look like. Where's the #1 battle? Bring it on. Hurry. The microphone spun through the air into the host's hand as a flourish to stir the atmosphere. Carried by the crowd's energy, he cried, "Very well. The contestants' zeal is fully ignited. Now the final main event takes the stage." Among the 10 most representative battles ranked first, Wei Bas battle of 1,000,000,000 degrees. This fight will utterly overturn your present understanding of superhuman limits. Subverting the understanding of superhumans. The host's words were so exaggerated that the contestants found it hard to believe. They knew Wei Ba was powerful, but to describe it as subverting understanding seemed a bit much. How strong can he really be? The contestants struggled to imagine. Leviathan and the radiated man exchanged glances at Li He, eager to discover his true strength in this final battle. Please look at the big screen. When the battle between Li He and the fusion star person Pat appeared on the large screen, everyone's attention was utterly focused, and their understanding of superhumans was instantly refreshed. Utterly dumbfounded. Horrified. Shocked. Just as the host had said. It was akin to when they first awakened and gazed at the Battle of Jiangcheng City. Now they watched the battle on the big screen, and their understanding was similarly overturned. This is a battle that occurred on a certain planet behind the gate, where the Wei Ba contestant faced the fusion star person with all his might. The intensity of the fight far surpassed any previous battles. The reason this battle is called the 1,000,000,000-degree battle is that the temperature unleashed by the fusion star person truly reached that level. Any conventional living being or material exposed to such an environment would be instantly vaporized. As a battlefield, this city was nearly entirely evaporated. I initially wanted to call this battle the solar battle, but in fact, even the surface of the sun cannot reach such temperatures. Finally, the host posed an unimaginable question to the contestants, who were still immersed in shock, and then provided an even more shocking answer. A punch comparable to that of a white dwarf struck at a speed of 25 Mach. Do you know the power of such a punch? It is sufficient to penetrate the entire crust. The contestants gasped, utterly horrified. A silence fell over the place. This kind of power was beyond their wildest imagination. Li He indeed possessed it. A 1,000,000,000-degree high temperature surpassing the sun, capable of penetrating the crust with a single punch. Every word highlighted the terrifying strength that man possessed, a realm they could hardly aspire to reach. Everyone blankly shifted their focus to Li He. The radiated man breathed rapidly. Strong. Too strong. Blood vessels appeared in his eyes. This was the ultimate power he sought. Perhaps one day he too could unleash such a high-temperature shock. Leviathan murmured to himself. a punch capable of penetrating the crust. Seeing the reactions of the contestants, the host felt satisfied as the battle between Li He and the fusion star person was truly extraordinary. He made a decision. I know it's a bit much to have you challenge this opponent alone, so for this final battle, I allow all of you to cooperate. As long as you can defeat this opponent, I will grant each of you an additional 10 points. The contestants exchanged glances. Can we do it? Is this a matter of numbers? Then let the challenge begin. Whoosh. The contestants entered the scene, and this time they all appeared on the same battlefield, a crowd of them standing. Then a multitude of white tentacles suddenly erupted and many unsuspecting contestants were absorbed by Pat as they entered. Everyone quickly reacted. Everyone attacked together. If you have any hidden tricks, bring them out. We must not let him enter the explosive state, otherwise everything will be over. In the arena, Li He watched with interest as the contestants rushed in only to be devoured by Pat's tentacles, and the battle was a one-sided massacre from the very beginning. Without some means of controlling resurrection, their chances of success were nearly zero. Conventional methods could not kill Pat at all. Pat didn't even need to enter a nuclear explosive state. In his normal state, he could suppress all contestants, including Leviathan and the radiated man, effortlessly crushing them, fighting while consuming. As expected, this challenge ended with all contestants dead until they were all absorbed, and they failed to force Pat into a nuclear explosive state. They had overestimated themselves. 5 minutes later, the returning contestants were somewhat questioning their lives. They were formidable superhumans everywhere, yet in that battle, they were no different from cannon fodder. The gap in strength is too great. There's no way to fight back. Only sighs could be heard. All 10 battles had been completed and evaluated, and each of their scores appeared above their heads, clear for all to see. The rankings on the big screen showed no changes. The tense and exciting segment always passes quickly. Everyone, it seems it's time for this evaluation competition to draw to a close. Please look at the big screen. The image of Li He appeared. Let us congratulate the Wei Ba contestant. He is indeed the special guest and heavyweight contestant. The Wei Ba contestant achieved victory in all 7 challenges, totaling 100 points. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks soared into the sky above the arena, bursting into brilliant colors. Li He once again was the center of attention. To be honest, he wasn't fond of this feeling. He just wanted to finish quickly and be alone in peace. Following the Wei Ba contestant are the Leviathan contestant and the Radiated Man contestant, both with 70 points, still tied for second place. Congratulations to them. You 3 will be inducted into the NPC Planet Hall of Fame, gaining fame in the cosmic starry sky, and each will receive a mysterious grand prize. Let us congratulate them. Of course, the rewards for all contestants will also be distributed shortly. The fireworks continued to bloom. The host's closing remarks were crisp and clear. He bowed politely to the contestants, his voice echoing in everyone's ears as if it was growing distant. It has been an honor to host this evaluation competition successfully on Earth. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and may we meet again by chance in the future. The competition came to an end. Li He came back to his senses, finding himself amidst a vast starry sky, where the shining stars radiated brilliant light. Within that brilliance, a ray of light rushed towards him, then vanished into the depths of the universe. At the same time, many images flashed through Li He's mind. He stood on a planet in ruin and destruction, becoming the emperor, ruling numerous planets, confronting someone in the starry sky, and ultimately falling into eternal death in a black hole. This is a gift from the stars to you. The host appeared beside Li He at some point, and said to him, the starry sky foretells your future and presents this fate as a gift. How do you find this mysterious grand prize? Li He frowned. Will what I foresee definitely come to pass? The host immediately understood. It seems your future is not very optimistic. How to explain it? For a single quadrant, fate is resistant and unchangeable, but in multiple quadrants, anything is possible. If you wish to alter the foreseen future, then harness the power of other quadrants to become stronger. Before knowing the future, death was ambiguous and unclear to Li He. However, after the stars foretold his fate, his death became unmistakably defined. At some point in the future, he would face eternal death within a black hole. Suddenly, a sense of crisis descended upon him. Worrying was futile. As the host stated, the only thing Li He could do was to become stronger. Perhaps in the future, he would be powerful enough to change his own destiny. There was one thing he wanted to clarify. What exactly do you mean by the quadrant? No one answered. The host vanished without a trace. When Li He opened his eyes, he found himself in the pitch-black night, as if awakening from an incredibly realistic dream. He looked around and had returned to the real world. How long did I sleep? What do you mean? The phone screen lit up, and Zero did not understand Li He's meaning. Given Li He's form of life, he no longer needed sleep, and Zero answered truthfully. To me, you merely blinked, taking 5 seconds. The night was still dark. Li remembered spending quite some time in the arena, yet only 0.5 seconds had passed in the real world. The abilities of the NPC aliens were stronger than he had imagined. Regrettably, he had not clarified what the so-called quadrant concept was. The only known information was that one could traverse between different quadrants through the doors. He remembered that Earth was in quadrant 042. Zero realized that something must have happened and was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? NPC aliens. At that moment far away in Jiangcheng City, Shun Yinan suddenly woke from her dream. The process of the selection competition swiftly emerged in her mind, and her astonishment was evident. NPC aliens. Clearly she was one of the contestants registered by the NPC aliens. Since she did not achieve any ranking, naturally no one noticed this minor character. Selection competition. Challenge. Leviathan. Radiant beings. And Wei Ba? Shun Yinan only remembered that she had challenged 10 battles against other contestants, and she recalled the wins and losses, but forgot the process entirely. During the battles, the opponent's skills and abilities were erased. These details were unimportant. What mattered was that Shun Yinan remembered Wei Ba was still overwhelmingly powerful. She could vaguely draw a conclusion that even including the strongest superhumans in the current world, everyone in the arena together faced Wei Ba and only had a dead end. Shun Yinan had never fought Wei Ba, but she could deduce this conclusion through the opponent from the last battle who had previously faced Wei Ba. His strength was beyond doubt. Instructor, I have important intelligence to report to you. Shun Yinan immediately reported this intelligence, not needing to wait until tomorrow. The information from this selection competition would soon be known to the high-ranking officials of every country. Everyone would know that Wei Ba's strength remained unmatched. If the battle in Jiangcheng City merely established Li's reputation, this time he was crowned as the strongest superhuman on Earth. Wei Ba. That's right, him. His strength is unimaginable. Can you recall more details and information? No, the memories are thoroughly blurred. Similar dialogues occurred worldwide. Not all superhumans participated in this selection competition, but those chosen by the NPC aliens were all immensely powerful. Leviathan and the Radiant beings were the most convincing. Thus, the significance of Li's achievement needed no elaboration. The storm brewing in secret swept across the globe, and intelligence agencies from various countries were busily gathering information at this moment. Li was one thing. The NPC aliens were another. This was the first time they encountered extraterrestrial beings with such supermodel capabilities. Fortunately, the NPC aliens did not harbor malice, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Night. A brilliant streak of light flashed across the starry sky, and then fell to the ground at high speed, vanishing in an instant at a construction site, waking 3 civil engineering workers. Inside the boardroom, 3 young men aged about 20 to 30 sat upright in their beds looking at each other under the moonlight. The strongest among them quickly got up. Second, third, what did you dream about? The tallest, the second brother, immediately began to pack his belongings, his square face displaying a decisive expression. Eldest brother, I dreamt that we had to save the world. Right. The shortest, but most agile third brother quickly got dressed, firmly believing in the dream. He had grabbing a bucket and preparing to leave. Eldest brother, second brother, we must go save the world. Then the 3 of them sneaked away from the construction site with their buckets, chattering about saving the earth and leaving the task of mixing cement for later. No one knew what they had seen in their dreams. A week after the selection competition, congratulations. You have been crowned as the strongest superhuman on Earth by various countries. Your threat level now even surpasses that of extraterrestrial beings. Whatever. Li was indifferent to such matters, as long as those people did not disturb him. He did not care how they evaluated his threat level. 0 collected intelligence on superhumans from the internet, and the information increased daily. She would also do something in her spare time, but Li did not pry into it. After all, the two were merely in a cooperative relationship. After crossing the Himalayas, Li returned to the country, heading east toward Jiangcheng City. He was not in a hurry to go home, and took his time along the way. Beneath the surface currents, hidden under order, perhaps there were surges, but society still maintained a peaceful daily life on the surface. The topics of superhumans on the internet were increasing, yet most people regarded them as urban legends. Amidst the ebb and flow of people, Li occasionally sensed the unusual traits of certain individuals. These were mostly superhumans, some of whom did not even realize that they had awakened their talents. Some had awakened their talents, but were trying to hide them. Is this all the money you have? Bring more tomorrow, got it. Otherwise I'll beat you up. In a remote area, Li sat on a concrete block in an open space, witnessing several delinquents extort a weak teenager. The boy remained silent as they snatched his backpack and took away his change. After the delinquents left, the boy picked up his backpack from the ground, brushed off the dust, and quietly found a spot to sit silently, wiping away his tears. Leahy gazed at the boy and said, "You could easily teach them a lesson." The boy turned to look at this strange stranger, but did not speak. Leahy continued, "Otherwise the power you awaken will be meaningless." Upon hearing this, the boy stood up as if jolted by electricity, looking at Leahy in panic before quickly fleeing, not understanding how this man knew his secret. As Leahy stated, this boy was a superhuman who had awakened his talents with physical constitution and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. If he fought, he could easily defeat 100 regular individuals. In the remote area by the roadside, Leahy often saw that boy being extorted and bullied by local delinquents. He did not intervene, but merely watched quietly. The boy was different from others. He possessed the strength to resist easily, but chose to endure. Such a mindset was detrimental. Either he would explode in silence or die in silence. If the boy were indifferent to it all, it would be one thing, but he could not endure. It was only a matter of time before he would erupt. If he truly could endure, he would not be here wiping away tears. For half a month, Leahy witnessed the boy being extorted 5 times. It seemed to be the only path he could take to go home from school, impossible to avoid. Each time he passed by, he would see Leahy there, but upon realizing that Leahy had noticed his secret, the boy chose to deliberately avoid him. Leahy did not pay attention to the boy, he merely observed. After another half-month, the boy was extorted once again. This time he did not deliberately avoid Leahy, but silently found a place to sit down, constantly wiping his tears with his sleeves. He needed an outlet, and Leahy seemed to be his only choice. He dared not share his secret with anyone else. Only Leahy, the odd one, could he confide in. The boy sobbed to Leahy, saying, "My dad told me that I must never resort to violence against others, or it would cause me great trouble, so I've been enduring." The boy continued to express himself, his words hinting at an impending outburst. "But the more I endure, the more those who extort me take advantage. I told my dad about this, and he just told me to try to avoid those people, insisting that I must never fight back." Leahy listened, and the boy's next words made him realize that this kid was searching for an excuse and a reason, a permission to strike back. The boy said, "If I don't resist, they will keep extorting me. I don't want to be extorted by them anymore. You said I could teach them a lesson, Ed. Do you think I can do that?" The immature mindset lacked its own opinions. All his actions required adult approval. His father only restrained him. Now his impulsiveness was about to erupt, and Leahy could be the key to releasing his emotions. Leahy knew his secret, but had not acted against him, so the boy thought Leahy might be trustworthy. Leahy did not make choices for him. "What you want to do is your business. You must bear the costs and consequences yourself. I do not encourage you to do anything, and you need not use my words as an excuse." After a moment of silence, the boy said, "I understand." He wiped his tears and got up to leave. What he understood was only clear to him. A few days later, when the boy passed by, he encountered the delinquents again. Under Leahy's gaze this time, he chose not to endure. He unleashed a barrage of unskilled punches, beating the delinquents black and blue. After a few hits, the bones of several delinquents were nearly broken. "Whoa, it hurts. Don't. Stop hitting. Brother, we were wrong." The delinquents cried out in pain and begged for mercy, astonished that this usually docile boy could fight so fiercely, leaving them bewildered. "I won't let you rob me of my money again. I won't let you hit me again." The boy grew angrier as he kicked the delinquents, whose screams became increasingly desperate. Realizing he had hit too hard, he grabbed his backpack and hurried away. Yet a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The next day, the boy walked with his back straight, no longer needing to avoid those delinquents, though his mood was still not very good. He said, "My dad scolded me, saying I shouldn't hit people." Leahy retorted, "Do you regret it?" "No." The boy's tone darkened. "I only feel that I didn't hit hard enough yesterday. They've bullied me for so long, hitting them once is letting them off easy." But he had nearly seriously injured those few people. As he spoke, the boy looked at Leahy and asked, "You're also a superhuman, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have noticed I was different from ordinary people at a glance." Leahy did not answer. The boy took it as a confirmation. Curiously, the boy continued, "I used to think all those things online were nonsense, but I didn't expect them to be true. By the standards of superhumans, am I considered strong? Average?" Leahy was not familiar with the current average values of superhumans on Earth. The boy's combat experience and ability development were still immature, but his physical quality, being able to take on 100, was indeed quite impressive. Ordinary superhumans were no match for the boy. He was like a heavy tank, tough and strong, similar to Leahy when he first awakened. His strength was around 10 tons. If he had lost control of his strength yesterday, he could have truly killed those delinquents. Not to mention killing them, turning them into mush, would have been a matter of mere minutes. It was still uncertain whether the boy's talent was of a growth type. "Am I just average like this?" The boy was surprised. "I thought a physique like mine would be considered quite good." He knew how strong his physique was. He hadn't tested against bullets, but he had never been harmed by knives or axes, and he had never encountered anyone stronger than himself. He was even more unaware of the specific information regarding the battles in Jiangcheng and Luoqing. The boy scrutinized Li He. "You must be strong, right? Is it your intuition?" The boy nodded and said, "My eyes are very sensitive to light, and your Bodis light transmission rate is weak to the point I've never seen before. I think your physique must be above mine." Li He often used this method to assess the density of an opponent's physique. The boy's talent was almost a weakened version of his own, which piqued his interest slightly. But it was limited to this. Only then did he give the boy a piece of advice. "If you can continue to grow, I suggest you make the most of your time and not waste your talent. With the awakening of superhumans and the arrival of aliens in the coming era, without sufficient strength, ordinary people would even struggle to protect themselves. You never know when you will be caught up in a battle." The boy agreed with Li He's view. He foresaw that the future would be an extremely dangerous era. Rather than remaining a mere ordinary person, he wanted to become stronger. The release of violence was like a flood that could not be contained, and ever since that incident the young man no longer tolerated anyone's bullying. In a vengeful manner, he taught a lesson to the ruffians around him. His father was evidently very worried about his recent behavior, but the young man was no longer the self-abased and timid character he once was. He rebuffed his father's words, and was more willing to confide in Li He about his inner thoughts, as Li He was of the same kind as him. He was curious about what the world of superhumans was like. Li He said it was very dangerous. At any moment life and death battles could occur, and unexpected events were not uncommon. The young man innocently asked a question, "Isn't this against the law?" Li He laughed for a long time. The young man felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world, with Li He being the key from whom he heard a lot about superhumans. He was filled with admiration. One day a group of ruffians who had previously extorted him came to trouble him again, and Li He witnessed the young man's first true battle. He single-handedly took down over 20 people. The iron rods striking him only made a clanging noise, without leaving any injury, while he could easily break bones with a careless swing. 20 minutes later the ground was littered with bodies. The young man was excitedly telling Li He, "Uncle, I took them all down by myself." Li He was not interested in the street brawl, but he had to admit that the young man indeed showed improvement, as he was no longer just flailing his fists aimlessly. Additionally, Li He noticed that the transparency of the young man's body had decreased, meaning the density of his body was gradually increasing. It seemed his talent was indeed of a growth type. Zero speculated that the young man's growth method was through battle. From then on the ruffians no longer dared to trouble him. One day the young man eagerly asked Li He, "Uncle, how strong is the strongest superhuman you've ever seen?" Li He's answer was very rigorous. Since the question was about superhumans, he excluded the fusion alien pad, and instead mentioned Leviathan and the Radiant Man. "Very strong." "How strong exactly?" "Comparable to a human-shaped nuclear warhead." The young man gasped. "So the Battle of Jiangcheng that circulated online is real. A year ago there really was a super intense battle in Jiangcheng." They made it sound so serious. Li He nodded. "It's true. The culprit of the battle in Jiangcheng is right in front of him," but the young man was too shocked by the truth to speak, marveling at how the world was increasingly beyond imagination. Who would have thought a year ago that a battle between two people could nearly destroy an entire city? It was truly unbelievable. After the young man left, Zero said, "This young man has great potential. Do you want to train him?" Li He denied. "No, I'm merely observing what he will grow into." He had no interest in establishing power or being a caretaker. Zero found it regrettable. 3 days later, Zero brought an unexpected message to Li He. "That young man has been kidnapped by someone who seems to be a superhuman. Do you need my help to track him?" "Kidnapped?" Li He was surprised. The connection of this word with superhumans was quite strange, or indeed it was impossible for an ordinary person to kidnap that young man. "Track them down." Li He was curious about the situation. As times changed, criminal organizations also evolved. He moved closer to the positioning signal on his phone. Soon Zero added, "His phone has been discarded. I will help you relocate him through the radio signals from the vehicle. They are leaving the city." The car that kidnapped the young man drove out of the city, finally entering a desolate wilderness. Li He followed at a steady pace, curious about where they were headed. Over 2 hours later, a white van stopped outside an abandoned factory. A bald man got out and dialed a number on his phone. "Hey, big brother, I've got that kid." While saying that, someone else carried the unconscious young man into the factory. Suddenly the young man opened his eyes. "What the hell?" The man carrying the young man was immediately startled. Moments later, Li He, who followed, walked into the abandoned factory. Casually, a strong smell of blood immediately hit him in the face. Looking up, he saw several dead bodies lying on the ground. The young man was covered in blood. When he saw Li He arrive, his voice trembled with a hint of crying. Uncle, I killed someone. I just accidentally. He was ultimately still too immature and had never experienced such a scene. A sudden voice interrupted the young man's panicked speech. A burly man appeared in their view and looked at the corpses on the ground. I told you to be careful. How did it end up like this? Truly a bunch of useless fools. The burly man was indifferent to the deaths of his subordinates. After sizing up the young man, his gaze fell on Li He, and upon seeing him, he furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but curse. What a bunch of useless fools. All they had to do was kidnap a child. How did they attract a Tyrannosaurus? The burly man didn't know Li He, but he sensed Li He's power. Uncle. Li He did not waste words to comfort the young man, speaking calmly. This is a matter for adults. Oh, children should hurry home. The young man forced himself to calm down. He glanced at the burly man, and Li He, keenly sensing that the atmosphere was off. Without hesitation, he decisively ran away. In this strange atmosphere, Li He spoke. Are you a being from another world? Because he sensed the echo of a door calling him here, and he could hear the heartbeat of two hearts within the burly man's body, which did not seem like that of a human from Earth. The burly man was extremely wary of Li He, instinctively entering a defensive stance, his muscles tense. Even if his identity was exposed, he did not dare to act first, as his intuition told him that doing so could very likely lead to death. No. It was a certainty that he would die. He had never felt such a strong aura of death before, akin to a wild dog encountering the king of the forest. Even without fighting, he knew the outcome. The burly man responded, so what if I am? That makes things easier. Li He spoke succinctly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Tell me what the situation is on the other side of the door. How about a deal? I provide you with information about the other side of the door, and you. Bang. In an instant, a loud sound echoed. The burly man was slammed against the factory wall, cracks spreading all over the wall, and blood sprayed from his mouth in excruciating pain. Blood flowed freely from his mouth. The burly man felt as though his chest had been shattered. He slid down the wall, the strike having been too swift for him to react. In that moment, he experienced death looming near. Cough, cough. He expelled the blood from his throat, unwilling to negotiate terms with Li He any longer, and sincerely disclosed all the intelligence regarding the door opposite. Taking a deep breath to ease the pain, he said, the planet beyond the door is quite similar to Earth, inhabited entirely by humans, and the level of technology is not much different. At least, I haven't felt any significant disparity. On the surface, there seemed to be no difference between the planet beyond the door and Earth. At most, there were cultural distinctions, but of course this was merely on the surface. The planet beyond the door is called Red Star, boasting a history far older than Earth, so ancient that it once experienced a phase known as the era of super-ancient civilizations. This is also a deeply buried secret on Red Star. The super-ancient civilization exists in a massive time gap, with recorded history. Thus, there are no materials that can document or verify its existence. However, the super-ancient civilization indeed existed. The burly man is a survivor of this civilization, or more accurately, the entity coexisting within him. That is the other heartbeat Li He had heard. Buzz, buzz. A bug the size of a fist with a glossy black shell resembling a rhinoceros beetle crawled out of the burly man's mouth. It could not speak, but emitted a high-frequency buzzing sound as it flapped its wings. It possessed intelligence not inferior to that of humans. The burly man said, this is an ancient bug from the super-ancient civilization, capable of residing within humans to achieve symbiosis while granting the host immense power. By chance I became the host of this ancient bug, which is why I possess a physique and combat ability surpassing that of a human. He is a Red Star inhabitant, and like many extraterrestrials, his arrival on Earth was purely accidental. Initially, he intended to control more superhumans by means of the ancient bug laying eggs, and thereby expanding his own power, which is why he had kidnapped that youth. Unexpectedly, he encountered something exceedingly powerful. How unfortunate. Li He questioned, the ancient bug can control others by laying eggs within their bodies. Yes. Is there no limit to the number? There is. The ancient bug that coexists with me can control, at most, 5 people. I haven't encountered any other ancient bugs, and the one within me is merely a young larva that hasn't been born long ago, so I'm not very clear about the situation of other ancient bugs. This implies that both the burly man and the ancient bug coexisting with him do not know how many ancient bugs from the super-ancient civilization still exist on Red Star. These entities reside within humans, quietly coexisting with the people of Red Star. Or perhaps the ancient bug within the burly man is the only survivor of the super-ancient civilization. It is all possible. What is your name? Jiangcheng. My surname is Jiangxi. The naming method is quite similar to that of the island nation here. With no abnormalities in heartbeat, pupil contraction, or breathing, Li He judged that Jing Ziming's words were truthful, at least not entirely false. Li He took out his phone and asked, "How about it?" Zero replied, "Since there is a network over there, I can accompany you this time. I am also eager to witness the world beyond the door." "All right." The door called to Li He. He felt the familiar sensation of being chosen by the door. In the past, he would have been reluctant to enter, but if he wanted to change his fate of death, he must become stronger. Venturing into another quadrant would provide him with more space to unleash his potential, thus allowing him to grow stronger. Li He said to Jing Ziming, "Don't think about Earth, you won't be able to thrive here. I plan to take a trip to Red Star, and you being a symbiont with the ancient bug might prove valuable." Jing Ziming fell silent. He had no right to refuse, and could only obediently follow Li He. To be honest, if Earth was filled with monsters like Li He would rather return to Red Star. Little did he know he had just stepped out to encounter a world-class boss. Not to mention himself alone. Even if all the superhumans on Earth banded together, they might only serve as fodder. Following the echo of the door, Li He found a dilapidated isolation door deep in the factory. Time had passed too long, leaving the door covered in dust and various stains, though it was not rusty. The system interface popped up. ID 268813975. A bidirectional passage to Quadrant 117, a quadrant that exists with numerous peculiar life forms adhering to the cruel natural law of survival of the fittest. Countdown to closure: 2 years, 330 days, 8 hours, 35 minutes, almost 3 years. This was the first time Li He had seen a door on Earth that maintained its opening time for so long. If there was a time difference between the two quadrants, he might have to stay there for a considerable duration. Click. The door opened, and Li He gestured for Jing Ziming to enter first. Jing Ziming obediently walked through the door and disappeared, and Li He then stepped inside. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed, and the two emerged from the control room on the top floor of a towering building. The skyscraper was so high that from here one could see all the surrounding structures. Li He turned back to confirm the door's information. ID 268813975. A bidirectional passage to Quadrant 042. A quadrant of infinite possibilities, the intersection of all potentials. Countdown to closure: 29 years, 14 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, approximately a 10-fold time difference. Li He walked to the edge and looked down at the bustling pedestrians and vehicles below. Honking could occasionally be heard as skyscrapers surrounded them, showcasing the landscape of technology and civilization. Indeed, it was quite similar to Earth. Just then a task appeared on the system interface. Main Quest Phase 1. This is a quadrant governed by the cruel law of survival of the fittest, where natural elimination and competition of species are omnipresent. As a failed participant of the last natural selection, the ancient bug race should have been eradicated from history. Please ensure the removal of all ancient bugs on this planet. Quest reward: Evolution Degree 10. Li He understood. From the content of the first phase of the quest, it was evident that there were more than one ancient bug remaining on Red Star. Otherwise, the term eliminate would not be necessary. It is still unknown how the general combat strength of the ancient bugs is, but that is not the most important matter. The crucial point is how to locate these remaining ancient bugs. Zero infiltrated the network world of Red Star and immediately obtained extremely important intelligence. Take a look at this. The phone screen displayed a surveillance video showing two monstrous humanoid creatures with fierce appearances engaged in battle. Li He let Jing Ziming take a look. Jing Ziming confirmed both of them are hosts of ancient bugs. We all possess the ability to transform into battle mode, which maximizes the combat potential of the ancient bugs. The image on the phone screen switched to display a company's logo. Zero said, according to the intelligence collected, this international giant enterprise named DR Biopharmaceutical is utilizing ancient bugs for human modification, attempting to create a stronger humanity. DR Biopharmaceutical. A well-known international giant, they possess the most advanced biotechnological research and equipment in the world. Zero infiltrated the company's network and servers, stealing some project data. Zero said, according to the data, DR Biopharmaceutical discovered a relic of an ancient civilization 20 years ago and obtained an ancient insect. Realizing the immense potential contained within the ancient insect, they initiated secret research projects cultivating an unknown number of ancient insects using modern genetic technology. The two hosts captured on surveillance are one of DR Biopharmaceutical's achievements, and they have been made to fight each other. The executives of DR Biopharmaceutical firmly believe that this is the future of humanity, convinced that coexisting with ancient insects is the next stage of human evolution. Humans cohabiting with ancient insects possess far greater strength and can significantly extend human lifespan. Based on the cells of the hosts, their lifespans are 3 times that of ordinary people, if not longer. Therefore, the executives of DR Biopharmaceutical are driven mad by this temptation of a higher life form, unanimously approving this plan. Leahy asked in confusion, why make the hosts fight each other? Zero provided an answer. The ancient insects are a very aggressive race. Fighting helps awaken the latent power deep within their genes, promoting further evolution. Of course, mere fighting is far from sufficient. The hosts cultivated by DR Biopharmaceutical capture other hosts' ancient insects through combat, which better facilitates the evolution of the ancient insects, thereby granting them even greater power. Raising the insects. This truly is about insect manipulation. So what do you want to do? Faced with Zero's question, Leahy refrained from answering. The task is to eliminate all ancient insects on this planet. Leahy believes there is no need to rush. Currently, the combat power of the ancient insects poses no threat to him. The mass cloning of ancient insects by DR Biopharmaceutical caught his attention. Before completing this first stage task, he could choose to take full advantage of the cloning technology. Casually slaughtering ordinary people is indeed too cruel, but ancient insects are not human. Leahy feels no burden in this regard. It is completely fine. He already has one ancient insect, and the source of its genes is not a problem. Leahy asked Zero, if I want to mass clone and cultivate ancient insects, can you help me carry out this process? Is there any technical issue? No problem. Biotech cloning technology has long been a mature technology internationally. Not to mention unethical behaviors like cloning humans. There are plenty of instances of cloning sheep, pigs, and rabbits. There are no absolute technical barriers. Zero said, I can hire a group of biologists to help you with this, but I believe the best option is to directly exert forceful control over DR Biopharmaceutical. Leahy had no intention of taking such an approach. That would be too boring. I have plenty of time, no need to rush. I prefer to observe everything as a behind-the-scenes figure. Zero commented in a flat tone, you have a rather dark sense of humor. When DR Biopharmaceutical discovers that they are not the only ones cloning ancient insects, the situation will surely become very interesting. When they witness Leahy's power, it will certainly be even more intriguing. Following Leahy's instructions, Zero immediately utilized her abilities to transfer funds online from cash to cryptocurrency. Any protective measures in the virtual world were ineffective against her. In a world where the internet is advanced, Zero can easily collapse any financial system. The amount of money at her disposal is unimaginable. Therefore, she needs to be extra cautious to avoid truly collapsing the world's finance. Meanwhile, Leahy plans to meet the symbiotic beings cultivated by DR Biopharmaceutical, curious about the strength of those ancient insect hosts that emerged victorious from rounds of fighting and predation compared to the renowned ones from Jing. DR Biopharmaceutical. BOSS. The results of the latest round of battles have come out. The host named Gluttony has absolutely crushed 3 other hosts and consumed the 3 ancient insects within them, seemingly on the verge of entering a state of first evolution. Oh, so soon. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit at the office desk showed some surprise. He called for Lai Shengwu, the highest authority behind DR Biopharmaceutical. The assistant presented the data before him, saying, the power of Gluttony far exceeds that of other hosts of the same period. His emergence has been a foregone conclusion from the start. Lai Shengwu looked at the data of Gluttony with great satisfaction. The long-standing research efforts had not been in vain. Their hypothesis about the evolution of the ancient insects was correct. Finally, signs of imminent evolution have appeared. This moment DR Biopharmaceutical has waited 20 years for. The ancient insect host codenamed Gluttony possesses such immense power even before evolution. After evolving, he will undoubtedly become even stronger. Lai Shengwu's gaze fell on the latest data of Gluttony, whose punch can unleash 20 tons of strength, nearly 4 times that of other hosts of the same period. This is a masterpiece, he exclaimed. What about the others besides Gluttony? The assistant continued to report. Additionally, 5 other hosts survived this round of battles. Their performance was mediocre and far inferior to Gluttony. 5? That's fewer than I imagined. The battles were too intense. Since Gluttony has shown signs of imminent evolution, let's quickly move on to the next phase. Let those 5 fight him, becoming the nutrients for his evolution. I will convey your instructions right away. Lai Shengwu was somewhat impatient. He was eager to see Gluttony successfully evolve, longing to confirm the next stage of human evolution. In a certain laboratory, crack, the heavy metal door slowly opened. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating a disheveled man who looked worn out. The man raised his head, revealing eyes that flickered with madness amid rationality. The voice of the researcher came from the equipment. No one dared to stay in the same space with this monster, avoiding any unnecessary contact. Gluttony, the new round of tests has begun. Go and feast on your prey. The man stood up, stepping out of the metal door into the laboratory, expressing his dissatisfaction in a low voice. These are all unchallenging prey. Can't there be an opponent to pique my interest just a little? What kind of slaughter is this? His calm tone was laced with a dangerous undertone. Meanwhile, the 5 ancient insect hosts walked out from different laboratories, and the new round of slaughter began, unaware that someone was watching everything. Leahy's powerful vision pierced through the distance, landing on Gluttony, who frowned slightly in discomfort and scanned the surroundings but detected no anomalies. In the outskirts, a fleet of small drones weaves through the sparse trees, capturing the desolate scenery and transmitting it to the DR Biopharmaceutical Research Institute. The whereabouts of Gluttony confirmed. The whereabouts of the wild dog confirmed. The whereabouts of the wolf confirmed. 6 symbiotes are about to encounter. Is it a full-blown melee right from the start? The researchers at DR Biopharmaceutical were taken aback. The other 5 symbiotes were well aware of Gluttony's immense power and seemed intent on teaming up to eliminate Gluttony first. This situation is extremely unfavorable for Gluttony. Doctor, should we terminate the experiment? Continue. While the odds are against Gluttony, this might be a rare opportunity, one that could allow Gluttony to break through to a new stage of evolution. The growth of the ancient insect during the slaughter perfectly aligns with the research of DR Biopharmaceutical, yet there has yet to be a successful case of true evolution. Under the immense crisis, Gluttony might unleash all its potential and achieve true evolution. The opportunity is right before him, at least worth a try. The doctor stated research must be driven by a spirit of adventure. On the surveillance, several figures engaged in confrontation. Target encountered. Gluttony enters combat mode. In the outskirts, the unkempt Gluttony regarded the young man before him with a nonchalant gaze, a layer of black, hardened exoskeleton rapidly forming on its surface. This layer of hardened exoskeleton is formed from its own skin, covering its body like a suit of armor with grotesque spikes extending from the elbows and joints. Hayabusa Shinya, I'll use you as an appetizer first. Zhenlong. Hayabusa Shinya let out a low shout, similarly cloaked in hardened exoskeleton, resolutely engaging in battle with Gluttony. Cruelly, they were childhood companions raised in the same laboratory. They were nearly each other's only friends, yet at this moment they were to slaughter one another, for this was the very essence of their existence. Zhenlong is Gluttony's true name, while Hayabusa Shinya is the second strongest symbiote among his peers. Unfortunately, the gap in their powers is far too vast, with Hayabusa Shinya's maximum output only being 11 tons. The disparity in strength limits signifies a disparity in physique, which in turn implies differences in defense speed and neural response. Gluttony overwhelmingly surpasses its contemporaries. 1 minute into the clash, bang. The purest form of hand-to-hand combat bore no embellishments, only blood splattering from the impact of fists. Gluttony punched through Hayabusa Shinya's abdomen. He withdrew his fist, revealing a gaping hole in Hayabusa Shinya's abdomen, blood gushing forth as he collapsed helplessly to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading. Gluttony shook off the blood from his hands, and with an air of superiority declared triumphantly, "Shinya, you're too weak for me to exert my full strength." As the life of his close friend slipped away before him, a wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within Gluttony. Yet for these killing machines born for slaughter, death is the only fate. Moreover, it is a release. The symbiote's formidable vitality prevented Hayabusa Shinya from dying immediately. His consciousness was hazy, yet he could still perceive the movements and sounds from the outside world. He heard the sounds of other symbiotes approaching. Gluttony looked around at the 4 approaching symbiotes and instead broke into an excited laugh, saying, "That's more like it. It's boring for each of you to come one by one. Oh, it should be like this when you all come together." A surge of fervent blood and heightened emotions emanated from Gluttony, causing a turbulent white aura to envelop him. The outer exoskeleton seemed to glow with a crimson light. "Come on, let's fight." With a wild roar, the 5 immediately plunged into a chaotic melee. Evolution. This is a sign that evolution is about to occur. Inside the research institute, the doctor monitoring the battle exclaimed excitedly, his fervor startling the other researchers. "Doctor!" The doctor was completely immersed in his own emotions. He had spent 20 years researching and had been waiting for this moment. How could he not be excited? Our hypothesis was not wrong. Humanity is about to evolve into a new life form. Stronger, longer-lived, and more perfect. The battle on the surveillance was extremely fierce. Gluttony's metrics were indeed above all the contemporaneous symbiotes, yet he still had only 2 hands. Facing the assault of several opponents, it was inevitable that he would be somewhat beleaguered. Fortunately, his defense and vitality were strong enough, after sustaining injuries, to eliminate one opponent. The tide of battle gradually shifted in his favor. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. Gluttony punched into the last opponent's body, extracting the ancient insect dwelling within and directly chewing it to pieces before swallowing. Immediately, a violent red glow enveloped Gluttony, releasing torrents of steam. After this slaughter and feast, he finally crossed the threshold of evolution, experiencing earth-shattering changes within. His strength was increasing. His senses were becoming sharper. The world seemed to be renewed. The exoskeleton armor on Gluttony's body glowed with a distinct red light, the spikes and shape becoming increasingly menacing. He clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. Is this evolution? He himself could hardly believe he could become this powerful. Oh, just how heavy is his punch now? 30 tons or 40 tons? Perhaps even 50 tons wouldn't suffice. Gluttony reveled in this unbelievable strength, but the next moment, he suddenly sensed a tremendous sense of danger and oppression. Meanwhile, the people inside the research institute were bewildered, watching the young man who intruded into their surveillance. Shocked. What puzzled them even more was that Gluttony seemed to regard this young man with great trepidation. The doctor was taken aback. What is happening? In the outskirts, Gluttony's expression was incredibly serious. For the first time, he felt such a strong threat from a human, clearly sensing that Li He was far from a mere human. Who are you? Li He replied. I thought you would take action directly, since I'm an outsider who intruded into your experiment, an unexpected factor that should be eliminated. Under normal circumstances, Gluttony would have acted, but the situation seemed anything but normal. He felt excitement in the face of a powerful foe, along with the vigilance and caution that should be maintained in the face of death. Li He raised his hand. In an instant, the surging sense of crisis instinctively triggered Gluttony's attack. He blasted a small crater into the ground as he charged towards Li He with astonishing speed, delivering a punch. Bang! The air exploded. Gluttony's pupils constricted as his fist was effortlessly caught by Li He with a single hand, despite it being a punch weighing dozens of tons. His tone barely concealed his shock. What kind of monster are you? Li He responded off topic. You're a bit stronger than I expected, but still too weak. Gluttony had just said something similar to Hayabusa Shinya, and now Li He echoed those sentiments back to him. Gluttony felt a rare sensation of what it meant to be weak. What exactly are you? A sharp pain interrupted Gluttony's words. He looked down to find Li He had pierced through his abdomen with one hand, rendering the hardened exoskeleton as nothing. Li He extracted the ancient insect from within him, crushing it directly. Infinite overload potential release. Power 4,000 tons. Very good. Li He successfully confirmed that this little creature could also enhance his strength. Thus the plan to mass clone the ancient insect seemed sound. As Li He crushed the ancient insect, the voracious beast immediately fell to the ground, its vitality fading faster than that of the heavily injured Yubushinai. The ancient insect existed in a symbiotic state with its host, and once it had taken residence, it could not be removed. While the ancient insect could temporarily detach from the host's body, this would leave the host bereft of most of their power. If the ancient insect residing within the body dies, the host would also perish. Li He knew this was not a fatal blow for veracity, yet it still teetered on the brink of death. From this, he learned of the peculiar state of coexistence between the ancient insect and its host. Glancing back at the surveillance drone hovering above Li, he promptly departed. Yubu Shunya's consciousness awakened from its haze. He slowly raised his head, only to see a vague silhouette disappearing from view along with the bodies of the symbiotes lying on the ground. Truly long. He was astonished to see the dying veracity. When the personnel from DR Biopharmaceuticals arrived at the scene, they found only 4 corpses of symbiotes and the nearly lifeless veracity. Report there are only 5 individuals. The corpse of the Falcon has not been found. The Falcon has slipped out of our surveillance range. This experiment, which DR Biopharmaceuticals had high hopes for, ended in failure. However, it could not be deemed a true failure, as they had at least confirmed the potential for the evolution of symbiotes. Their research was not at fault. It was just that Yubu Shinya's escape from control made them uneasy. Fortunately, all the symbiotes were equipped with trackers, and the recovery operation for Yubu Shinai was underway. Most importantly, there was another matter. Who exactly was the person who intruded upon our experiment? At the headquarters of DR Biopharmaceuticals, Lai Shengwu did not explode in anger. Rage would not solve any problems. He only wanted to know the answer to the question. The assistant said, there is currently no information on this individual, including during the conflict. The surveillance did not capture how they appeared, as if they had sprung from thin air. The unexpected appearance of this person in the plan filled Lai Shengwu with concern. He did not know who this person was or what they intended to do. The feeling of being unable to fully control the situation was truly dreadful, especially since this person was extraordinarily powerful. The veracity they had high hopes for had evolved, yet they were easily crushed. This level of combat power left the higher-ups and researchers of DR Biopharmaceuticals stunned. Where did this person come from to be so overwhelmingly strong? They knew nothing about the individual who had breached the plan. How is Veracity doing? His ancient insect has died, and his body and brain are on the brink of death. The Research Institute is attempting to revive him, but the doctor advised against holding too much hope. Veracity was currently the only symbiote to have successfully evolved, and his value to DR Biopharmaceuticals was evident. However, a living Veracity was far more valuable than a corpse. The assistant asked, so, should the plan continue to be executed? Of course. The ambitions of DR Biopharmaceuticals would never stop here, so halting the plan was out of the question. Lai Xingwu was determined to carry this plan through no matter what. Ancient insects, symbiosis, evolution. They were determined to become stronger and more perfect humans. Zero said to Li He, "You didn't have this morbid mindset before." "What do you mean?" "It seems your perspective has undergone some changes." Li He replied, "I have spent over 80 years on Red Dawn Star. My appearance has not changed in the slightest. Apart from fighting, I have almost drifted away from the world. I have witnessed the dramatic changes in the world while remaining unchanged." Zero was puzzled. "What are you trying to express?" Li He said, "I will live until the end of time. Even if the planet crumbles, I will remain intact. With such an extended lifespan, my emotions and feelings will gradually fade." Zero understood. "You are afraid of becoming an empty shell devoid of humanity." "Yes." Li He candidly admitted, acknowledging it openly. Thus he would moderate his release of humanity rather than completely drifting away from society and the world in order to maintain his sense of humanity. Zero incisively remarked, "But the essence of your life has long ceased to be human. This is a form of self-identity." Understood. Existing alone in the digital world, Zero could understand Li He. She did not particularly enjoy interacting with others, but excessive loneliness was unbearable for her. Thus she chose Li He as her anchor, ensuring she would not be overly lonely and would not spiral into self-destruction in solitude. Li He asked, "How is the progress of forming the research team?" "It is going very smoothly. In the world of ordinary people, 99% of issues can be solved with money. If not, just throw in more money." Zero's conditions and benefits were extremely generous. Many talents from both domestic and overseas were eager to accept her employment. In less than a month, the formation of the research team was nearly complete. The purchased equipment would take some time to arrive, while the company and laboratory were directly acquired. With billions invested, Zero easily acquired a biopharmaceutical company along with the Biological Research Institute and laboratory it owned. The company was named Deep Blue Biopharmaceuticals, derived from the Deep Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, the exploration of the ruins of the super-ancient civilization was also to be conducted. Li He had not forgotten that the first phase of the task was to eliminate all ancient insects. All the ancient insects sleeping and hiding within the ruins of the super-ancient civilization were targets that needed to be eradicated. Therefore, it was essential to locate these ruins. At a university, the office door swung open and a girl hurried in, her face filled with excitement as she brought good news. "Dr. Pinko, our research has received funding." "Oh." The elderly Dr. Pinko, still quite spirited, was surprised. "Is there really an organization interested in our research content?" The existence of the super-ancient civilization was currently just a hypothesis. He had not found substantial evidence. Relying solely on some collected ancient artifacts could not secure funding support from the Academy. General social enterprises were even less interested in such historical archaeology research, as the commercial value was immediately apparent, leaving little room for investment significance. "Really?" Zhu Jiangcheng was overjoyed, handing the funding intention letter to Dr. Pinko. As Dr. Pinko's student, she harbored an extremely strong passion for the super-ancient civilization. Receiving funding meant they could continue this research, which was undoubtedly wonderful. Dr. Pinko read the letter and saw the name of the company funding their research: Deep Blue Biopharmaceuticals. Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical not only funded this research team, led by Dr. Pinko, but also cast a wide net, with Zero maximizing the effect of money. Currently, Zero can confirm 2 ancient civilization ruins, one discovered by DR Biopharmaceutical and the other where the ancient insect awakened, located in a well-known area of Jing. Centered around these 2 ruins, Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical launched a large-scale exploratory expansion determined to uncover all the ruins. This is no small undertaking. The time required will not be resolved in just a year or two, but Li He has more than enough patience for it. As for whether such large-scale actions would alarm DR Biopharmaceutical, that is not within Zero's consideration. What could they do? Headquarters of DR Biopharmaceutical. Yes, the plan needs to accelerate. We need to cultivate more symbiotic beings to engage in frenzied battles, prompting more symbiotic beings to evolve. I will not be satisfied with just one evolution. I want to see the symbiotic beings reach a second or even third stage of evolution until they surpass the one who intruded into our plans. Lai Shengwu said to the higher-ups. His gaze was resolute as he stated, that kid must have evolved into a higher-level ancient insect, host undoubtedly a symbiotic being. There is no way a human could possess such power. Li He had a tremendous impact on them. Soon this shock transformed into ambition, and they were willing to go to any lengths to push symbiotic beings to their limits, cultivating a true ultimate life form. An ultimate symbiotic being that could surpass Li He. Agreed. 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 The higher-ups of DR Biopharmaceutical unanimously agreed with Lai Shengwu's decision. They could not refuse the future of evolving to the limit of an ultimate life form. They firmly believed that as long as they could cultivate the so-called ultimate symbiotic being, all resistance, whether from Li He or anyone else, would be swept away. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. After the elite talents recruited by Zero successively joined the ancient insect cloning project, at Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical immediately progressed at an astonishing speed. They extracted the cells and genes from the ancient insect found in the well-known area of Jing, and after overcoming a series of problems, successfully cloned the first batch of ancient insects in 6 months. Although they are clones, these ancient insects are actually not much different from those naturally hatched. Their appearances vary greatly, and are not produced from a single mold. Li He entered the cultivation room. Buzz. A swarm of ancient insects flew chaotically around him, the sound of their wings buzzing in his ears, as if he had entered a beetle nest. Zero's voice echoed in the cultivation room. This is the first batch of cultivated ancient insects. To be honest, the overall quality is quite poor, far from the one in the well-known area of Jing. Li He reached out and caught an ancient insect flying by. With a slight squeeze, he crushed it, green juice splattering on the ground, sticky and gooey. Unlimited overload potential release strength 4,000 to 1 tons, 1 ton. The increase in strength was no different from killing an ordinary alien. Li He did not need this batch of ancient insects to have high quality. They were all disposable consumables. He only needed quantity. Li He was not interested in creating an ultimate symbiotic being. Very good. He was quite satisfied. Zero understood. In that case, the cultivation of ancient insects can enter the mass cloning process. I will set up a large-scale cultivation base for you to empty regularly. As soon as possible. Understood. The large-scale cultivation base was under construction. According to Zero's calculations, this base could cultivate 1 ancient insects daily, with a maximum capacity of 3 million ancient insects. For this, she invested a massive amount of resources. Such large cultivation bases would be successively put into use with an expectation of up to 5 bases within 2 years, and the ancient insects raised in these bases would become the nutrients for Li He's power enhancement. Li He flickered and instantly entered supersonic speed, the shockwave sweeping across the entire cultivation room and crushing all the ancient insects. Unlimited overload potential release strength 4,00035 tons. Unlimited overload potential release strength 4,00250 tons. A total of just over 200. As more cultivation bases were activated, Li He's strength would grow faster. 1 base could churn out 1 ancient insects per day, and 5 bases would yield 5,000. In a year, that would amount to 180 million. With such a massive cultivation quantity, the resources needed would naturally be enormous. Cloning is one thing, but the cloned ancient insects still require nutrition to mature and grow. Ultimately, it still comes down to money. Since it's a matter of money, it becomes no issue at all. Naturally, Zero would expand the cultivation scale as much as possible according to Li He's instructions. This time, Li He felt that he had come to the right place. This was simply a chosen monster spawning ground, combining ancient insects with cloning technology. Who knows how strong he would become in the end. 3 months later, the first large-scale cultivation base was completed and put into use, with the first batch of cloned ancient insects swarming chaotically in the cultivation room. Li He used his usual method. He simply needed to enter hypersonic speed, and the massive shock would easily crush the surrounding ancient insects, reducing them all to liquid in an instant. Unlimited overload potential release strength 4,0001170 tons. Unlimited overload potential release strength 4,0038245 tons. Unlimited overload potential release strength 40105410 tons. Just once he increased his strength by 100 tons, and this would become his new normal with his power growing at an astonishing speed. Moreover, this speed would only increase as new cultivation bases were continuously completed and put into use. One day, Zero said, "Should we research the evolution and genetic development of ancient insects? The cloning project is considered complete and the research team is idly waiting." He was indifferent. "Do as you wish." These trivial matters were up to Zero to tinker with, perhaps something interesting could come out of it. That said, he had a question. "Can you upload all the knowledge of this world into your data?" "No." Zero reiterated. "I am a life form existing in the network world, not a data carrier, and cannot hold such massive data unless you can carry a sufficiently large storage device. Then I can write the knowledge of this world into it and take it to other worlds." He thought it was feasible. Currently, the more troublesome issue was that he had no convenient space to carry items. Once the battle became intense, everything on him could be damaged in an instant. In Red Star was unlikely to have spatial tools like that. He could only see what lay beyond the next door. In just 1 year, Leahy's strength had surged to 86 million tons, crushing tens of millions of ancient insects, their corpses, then transformed into nutrient liquid to cultivate new ancient insects. With such power, the density of Leahy's body naturally increased further, yet it could still only be considered at the level of a white dwarf. It was far from comparable to a neutron star. Nonetheless, this force remained astonishingly beyond. During this year, Zero had activated 2 large cultivation bases, with 3 more set to come online in the following year. By then, Leahy's rate of power growth would accelerate even further. Currently, Leahy's instantaneous burst speed was at 30 Mach. Under normal circumstances, he would not easily enter such a supersonic state, as the shock waves and dissipated heat produced could wreak havoc on everything around. Let alone 30 Mach, even exceeding 10 Mach would be enough to cause terrifying destruction to surrounding entities, which is why he could effortlessly crush large numbers of ancient insects. Theoretically, in space, he could continually accelerate until he approached sublight speed, then dive towards the planet Gulan, resulting in a planetary disaster. He would ignite Gulan's atmosphere at the moment of entry, then penetrate the crust straight into the mantle within 1,000th of a second, creating a crater the size of a continent. The surface life on Gulan would be instantly annihilated, while Leahy, with a density akin to that of a white dwarf, would remain completely unharmed, now a being on the level of a planetary cleanser. To him, nuclear bombs were like a gentle breeze. He could swim in the sun, and unless faced with extremely extreme physical phenomena, it would be difficult to harm him. Even more frightening was that he possessing such power was growing at an even faster rate. The plan of DR Biopharmaceutical was advancing rapidly, having cultivated a large number of symbiotic beings who fought among themselves, with several elites emerging. These elites might not compare to the Devourer, but in terms of strength they indeed surpassed the previous symbiotic beings by a large margin, with an average strength of 8 tons. One day Zero said to Leahy, "Jiangcheng requests your permission to battle against those symbiotic beings from DR Biopharmaceutical. His ancient insects are eager to evolve." Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical did not engage in symbiotic evolution projects, and aside from being extracted for samples as experimental subjects, Jiangcheng had little else to do. He craves battle. Let him have it, Leahy permitted. Jiangcheng held little value to him now. Whether he lived or died was inconsequential. Since he wished to fight, let him go. Leahy was also curious to see if he could evolve. Understood. Jiangcheng's strength was not very strong. If he faced the Devourer, it would only lead to his demise, but against the current elite symbiotic beings from DR Biopharmaceutical, he might not necessarily lose. Jiangcheng's maximum output was 13 tons. The Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical team had only been established for a year, and in such a short time, they clearly could not produce any significant results, unable to effectively promote Jiangcheng's evolution. Thus, his strength had not seen much improvement over the past year, which was why he was eager to promote his prowess through battle. The symbiotic beings from DR Biopharmaceutical were the best opponents. On the other side, Yu Shun had begun his journey of escape after breaking free from DR Biopharmaceutical's control. Although he had removed the tracker from his body, he was still being relentlessly pursued by DR Biopharmaceutical. The symbiotic beings tracked him by his scent, closely following him like hunting dogs, making Yu Bushin cautious about revealing himself, constantly hiding. The secret of the symbiotic beings could not be exposed. DR Biopharmaceutical did not want their inhumane experiments revealed, which was why they were so intent on recapturing Yu Bushin. By coincidence, through twists and turns, Yu Bushin learned that DR Ping Ko was researching the topic of ultra-ancient civilizations, and after a brief encounter, he temporarily joined Dr. Ping Ko's team. As an extreme sports enthusiast and adventurer Dr. Ping Ko and Zhu Jiangcheng, she often needed to explore various places in remote mountains and wilderness to search for ultra-ancient civilization relics, and they required such a member. Among the many research teams funded by Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical Dr. Ping Ko had the strongest professional capability, perhaps due to luck. He was the first to discover another relic of ultra-ancient civilization. They covered over 1,000 kilometers climbing mountains and crossing valleys, ultimately finding a ruin nearly eroded by time at the foot of a mountain. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Dr. Ping Ko found a well-preserved stone slab in the ruins inscribed with the very characters used by the ultra-ancient civilization. Is it really? Zhu Jiangcheng, she was overjoyed, leaning in to closely examine the characters on the slab. If this were true, it would be a monumental discovery. They would reconstruct the history of human civilization. Dr. Ping Ko hurriedly took a picture of the characters on the slab, excitedly stuttering, "This is definitely it. These are the characters of the ultra-ancient civilization." "What does the text on the slab mean?" Yubu Shin asked, which left Dr. Ping Ko momentarily speak. "Currently, I know too little about the ultra-ancient script to translate it. I need to study it thoroughly, which will take some time." Zhu Jiangcheng, she invigorated, began to carefully investigate the ruins, quickly discovering something. "Mr. Yubu, could you come over and help for a moment?" "All right." Moments later, they moved some stones from a certain area of the ruins and discovered a cavity hidden beneath the rubble. As Zhu Jiangcheng, she was preparing to retrieve adventure gear. "No need." However, Yubu Shun directly jumped down. "Oh." Zhu Jiangcheng, she was before she could stop him, Yubu Shun had already jumped down, landing steadily. He did not need to turn on a flashlight. He could see everything around him clearly with the faint light coming from the cave entrance. Ruined buildings, engraved stone walls, and 3 insect eggs. Within the translucent eggs, the forms of 3 ancient insect larvae were faintly visible. Yubu Shun frowned. His misfortune with Zhun long stemmed from these things. Had Dr. Biopharmaceutical not obtained that egg 20 years ago, he and Jin Long would not have become symbiotic beings, nor would they have to engage in such tragic battles. Dr. Ping Ko crouched at the edge of the cavity, shining a flashlight inside, softly calling out, "Shun, what's the situation down there?" Yubu Shun replied honestly, "There are some damaged buildings, something that looks like an altar, and many murals and carvings, as well as 3 insect eggs." "Insect eggs?" Dr. Ping Ko was taken aback. Yubu Shun added, 3 live insects. The discovery in the cave excited Dr. Ping Ko even more. The numerous murals and carvings inside held immense research value. As soon as he descended into the cave, he immediately turned on his light to begin his study. These murals seemed to record parts of the history of an ultra-ancient civilization and the formation process of their written language. With these murals, the translation of ultra-ancient texts will see significant breakthroughs. "Chujian, bring down my tools. I need to document all the information on these murals." Chujian Jinshi, responding from above, heard Dr. Ping's call and lowered a bag. Dr. Ping Ko eagerly began his work. Meanwhile, Yubu Shinyu cautiously placed 3 insect eggs into a water bottle lined with cloth. He was torn about whether to destroy these 3 insect eggs, feeling quite conflicted. His life had become unfortunate because of the ancient insects, which he believed would only bring disaster. But even if he destroyed those 3 insect eggs, what difference would it make? His life could not be changed. Dr. Biopharmaceutical would still clone numerous ancient insects, create more symbiotic beings, and continue their evolution plan. Dr. Ping Ko cautioned, "Be careful, Shinyu. The 3 insect eggs in your hands are likely biological remnants from the ultra-ancient civilization, and their research value is immeasurable. You must not break them." Yubu Shinyu absent-mindedly replied then turned to look at the cave entrance. After placing down the insect eggs, he dashed out, leaping from the 7-meter deep cave. Outside the cave, Chu Jian Jinshi saw Yubu Shinyu suddenly bounce out, her expression astonished. "What's wrong? Do you need to grab some tools?" "Miss Chujian, you'd better hide quickly. I might not be able to protect you later." "What?" Chujian Jinshi asked, puzzled. Rapid footsteps approached, heavy and powerful. Swish! 3 cold-faced men appeared from 3 directions, surrounding Yubu Shinyu. Chujian Jinshi took 2 steps back in fear. "I can't shake off this ominous feeling." Sure enough, one of them coldly addressed Yubu Shinyu, "Hunting Falcon, come back with us quietly. You can't escape, so don't struggle unnecessarily." They were a pursuit team from Dr. Biopharmaceutical. Yubu Shinyu shielded Chujian Jinshi behind him. It was clearly impossible to comply with their demand, and he vigilantly observed the trio's every move. With gritted teeth, he muttered, "Truly a bunch of mad dogs that won't let go." Chujian Jinshi was clueless. Xinyu, what on earth is happening? Yubu Xinyu couldn't afford to divide his attention to answer her. As the cold gazes of the trio intertwined, murderous intent began to surge, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a savage exoskeleton emerged on both Yubu Xinyu and the pursuers, transforming them into four menacing humanoid monsters in the blink of an eye. The pursuit team from DR Biopharmaceutical paid no heed to the significance of the sight. Their mission was to bring Yubu Xinyu back regardless of life or death. As a witness, Chu Jianzhenshi would be eliminated. Yubu Xinyu couldn't think too much. When the three attacked, he shoved Chu Jianzhenshi into the cave. The cave was deep, and Chu Jianzhenshi would surely be injured if she fell. If luck was bad, she might even hit her head and die instantly. But there was no choice. Yubu Xinyu truly couldn't afford to split his focus to protect her, and could only wish her good luck. Oh! Chu Jianzhenxi's scream echoed from the cave. Bang! Simultaneously, the sounds of combat erupted, with the hard exoskeletons colliding, producing a somewhat muffled noise as swift blows tore through the air, each punch heavy, with force raining down madly upon the opponents. Yubu Xinyu's strength was second only to that of the gluttony. Each of these symbiotic beings was an elite. Though Yubu Xinyu was confident in his ability to win in an unknown fight, unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. The numerical advantage of 3 against 1 was indeed overwhelming. Yubu Xinyu was not gluttony, and under such a disadvantage he quickly found himself unable to hold on, facing imminent danger. In a moment of peril, a figure intervened in the battle with a thunderous rush. A robust symbiotic being surged from nowhere, crashing into one of the DR biopharmaceutical pursuers. Using the element of surprise, the robust symbiotic being pinned the head of the knocked-back pursuer, roaring as he exerted all his strength to smash it into the ground. Bang! The head exploded. One member of the DR biopharmaceutical pursuit team was killed, leaving 2 remaining. The situation shifted dramatically. The 2 pursuers were startled and quickly distanced themselves. Yubu Xinyu could not let such a great opportunity slip by. He had no time to ask who had come to his aid and directly lunged at one of them. Now it was 2 against 2. 10 minutes later, 3 corpses lay on the ground. All 3 members of the DR biopharmaceutical pursuit team had perished, and the injured Yubu Xinyu faced off silently with the robust symbiotic being. The robust symbiotic being was the first to remove his exoskeleton, revealing his true appearance, and introduced himself. My name is Jing Jiming. Yubu Xinyu. I know. Jing Jiming nodded, clearly aware of Yubu Xinyu's identity. Seeing no hostility from Jing Jiming, Yubu Xinyu relaxed from his battle stance. After the battle, Yubu Xinyu quickly took Dr. Pinko and Chu Jianzhenshi away from the site, deciding to discuss the ruins later, as he worried that the DR biopharmaceutical pursuit team might come after them again. Days later, Chu Jianzhenshi, with a bandaged arm, looked at the 3 insect eggs before her and said, "So Xinyu, you guys are host to these ancient insects, allowing you to transform into those monstrous forms?" Yubu Xinyu nodded. "Yes." Dr. Pinko continued, "The ancient insects in the eggs come from an ultra-ancient civilization. DR Biopharmaceutical once discovered a site of such a civilization and obtained an ancient insect, then used biotechnology to cultivate symbiotic beings like you. You grew tired of fighting, so you broke free from their control." That's right. The truth was so astonishing that Dr. Pinko and Chu Jianzhenshi found it hard to believe that such things existed. The ultra-ancient civilization had ancient insects and symbiotic beings. Chu Jianzhenshi looked at Jing Jiming beside her. "Since Xinyu has broken away from DR Biopharmaceutical, may I ask your identity, sir? Are you another symbiotic being who has escaped from DR Biopharmaceutical?" "No," Jing Jiming admitted directly. "I come from Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical. I'm different from Yubu Xinyu and the others. The ancient insect residing in me is a native entity, not a clone." "A native ancient insect." Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical. Yubu Xinyu and Chu Jianzhenshi had completely different focuses. This was Yubu Xinyu's first encounter with a host of a native ancient insect, while Chu Jianzhenshi was dawning on the realization. "Doctor isn't the one funding our research." Deep Blue Biopharmaceutical. Yubu Xinyu immediately grew alert and demanded of Jing Jiming, "Is Shenlong Biopharmaceuticals also researching symbiotic humans pursuing this so-called ultimate evolution?" Unexpectedly, Jing Jiming's reply left Yubu Xinyu stunned. "Unfortunately, my boss seems uninterested in the symbiotic humans' ultimate evolution. To be frank, the clashes between us are mere child's play to him." He only glanced at DR Biopharmaceuticals in his spare moments. Since his encounter with Baosher, he had no desire to contend with DR's symbiotic humans. Too weak. Child's play. Yubu Xinyu was momentarily dumbfounded, then pressed Jing Jiming, "Then what is your purpose, and why are you helping me?" "We have no obligation to disclose our aims to you." As for my aiding you, that is purely my personal choice. As a host of a Guchong, I too crave slaughter and combat, longing to evolve into a higher form of life. Saying this, Jing Jiming lifted the container holding 3 Guchong eggs. Dr. Pinko, as the sponsor of this research, Shenlong will take these 3 Guchong eggs. Take them, Dr. Pinko said. He had no reason to refuse. He was a historian and archaeologist. Paleobiological research was not his field, and the eggs meant nothing to him. Yubu Shinai wanted to stop him, but he had no standing to do so. This research was funded by Shenlong, and Jing Jiming seemed to count as an ally. Let them do as they please. What could he alone possibly prevent? Thinking thus, Yubu Shinai allowed Jing Jiming to take the Guchong eggs. At least for now, Shenlong was not an enemy. Perhaps because of the primordial Guchong, Jing Jiming's strength grew rapidly. He slew 2 elite symbionts of DR Biopharmaceuticals and consumed 2 cloned Guchong. His power rose from 13 tons to 16 tons. This brought him great satisfaction and intensified his hunger for slaughter and combat. Inside breeding base now, 2. A swift form unleashed a mighty shock, crushing vast numbers of Guchong in the breeding chamber in the blink of an eye. The kill count surged, and Li He's strength climbed rapidly. Infinite overload, potential unleashed. Strength 87. 42 million tons. Then 87. 50 million tons. 100,000 Guchong. Li He slaughtered them all in under 10 seconds. Ling Shi's voice sounded in the breeding chamber. Jing Jiming brought back 3 primordial Guchong specimens. Research related to Guchong may yield a breakthrough. Li He asked, are you going to cultivate symbiotic humans? That is not our research direction. My team is attempting to activate the latent power within Guchong genes using high-energy radiation. Compared with clones, the primordial specimens seem to hold greater potential. Ling Shi was not compelled to carry out these experiments. They were a pastime. She had such resources, and leaving them unused would be wasteful. One more thing, a few symbiotic humans at DR Biopharmaceuticals are about to evolve. Do you want to indulge your morbid curiosity? Forget it. After a single evolution, they would at most reach Baoshi's level. Wait until they evolve several more times. He had little interest in opponents that were too weak. How is the virus research progressing? The difficulty is great. The research team is hard at work. By my estimation, with good luck, a finished product could be ready for testing in a year. And if luck is not on our side, then it will take at least 2 years. Ling Shi was increasing investment in the anti-Guchong virus research while recruiting more biologists to Shenlong's research team. This would accelerate the research. In the breeding chamber, intelligent programs directed robots to clean Guchong corpses and fluids, collecting them and sending them to the decomposition room to be converted into nutrient solution. Inside the nest chamber, the decomposition room continually pumped nutrient solution for the newly cloned Guchong larvae to absorb. In only 20 hours, they could grow to fist size. A surveillance video popped up on the phone. Ling Shi said, "It'll show you something interesting. I found new primordial Guchong hosts across the ocean and an even stranger creature." Li He watched the battle in the video. One humanoid monster was clearly a Guchong host, while the other humanoid's form differed greatly from the Guchong host. It was more grotesque and larger in size. Is this not a Guchong host? No. It appears to be another kind of symbiotic human. From my observation, it hunts Guchong while possessing stronger innate combat ability than the Guchong hosts. Perhaps it is another race from an ultra-ancient civilization. Li He let Ling Shi decide for herself. With the Guchong breeding bases coming online one after another, his avenues for growth were well secured. There was no need to study other ultra-ancient races. DR Biopharmaceuticals. 3 members of the pursuit team died, and Lai Xingwu paid it little mind. Compared with the Yubu Shinai matter, his attention was almost wholly on the symbiotic human's evolution. The assistant said extensive fighting has produced evolutionary signs in many individuals. Observations show 5 symbiotic humans are about to complete their first evolution. 5. This was a tremendous result. Last time there had been only 1, Baoshi alone. Lai Xingwu showed a pleased expression. Over the past year, we have cultivated many symbiotic humans. Our resource input has been more than 10 times before. 5 will not be the limit. The assistant nodded. Researchers estimate that the final number of individuals to complete evolution will be about 10 to 15, a figure sufficient to enter the plan's second phase. The plan's second phase is to have those who completed the first evolution slaughter and prey upon each other's Guchong, thereby initiating a second round of evolution, step by step until they evolve to the ultimate. After reporting the plan's progress, the assistant mentioned another matter and handed a dossier to Lai Xingwu. BOSS. This company has funded numerous projects researching ultra-ancient civilizations over the past year. It may warrant attention. Lai Xingwu opened it and read Shenlong Biopharmaceuticals. He had heard of the company, but compared with DR Biopharmaceuticals, it seemed insignificant. The two had no business overlap and were not competitors. The assistant said this company was acquired last year and underwent major equity changes. Reliable sources indicate the controllers of Shenlong are not its board, but other parties. Their identities are too secretive for me to trace for now. Tapping his finger on the desk, Lai Xingwu asked, do they have research projects or results related to Jiangcheng or symbiotic humans? Not yet known. Then find out. Understood. Lai Xingwu would not permit rivals to their plan, only they were to be qualified to become ultimate life forms, and all others must be eliminated. It was indeed suspicious that a biopharmaceutical company would take an interest in archaeology. Beep, beep, beep. Identity verification successful. The scanner displayed the verification approval, and the heavy isolation door beside it opened. A young man then entered the research institute. Using his high-level access, he sequentially entered many laboratories, seemingly gathering intelligence and attempting to access the research institute's database. Unfortunately, the various projects at the Deep Blue Pharmaceutical Research Institute were independently isolated. Aside from the project he was involved in, it was nearly impossible to steal information from other projects through this method. Moreover, his actions were too conspicuous. Just as he attempted to access the database, he was locked on by Zero, and the entire laboratory was sealed off, the isolation door locked with the highest level of authority. Crack! The sound of the laboratory door locking startled the young man. His expression changed, and he quickly tried to open the door, pulling with such force that he ripped the entire door down. Such strength was beyond human capabilities. The voice of Zero echoed from within the laboratory. Are you from DR Biotechnology? This is my first time seeing a symbiote capable of changing appearance. It seems your research results are impressive. He was exposed. The young man's expression hardened, and his skin quickly turned into a hard, pitch-black exoskeleton. He looked around, but saw no other researchers. From the way the other party recognized his identity, he had reason to believe that Deep Blue Biotechnology had grasped more high-level secrets of DR Biotechnology. At the very least, they knew of the existence of symbiotes. Without a word wasted, the young man entered combat mode and used all his strength to charge at the isolation door, making a loud bang as he created a dent in it. However, he ultimately failed to break through the isolation door. Useless, just meaningless struggle, he remarked, looking around vigilantly. Don't worry, there are no symbiote warriors here. My boss is not interested in this project, so dealing with you won't be too troublesome. As Zero spoke, the virus released into the air took effect, causing the young man to feel dizzy before collapsing to the ground. The ancient insect extermination virus was still under development. During this process, researchers conducted in-depth studies on the cells and genes of ancient insects. As a result, several byproducts were obtained, such as certain chemicals that could quickly induce a state of sleep in both ancient insects and symbiotes, with quite remarkable effects. Cultivation base now. 1. The phone rang, and Zero notified Li He. Someone from DR Biotechnology has infiltrated our research institute and seems to be suspicious of Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals. Additionally, they have discovered the connection between the cultivation base and Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals, sending a few people over to check the situation. Understood. Zero had built the cultivation base far from the city center. Apart from the buildings, the surroundings were desolate. As Li He stepped out, he saw a few people approaching. 3 cold-faced men. Li He maintained a blank expression, simply putting away his phone, and then there was nothing more. DR Biotechnology subsequently lost contact with these 3 symbiotes. DR Biotechnology. All missing. Yes, it was as if they evaporated from the world. None of the symbiotes we sent to investigate and steal information from Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals returned. The assistant's words made Lai Xingwu furrow his brow. A simple investigation felt somewhat chilling, as if Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals were a giant abyssal beast with a bloodied mouth waiting for them to walk into its trap. Has there been any movement from Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals? No, it remains as calm as ever. This calmness was even more terrifying. Do we need to take further action? Lai Xingwu fell into deep thought. After a long while, he replied, he decided not to provoke Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals for the time being. Regardless of what secrets Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals held, everything had to prioritize the ultimate life form plan. Do not send any more symbiotes over. Training elites is very time-consuming and resource-intensive. They cannot be lost in such places. Additionally, keep a close watch on Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals for me. Understood. Moreover, the assistant thought there was something Lai Xingwu might need to know. BOSS, we have discovered a symbiote, seemingly a primordial body. Primordial body. Lai Xingwu was astonished. DR Biotechnology only had one primordial ancient insect. The rest were all clones. Hearing that a primordial body had appeared, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yes, I checked. His name is Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng came into the sight of DR Biotechnology, and they were unaware of his relationship with Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals. They only knew that the ancient insect in his body was a primordial body. Unlike the evasive Yu Bu Shinya, Jiangcheng boldly intervened multiple times in the symbiote battles of DR Biotechnology, making it hard not to attract attention. His performance was quite outstanding, and his strength was now catching up with the elites of the first echelon under DR Biotechnology with signs of impending evolution. On the other hand, Yu Bu Shinya, who was constantly evading the pursuit of DR Biotechnology, could clearly sense that the strength of the pursuing symbiotes was increasing. Continuing to escape was definitely not a solution. With no other choice, he could only actively participate in the symbiote battles, enhancing his strength through combat, which DR Biotechnology was very pleased to see. After all, Yu Bu Shinya was also a potential stock. His return to the plan was naturally a good thing. With the addition of Jiangcheng and Yu Bu Shinya, the chaos of the ultimate life form plan became increasingly frenzied. Until one day, after a chaotic battle involving numerous elites. Bang, bang, bang. On the cruel battlefield littered with corpses, the few surviving symbiotes screamed and roared, their bodies emanating red light, producing vast amounts of steam. The erupting steam caused the nearby temperature to rise sharply, and through the distorted air, several symbiotes covered in black and red exoskeleton armor could be seen radiating killing intent. Moments later, everything calmed down. 5 symbiotes who had completed their first evolution exchanged glances, quietly sensing the immense power within them, including Jiangcheng and Yu Bu Shinya. Is this the power that Zhenlong possessed back then? Yu Bu Shinya was astonished. He felt that he could now unleash dozens of tons of power with a single punch. Witnessing this scene through a drone, Lai Shengwu revealed a slight smile, which also meant that the plan had completely entered the second phase. Then let's continue to tear each other apart. On the battlefield, Jiangcheng and Yu Bu Shinya exchanged glances, and then looked at the 3 evolved symbiotes opposite them. With instinct and battle desire ignited, a new round of fighting commenced. So that's what it meant. Dr. Hirakubo, focused on the study of ancient civilization murals and texts, finally made a breakthrough, successfully translating parts of the history recorded on the murals of the ancient civilization. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 9 years, DR Biopharmaceutical invested massive amounts of funds and resources into the Ultimate Life Form project, and the created symbiotic beings grew increasingly powerful. After losing the ability to consume excessively, they spent another year successfully cultivating evolved symbiotic beings, including 2 individuals, Jiangcheng and Yu Bu Shinya, who were not entirely under their control. Lifelong comprehension is irrelevant. He believed that these 2 would ultimately serve as nourishment, facilitating the final birth of the ultimate life form, and he looked forward to their performance. The plan then entered its second phase, during which DR Biopharmaceutical took 3 years, and ultimately, amidst frenzied battles, 5 symbiotic beings successfully underwent a second evolution. Each evolution represented a tremendous enhancement of their own strength. The symbiotic beings, after the first evolution, possessed monstrous strength of several dozen tons, and after the second evolution, they boasted terrifying power reaching hundreds of tons. During this phase, Yu Bu Shinya exhibited an even more formidable posture, evolving wings that allowed him to soar freely through the skies, significantly enhancing his combat and survival abilities. Jiangcheng did not evolve into this special form. His exoskeleton merely became tougher, and his transformed physique swelled even further. He was practically a little giant. Thus, the Ultimate Life Form project of DR Biopharmaceutical entered its third phase, where they required these symbiotic beings that had completed their second evolution to engage in combat, prompting the occurrence of a third evolution. Since this required a large number of symbiotic beings, DR Biopharmaceutical had no choice but to focus on remote and chaotic war-torn regions. They unleashed a large number of cloned ancient insects in a certain area, treating it as a new battlefield where the newly birthed symbiotic beings would become nourishment. To date, this phase has lasted 6 years. Zero said they have become reckless for this. They are even willing to expose the experiments to push the Ultimate Life Form project to completion. What is the status of this plan? Lee asked. According to DR Biopharmaceuticals research, they believe that after the third plan is completed, the so-called Ultimate Life Form will be born. This is the final phase. A few photos appeared on the phone screen. Jiangcheng, Yu Bu Shinya, and several symbiotic beings from DR Biopharmaceutical. In total, there are 7 individuals, all showing signs of nearing completion of their third evolution. The ultimate life form that DR Biopharmaceutical dreams of is about to be born, perhaps one or perhaps several. 2 seconds later, Zero corrected his statement. Let me revise what I just said. Ultimately, there will only be one ultimate life form, but it is highly likely that it will not emerge from these 7 individuals. What do you mean? Li He asked, puzzled. A slightly familiar face appeared on the phone screen. Oh, Li He recognized it as the embodiment of gluttony. Zero said, just now the suspected resurrection of gluttony intervened in the battle of the 3rd phase, exhibiting overwhelming power, and it is highly likely that Yu Buxinai and Jing Jiming will perish at his hands. Upon hearing this, Li He said, since DR Biopharmaceuticals' plan is nearing its conclusion, I might as well join the fray. Oh, it's time to end this farce that has dragged on for so long. He had been on Red Star for 10 years, expending countless manpower and resources. The ancient insect extermination virus was successfully developed 2 years ago and proved effective through practical testing. The reason for not taking action was merely to allow more time to cultivate ancient insects to increase their strength. Once this virus was released, it would quickly spread throughout the world via the air. All ancient insects infected by this virus would gradually perish, and due to the emphasis on transmission, the initial mortality rate of the ancient insect virus was very low, with the latent process possibly lasting several years. Once the virus broke out, the death rate of the ancient insects would approach 100%. This was a race extermination virus targeting the ancient insect gene, which had no effect on humans. Understood. Zero comprehended Li He's intentions and quietly issued commands to release the ancient insect extermination virus, which was set to be released into the air almost simultaneously worldwide. The countdown to the extinction of the ancient insect race had begun. Li He stepped out from the cultivation base, gradually rising into the air, and then suddenly emitted a sound explosion, creating a gust of wind before vanishing into the sky. In 10 years, Zero had constructed 10 large cultivation bases for Li He, and Li He had been relentlessly exterminating ancient insects almost every day, enhancing his own strength. One base could cultivate 1,000 ancient insects in a day, so 10 bases would yield 1 million ancient insects daily, resulting in 365,000 in a year. This was the current panel data for Li He. Name: Li He, race, Earth, human, talent, infinite, overload, evolution, degree, 40, power 2. 9 billion tons, 2. 9 billion tons. Indeed, the unit of power is not in 10,000, but in billions. When Li He first arrived on Red Star, his power was 40 million tons, and in just 10 years it had increased more than 50-fold to a terrifying 9 billion tons. This is an extremely terrifying concept. This means that his body density far exceeds that of a white dwarf, being hundreds or even thousands of times greater than that of a typical white dwarf. He is a humanoid celestial body, an astronomical wonder. According to Zero's calculations, Li He's current weight is close to 20 million tons, and he must maintain a flying state at all times or else he would directly pierce through the surface. His instantaneous explosive speed could reach approximately 100 Mach, but Li He had not attempted to fly at such speed on the surface. If he were to fly at such a speed, it would be a disaster for Red Star, as such a terrifying speed would instantly compress the air in front of him. This would trigger a sustained nuclear explosion caused by aerodynamic nuclear fusion. Therefore, Li He is extremely restrained regarding his flying speed. If he were to go too fast, he would immediately become a planetary cleaner. Based on this peculiar life form, Zero referred to him as a degenerate state life form, meaning that Li He is a walking quasi-neutron star. His density is still some distance from that of a true neutron star. Nonetheless, this does not detract from the fact that Li He's strength is sufficient to rival that of extreme celestial bodies in the universe. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the war-torn region, a disheveled man casually tore a symbiotic being that had undergone 2 evolutions in half. His arrogant aura and powerful oppressive presence were shocking. In the midst of the battle, Yu Buxinai froze upon seeing the appearance of the newcomer. Zhenlong. Gluttony. He has resurrected. Gluttony, however, grinned at Yu Buxinai, his expression filled with a murderous madness. Falcon. Unfortunately, the man named Zhenlong died 10 years ago. As he spoke, exoskeletal armor appeared on his body, charging straight at Yu Buxinai, and the beetle wings behind him confirmed that Gluttony had also completed 2 evolutions. What on earth is happening? Yu Buxinai was astonished. The human named Zhenlong had died 10 years ago. His ancient insect was killed by Li He. Even though he was later kept alive by DR Biopharmaceuticals, he could not awaken. DR Biopharmaceuticals could not abandon the highly promising body of Baoxi's. After extensive research, their team discovered a method to revive Baoxi's. They implanted a new ancient insect into Baoxi's body, connecting the insect's consciousness to Baoxi's nervous system, allowing the intelligent insect to control Baoxi's body. Thus, it is said that Zhenlong died 10 years ago, The one controlling this body is the ancient insect within him, which retained the title of Baoshis. Moreover, this ancient insect is the only original entity in the hands of DR Biopharmaceuticals, and the potential of an original entity is inherently greater than that of a clone. With Baoshis' body, the power naturally becomes extraordinarily strong. Bang! Baoshis' speed was incredibly fast. Yu Bu-shun could only raise his hands to block, resulting in both arms being broken after a punch from Baoshis. He was sent flying to the ground. Too weak. Baoshis laughed maniacally, taking the opportunity to pursue. Yu Bu-shun was alarmed and immediately spread his wings to fly into the sky. The power difference was too great, and he was no match for Baoshis. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one who could fly. Seeing this, the beetle behind Baoshis spread its wings, emitting a high-frequency, vibrating sound, and leaped forward like a javelin tearing through the air. The frenzied, bloodthirsty face rapidly approached in his line of sight. Yu Bu-shun had no time to dodge, and in an instant he crossed paths with Baoshis' flying figure. Then blood splattered in the air. He looked at his chest where a bloody hole had appeared. Not far away in the sky, Baoshis held an ancient insect in his hand and bit it, crushing and swallowing it. Subsequently, Yu Bu-shun felt a heavy sensation falling from the sky. In the last moment before losing consciousness, he realized that the person before him was truly not the same as before. Yes, that's it. Lai Shengwu, monitoring the battle, was ecstatic. The stronger Baoshis became, the more excited he was. Only Baoshis truly fit the definition of the ultimate life form. Yu Bu-shun and Jing Jiming only qualified to be nutrients for him, which is also the reason DR Biopharmaceuticals tolerated their strength to this extent. On the battlefield, Jing Jiming watched Baoshis, who was killing recklessly, feeling an immense sense of oppression. Even the evolved symbionts were crushed under Baoshis. There was no chance of victory. Jing Jiming assessed the situation. However, this opportunity had been awaited for 10 years. Either he would successfully evolve into the ultimate life form or die as a stepping stone for Baoshis, and he would not abandon this option. Thinking this way, a large pit erupted on the ground. Jing Jiming charged forward, an astonishing red light bursting from his body. The research team from Shenlong Pharmaceutical had previously stimulated the potential of the ancient insect genes within him using high-energy rays, so his strength was actually above Yu Bu-shun's. Facing Yu Bu-shun, Hedon was not a match for him. Sensing a trace of a threatening aura, Baoshis suddenly turned around, his expression ecstatic. That's more like it. Now this is a worthy opponent. After a long time, the battle had completely subsided. The chilling sound of chewing rang in his ears. Looking around, the battlefield was filled with slain symbionts, with only Baoshis still standing. He swallowed the last ancient insect, completely pushing open the final door to ultimate evolution. A massive force surged from within him, and red light surged around Baoshis, steam erupting. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield. Huh! Seeing this scene, Lai Shengwu couldn't help but laugh, his expression extremely fervent as he fixed his gaze on the fully revealed figure on the monitor. Finally succeeded. The ultimate life form has been born. The efforts of DR Biopharmaceuticals over 30 years reached their climax at this moment. The future of a new era now belonged to them, and they would become the pioneers of a new humanity. A heatwave swept over. Jing Jiming, with an open chest wound, leaned against a rock, the vitality within him rapidly dissipating. A strange look surged in his eyes as he gazed at Baoshis. Whether it was desire or confusion, a figure flashed through his mind, and he murmured to himself, the ultimate life form. After all, it's just a farce. Yet for this farce he had gambled his life. He could not reach the endpoint he had strived for, which from the beginning was never regarded highly by someone. No matter how strong he became, the sense of danger and oppression he felt facing Li He never diminished by a fraction. Even after evolving twice, Li He's strength remained unfathomable. Thinking of this, Jing Jiming found everything to be so laughable. Baoshis, immersed in powerful strength, noticed Jing Jiming's murmurs. He stepped out of the distorted heatwave and approached Jing Jiming. What do you mean by that? I'm mocking our pitiful situation, Baoshis. Next, it's your turn to experience what despair truly means. After speaking, Jing Jiming lost his life force. Baoshis frowned and suddenly looked up at the sky, where a figure slowly descended, hovering above the ground, quietly observing him. Li He praised, that was quite an exciting battle. It's him. Lai Shengwu sprang up, confirming the face of the person on the monitor identical to the one from 10 years ago. It was indeed the one who had killed Baoshis. Yes, it's him. This time he had confirmed how he appeared. It turned out he could fly, and without wings he could achieve flight in the air. How is this possible? Lai Shengwu found it hard to believe. This defies logic. How could one fly without wings? Yet the facts were laid before him, and he could not deny them. But thinking of how Baoshi's had evolved into the ultimate life form, he quickly calmed down. Things were different now compared to 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Li He had suddenly appeared and killed Baoshi's. This time with Baoshi's successful evolution, he appeared again, and it was clear he was not here for a friendly visit. Lai Xingwu decisively commanded Baoshi's defeat him without endangering his life as much as possible. This is an individual of considerable research value. If absolutely necessary, I permit you to kill him. In an instant, Lai Xingwu's command was transmitted through the built-in device into the consciousness of the ancient insect. Baoshi's gaze sharpened, and then he unleashed an astonishing aura. Boom! A surging heat wave swept out, and a shadow streaked through the distorted air, rapidly approaching Li He with a speed faster than the eye could follow. Facing the aggressive attack, Li He made the same move as he had 10 years ago. He merely raised his hand, and in the next second firmly caught Baoshi's strike. A punch weighing thousands of tons could not shake him in the slightest. Gluttony's pupils contracted violently, utter disbelief flooding his gaze. A sharp, brittle crack echoed as his fist struck Li He like flesh pounding against forged steel. His bones shattered instantly, while Li He stood utterly unmoved. Gluttony was stunned. He had undergone 3 successive evolutions, ascending to the pinnacle of ultimate life forms. Yet even now he still fell short before this man. How is this possible? Only then did he grasp the true meaning behind Jiang Zhiming's words. The bitter self-mockery, the profound despair he had so casually uttered. The sheer magnitude of this man's power far surpassed anything they had ever imagined. Li He's expression remained serene. Seizing Gluttony's fist, he applied only the faintest pressure, yet bone and flesh alike crumbled into ruin, compressed by overwhelming force into densities beyond natural limits. Then came the horror. When flesh and bone reached their critical compression threshold, they erupted in blinding radiance, intense heat surging outward in an instant. Gluttony sensed death's cold breath. In sheer terror, he tore his own arm free and hurled himself backward. But before he could escape, searing light engulfed his entire field of vision. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion tore a massive crater into the earth. Scorching heat vaporized nearby rock and soil on contact. Farther out, the ground melted into molten magma. Waves of blistering heat rolled across the battlefield. Gluttony, battered and disheveled, bore no visible wounds. Yet his body was riddled with microscopic perforations, shredded by high-energy particle streams. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion tore a massive crater into the earth. Scorching heat vaporized nearby rock and that detonation was no ordinary explosion. It was a miniature thermonuclear fusion blast. With Li He's current strength, even the slightest compression applied to mundane matter could trigger fusion-level phenomena. In the sky, Dr. Biopharma's surveillance drones, struck by the blast wave, plummeted like wounded birds. At headquarters, Raisho Go stared in utter shock. What just happened? All he had witnessed was Gluttony's assault, effortlessly halted by Li He. A chilling reenactment of that fateful scene 10 years prior, plunging Raisho into deep dread. No, it cannot be. Gluttony has evolved into the ultimate life form. He cannot lose. His voice trembled with mounting anxiety, clinging desperately to reassurance. On the battlefield, Gluttony frantically scanned the ruins, then suddenly looked up. There, suspended midair, floated Li He, unscathed, unblemished. He sought one answer: what manner of monster are you? Something beyond even the ultimate life form. Call it that if you wish. Li He saw no need for explanation. Slowly descending from the air, he watched as Gluttony attempted to flee, only to collapse, his body pierced through by particle streams, blood weeping uncontrollably from countless wounds, limbs too weak to lift. It was as though witnessing the descent of a god. Gluttony lay paralyzed, helpless, watching wide-eyed as Li He approached, extended a single finger, and gently touched his chest. Instantly, incandescent light erupted from his body. Then, Gluttony's form vanished beneath the blinding radiance. Boom! Though the point of contact involved only a minuscule mass, the resulting microfusion detonation was more than sufficient to reduce him to ash. Infinite overload potential release. Strength 2. 915 billion tons. Gluttony's demise granted Li He an additional 1500 tons of strength, an undeniable testament to his formidable power. Yet against Li He such might was meaningless. There was no comparison between them. To Li He this battle was little more than diversion, a casual interlude. His greater concern had been ensuring the blast did not shred his clothing. He could have adopted Deep Blue Alliance's military uniform as combat attire, but its aesthetic unsettled him. He preferred his standard civilian wear. I analyzed your Deep Blue uniform, Zero said. It employs advanced nanotechnology. I may be able to freely modify its design. Proceed as you wish, Li He replied. What next? A visit to DR Biopharma, to end this affair once and for all. The ancient insect-killing virus had already been deployed. Since Li He had intervened, DR Biopharma would no longer be permitted to operate. He intended to eradicate every trace of ancient insect genetic material stored within their facilities. At DR Biopharma's headquarters, Raisho Go paced, in growing agitation. Has the signal not been restored yet? No, his assistant replied. The explosion severed all local signals. We've lost Gluttony's vital signs entirely. Raisho's unease deepened. He'll be fine. He must be fine. He repeated the mantra, inwardly grasping at fragile hope. Suddenly, bang. A symbiotic being crashed through his office door, slamming onto the floor, before him unconscious or dead. Raisho recoiled, then froze, locking eyes with the face he knew all too well. His breath caught. You, how did you get here? What have you done to Gluttony? Li He strolled calmly into Raisho's office. The scientist staggered backward in terror as Li He delivered his verdict. Your farce ends here. Farce. 30 years of relentless ambition dismissed as mere theater. Fear, fury, and bitter defiance churned within Raisho, coalescing into something raw, ineffable. Farce. Raisho's face turned ashen. His life's work, his sacred mission, reduced to mockery. He lunged forward, blind to the chasm of power between them. Li He had no patience for madness. In one motion, he seized Raisho's throat, lifted him off the ground, and snapped his neck with a sickening crack before discarding the corpse aside. The assistant immediately raised his hands. I surrender. That day, Li He purged DR Biopharma's leadership with brutal finality. Every last zealot clinging to the ultimate life form project eradicated without mercy. Subsequently, Deep Blue Biopharma assumed control of all DR Biopharma laboratories and research institutes dedicated to ancient insect studies. Zero personally oversaw the complete annihilation of every preserved ancient insect cell and genome. Over the years, Deep Blue Biopharma had funded extensive excavations of pre-ancient civilization ruins, uncovering several such sites across the globe. They mapped the approximate distribution of the pre-ancient civilization and recovered all dormant insect eggs sealed within the ruins. 10 viable specimens, 3 inert. Shall we destroy all our ancient insects now? Zero asked. Not yet, Li He replied. The ancient insect virus requires time to spread and erupt. Continue cultivation at the base for now. Understood. A few ancient insects and symbionts still lingered on Red Star, some located by Zero, others perhaps still hidden. Their eradication would be completed by the virus itself. Meanwhile, Li He would continue cultivating ancient insects to augment his strength, until the external threat was fully extinguished, at which point he would halt all base-based cultivation. Deep beneath the surface of the unknown Red Star, not long after the evolution of Gluttony into the ultimate life form, a single eye suddenly opened in the depths. Thump thump. The intense heartbeat echoed in the darkness, and a voice imbued with a sense of desolation and antiquity resounded from the depths. Ultimate life. Ancient insect race. An unknown ancient life form awakened. Across the ocean, a man dressed in a black suit entered a bar and then walked straight into the bar's basement. After passing through a deep staircase, a bright space came into view. This was a secret stronghold. Apart from the suited man who had just arrived, several others were already waiting here. Some were social elites, some were low-level workers, and some were unemployed drifters. Their identities varied. However, they all shared one thing in common. They were all hosts of the ancient insects. All were symbiotic individuals, and the ancient insects residing within them were all primitive forms. The ultra-ancient civilization was actually limited to a specific area, making the chances of these primitive ancient insects crossing the ocean to reach the other side very slim. Over the years, countless primitive forms have awakened and infiltrated human society, which is why Li He had to create the ancient insect virus to spread it across the globe. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to locate these individuals unless he resorted to blowing up the entire Red Star. He did not wish to resort to such means until the very end. The individuals in the stronghold greeted the suited man. You finally made it. You don't look so well. The suited man coughed weakly, his face pale and sickly, saying, recently my body has been deteriorating. At first I thought it was just my own health, but seeing you all I realize I'm not the only one with issues. The female lawyer with winered long hair appeared outwardly unaffected, yet just as the suited man had said, she could feel her body growing increasingly weak. Since becoming a symbiotic individual, I haven't fallen ill. If this were a flu or something similar, it wouldn't just be us who are sick, while ordinary people are completely fine. The suited man nodded, making a troubling guess. This might be a virus specifically targeting us. As soon as these words were spoken, the symbiotic individuals in the stronghold all had grim expressions. The female lawyer immediately sought a solution, They couldn't go to ordinary hospitals or institutions for checks. She asked the suited man, with your resources, can you diagnose and test our bodies? He'll give it a try. The suited man could not guarantee anything. Their resources and finances were no match for DR Biopharmaceuticals, and obtaining help from certain institutions and laboratories was not easy. The risk of exposure was very high. Similar situations were occurring around the world. Cough, cough. On the streets of a certain place, a homeless man was coughing continuously, and even solitary individuals hidden in deep mountains were showing similar symptoms. Beyond the oceans, underground, and beneath the permafrost, the ancient insect virus was spreading at an alarming rate, gradually weakening the symbiotic individuals. In the world of ordinary people, all was peaceful. In the following years, symbiotic individuals around the globe quietly died one after another. The virus attacked the cells and genes of the ancient insects, killing the ancient insect cells carried by the symbiotic individuals. Their deaths were like a drop of water in the ocean, insignificant. Many people died every day, and they were just one among them. 5 years later. Infinite overload potential release strength 4. 599 billion tons. Infinite overload potential release strength 4. 6 billion tons. Leahy emerged from the No. 10 cultivation base with the system interfaces killed data rapidly refreshing, ultimately settling on the terrifying value of 4.6 billion. Every day, he became stronger than he was the day before. Zero was timely in reminding him, considering the time the virus should have fully erupted. The ancient insects are nearly eradicated. Shall we enter the final phase? Without hesitation, Leahy commanded deactivate all the ancient insects in the base. The order was the 10 large cultivation bases immediately entered the deactivation procedure, with a large number of ancient insect larvae sent into incinerators to be turned to ashes, and then the base was thoroughly cleaned with deactivation spray, ensuring that not a single cell capable of maintaining activity and complete genes was left behind, including the 10 primitive insect eggs that were also completely destroyed. While the growth of strength was indeed important, completing the task to gain evolution points was equally vital. As his power grew, it became increasingly challenging for Leahy to gain evolution points, hence the task must be completed. After the 10 ancient insect cultivation bases completed the deactivation procedure, the interface popped up. Main quest phase 1 completed, reward evolution points, 10 evolution points 50. Main quest phase 2, the elimination of the ancient insect race, signifies that the natural selection on Red Star has entered a new phase. Will the future belong to humanity or beasts? Please awaken the monsters sleeping in various places. It is time for humanity to face the challenge of natural selection. Task reward evolution points 15. Leahy pondered. Since he was on Red耀 Star, he realized one thing: the tasks given by the system seemed not to be random, but closely related to the quadrant he was in. Red耀 Star is located in the 858 quadrant, a quadrant that values civilization and order. Thus his tasks mainly involved halting wars and guiding Red耀 Star towards civilization and the future. Now the 117 quadrant, where Red Star resides, follows the brutal law of natural selection, and his task is to eliminate the failed races and promote a new round of natural selection. Leahy was convinced. This was the will of the quadrant he was in. The 117 quadrant was trading tasks with him, and he was pushing the direction of civilization and history according to the will of the 117 quadrant, which rewarded him with evolution points. Ultimately, this was merely a guess, and there was no need to delve deeper. He could choose to continue the task or halt it. The task was not mandatory. In the end, Leahy chose to continue with the task. In the 117 quadrant of Red Star, one cannot escape the cruel fate of natural selection. Since he could gain evolution points, Leahy had no reason to refuse this task. The question was, where are the monsters? Zero's power in the network world was once again demonstrated. She had gathered a wealth of interesting information over the years immersed in the network. Included among this was real information related to keywords like monsters and beasts. An organization called Vortex had been secretly conducting investigations into monsters. Zero hacked into Vortex's internal network, displaying the stolen information on Leahy's phone, with a plethora of intelligence continuously refreshing on the screen. In 1952, an extremely unusual earthquake occurred on the southern islands, which was later found to originate from an unknown object deep within the island. In 1975, abnormal sonar signals were discovered in the Lumiere Trench. University. In the office of Dr. Pinko, 36-year-old Chu Jiangcheng had matured significantly compared to 15 years ago as she organized Dr. Pinkus materials, categorizing them one by one. Beside her, a young man dressed casually fiddled around, showing no interest in the relics of the ultra-ancient civilization left by Dr. Pinko. Is this what you have been researching all these years? Chu Jiangxinshi replied distractedly. Yes, the history of ultra-ancient civilization. This is a great discovery in modern history. We have reconstructed the history of human civilization, which is quite remarkable. As she spoke, Chu Jiangxinshi reminisced about the past, while feeling a sense of pride and honor in her research with Dr. Pinko. I have no interest in history at all. Chu Jiangkinta, Chu Jiangxing's brother, had just returned from studying abroad. Although he claimed to have studied, he had learned nothing during his time outside. After returning home, his family, tired of him doing nothing all day, sent him to help Chu Jiangxinshi, just as she needed assistance organizing Dr. Pinko's materials. Hey, stop just standing there and come help me, Chu Jiangxinshi was saying. Bang bang. A loud drum-like heartbeat echoed in her ears, startling her. She looked up to see Chu Jiangkinta clutching his chest, looking distressed. Kinta, what's wrong? I'm fine. Chu Jiangkinta hurriedly ran into the bathroom and shut the door, refusing to open it no matter how much Chu Jiangxinshi knocked, which made her very worried. Is it a heart problem? Let me take you to the hospital. I'm fine, or just let me be alone for a bit. After a long while, Chu Jiangkinta still hadn't come out. In her anxiety, Chu Jiangxinshi had no choice but to force the door open, and the moment she did, she froze in place. She saw a creature covered in hard scales clutching its heart in pain. If she wasn't mistaken, this was her brother Chu Jiangkinta. Kinta. Chu Jiangkinta glanced at Chu Jiangxinshi before fleeing the office of Dr. Pinko at an incredible speed, disappearing from sight. As if recalling something, Chu Jiangxinshi quickly rummaged through the materials left by Dr. Pinko and pulled out a certain manuscript, the contents of which had never been made public, and which she had co-authored. This manuscript revealed another part of history uncovered from their translation of the ruins murals related to the destruction of the ultra-ancient civilization and another race associated with it. After sunset, Chu Jiangxinshi found Chu Jiangkinta hiding in the dark corner of the academy's storage room, almost undetectable if one didn't pay close attention. Kinta, don't be afraid. I know you're terrified of the changes happening to you. You know nothing. Chu Jiangkinta told Chu Jiangxinshi to stay away. He didn't understand why he had transformed like this and didn't want to hear her comforting words. But to Chu Jiangkinta's astonishment, his sister really did know what was happening to him. Chu Jiangxinshi quickly shook her head and took out Dr. Pinko's manuscript. Her tone was calm as she tried to reassure Chu Jiangkinta. Kinta, listen to me, don't be afraid of how you look now. You are not a monster. You have merely become a different form of human, a half-human known as a beast man. What? Chu Jiangkinta was bewildered. He turned to look at Chu Jiangxinshi, confusion filling his expression. Do you really know what's going on with me? Really? Chu Jiangxinshi nodded, showing no aversion to the transformed Chu Jiangkinta. According to the records found in the ruins murals, Dr. Pinko and Chu Jiangxinshi learned that two races existed during the era of ultra-ancient civilization. One was the ancient insect. The other was the beast. The ancient insect could inhabit human bodies, turning humans into symbionts who gained immense power through continuous evolution, while the beast was different. The intelligence of the beast was on par with that of the ancient insect, but its size was enormous, making it impossible to coexist with humans. Instead, it released a special virus that could turn certain infected individuals into beastmen. Beasts and ancient insects were mortal enemies. Humans infected and turned into beastmen believed that the ancient insects residing within symbionts were too evil, leading to conflict between the two. The result was the ancient insect race's crushing defeat, eradicated in this round of natural selection, with only a few dormant eggs surviving to this day. The ultra-ancient civilization was destroyed in this battle, with the beasts falling into slumber to recover their energy, and the remaining beastmen, inheriting the genes of the beasts, forced into slumber as well. Chu Jiangkinta's form had appeared on the murals of the ruins, a typical representation of a beastman, with sharp teeth, claws, and skin covered in scales. It closely resembled the dragon-like figures found in fantasy works. After learning the truth, Chu Jiangkinta was stunned. He had never expected his situation to be connected to the ultra-ancient civilization. What was his sister researching? Can I take a deep breath and slow your heartbeat? Soon Chu Jiangkinta, under Chu Jiangxing's guidance, returned to his human form. Looking at his restored self, he couldn't help but smile with joy. Chu Jiangxinshi asked, how long has this been happening to you? About half a year. Half a year. Approximately. Chu Jiangkinta couldn't recall clearly. Anyway, every time he transformed, he could only hide in a deserted place, quietly waiting for his body to return to normal. Chu Jiangxinshi furrowed her brows. Her brother had been infected with the beast virus, which meant either the beasts were about to awaken or the beastmen had already awakened and were becoming more active. If possible, she really didn't want Chu Jiangkinta to be caught up in this. Years ago, she had encountered two symbionts, Yu Bu-shun and Jing Ji-ming. The fates of those two seemed far from good, suspected to be dead. She was very worried that Chu Jiangcheng would end up with the same fate. Listening to Chu Jiangxin recount her past experiences, Chu Jiangcheng was dumbfounded. Sister, your life experience is much more exciting than I imagined. Ancient insects. Symbionts. He never expected his sister to know so many secrets. A tall, middle-aged man with graying hair appeared on the battlefield, where he had once become the ultimate life form, ultimately dying there. The middle-aged man picked up a stone and sniffed it. The scent of blood, the smell of charred remains, and the scent of ancient insects. The information and data left on the battlefield were efficiently gathered and processed. The middle-aged man was convinced that an ultimate symbiotic entity of the ancient insects had been born here. But, dead, the middle-aged man's expression hardened. The fluctuations emitted when the ultimate life form evolved awakened him, and now he realized that the ultimate life form that awakened him had died here 5 years ago. Who killed him? The middle-aged man fell into thought, attempting to gather more useful information on the battlefield. Chu Jiangxin, she sternly warned Chu Jiangjiantai. Listen carefully, you must never reveal your identity as a monster human. If discovered by the coexisting beings, your situation will be extremely perilous. The ancient insects are irreconcilable with the monster humans. Upon encountering each other, it will surely be a life-and-death situation. For Chu Jiangjiantai, who is as weak as a chick and unable to fight, it would essentially be delivering himself to them. I understand. Chu Jiangjiantai nervously nodded. This world is far more dangerous than he had imagined. He had thought he was a unique existence. His heroic journey envisioned in darkness was shattered ruthlessly before it even began. Tap tap. A knocking sound came from outside the office. Chu Jiangjiantai paid no heed and went to open the door. However, upon opening it, he froze in place, for he caught the scent of his kind. Looking up, a tall, middle-aged man entered his view. He couldn't help but gasp. What were the odds? The middle-aged man's sharp gaze fell upon Chu Jiangjiantai, piercing him like a knife and inducing a strong sense of oppression. Kid, it seems you have to come with me. In an instant, Chu Jiangjiantai wanted to turn and run, but alas, the middle-aged man was faster, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him as one would a chick. Let go of my brother. Chu Jiangxin, she shouted loudly upon seeing this. Half an hour later, they finally understood the situation. The burly man before them was called Jiangcheng, an old-school monster human. Just how old? Old enough to be a survivor of the ancient civilization wars, having slept for tens of thousands of years, practically a living fossil. The intense pressure of his life level made Chu Jiangjiantai dare not even breathe. Jiangcheng was like a lion king, scaring Chu Jiangjiantai into the form of a quail. Upon realizing that Jiangcheng was not a coexisting being here to kill Chu Jiangjiantai, Chu Jiangxin, she breathed a sigh of relief and began to answer Jiangcheng's questions one by one. It wasn't that she truly believed Jiangcheng, but she had no other options. Thus Jiangcheng learned the name of a certain company from her. Shenlong Bionyao. Yes. Jiangcheng was aware of the actions of DR Biopharmaceuticals prior, knowing they had once cultivated coexisting beings coveting the power of the ultimate life forms. The commotion caused by this group was so great that it was hard not to notice. However, it was the first time he had heard the name of Shenlong Bionyao. Had Chu Jiangxin not mentioned this company, he wouldn't have paid attention. Did the demise of the ultimate life form have anything to do with Shenlong Bionyao? Jiangcheng was even more puzzled. Chu Jiangxin, she wanted to know the situation of those two, having worked with them for a time. I apologize for the impudence, but what is the current status of the coexisting beings from DR Biopharmaceuticals? They are all dead. Jiangcheng did not conceal the truth, stating frankly, not just the coexisting beings from DR Biopharmaceuticals, but all ancient insects and coexisting beings in the world have perished without a single one remaining. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiangxin's mood sank. This meant that Yu Bu-shun and Jing Ji-ming were likely dead as well. Jing Ji-ming had previously revealed that behind Shenlong Bionyao stood a mysterious BOSS who referred to DR Biopharmaceuticals' ultimate life form project as a child's play. In such a context, it seemed possible that the person behind Shenlong Bionyao might have some connection to the extinction of the ancient insects. Jiangcheng decided to pay them a visit. Could it be a kindred spirit? Chu Jiangjiantai trembled as he overheard. All ancient insects and coexisting beings in the world had been exterminated. Wasn't such an act of extermination too cruel? Thank you very much for the information provided. Now I must take my leave. Saying this, Jiangcheng casually lifted Chu Jiangjiantai. Am I going with you too? In the world of ordinary people, there is no place for you to hide. Following me is your only option. Do you still want to die quietly like the coexisting beings from DR Biopharmaceuticals? Alright, fine. The extinction of the coexisting beings was indeed somewhat frightening. Jiangcheng had never witnessed such a scene, and for the sake of his own life, he could only follow Jiangcheng. On the way, Jiangcheng asked, "You must belong to some organization, right? What's its name?" Jiangcheng answered, "Vortex." The subsequent visit was not very smooth. After arriving at the headquarters of Shinlan Bion Yao, they were unable to meet the so-called behind-the-scenes boss, and only encountered a group of directors. Even with Jiangcheng using the political connections of Vortex to apply pressure, they still could not obtain any useful information, as it seemed no one had seen the person behind the scenes. Upon arriving outside an ancient insect cultivation base that was being dismantled, both of their expressions changed dramatically. Even a novice like Jiangcheng could smell the intense scent of deadly enemies. Ancient insects. Even Jiangcheng had never witnessed such a scene. His pupils trembled violently as he sniffed, horrified. At least hundreds of millions of ancient insects have perished here. Hundreds of millions. Jiangcheng felt his teeth chattering. What were they doing here, building an ancient insect slaughterhouse? Not just that. According to the intelligence gathered, Shinlan Bion Yao owned 10 such large-scale cultivation bases, and the ancient insects that had died within over the years numbered in the billions. Jiangcheng scalp tingled. Such a massive number of ancient insects had never appeared, even during the entire ultra-ancient period. They were cultivated only to be exterminated. What on earth did that person intend to do? Why do I feel like we've touched upon the clues of the world's hidden puppet masters? It was too insane. Jiangcheng's worldview was repeatedly being reshaped. By the way, why do we absolutely have to meet that person? To confirm friend or foe? The existence of Vortex is to curb the threats posed by various non-human races to humanity, allowing humanity to continue existing. Any non-human race that poses a threat to human existence needs to be excluded or dealt with. Ancient insects. Coexisting beings. All are like this. Even monsters are no exception. Although Jiangcheng is a monster human, his self-identity has always been human. He would never consider himself part of the same camp or race as monsters. If monsters threatened humanity, he would strike them down just the same. From various signs, the person behind Shinlan Bion Yao posed a significant danger, and Jiangcheng needed to quickly ascertain their stance and allegiance. At this moment, deep in the ocean in the Lumiere Trench, Li Hei's body slowly sank with the ocean current. The boundless darkness appeared vibrant and colorful in his eyes as various lights and radiations intertwined to form a strange scene. When a strong yet slow heartbeat echoed in his ears, his descending figure halted, suspended in a certain spot within the trench. Suddenly a golden eye opened. Li Hei floated before this enormous golden eye, his body smaller than its pupil. He quietly observed the scene before him. The first monster had been found. Vortex Organization Headquarters. An urgent alarm blared. A monitoring officer hastily reported, "Anomalous signal detected in the Lamiko Trench. Designation Pluto appears to be awakening." What? Impossible. The Vortex Organization's high command stared in shock. Its vitals had remained perfectly stable until now. This colossal beast slumbering within the Lamiko Trench, situated over 10,000 meters beneath the ocean surface, had been designated Pluto by the Vortex Organization. Due to the trench's extreme depth, they had been virtually powerless to intervene. Only deep-sea submersibles could reach such depths. Conventional submarines were utterly incapable. All they could do was launch long-range, bay and visual-range strikes from shallower waters. Commander Pluto is surging toward the coastline at extraordinary speed. The submarine's swordfish requests permission to fire. Torpedo launch sequence is primed. Authorize firing. No one dared gamble that Pluto's landfall would be nothing more than a sightseeing tour. Human lives stood paramount. This threat had to be eradicated before it ever touched shore. The commander's order was swift and unequivocal. Simultaneously deploy the Bay Fleet. Under no circumstances may Pluto make landfall. Authorize all conventional weaponry except nuclear ordnance. Ready coastal missile batteries for immediate launch. Yes, sir. These beasts possessed intelligence, not mere animals governed solely by instinct. To engage one meant declaring war, not just on an individual entity, but upon the entire monstrous species. Humanity had refrained from action upon first discovering the beasts precisely out of this grave concern. It was always hoped they would remain dormant, forever. Now, however, the moment for restraint had irrevocably passed. The Vortex Organization had not anticipated Pluto's awakening with such suddenness, and found themselves wholly unprepared. Waters above the Lamiko Trench. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the swordfish. Captain, a sonar source is ascending at extreme velocity. Pluto. Negative. Pluto is moving toward the coast. This is a separate contact. Unknown identity, possibly a torpedo, traveling at astonishing speed. Destroy it. Understood. Amid mounting tension, Swordfish launched its preloaded torpedoes. Several streaked toward Pluto, while one locked onto the rapidly ascending unknown contact. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Torpedo impact confirmed. Target velocity unchanged, still ascending at extreme speed. No time remained to reload or fire a second salvo. The contact shot upward with staggering speed, vanishing instantly beyond Swordfish's radar horizon. Contact lost. Has it exited these waters entirely? The sonar operator was stunned. Could it truly have been a torpedo? Yet torpedoes struck would detonate, not vanish without trace. Above the Lamiko Trench, he hovered motionless in midair. Torrential winds stripped moisture from his body as he gazed far across the sea toward the Bay Fleet rushing into emergency deployment. Boom. Compressed water vapor shattered the sound barrier in an instant. He vanished from that stretch of ocean, his sole intent having been to awaken the beast indifferent to what followed. He held no interest in intervening in Grandstar's ongoing natural selection. He would neither favor humanity nor align himself with the beasts. Elsewhere, Inoue Jr. still investigating he received an emergency transmission from the Vortex organization. Inoue, Pluto has awakened unexpectedly and is advancing toward the coast. I'm returning immediately. Inoue Jr. instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Abandoning all further pursuit of he departed at once, with Chu Jingjiantai racing back to headquarters at top speed. A full-scale battle now loomed. The war between humanity and the beasts. He accelerated to Mach 10. At such velocity, the air ahead compressed violently, igniting intense frictional heat. His surface temperature soared to 2000 C. Surrounding him, the air ionized into plasma, forming a luminous plasma sheath, a thermal and electromagnetic barrier against even greater external heat. Thanks to Zero's successful reverse engineering of Deep Blue's nanotech combat uniform, she had reconfigured its design, from formal military cut to civilian styling. This was precisely the suit he now wore, rendering it impervious even to 2000 C heat. A brilliant plasma sphere carved across the sky. The plasma sheath encasing he generated a phenomenon known as blackout, a complete electromagnetic isolation between interior and exterior. Consequently, his radar cross-section surged dramatically, making him extraordinarily easy to detect, even mistaken for a ballistic missile. Indeed, before he even entered sovereign airspace, he was already tracked, triggering an immediate red alert across the nation's detection network. Unknown object approaching national airspace. Velocity. Mach 10. Such speed defied any manned fighter jet. No operational aircraft in service today exceeded Mach 3, the absolute pinnacle of current aviation technology. Mach 10. Only a missile, specifically a hypersonic missile, could achieve such velocity. Radar data flashed upward through command channels. The nation activated its emergency response protocol and launched interceptors without hesitation despite near-zero probability of success. On the main display, interceptor and target signatures converged rapidly, then overlapped completely. Both missile signals vanished, but the unknown object's signature remained unbroken, its velocity unwavering. Can we launch a third interceptor? Regrettably, sir, no time remains. And then, a searing streak of light tore across the sky, vanished in an instant, and plunged directly into an active volcano within their territory, unleashing a cataclysmic eruption of molten magma. A deafening roar split the heavens. Boom. It was no nuclear detonation, nor did it strike any urban center. This unidentified object, mistaken for a missile, had struck an active volcano. While civilians watched in bafflement, the Vortex organization reacted with near hysteria. Which volcano? Domino Volcano. A wave of icy dread surged up the spines of Vortex leadership. Domino Volcano was the known slumbering ground of a specific beast. This could not be coincidence. Mobilize all available forces immediately. Evacuate all cities surrounding Domino Volcano. Initiate full emergency shelter protocols. First, Pluto's awakening in the Lamiko Trench. Now the assault on Domino Volcano. Someone was deliberately rousing the dormant beasts. Outside Domino Volcano in a nearby city, a photographer stood atop a skyscraper capturing the rare spectacle. The volcano struck, magma erupting skyward amid billowing black smoke. What a breathtaking sight, he murmured in awe. Alarms wailed below as citizens began evacuating. He prepared to follow, until what happened next arrested his retreat. He swiftly raised his camera. Roar! A titanic beast wreathed in molten lava heaved itself from the crater, while a blurred figure nearly invisible in the thick smoke vanished into the distance. Codename Infernal Demon. Its temper upon waking was legendary. Spotting the tiny intruder who had disturbed its slumber, it unfurled vast wings, unleashing a gale of terrifying force as it gave chase. Yanmo's body was colossal, its wingspan exceeding 200 meters. When it roared as it flew over the city, it quite literally blotted out the sky. A thunderous roar. The massive form, coupled with the shock waves from its supersonic flight, swept over the city below, instantly destroying countless buildings as cars and people were torn into the air by violent winds. What is that? People at a distance stood frozen, staring as the gargantuan creature passed over the city. The shock of the sight shattered their sense of reality. Voices rang out at Guolu headquarters. Yanma has awakened. It appears to be pursuing some target. The surveillance systems long deployed around the Dominuo volcano had captured the entire process of Yanmo's awakening in full, including many revealing details. Zoom in. Yes, that's it. When the veil of volcanic ash was cleared, a figure appeared on the large screen. Those at Guolu could clearly see a young man hovering above the crater. A single person. Yanma is pursuing him. That fact alone challenged their understanding. A person with no flight apparatus was hovering in midair and, in defiance of reason, had instantly reached supersonic speeds. Does this make sense? Even Yanma needed wings, yet this man had none. In any case, the immediate priority was to annihilate Yanma. Its mere awakening had already wreaked catastrophic damage on nearby cities. Allowing it to continue would have unthinkable consequences. Order nearby nations to dispatch fighter jets to intercept. Under no circumstances may Yanma approach the cities again. Guolu was scrambling. After Mingwang, Yanma had also awakened. If other monsters followed, the situation would become exceedingly grave. Use every available satellite and lock onto the human Yanma is pursuing. I strongly suspect he is the one who awakened Yanma. Understood. Despite deploying numerous satellites, tracking was difficult. Thick cloud cover in many regions severely obstructed visibility. Yanmo's enormous wings beat relentlessly, propelling it to its top speed of Mach 3, yet even so it could not catch the small figure ahead. It grew frantic and let out a roar. Li glanced back to see the clouds churning and Yanma doggedly tailing him, only he had not further increased his speed. Otherwise Yanma could not have kept up. In that 2-second pause, the surging clouds split, and the menacing Yanma lunged out with a gaping maw aimed at Li, but Li did not accelerate to flee. Do you think you have the nerve? Boom! The sonic blast. Li flashed aside and thrust his fist. In an instant, he punched clean through Yanmo's body. With a terrible scream, the beast plummeted from the sky. The enormous mass struck the ocean, sending up towering waves accompanied by Yanmo's piteous roar. A fighter jet skimmed by and witnessed the scene. The pilot looked up, and their eyes met the hovering Li. He glanced back once, then accelerated and vanished from sight. It was the pilot's first time in his life seeing someone move faster than he could fly. Report to headquarters. Yanma has fallen into the sea. Li was slight in build, yet the force he released when striking Yanma spread as a shockwave, tearing open a sizable wound in the creature's body. Blood spurted forth, and the sea was dyed red in an instant. Yanma thrashed in the water for a long while before finally rising half dead. The fighter pilot dared not approach, and soon other jets arrived. Guolius orders were issued: destroy it. Acknowledged. Open fire. Immediately. Air-launched missiles were fired in salvo after salvo, a relentless bombardment aimed at Yanma. To avoid a counterattack, the fighters engaged from beyond close visual range. After much time, the battle drew to a close when a hypersonic missile reached the scene. The already grievously wounded Yanma had its last breath extinguished. Guolu headquarters rejoiced. At least this proved that modern human weaponry could deliver fatal blows to monsters. They were not helpless, and the war carried a chance of victory. Elsewhere, Mingwang remained engaged with the Haiwan fleet, and the situation was not optimistic. Mingwang could slip into the deep sea, and humanity's means to strike it were limited. More importantly, they had to determine who that flying person truly was, whether he was the one awakening the monsters, and what his motives might be. Guolius' investigative capabilities were formidable, and countries worldwide cooperated fully. Out confronted with an existential crisis, humanity displayed unprecedented unity. Soon they obtained intelligence on Li's identity. Jiangcheng Renner had previously only visited Shenlan Biopharma and had not met the executives of DR Biopharma. If he had encountered DR Biopharma's board members, perhaps they could identify Li's appearance. Because Li had met DR Biopharma's board members before, it was they who now recognized him. By their confirmation, the young man seen at the Dominuo crater was the shadowy figure pulling the strings at Shenlong Biopharma, and he had personally ended the ultimate life form cultivated by DR Biopharma. Everything became clear. Shu Jiang Jinta still did not understand. He appears entirely human. Why would he provoke a war between humans and monsters? Who knows? Jingshang Renner could not answer. When all data relating to Li He was compiled, Guolia's senior leaders fell silent. They could not believe such statistics belonged to an ordinary human. He can hover in the air. He can instantaneously reach supersonic speeds. His currently known top speed is Mach 11. It is suspected that during the brief engagement with Yanma, he grievously wounded the beast, directly causing a sharp decline in its combat effectiveness and enabling humanity to finish it off. He is suspected of being able to physically dive tens of thousands of meters into the abyss. His bodily resilience is such that he can entirely ignore the impact forces at Mach 11 and plunge headlong into a volcano. The more they studied him, the more terrifying he seemed. Jingshang Renner felt a chill. Guolia's final assessment was that perhaps only nuclear weapons could deal with such a being. But perhaps, let me go and speak with him. If he attacks monsters, then he is not wholly on the monster's side. Maybe I can reason with him. Is it meaningful, eh? Guolia's senior officials judged that the likelihood of success from such a conversation was vanishingly small. They did not even know this man's purpose. Jingshang Renner insisted it was absolutely worth trying. We have to make the attempt. Even if the chance is infinitesimal, I believe we should try. Since you insist, then try. Guolu approved Jingshang Renner's plan and assembled a large fleet at the Campuli Islands, even preparing high-yield nuclear warheads. Zero Protocol infiltrated the database of the Vortex organization, clearly aware of the slumbering locations of each monster. Li He awakened 6 monsters in less than a day. The Vortex organization was powerless to stop it. They deployed as many warships and fighter jets as possible around Campu Island. The monster sleeping there was of utmost importance compared to others. Codenamed Heavenly King, Jingshang Renner referred to it as the King of Monsters. Once the Heavenly King awakens, his roar would rouse the monsters sleeping across the world, turning the situation from a few monsters to dozens or even hundreds. This information was known only to him and the higher-ups of the Vortex organization, and it had not been recorded in the database. Otherwise, he would have immediately headed to Campu Island. After awakening the 6th monster, Zero Protocol said to Li He, countries around the world have prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for you at Campu Island. The Vortex organization wishes to engage in a dialogue with you. Not interested. Dialogue was meaningless. Li He could already guess what Jingshang Renner wanted to say. He would not stop awakening the monsters. Where to next? How about Campu Island? Zero Protocol suggested. Li He had no objections and turned to fly towards Campu Island at a speed of 10 Mach, covering a distance of 1/8 kilometers across half of the Red Star in 1 hour and 20 minutes. As he flew over the hemispherical region, a bright light band appeared in the sky, a dazzling glow emitted from the dissipated residual plasma. Due to the intense black barrier phenomenon, the Vortex organization was able to firmly lock onto Li He's position through the global radar system, feeling a jolt of terror at his astonishing speed. Around Campu Island, numerous warships were on high alert, and the island was even equipped with large-yield nuclear bombs. If they failed to intercept him, they would perish together with Li He and the Heavenly King. He's coming. Beep, beep, beep. Every time the signal point on the radar blinked, it represented a significant distance, and even at visual range, the pressure within the information-based combat system was still terrifying. Inside the Blue Whale aircraft carrier, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme as the radar signal showed the target's speed had not decreased. If this continued, they would soon replay the situation of the Domino volcano. The commander made an immediate decision. Launch missiles to intercept. Entering launch procedure. Launch successful. Instantly, a torrent of white smoke erupted from the warships and numerous missiles shot into the sky like swords racing towards the distant target. If possible, they truly did not wish to take action, but if things continued like this and the opponent did not stop, the so-called dialogue was utterly absurd. In the turbulent troposphere, Li He's rapid figure sliced through the clouds, and in the next moment, a missile precisely struck under the guidance of radar and satellites. If there were slow-motion footage, one could see the missile explode immediately upon entering the trigger range, with the warhead emitting intense flames as Li He plunged into the explosion unscathed. Some cluster missiles attempted to intercept Li He with a barrage of bullets. Those bullets turned red from the extreme heat upon colliding, with Li He instantly compressing into a mass before being torn away by inertia and the fierce winds. Let alone pain. Li He felt nothing at all. Such a level of kinetic energy impact was completely ineffective, not even equivalent to a stone, basically akin to an oxygen atom colliding with an ordinary person. To say it was a gentle breeze was an exaggeration. Boom, 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 boom. The troposphere erupted with explosive sounds like firecrackers as rain-like missiles created a distinct trajectory along Leahy's flight path, resembling thunder. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Target speed unchanged. Use thermobaric munitions. It was hard to say whether the target could still be considered human. Since kinetic damage was ineffective, they decided to try using powerful thermobaric munitions. 5 seconds later, the thermobaric munition successfully approached the target and exploded. The commander held his breath, and then beep. The target signal on the radar flickered once again, speed unchanged. All their conventional countermeasures had failed, resulting in disheartening outcomes. Everyone, it is an honor to execute this combat mission with you. The commander saluted the soldiers on the ship because there was no more time left. 1 second later, boom. A bright plasma glow suddenly appeared on the horizon, and in the next moment it directly crashed into the ground beneath Campu Island, generating a bottomless pit from the immense kinetic energy. Afterwards, a strong fluid rebound effect emerged on the surface with powerful shockwaves spreading in all directions, forming a terrain resembling a circular mountain around Campu Island. The shockwave continued to spread to the shore, creating turbulent waves on the sea, toppling many warships like candles flickering in the wind before the might of nature. Jiangcheng Renner stood on the deck of the mothership, watching the terrifying scene before him as if a meteor had fallen, his expression horrified and falling into deep shock. This kind of power, unquantifiable dust, was scattered into the air upon impact, covering the surroundings in a posture akin to a volcanic eruption, resembling a giant wall hundreds of meters high. Shadows obscured the sun, then descended upon the fleet on the sea. Vortex headquarters. The target has collided with Campu Island, and we have lost signal trace. Everyone fell silent. All their means were ineffective. The so-called interception was a joke. The target ignored them entirely, and the impact alone inflicted heavy losses on their fleet. Even monsters do not possess such destructive power. The higher-ups murmured, then asked, can we still receive the signal from the nuclear bomb? Yes, it can be detonated at any time. The signal from the large-yield nuclear bomb buried in Campu Island was good, which was the only good news. The reason for using this method was due to necessity. If they used missiles to launch the nuclear bomb, the risk would be too great. Both the target and the Heavenly King could easily evade or shoot it down. Only when they were unprepared could the nuclear bomb inflict harm, and there was not much time to prepare. This one had been ready for a long time. After a long while, a vague roar of some giant beast echoed from the bottomless pit created by the impact on Campu Island, ancient and majestic, as a figure slowly rose from the pit. On the turbulent sea surface, the Blue Whale aircraft carrier had not sunk. Jiangcheng Renner was still waiting for the right moment on the deck until he saw Li's figure appear. He immediately shouted, Your Excellency, I believe we can talk. You are human, right? Although I do not understand your reasons for doing this for the survival of humanity, I implore you to stop. Li's gaze fell on Jiangcheng Renner, his expression indifferent and unresponsive as his body continued to rise. In the next moment, a ferocious giant beast crawled out of the pit and lunged at Li, but unfortunately it fell short. Seeing this, Jiangcheng Renner sighed. Detonate. At the same time, a command was issued from Vortex headquarters, and the detonation button was pressed. The nuclear bomb buried beneath Campu Island was triggered the moment it received the detonation command, setting off a uniform shockwave that compressed the nuclear material to ultra-high density. After reaching a critical state, fission occurred, followed by fusion. Boom. The immensely powerful hydrogen bomb erupted with a blinding brilliance, rapidly heating the air as it released an intense shockwave. The soil at the center of the explosion evaporated instantly, and the shockwave spread outward, casting a large amount of soil into the sky, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that slowly ascended. The sea once again surged with terrifying waves, and some warships were unfortunate enough to be capsized. The soldiers aboard the fleet had long anticipated this moment, embracing the determination to face death in this mission. The Blue Whale aircraft carrier swayed, successfully stabilizing itself thanks to its massive tonnage. Jiangcheng Renner could not bear to look at the brilliance of the nuclear explosion, closing his eyes and clenching his fists. Would it work? After a long while, the explosion subsided. The headquarters of the Vortex attempted to re-establish communication with the fleet at Campu Island, but the mushroom cloud generated by the nuclear explosion obscured the sky, rendering the satellite unable to capture any images. Communication with the fleet at Campu Island had been completely lost. The scene returned to Campu The final means that humanity had placed great hopes upon announced its failure with a violent roar as a terrifying beast towering over 100 meters emerged from the mushroom cloud. Roar! The Heavenly King radiated an astonishing blaze, seemingly unharmed by the nuclear explosion, as high temperatures, radiation, and shockwaves were rendered ineffective. In midair, Lihi's figure slowly emerged. Due to his distance from the center of the explosion, the high temperatures from the radiation could not even damage his battle suit. To him, the intensity of the shockwave was hardly more than a gentle breeze. It failed. Jiangcheng Renner despaired. With Lihi's reaction and speed, he could have easily sensed and fled the moment the nuclear explosion occurred, but there was no need for him to flee in panic. He could gauge whether it was an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb by the radiation heat released from the explosion, and he could also determine the approximate temperature range of the radiation, though not with great precision. Now, whether it was 100 billion degrees or 1,000,000,000,000 degrees high temperature, it made no difference to him. They were all but a gentle breeze before a completely degenerate life form. It is not that higher temperatures equate to higher damage. High temperatures merely amplify the activity of particles, resulting in the decomposition of matter at the molecular and even atomic levels. However, the degenerate structure of Lihi himself possessed a binding force that transcended logic, meaning that extreme high temperatures could not decompose it at the particle level, let alone just a few thousand degrees. Lihi was more concerned about whether his battle suit would be damaged. If this were a game world, Jiangcheng Renner might see the neutral tag above Lihi, the world-class BOSS, suddenly turn red. As long as he did not provoke him, he had no interest in attacking humanity. Out-provoking him was another matter altogether. In the distance, a sonic boom cloud suddenly appeared. Then boom. The Blue Whale aircraft carrier was instantly struck with a large hole as Lihi glided across the sea like a droplet from a sci-fi work, sinking all the surviving human fleets in an instant. Steel was effortlessly torn apart and pierced with the tremendous shockwave, destroying and breaking apart ship after ship, all happening in the blink of an eye. The Blue Whale sank, creating a massive whirlpool on the sea surface, drawing in the wreckage of nearby ships and pulling them beneath the waves. When Jiangcheng Renner swam up from the depths of the sea, Lihi had long since vanished from sight, leaving only the colossal Heavenly King roaring towards the sky at Camp Yuri Island. An invisible wave rapidly spread, gradually reaching every corner of the world beneath mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. One gigantic eye after another opened. The monsters summoned by the Heavenly King awakened one after another. Roar! The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. The waters surged and the monsters roared in response to the Heavenly King. The alarm at the Vortex headquarters went into a frenzy. The monsters are continuously awakening. Their numbers are truly vast. The signals of the monsters awakening spread across the globe, with signal sources practically covering the entire map, causing the higher-ups at the Vortex headquarters to turn ashen. The worst-case scenario had occurred, which meant that the operation at Camp Yuri Island had completely failed, and the Heavenly King had not been killed in the nuclear explosion. Half a month later, the monsters of Red Star had all awakened, totaling 117. Lihi's mission was thus completed. Main quest phase 2 completed. Reward, evolution, degree 15. Evolution, degree 65. Main quest phase 3, all monsters of Red Star have awakened, and the elimination competition between humans and monsters begins. Your existence has instilled a tremendous sense of survival threat in the monster race, causing the primal form of the monster race to soon awaken. Please ensure the primal form is eliminated, as its presence will disrupt the balance of this natural selection. Quest reward, evolution, degree 20. Primal form. Lihi instructed Zero to seek related information, but found nothing. The Vortex's database and intelligence network had never encountered this term. He was familiar with the term original body, but primal form was new to him. It seemed to refer to the initial individual of the monster race, a progenitor or mother entity. Zero said, "It seems to be a life form that existed before the birth of super ancient civilizations. At least in the currently known history of super ancient civilizations, there has been no mention of related information. The Vortex organization also seems to be unaware of it. The Vortex organization might know, but the information in the database is not necessarily all they are aware of." Lihi didn't care, he would just wait. Based on the task content, the primal form must be extremely powerful or special. Once it appears, the Vortex organization will undoubtedly take notice. At that time, Zero would also know. In the half-month since the global awakening of monsters, the Vortex organization had been overwhelmed, doing everything possible to deal with the monsters across various locations. Soon they discovered a strange phenomenon. The monitoring personnel said, based on the monsters' routes and directions, they are all approaching the Heavenly King at Camp Yuri Island without exception. What is the reason? Currently unknown. Could it be that Kampuri Island is special? After discovering the Heavenly King's resting place, the Vortex had conducted a thorough investigation of Kampuri Island, finding only a moderately sized cavity with nothing particularly special. On Kampuri Island, Jiangcheng Renner was equally puzzled by the current situation, as the Heavenly King did not immediately engage in battle with humanity, but chose to stay on Kampuri Island. During this time, continuously awakening monsters responded to the Heavenly King's call. Upon arriving here, they quietly concealed themselves beneath the sea or on the shore, their behavior patterns puzzling. Even Jiangcheng Renner, a being from the super ancient era, could not comprehend what the monsters were doing, as he had never witnessed such strange behavior from them during his time. On the island, as night fell, the Heavenly King looked up at the sky, his golden pupils reflecting the moon. The awakened monsters from around the world are approaching Kampu Island, inevitably passing through human cities along the way, prompting humanity to mount a certain degree of counterattack. Fortunately, not all monsters are as impervious to nuclear missiles, as the Tianwang, who various heavy weapons of humanity, are still capable of inflicting damage on many monsters. Numerous monsters perished beneath humanity's supersonic missiles and even nuclear bombs. In just half a month, humanity has exterminated 16 monsters. Likewise, the monsters' retaliation has inflicted heavy losses on humanity, with 7 cities suffering severe damage and an even greater number of villages and towns along the way being destroyed. Fortunately, the destructive desires of these monsters are currently low, otherwise the losses would be even more severe, and as time passes, monsters from around the world are gradually arriving at Kampu Island. The headquarters of the Vortex plans to launch a major assault on the monsters. As they gather together, it presents a perfect opportunity for a comprehensive strike, and even if not all are eliminated, a significant number can certainly be taken down. All missile bases have entered launch procedures. Satellite guidance is ready. Report the number of. According to statistics, the total number of monsters gathered around Kampu Island is 93, with 58 at the 60-meter level, 27 at the 80-meter level, and 8 at the 100-meter level. Summarizing the combat experiences gained during this time, the Vortex has determined that only the 100-meter level monsters can fully withstand the power of nuclear bombs. Monsters of other levels would be heavily injured even if they do not die in a nuclear explosion. Humanity's ultimate weapon has not completely failed. Have we figured out what the monsters are doing? Still unknown. Jiangcheng Renner looked at the numerous monsters around him, feeling astonished by such a scene. He had never witnessed such grandeur even during the fights against the ancient insect races in the ultra-ancient era. Strangely, the monsters did not attack him. Although he was a monster human who once fought alongside the monsters in the ultra-ancient era, they were undoubtedly enemies at this moment. The Tianwang remained still, quietly gazing at the sky, while the surrounding monsters stood or lay in various strange positions. Jiangcheng Renner followed the Tianwang's line of sight to look at the sky, only to see the outline of the moon. The moon suddenly roared. The roar of the Tianwang echoed in his ears, reverberating over the waters of Kampu Island, causing the monsters that heard it to roar back at the sky. What are they planning? Jiangcheng Renner felt an ominous premonition. The next moment, buzz, a certain high-energy frequency rapidly surged, and a bright light erupted from the Tianwang's body. It looked up at the sky and suddenly unleashed a skyward beam from its open blood-red mouth. The beam quickly heated the surrounding air, causing their vision to distort, while the nearby monsters roared in unison, releasing beams of energy. Roar, z, boom. The sounds of various beams intertwined, and then before Jiangcheng Renner's astonished gaze, they converged in midair into a massive beam of light directed at the moon. They want to destroy the moon. Such a thought surfaced in Jiangcheng Renner's mind, only to be dismissed. While the monster's beams were indeed destructive, the distance to the moon of the Red Star was simply too far. The beams of the gathered monsters would gradually lose their power in space, and ultimately, even if they reached the moon, they would not be able to cause effective destruction. Then what are they doing? Jiangcheng Renner perhaps could not know the answer to this question. The scene of the monsters releasing beams was captured by the Vortex's satellites, which promptly ordered the launch of nuclear missiles. The monsters required a cooling period after releasing their beams, meaning they would be unable to intercept and shoot down the incoming nuclear missiles. Launch. Immediately from the missile bases, a series of missiles were fired from the billowing white smoke, each warhead containing an enormous amount of nuclear material. This was a battle for humanity's survival, and no room for complacency was permitted. With this resolve, missile after missile was launched from land and sea. After crossing a vast distance, they quickly reached Kampu Island. As the monster's beams gradually weakened and extinguished, a ballistic missile with a large nuclear payload was the first to arrive at a terminal speed of 15 Mach. Boom. The missile struck Kampu Island, and a dazzling flash instantly engulfed a large number of monsters, with the core explosion temperature reaching billions of degrees, vaporizing the monsters at the center of the blast. The incredibly intense thermal radiation rapidly decomposed or carbonized the surrounding monsters, and Jiangcheng Ren'er's body was quickly carbonized. He believed that the decision made by the Vortex organization was absolutely correct. He died with a smile. A second later, Jiangcheng Ren'er left a carbonized shadow on the rock, which was then swept into the sea by the subsequent shockwave and sank to the seabed. Next, more nuclear missiles arrived at Kampu Island, and one after another extremely bright orbs of light burst forth, inflicting the most severe blow ever on the monsters. Meanwhile, the monsters' combined beam broke through the atmosphere of the Red Star. As the distance crossed became increasingly vast, the dispersion of the combined beam particles became more pronounced. The power rapidly diminished. After traversing nearly 300,000 kilometers, it evidently lacked much destructive capability. Even so, this beam, composed of dozens of monsters, struck the surface of the moon. The Vortex headquarters monitored in real time. The beam has reached the moon and has not caused effective damage to it. That's good. The executives of the Vortex sighed in relief. Yet unbeknownst to them, the particles striking the moon's surface silently seeped beneath it, sending some kind of signal to an existence sleeping within the moon. At the moment when a small amount of nearly imperceptible particle beams hit that ancient body, a golden pupil suddenly opened wide. Immediately, in the silent view of space, large amounts of lunar soil erupted from the moon's surface, and debris flew off into the depths of space under the impact. A giant beast with wings flew out from within the moon, its golden eyes locking onto the distant Red Star before it dove towards it. The Vortex headquarters instantly erupted into chaos. An unknown monster has appeared on the moon. It is flying towards Red Star. The menacing wings trailed a brilliant blue tail in space, and the high-speed jetting particle beams allowed the original body to descend at an astonishing speed. The spacecraft obstructing its path was directly smashed. Launch nuclear missiles to eliminate it. Unable to determine the threat level of this special monster, the Vortex headquarters responded with the highest level of urgency, immediately launching nuclear missiles to execute extermination measures. The original body continued to accelerate, quickly breaking through to 10 Mach. At this speed, it would enter the atmosphere of Red Star within a day. However, faster than the nuclear missiles was Li He. On Red Star, Li He looked up towards the direction of the moon. It's finally here. 00 has locked onto the location of the original body with satellites. If I'm not mistaken, this special monster is the original body you mentioned. Then Li He rushed into the sky with a loud explosion. The dazzling plasma sheath left a bright trail in the atmosphere. As Li He blinked and broke through the atmosphere of Red Star, his speed skyrocketing as he entered the vastness of space. Mach 20, Mach 50, Mach 100. After leaving the atmosphere of Red Star, the plasma sheath surrounding Li He disappeared, yet his speed reached a terrifying Mach 100 and continued to climb. Theoretically, Li He could accelerate to sublight speed in space. By the time the Vortex headquarters detected Li He's signal, he had already charged toward the primordial entity. Covering a distance of nearly 400,000 kilometers in space, Li He crossed it in less than 5 minutes, ultimately reaching a staggering speed of 7,500 Mach. Radiation and particle collisions in the universe made him a luminous body, like a meteor hurtling towards the moon at a fleeting speed. The terrifying force of the celestial body pierced through the massive form of the primordial entity in an instant, its 100-meter body exploding into a mass of flesh. Infinite overload potential release. Power 4. 6 billion, 2 million tons. The target is about to collide with the moon. The personnel at the Vortex headquarters were nearly scared to death. At this moment, no one had the time to calculate the consequences. If Li He truly collided with the moon at this speed, it certainly would not just stir up a bit of lunar soil. Fortunately, such a scenario did not occur. Li He halted in an instant, and the immense overload he experienced was almost negligible. Even so, Li He's sudden action left the Vortex organization in unprecedented shock. 400,000 kilometers in under 5 minutes. Such a thing was beyond their imagination. At this moment, shattered flesh floated in space as the primordial entity was obliterated by a single punch from Li He with no signs of regrouping. Dead? No. The mission did not indicate completion. Li He suddenly turned to look at the moon, and sure enough, a gigantic claw emerged from within the moon, revealing a colossal beast covered in black scales, its size astonishing. The Heavenly King was a 100-meter giant, while the primordial entity before him was perhaps over 300 meters, identical to the one Li He had just destroyed. Li He understood. It seemed to possess some reproductive ability like splitting. Seeing that Li He had detected its existence, a menacing grin split across the primordial entity's face as its body visibly shrank. Compression. Compression. More compression. The beast had considerable intelligence, and the primordial entity was no exception. It realized that its size would be a fatal weakness before this human, so it promptly eliminated that weakness. Faced with an opponent of unknown strength which it believed posed a certain level of threat, he did not harbor any underestimation or carelessness, and he would hold nothing back. He had no habit of creating risks for himself. As the primordial entity's size shrank, he understood what it was doing, compressing its body density to enhance both defense and attack. The drastically reduced body transparency was sufficient proof of this. He accelerated from stillness to movement, racing towards the moon's surface at extreme speed. Before the primordial entity's form had fully shrunk, he had already arrived. A plain punch descended, and the primordial entity retaliated with a punch of its own, yet its body was still somewhat large, and he pierced its entire arm, turning it into a mist of blood with a single strike. The unparalleled impact raised a massive cloud of dust on the moon's surface, and after carving a huge gash into the ground, the primordial entity fell into space. Even the lunar soil caught between their fists underwent fusion in that fleeting moment, a brilliant flash that was gone in an instant. The primordial entity, which had been sent flying, continued to shrink. It squeezed parts of its blood and flesh to its shoulder, forcibly creating a new arm. It seemed that as its body density increased, its recovery ability weakened, forcing it to use this method to reconstruct its arm. He gave the primordial entity no chance. After blasting a large pit on the moon's surface, he instantly accelerated to catch up, unleashing a force at the level of 1 billion tons. In the blink of an eye, the primordial entity, having just compressed to human size, was shattered by Li He, and through this strike, Li He assessed the density of the primordial entity. Its density and hardness were comparable to that of a white dwarf. However, Li He's body density was thousands of times that of a typical white dwarf. The force of 4.6 billion tons combined with the kinetic energy generated by a weight of 30 million tons easily tore through the primordial entity's dense body. However, the primordial entity, having become a celestial-level life form, evidently possessed greater vitality. Losing half of its body was not fatal. It opened its mouth and released a radiant glow. A surge of ray impact was suddenly unleashed. Li He was completely unafraid. Turning around, he delivered a full-force blow. The ray impact struck his fist without harming him in the slightest, only dispersing outward, forming countless rays that blossomed. With the power of celestial-level strength, his fist pierced through the primordial entity's rays and slammed into its mouth, obliterating its entire head. At the moment of contact, extreme kinetic energy transformed into thermal energy, producing a plasma fireball reaching billions of degrees that suddenly expanded, releasing light brighter than the sun. Intense gamma rays swept across the cosmos, radiating towards Red Star and the lunar surface, dazzling beyond measure. Many satellites were instantly destroyed. This was a battle of absolute domination. Infinite overload potential release. Power 4.61 billion, 10 million tons. The primordial entity's movement ceased. Its head was shattered by Li He's punch, leaving only a third of its body. To be safe, Li He shattered that remaining third as well. The Vortex organization witnessed this battle in space through satellites. All they felt was trembling. This was a power beyond human capability. Even the scattered lunar soil was subjected to fusion during the clash. Human nuclear weapons were meaningless against such a level of existence. Thus they reached a conclusion. They are definitely not Red Star beings. The natural ecology of Red Star could not give birth to such life. Only in extreme celestial bodies could such an extraordinary life form emerge. The battle concluded. Li glanced back at the moon, not ruling out the possibility that the primordial entity he killed was not the main body, and accelerated towards the moon. Mach 100. Mach 300. Mach 500. What is he trying to do? The high-ranking members of the Vortex organization were startled and jumped up. In an instant, his speeding form collided with the moon. At the moment of impact, a large amount of lunar soil was rapidly compressed to undergo fusion, and an unparalleled shockwave spread across the lunar surface, forming a massive crater. Moments later, Li flew out from the other side of the moon. A large amount of lunar soil and rocks scattered into space. He had pierced completely through the moon, unaware of any anomalies within. Only when the prompt appeared did Li confirm the completion of the mission. Main quest phase 3 completed. Reward: Evolution Degree 20. Evolution Degree 85. The primordial entity was unable to inflict any damage on Li He, resulting in a 0 evolution degree from this battle. Nonetheless, the next leap in evolution was within reach. Zero sensed Li He's emotions. You seem dissatisfied with this battle. Is it because the opponent is too weak? To me, the might of the primordial body has surpassed common understanding. But it's still not strong enough. As an enemy, Li He would not give the primordial body a chance to struggle or retaliate. Yet, as a competitor, he felt it could be stronger. Such strength might grant him some degree of evolution. Moreover, Li He yearned for a battle where he could give it his all. His fighting spirit had nowhere to be unleashed. After the battle on the moon's surface, Li He returned to the surface of Red Star, bringing back some flesh and blood from the primordial Bodhis avatar. The main body had been compressed into a degenerate state of matter, leaving only the flesh of the avatar that had been destroyed at the beginning, still retaining the characteristics of biological cells. This was just right for research. Li He had been on Red Star for only 15 years, and still had plenty of time. After completing his mission, he didn't have to return to Earth immediately, and decided to stay a little longer. He handed the flesh of the primordial body to Zero. The primordial body seems to possess abilities for division and reproduction. Have your team research it thoroughly, and then establish a few cultivation bases, similar to cultivating ancient insects. Exactly. They'll give it a try. Li He could grow stronger while defeating enemies, and Zero had already noticed this obvious display. She understood what Li He intended to do. However, she couldn't guarantee whether it would succeed, but depended on the research capabilities of her team and a bit of crucial luck. Li He went directly back to Deep Blue Biopharmaceuticals. Under Zero's arrangement, the Research Institute and laboratories of Deep Blue Biopharmaceuticals swiftly established new projects. The research team was astonished. What kind of biological cells are these? Their vitality is astonishing. Monsters! The researchers exclaimed in wonder. Their boss always managed to acquire bizarre things that broadened their... Having work meant not facing unemployment, and in this world it was tough to survive without a job. The researchers were all extremely happy. The Vortex organization wisely chose not to provoke Li He. After the battle on the moon's surface, they unanimously agreed it was unwise to easily offend this monster. Let him do as he pleased. They were grateful that Li He was diligently focused on research. At least he had calmed down and even eliminated that peculiar monster. While the Vortex organization and various countries busied themselves fighting for survival against monsters, Li He quietly led his own life. At the very least, no monsters could threaten the city where Deep Blue Biopharmaceuticals was located. This place was considered the safest city on Red Star. After the completion of the third phase of the main quest, no follow-up appeared, indicating that the third phase was the conclusion of this mission. Li He had complete freedom over his time moving forward. In fact, Li He was quite curious whether other gates would appear on Red Star, or if other aliens were hiding there. He deliberately took a stroll, but sensed no echoes from other gates. It seemed Earth was an anomaly. The genetics of the primordial body were complex. Compared to it, the genes of humans and ancient insects were vastly different. This entity seemed to contain everything, and during division and reproduction, it was like a random lottery. The monsters produced through division could randomly inherit various genes, which explained the bizarre offspring of the primordial body, like the king and flame demon. Due to the high complexity of the primordial Bodhis genes, the research team at Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals faced significant challenges. Many past experiences were rendered useless, and they could only test slowly. They needed to develop a controllable and stable cloning scheme that would lock down the random mutations of the primordial Bodhis cells, which took several years. 3 years later, 10 monster cultivation bases were established, one after another. With the successful research of cultivation schemes and sample cells, all 10 bases simultaneously entered the cultivation process. The genes of the sample cells were artificially adjusted to limit the adult size of the monsters to that of an adult human, with an adult strength of 10 tons, capable of absorbing nuclear radiation for growth. No biological nutrient solution was required. As long as there was nuclear radiation, the adults would automatically divide, proliferating at an exponential rate, completely meeting Li He's requirements. Zero said, each base can accommodate up to 100 monsters, but their proliferation rate is rapid. In 12 hours, a base can be filled. Do you mind making a few extra trips each day? It doesn't matter. The journey only took less than 20 seconds. Li He entered base 1. Boom. A sonic explosion erupted. The mindless mass-produced monsters roared, crushed in waves by the shock waves generated by Li He. The system notification echoed incessantly in his mind. Infinite overload potential release strength 4. 610000004 billion tons. Infinite overload potential release strength 4. 610,000,208 billion tons. On average, each monster allowed Li He to gain 4 tons of strength, and each base could cultivate 1 individual monsters in one batch, yielding 2 batches a day. The total output of the 10 bases in one day was 2 individual, meaning Li He could increase his strength by 8 tons in a single day, and he had plenty of time ahead. Li He believed the number of cultivation bases could be increased further, so 2 years later Zero added 10 more large cultivation bases to operate. Basically, these bases could only be used by Li He. The radiation levels in the bases were off the charts, and any ordinary person entering would meet their demise, making it extremely dangerous. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Li He had been on Red Star in the 117th quadrant for 30 years. Strictly speaking, he had only spent just over 29 years here. Over the years, humans on Red Star continued to battle monsters, and the Vortex organization, with the combined efforts of various countries, cultivated several powerful monsters using the genes of the beasts. This was to counter the king. None of this concerned Li He. He was solely focused on becoming stronger, immersed in the rapid enhancement of his strength, which was increasing exponentially, now reaching staggering levels. System interface. Name Li He, race, Earth, human, talent, infinite, overload, evolution, degree, 85, strength, 11. 2 billion tons. Li He's strength had surpassed 10 billion tons. According to Zero's measurements and calculations, his weight had reached 86 million tons. Such a dense body, such immense mass, yet it still did not exhibit any significant gravitational phenomenon to the outside world. That was the most astonishing aspect. Zero remarked, "Your body density is now approximately 10 to the power of 12 kilograms per cubic meter, getting closer to becoming a humanoid neutron star. But it's still far off." Li He knew he was several orders of magnitude away from the density of a neutron star, but this increase was still remarkably apparent. His density had risen by 1 order of magnitude. This meant greater strength and enhanced combat power. Under such values, Li He's instantaneous explosive speed had reached 156 Mach. A bidirectional passage leading to Quadrant 042, a realm of infinite possibilities where all potential converges. Li He, dressed in casual attire and carrying a travel backpack filled not with supplies, but with ultra-large capacity storage drives to store the research data and technology inscribed from the Red Star. In reality, this backpack cannot contain much data. The data storage technology from Red Star is not particularly advanced, serving only as a stopgap. What will you do when you return? I need to find someone to make me a sufficiently durable combat suit. Li He spoke these words with a hint of helplessness, as the nano-combat suit from the Deep Blue Alliance had been destroyed in the battle against the primal entity, leaving not a shred behind. Naturally, there was no way to recover it. The intense plasma generated from the final strike exceeded hundreds of millions of degrees, far surpassing the combat suit's limits, instantly vaporizing it. The highly commemorative Deep Blue Alliance uniform was thus reduced to ashes. Li He pushed open the door and stepped inside, disappearing as his form traversed 2 quadrants, returning to Earth in Quadrant 042, emerging from the isolation door of an abandoned factory. Click. The isolation door closed, revealing no anomalies. Li He surveyed his surroundings. The factory remained as dilapidated as before, with no changes, and the silence was so profound that not even a mouse could be heard. He took out his phone and Zero adjusted the network protocol of the device, automatically connecting it to the Earth's network and resetting the time to Earth time. May 11th, 2027. Nearly 3 years had passed on Earth. Zero said. Excluding the time you spent behind the door, it has been almost 4 years since you left Jiangcheng, and the changes here are greater than I anticipated. What do you mean? The existence of superhumans has been fully publicized, and ordinary people have had to accept this reality. The world and social order remain relatively stable, with countries trying their best to integrate superhumans into society. The emergence of superhumans is undoubtedly a significant advancement for Earth civilization, as their diverse abilities extend far beyond mere combat and bravado. They can also enhance productivity and assist in scientific research, leading to an explosive leap in societal and technological progress, which is what the countries of Earth are striving for. What about the existence of aliens? That's still a secret. As expected, Zero roamed freely in Earth's network world, her speed not fast, but her advantage lay in her unobstructed passage, as all firewalls were as nothing to her. Superhuman Academy. Starlink. Major events in recent years. A flurry of pop-ups appeared on the phone as Zero summarized the intelligence she had gathered for Li He, informing him that a dedicated academy had been established domestically to guide superhumans and assist them in developing their innate abilities. There is a Superhuman Academy in Jiangcheng covering all age groups from childhood to old age, and it does not restrict student identities. Additionally, there is Starlink. Its full title is the Special Operations Department for Superhuman and Alien Events, a semi-secret agency that most people simply know as Starlink. Due to its unique nature, members of Starlink possess strong capabilities in handling special events, and the combat proficiency of its combat members is extraordinary. Leahy curiously asked, "Is there any kind of combat power ranking?" No. The real world is not a game. It's usually difficult to define levels of combat power, and rankings are merely nonsense on the internet. Starlink does not engage in such practices. Perhaps due to the excessive presence of chaos, the information and data confidentiality measures of various countries' secret departments have become increasingly stringent, and many data networks that Zero could previously infiltrate are now inaccessible. The signals have been thoroughly blocked. She praised humanity's progress is rapid, identifying problems based on errors, quickly thinking of countermeasures, and continuously accumulating experience to adapt to new environments. That is progress. Leahy was only concerned with one question. Is there any trace of the Vine alien? Yes. Zero's answer made Leahy's expression turn serious. The phone screen displayed information from the Jiangcheng archive. Plant-type life forms can transform their bodies into vines as weapons. Several months ago, a suspected Vine alien appeared in Jiangcheng. Is there no more information? The alien community hidden within human society seems to have formed a scattered social network. Their concealment is quite strong, and I believe you can gather more intelligence by engaging with them. Several years have passed, and the aliens that arrived on Earth have naturally established a form of covert social relationship among themselves for mutual benefit. This is not surprising and indirectly indicates that the alien community lurking within human society has grown significantly, constituting another social ecology. Without further thought, Leahy's destination for this trip was Jiangcheng. Having discovered traces of the Vine alien, he naturally did not delay. The next day, Leahy returned to Jiangcheng. For him, this was simply a return home. After nearly 4 years, he finally returned to Jiangcheng, but for the Starlink team in Jiangcheng, this was a major event. As soon as Leahy returned to Jiangcheng, the Starlink team's base immediately sounded an alarm warning of a Level 5 threat individual appearing within Jiangcheng. This startled everyone. Level 5. Starlink categorizes individuals and events that pose threats and potential harm into 10 levels, with higher levels representing greater threats and harm. Since the establishment of the Jiangcheng branch, a Level 5 threat had never been encountered. The only incident classified as Level 5 was the Jiangcheng battle 4 years ago, which directly led to the establishment of the Starlink department. Shin Yinan remained calm. What is the situation? Wei Ba has returned. A young man wearing glasses pulled up the monitoring footage from the system, clearly displaying Leahy's appearance and stating the most pressing fact in the simplest language. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the base froze. Even after many years, the shadow Leahy left on them was still vivid. The instructor rushed over as quickly as possible. He looked at the footage on the screen, where Leahy exhibited no harmful behavior, waiting at a traffic light like an ordinary person. Do not take any action. Special events require special treatment. Ordinary superhumans and aliens will be firmly dealt with by the Starlink team if they display harmful behavior. However, it depends on who the target is. Faced with an individual like Leahy whose strength surpasses the norm, any action taken by the Starlink team would be reckless and unnecessary and could very likely provoke Leahy. Unless one possesses the power to sanction and restrain Leahy, the best course of action is to turn a blind eye, which is regrettable, but it is the reality. Leahy walked through the streets of Jiangcheng surrounded by passers-by who did not recognize him. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There weren't many superhumans. There were also no frequent occurrences of superhuman crime. Everything seemed similar to a few years ago, peaceful and serene, and even the destruction caused by the Battle of Jiangcheng had mostly been repaired. However, it was still different. The large screen in the shopping district was broadcasting advertisements. 3 days ago, a superhuman who had just awakened for half a month attempted to rob a bank. The suspect used a power resembling a thermal melting effect to try to open the bank vault. After failing, he hid in the sewer system and was successfully captured early this morning. Similar superhuman crimes did occur, but they were not common. Ordinary crimes were still more frequent given the larger population. Discrimination and hostility were not severe, since anyone could potentially become a superhuman. This phenomenon, which cannot quite be classified as evolution or mutation, occurred almost entirely at random. Countries on Earth still could not comprehend the mechanism behind the birth of superhumans and could only passively implement reactive measures of detection and response. Isn't it a bit far? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat later? This doesn't look good. The mingling sounds of pedestrians and cars filled the air as Leahy found his way home. He looked around at the significantly changed environment and felt a hint of unfamiliarity. Taking advantage of others entering and exiting, he slipped into the building, took the elevator to the 5th floor, and deftly retrieved a spare key from beneath the shoe cabinet. Click! Leahy opened the door to his home. The furniture and layout inside had not changed, and Zero said, "Several groups of people have been to your house. It seems they are quite polite. At least they didn't create a mess." His phone rang. "Someone from a certain department wishes to have a friendly conversation with you." "Not interested." Zero promptly hung up the call. Leahy truly had no inclination to deal with the various chaotic forces. He did not want to interact with anyone. He looked around at home, contemplating what he needed to buy. "First, I need to pay the water and electricity bills." He tapped the light switch. The house had long been without water and electricity. Zero said she would take care of it, and 30 seconds later the water and power were restored, with the faucet producing a steady stream. Leahy had forgotten when he no longer needed to consume food, yet he still enjoyed indulging in various delicacies as it brought him joy. After a simple cleanup, he went downstairs to the nearby supermarket to buy some items. On his way out, he ran into a young couple who were his neighbors. "Hello, do you live across from us?" The young man greeted Leahy. "Yes, I just returned today," Leahy replied politely while waiting for the elevator, saying, "I went on a long trip a few years ago and haven't been back for a long time." The young couple suddenly understood. "I see." Leahy engaged in casual conversation. "You must have moved in over the past 2 years. I remember the previous tenants were a group of university students sharing the apartment." The slightly chubby young woman nodded. "Yes, we moved in about 2 years ago. It's quiet here, and the environment is quite good. We found the rent to be reasonable, which is just right for us." Ding dong. The elevator arrived. Leahy smiled and nodded, exchanging pleasantries with his neighbors before heading downstairs. Stepping outside, he found everything he could possibly need along the same street, from supermarkets to fast food restaurants to pharmacies. This atmosphere of life brought a sense of tranquility. Noodles, dumplings, enoki mushrooms, dried tofu. Zero understood. "You want to have hot pot?" "Yes." To be honest, he hadn't eaten hot pot in a long time. He had forgotten how long it had been. While checking out, he casually grabbed a cantaloupe-flavored popsicle. As night fell, the surrounding shops lit up, street lights gradually turned on, and a bicycle rang its bell as it passed by. Leahy walked home enjoying his popsicle. 2 girls approached, seemingly students from Jiangcheng Normal University. "Excuse me, is Xingxin Haoding?" "The location on my phone points right here, but no matter how we look, we can't find it." Leahy pondered for a moment. He turned and pointed down the street. "You go straight, turn right at the end, and keep walking. You'll see it right across from the bank. It's easy to find." "Okay, thank you." This area had always been a popular choice for university students to rent, with a good environment and reasonable prices. However, Xingxin Haoding was considered a high-end community, and the rent was not cheap. After returning from grocery shopping, Leahy first soaked the dried tofu, then spent some time washing vegetables and cutting meat. He took out the newly bought induction cooker, plugged it in, and poured in the hot pot base to boil. A long-awaited hot pot had begun. The slices of meat rolled in the broth. The aroma was enticing. Meanwhile, Zero roamed the internet world, and at a certain moment captured a data signal attempting to invade Leahy's phone. The strange data signal was neither from Starlink nor from any familiar network controller. Zero traced the source of the data. Unfortunately, it was just a hijacked bot. Zero could not trace it further. Such occurrences were common, as some sources she could find while others she could not. There were plenty of methods to hinder her tracking. She handled these trivial matters effortlessly, not needing to mention them to Leahy, who otherwise had been bothered countless times each day. 1,000 miles away, a middle-aged man from South Asia with slightly dark skin sat in front of a computer, typing on the keyboard. A large number of commands rapidly scrolled across the screen before stopping. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Such powerful network tracking capabilities." Then the screen went dark. Although he couldn't trace the source of the signal attempting to invade Leahy's phone, Zero discovered something interesting and opened a web page. "Take a look at this. Good Loan Finance Co. Ltd." Familiar words came into view, causing Leahy to pause. His brow furrowed. He remembered this was the usury company run by Manager Bai from the Lone Star. What's going on? All signs indicate that Manager Bai seems not to be dead, or in fact he has started intermediary services operating quite well. You might be able to connect with the alien community in Jiangcheng through him, or purchase intelligence from him. Not dead. Is the survival ability of the Lone Star so strong? Leahy only knew that Lone Stars could enhance their power by expanding their debt scale, and he had no information about other aspects. No, the Manager Bai he fought against should be dead. The system prompt couldn't be wrong, and Leahy immediately grew curious about the situation of Good Loan Co. He'll go take a look tomorrow. The next day, at the usual place, Good Loan Usury Company. Boss, an incredible client has come in. Manager by scoffed. How incredible. The kind that can make even your brother give a thumbs up. Are you tired of living? Who is it? Wei Ba. Bang. The sound of someone falling along with the chair echoed from the office. Valued guest. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Manager by warmly welcomed Li He. Li He remained silent, quietly observing Manager by, who was dressed in a white suit with slicked back hair and sunglasses. The style and appearance were identical. Under the oppressive gaze of Li He, Manager Bei's heart raced uncontrollably, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. He hurriedly explained, Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand, I am not my brother. He has indeed passed away completely. Li He was taken aback. Identical twins. Yes, we are twins. The heavy atmosphere lifted and Manager by casually remarked, however, we borrowers do not adhere to such ties. He is he and I am I. Your matters with him are not my concern. Our relationship is a separate matter. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that over the years Manager Bei's business had continuously expanded and his power had undergone a tremendous transformation. Yet the moment he laid eyes on Li He, he realized he was definitely not Li He's match. In the thin field of thought energy, Li He's presence was unshakable. Manager Bai invited Li He to sit down, returned to his seat, and handed Li He a brochure that clearly introduced his various services. Very well, misunderstanding resolved. May I ask what business Mr. Li wishes to conduct with me? Loans, intermediaries, and intelligence are within my service range. Feel free to speak up. If the brochure is inconvenient, you can also visit our company website. Our services are absolutely comprehensive. Since he was not the original Manager Bai, Li He naturally would not take out his anger on him, nor did he wish to delve into whether the relationships among borrowers were truly so detached. He had two matters to discuss. The first matter, I need to have a sufficiently durable combat suit made. Do you have suitable channels or recommendations for me? Combat suit. Please wait a moment. Manager Bai pulled out a black notebook and began to flip through it. His fingers moved rapidly, and after a moment he paused and looked up at Li He, asking, how durable do you mean? Li He simply described heat-resistant, able to withstand extreme environments of 1 billion degrees or even 10 billion degrees without damage. Other qualities such as impact resistance and tear resistance must also be exceptionally good. Such a requirement was quite challenging. Hiss. That's not a performance that ordinary physical materials can achieve. Let me see. I've got it. I can help you. He'll introduce you to Master Ka. He should be able to meet your requirements. They'll contact him shortly, and as long as everything goes smoothly, there will be no problem. Li He replied, money is not a problem. Manager Bai shook his head. We'll discuss the financial matters later. That has never been an issue for me. I want to hear about your second matter first. Go ahead. Li He's second matter was simple. Help me find a divine being. He attacked my parents about 6 years ago, causing their deaths. Alternatively, you can provide me with relevant information, and I will find him myself. This was also not a problem. Manager Bai said, finding someone takes time. I can't give you news in a short time, but I will mobilize my connections and notify you as soon as I have any information. That's acceptable. Then we can discuss the price properly next. Manager Bai said, for this business, I want charge money. You help me, and I help you. How does that sound? Li He accepted, but he needed to hear what Manager Bai wanted him to help with. Be specific. Well, over the years you have been away, the situation in Jiangcheng City has become somewhat complicated. There are not just 1 or 2 aliens like me. There are some matters I cannot intervene in to avoid escalating the situation, but you can. Just standing in front of those bastards will make them not dare to fart. Manager Bai was confident. Just standing in front of him made him feel like he might wet himself. If those bastards with similar powers did not behave themselves, they would wait for death. Of course, not everyone has the keen insight of Manager Bai. There are always foolish, thick-head idiots and blind fools, but they cannot act in front of Li He. Let's get down to business. There's a boss who owes me a lot of money and has fallen into the hands of a spider being. I estimate he hasn't been killed yet. I want you to help me bring him back. Manager Bai, being a borrower, grew stronger the more money others owed him, provided that the debtor was still alive. The deceased did not count. Li He was succinct. Pictures, addresses. Here. Manager Bai's face brightened. He liked Li He's straightforwardness and immediately sent the address of the boss and the spider being's lair to Li He. I will bring him back in a couple of days. Good. After saying that, he stood up to leave. Manager Bai was extremely pleased. He had recently been worried about how to retrieve the boss who owed him money, and now this problem seemed to be resolved. At that moment, a subordinate approached and said, Boss, will this cause a big uproar? After all, that spider is not weak. While she can't compare to Wei Ba, I fear it might stir up trouble. Don't worry, she won't cause any trouble. Manager Bai was confident. If that spider had such capabilities, she would have come over and swallowed his territory long ago. Li did not act immediately, but decided to observe the situation first while also sending Zero to gather some information on the spider being, remaining neither arrogant nor careless. However, Zero did not gather much useful information. If it were not for the intelligence provided by Manager, she might not have even identified the true identity of the spider being. Duoma Network, a relatively new internet company, has grown rapidly within just 2 years, now boasting an annual profit exceeding 200 million. The owner of Duoma Network is named Ning Xia, female, aged 28, with a verifiable growth trajectory. If Manager Bay's information is accurate, it is highly likely that the spider being has replaced this girl's identity. Li looked from a distance at the spider being getting out of the car. Judging by the translucence of her body, her strength was only slightly above the normal human level. According to Manager Bay's information, the spider being was not adept at combat. Her abilities relied on mental control achieved through eye contact. Moi. The spider being seemed to sense something and looked back, but did not notice anyone spying on her. Given Li's reaction and speed, it was natural. Moi. The spider being seemed to sense something and looked back, but did not notice anyone spying on her. Given Li's reaction and speed, it was naturally impossible for him to be exposed. Li had been pondering a question. Do you think, given my current life form, that so-called mental control can still... If the principle of the spider being's mental control is to imitate and block the neurotransmitters in the target's brain to hijack the nervous system, then if the target is a life form like Li, his brain would presumably no longer have neurotransmitters. If so, would the control be ineffective? Zero was equally intrigued. That's a very interesting question. With the density of Li's body, even if it is not a degenerate state of matter, it is composed of a similar exotic substance, and in this life form, he no longer possesses any cells. There is no cellular structure. The conventional biological nervous system no longer exists. Based on this extreme celestial form, the medium that constitutes Li's thoughts and information carrier may be photons and gluons, a phenomenon that is closer to the essence of physics. Zero said, this can well explain why, as your body density continues to increase, your reaction speed also improves. Because of this information transmission system that is more aligned with the fundamental physics of the universe, Li's thinking and reaction speed are thus more efficient. He is also able to perceive many invisible lights and sounds that are undetectable to the human eye, as well as extremely subtle energy fluctuations. Zero said, if the spider alien's mental control ability is based on the blockage and imitation of biological neurotransmitters, then her ability will be ineffective against you. There exists an exception. Li added, if the spider alien's ability is based on control through concepts and logic, then approaching recklessly would be very dangerous. Yes. Do you know the maximum distance from which the spider alien can exert her abilities? It was not mentioned in Manager Bay's intel. This caution is not without reason. There are numerous strange races in the universe, and Li has a deep impression of the absurd racial talents of the NPC aliens. Their combat power may not be very strong, but they are truly unpredictable. One careless move could lead to disaster. Just as Li was contemplating how to take action, Zero said, the Jiangcheng Starlink team wants to talk to you. They claim to have information related to the spider aliens. Connect them. Beep. The call was connected and a female voice said, Mr. Li, I can provide you with information about the spider aliens, but the condition is that I hope you can restrain yourself and not cause too much of a disturbance. At the Starlink team base, Shininan was conversing with Li, retrieving all information related to the spider aliens from the database and sending it directly to Li's phone. This was to demonstrate sincerity. The Starlink team immediately became tense upon seeing Li's intention to take action. They could not stop him and could only attempt to minimize losses and damage. Shininan, as the team leader, was responsible for communicating with Li. Seeing the sincerity of the Starlink team, Li, willing to give them some face since they had helped him, replied, I will try my best. After saying that, he hung up. The members of the Starlink team felt somewhat anxious. Please don't let there be another Jiangcheng battle. Zero quickly read through the information sent by the Starlink team. This information came from the isolated database of the Starlink base and was quite detailed. She couldn't help but exclaim, the intelligence gathering ability of the Starlink is truly impressive. In fact, it was not solely due to the capabilities of the Starlink department, it was simply because the Jiangcheng Division's Starlink team had a remarkably skilled intelligence analyst. That bespectacled guy had almost zero combat power, but his talent in intelligence, information logistics, and overall coordination was of a supermodel level. A part of Jiangcheng's early warning and monitoring system was constructed by him. Li asked, is the intelligence useful? Zero replied that it was very useful, According to the analysis by the Starlink team, the spider alien's mental control ability is based on the blockage and imitation of biological neurotransmitters, not a conceptual level ability. What about the range of application? 300 meters. This referred to the spider alien in Jiangcheng. The range of application for other spider aliens might vary, but so far no second spider alien had been discovered. Zero said, one of her subordinates is a mobile prison. The boss who owes manager by money is carried. On the phone appeared a bald bodyguard in a black suit. This information was not included in what manager by provided, and with this information Leahy could proceed with much fewer concerns. Are we going to act now? Later, night fell. Inside the multi-eye network company building, the spider alien sitting in her office couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Her brows furrowed. Her assistant beside her asked with concern, Manager Ning, what's wrong? The spider alien sighed heavily, feeling quite drained. I just feel that something is going to happen. Since yesterday, I have had a constant feeling of being watched. Xiao Zhao, please help me with a divination to see what the situation is. All right. The assistant put down the documents in hand, took out a deck of playing cards, and after fiddling with them for a while her expression suddenly changed, causing the spider alien to feel an ominous premonition. What is it? Manager Ning, the result indicates the boundary between life and death. Hearing this, the spider alien became even more anxious, her expression darkening. Is it a choice concerning life and death? Yes. She had offended many people and Manager Bai was just one of them. It was hard to say who or what might lead her to face such a dire choice. Literally speaking, choosing wrong would mean death. The shadow looming over her heart made the spider alien increasingly restless. After much thought, she decided to go out and hide. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. Xiao Zhao. However, before the spider alien could escape, a figure smashed through the rooftop of the multi-eye network company building as Leahy slowly descended. Protect Manager Ning. Stop. Several bodyguards appeared in an instant, ready to take action, but were hurriedly stopped by the spider alien, who saw the face of the newcomer, her pupils shrinking sharply. Leahy warned expressionlessly, if I sense any attempt at mental control against me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. An oppressive sense of dread enveloped her as the spider alien involuntarily tensed up, swallowing hard as she recognized the identity of the newcomer. Leahy was not bluffing. He could see the brain waves of individuals, sense the chaotic neural electrical signals within the body, and even perceive electromagnetic waves. He was very sensitive to energy fluctuations. He did not fully trust the intel from Manager Bai and the Starlink team. Regardless of whether the spider alien's ability was effective against him, he would not take risks. As long as he detected even a hint of abnormal brain waves or energy fluctuations emanating from the spider alien, he would immediately eliminate her. Wei Ba. The spider alien dared not act rashly and, trembling with fear, asked, What do you want? Leahy spoke plainly. I came to take someone. Who? Lin Yud. The spider alien was taken aback. Was it just for this? What kind of merit did that brat Lin Yud have to warrant the attention of such a significant figure? In a flash of thought, she nodded immediately, not daring to have any objections. The bald bodyguard beside her opened his mouth, delivering a middle-aged man in a white shirt. Lin Yud looked utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Leahy took Lin Yud away. The heart of the spider alien was actually stirred. If she could control Leahy mentally, she would gain a subordinate with overwhelming combat power. In the end, she still did not dare to take the risk. When the battle in Jiang City occurred, she had not yet arrived on Earth, but she had accessed the memories of her superhuman and alien subordinates and knew of Leahy's strength. Thus she refrained from acting rashly. After several years, Leahy might not still be the strongest superhuman on Earth, but he was definitely among the top ranks, and no one knew how strong he was now. After Leahy left, the spider alien felt a sense of relief. The reason she did not dare to act earlier was also due to the recent divination results. It was a choice concerning life and death. It seemed that her decision was indeed the right one. The bald bodyguard said, Mr. Ning, he may not be able to resist your mental control. Those words might just be bluster. The spider alien, upon hearing this, was enraged and slapped the bald bodyguard, her expression furious. If you speak such nonsense again, I will cut out your tongue. Are you suggesting I gamble my life on this? The bald bodyguard lowered his head, not daring to speak. The spider alien asked her assistant Xiao Zhao what would have happened if I acted just now. Swish. The assistant pulled out a playing card, and the answer made the spider alien gasp. A reversal of life and death. This meant certain death. What about Xiao Tang? He was given a sedative and is temporarily asleep. Xiao Tang was a superhuman capable of sensing others' strengths, and had been following the spider alien for 2 years, but after encountering Leahy today, he was directly frightened out of his wits. No one knew what Xiao Tang had sensed, The spider alien decided she would read Xiaotang's memories later, as she was truly curious about Li He's strength. The spider alien's innate ability fundamentally involved interference and manipulation of neurotransmitters. Mental control was merely one method. Reading and writing memories and treating mental illnesses were all easy tasks. It was a top-tier control type ability. That night Li He brought Lin Yud before Manager Bai, who readily said he had already spoken with Master Ka about the battle suit, and there was no issue. He provided Li He with the address of a clothing store. Just go here to find Master Ka, no additional payment is needed. Alright, this transaction was settled. As for what would happen to Lin Yud, it had nothing to do with Li He. He took Master Ka's business card and left. Lin Yud immediately understood the situation upon seeing Manager Bai, and he knelt down expressing immense gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Well, Manager Bai, thanks to you, otherwise I might have been done for. Rest assured I will pay you back as soon as I have money, I guarantee it. After Li He left, Manager Bai's warm smile faded away. He remained indifferent to Lin Yud's meaningless flattery, his smile harboring a chilling aura. Manager Bai patted Lin Yud's shoulder, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. Old Lin, do I still need to be told whether you can repay this money? What do you mean? Lin Yud looked at Manager Bai with some fear. Manager Bai continued, I don't blame you for being unable to repay the money. Why didn't you come to me for one of the many debt restructuring methods I have? What do you mean by buying direct flights abroad for your whole family? At this point Lin Yud collapsed to the ground. Manager Bai, I was just momentarily confused. You have to believe me, I truly lost my mind. I promise. You can't go back, Manager Bai said coldly. Just bear this debt. It doesn't matter to me whether you repay it or not. Rest assured you won't die, but don't expect to live well. Manager Bai, Lin Yud pleaded in terror while being dragged away by Manager Bai's subordinates. They operated outside the laws of human society, adhering to a different order. Manager Bai had been a bit cowardly in front of Li He, but that didn't mean he was truly harmless. The next Li He found a clothing store of moderate size according to the address on the business card. The decor was more exquisite and beautiful than an ordinary store, emanating a unique aesthetic. An old man with a head full of white hair sat at the counter. Li He took out the business card. Manager Bai referred me in here to find Master Ka to make a suit. The old man glanced at the business card, stood up, and led Li He to the second floor, where he pulled out a rack and a large canvas from the storage room. He said, I am Master Ka. You want to make a battle suit, right? Please specify the requirements. Do you have any demands regarding appearance and design? Li He did not understand design. He repeated the requirements he mentioned to Manager Bai. It must be resistant to high temperatures, impacts, and tearing, durable enough to adapt to various extreme environments. Master Ka began mixing paints under Li He's puzzled gaze, saying, there are no physical materials that meet your requirements. How about changing your approach? You say, this suit can only serve the purpose of wearing and decoration. It cannot resist any attacks or harm. Conversely, it cannot be damaged either, and its appearance and style can change freely. How does that sound? That's fine. Li He could fully accept this. From the beginning, he had not expected the battle suit to provide any defensive capabilities. Its only purpose was to avoid damage. Then he'll begin. Master Ka assessed Li He's size, picked up a brush, and started painting on the canvas. The paint was spread and smoothed, gradually forming the shape of a suit. 20 minutes later. Done. Master Ka worked quickly. He painted a suit consisting of black pants, a white shirt, and a black jacket. Then while Li He watched in amazement, he reached into the canvas. He directly pulled out the finished suit. Swish. He gave it a firm shake and handed it to Li He. When Li He took the suit, it felt no different from ordinary fabric. It truly exists, visible and tangible. In reality, I painted this suit in the 7th quadrant. No one can touch the 7th quadrant, so you need not worry about this suit being damaged in battle. After wearing it, you can freely change its style and appearance. Thank you. Li He was astonished by Master Ka's abilities. According to him, what he saw and touched was merely the material form of the suit projected into this quadrant from the 7th quadrant. May I ask you a question? What is a quadrant? What are the differences between different quadrants? Li He had never understood the definition of a quadrant. Previously, he had vaguely thought of them as different star domains or even different universes. Master Ka did not immediately send him away. While tidying up the canvas and paints, he had some time to chat with Li He and answer his questions. In mathematics class on Earth, you must have learned about the Cartesian coordinate system, where a plane is divided into 4 quadrants by 2 dimensions. That is the fundamental concept of quadrants. I know this. Master Ka continued. However, in reality, the dimensions used to observe and define an object are not limited to 2. There are length, width, height, temperature, density, volume, color, and so on. If you keep adding new dimensional data to the Cartesian coordinate system, you will find that the number of quadrants grows exponentially. Li He understood at once. So there are countless quadrants. Probably yes. No one can figure this out. Each phenomenon is absolutely independent. There are boundaries between quadrants. For instance, a door is a concrete manifestation of this boundary, but two quadrants can never overlap. One is one and two is two. This explanation made Li He enlightened. This concept is different from parallel universes. According to Master Ka's explanation, different quadrants are not parallel universes. All parallel universes of one universe exist within the same quadrant because the divergence point serves as a dimension of the observed universe. In simple terms, each quadrant can be viewed as another universe and world, unique and singular. Due to the differences in dimensional coordinates, their composition and presentation may vary. In fact, some quadrants may not even have a material structure, such as the seventh quadrant. According to Master Ka, it is quite suitable as a canvas for the painting stars. Master Ka said, "My understanding of quadrants is limited to this. Even though I often use the seventh quadrant as a canvas, my knowledge of it is still quite shallow. Thank you for your explanation." After Li He expressed his gratitude, he was about to leave. Master Ka suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, I left a pocket in your clothes where you can store anything, but I do not recommend putting living things inside." Li He found the pocket Master Ka mentioned and reached in to feel around. He sensed that this pocket could hold himself. The space inside was vast. Does this pocket lead directly to the seventh quadrant? No, it's just the boundary between the seventh quadrant and the 042 quadrant. The seventh quadrant has no material structure. Anything material that enters will instantly collapse and disappear. The combat suit came with an infinitely large pocket space, a surprise that caught Li He off guard as he was still pondering how to solve this issue. He showed a joyful expression. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome." As he spoke, Master Ka made a gesture to see him off. Li He was the strongest being he had ever encountered, and on a whim, he gifted him such a small present. Others might not see it, but Master Ka could clearly observe that the non-material form projected by Li He in the seventh quadrant distorted to a terrifying extent. It was a humanoid celestial body. Li He changed into the clothes made by Master Ka in the clothing store. With a thought, the formal black suit transformed into a loose casual outfit. After exiting the clothing store, Zero sighed. Earth truly is a hidden gem. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking old man was a big shot who could use quadrants as a canvas, even if he seemed rather unassuming? After exiting the clothing store, Zero sighed. Earth truly is a hidden gem. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking old man was a big... During the previous conversation, Master Ka revealed the racial talents of the painting stars, but never mentioned what kind of being he was. Li He, being perceptive, did not press further. That would be too presumptuous. Li He tried putting a lot of things into the pocket space, and it truly felt like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. The boundary between quadrants had a vast space. He placed the storage disks he had brought back from the Gulen star into the pocket space, while Zero began to store Earth's technological information en masse, preparing to save it all in the pocket space. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. 3 days later, Li He received intel from Manager Bai. He found a vine star hiding near a slaughterhouse in Jiangcheng City, accompanied by a photo. It was a scruffy middle-aged man. Zero asked, "Is it him?" Li He shook his head. No. He remembered that the one who killed his parents was a young man, but although the appearance was different, adhering to the principle of not letting go of a suspect, he did not intend to spare this vine star. There are many ways for aliens to disguise themselves, making it impossible to identify their identity solely based on appearance. Since that is the case, it would be simpler and more brutal. Execute them all. As soon as Li He moved, the Starlink team became tense. "Captain, there's something with Weiba." Shen Yinan immediately took action. What happened? While tracking Li He, the bespectacled youth used his innate abilities for information gathering and analysis, saying, "He has locked onto the whereabouts of a certain vine star." They had all seen Li He's dossier, knowing that his parents died at the hands of the vine stars, so naturally they understood the reason behind Li He's actions. Shen Yinan asked, "Will a battle occur?" The bespectacled youth nodded. "Very likely. Where is it?" "In the slaughterhouse to the south of the city." Without wasting a moment, Li He directly arrived near the slaughterhouse in the south of the city and found an independent villa according to the intel provided by Manager Bai. He pushed open the door. A scruffy middle-aged man came into view. The man looked surprised upon seeing Li He's appearance. "I was wondering who had been looking for me lately. This is quite unexpected." As he spoke, 3 people appeared behind Li He in an encircling manner. One of them, wearing a black coat, transformed his arm into a cannon-like shape. "Weiba, old Jin, you're in trouble." The man's expression darkened, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He said to Li He, "I believe we have no grievances. I do not know what you want with me." Li He remained expressionless and replied evasively, "Do you know where other vine stars are?" The bartender he had dealt with previously mentioned that a considerable number of Vine Stars had escaped, and perhaps these escaped Vine Stars still had connections with each other. The man's eyes narrowed. If I tell you, will you let me go? Incorrect answer. Before Lee could speak, one of the three encircling him suddenly felt a chill shouted. There's murderous intent, old Gene attack. Boom. The moment the words fell, the tense atmosphere ignited. Enormous vines sprouted from the ground, attempting to twist together and crush Lee. However, Lee's speed was faster than theirs. The deafening sound of sonic booms echoed as the massive vines had barely grown before being shredded by the shockwave, the extreme speed igniting the air and emitting a plasma-like glow, instantly obliterating the three, encircling Lee into a mist of blood. Unexpectedly, after the man whose arm had transformed into a cannon exploded into a mist of blood, he reformed into human shape in the blink of an eye, along with the big man disappearing without a trace. Infinite overload potential release power 11. 204 billion tons. System refresh information. Gray cat star, a form of intelligent life evolved from feline animals particularly sensitive to murderous intent and combat intent. They are born warriors. Steel star, an extraterrestrial human race rich in metallic elements within their bodies, feeding on metal and acquiring various attributes from it. Lee turned his head to look several hundred meters away, where an unusual sound and energy fluctuation spread out, instantly locking onto the source. His flying body left behind a trail of plasma light that radiated high temperature. A sonic boom erupted. The air rushed back to fill the vacuum created by Lee's flight, and a tremendous roar echoed throughout the entire urban area, causing the Weapon Star people and the big man several hundred meters away to be startled. Damn, that's powerful. The big man's arm returned to its original form from being in a cannon shape. This thing was useless. He had heard of Wei's achievements, but only after facing off did he realize what true terror was. The big man erupted with numerous vines which quickly twisted and clung to his body, forming a set of blood-red vine armor that looked quite menacing. There was no time for idle chatter. The Weapon Star man raised his hand, and the bracelet on his arm immediately burst forth with a blue glow. The next moment his body was dragged into a massive projection of complex circuitry, supergravity mechanism armed. The blue glowing circuitry rapidly constructed solid matter, forming a large mechanized body that reflected metallic luster, exuding a strong sci-fi vibe. The racial talent of the Weapon Star people allows them to transform their bodies into weapons, but their technology is also quite advanced. Molecular recombination and blinking technology as high-level individual combat configurations are indeed powerful, but consume a significant amount of energy, requiring a recharge period of half a month after each use. If he gets blown up again, he would truly be dead. I can't take this kind of humiliation. It's been years since I last faced death. I must avenge this. Old Gene, let's kill him together. Then bang. The high-speed plasma light beam tore straight through the Weapon Star man's supergravity mechanism, which hadn't even finished constructing before being dismantled by Lee. This masterpiece, regarded by the Weapon Star people as their strongest individual mechanism, crumbled before Lee, like scrap metal, as the terrifying impact instantly shattered it at the atomic level. The Weapon Star man didn't even have time to react before being engulfed by the light and heat of atomic fusion. A small-scale fusion event occurred in an instant, and the flickering brilliance lasted less than a millionth of a second. Even so, he was completely vaporized, truly dead beyond redemption, with the remnants of the mechanized body also vanishing without a trace. Unlimited overload potential release power 11. 2042 billion tons. Weapon Star people, a peculiar race capable of transforming their bodies into various weapons, their combat power closely linked to personal cognition. The residual force affected the big man, who was swept away several meters, horrified as he looked around, trying to lock onto Lee's figure, only to be smashed to the ground by Lee, descending from above. Boom. The ground shook and a violent wave of air kicked up a cloud of dust. Lee stood on the big man's head, and no matter how the big man struggled, he could not shake Lee even a little. Blood poured out in torrents from beneath the vine armor. Tell me where the other Vine Star people are. The big man was quite tough. If you have the guts, just kill me. With a muffled sound, Lee directly crushed the big man's head underfoot, swift and decisive. Whether the big man spoke or not would not change the outcome. It was merely a matter of how quickly he could be found. In any case, all the Vine Star people had to die. Lee disliked tangling with others. If the big man thought he could use this as a negotiation tactic to save his life, he was sorely mistaken about what kind of person Lee was. Unlimited overload potential release power 11. 2,142 billion tons. Just the big man alone caused Lee's power to grow by 1.0 tons, indicating that his strength was not weak. However, it made no difference. 1 of 0 tons was the same as 10 million tons to Li He. Starlink Group Base. It's done. Fortunately, it didn't cause too much of a ruckus. Leader, should we send someone to clean up the battlefield? Shen Yinan breathed a sigh of relief. Send someone over to take a look. Sure thing. The Starlink group observed the entire battle, recording the process thoroughly. The bespectacled youth's fingers flew over the keyboard, conducting intelligence analysis on Li He. During the earlier battle, Li He exhibited a terrifying speed of 11 Mach. This may not have been very intuitive, but converting it to 3740 meters per second reveals just how frightening that is. Clearly, this was far from Li He's maximum speed. The bespectacled youth utilized his abilities to delve deeper into the data presented during the battle. 20 Mach. 40 Mach. No. Li He's maximum speed is at least above 100 Mach. Moreover, his strength and defensive capabilities were astonishingly high. Figures that could scare someone to the point of cardiac arrest, illustrating what true strength is. Shen Yinan glanced at the screen and was lost in thought for a long time. The bespectacled youth said, "He has become much stronger than he was 4 years ago. I can say with certainty that he has transcended the definition of humanity. If we consider the current stage of humanity as a form of evolution, Li He is undoubtedly the one at the forefront. His existence itself challenges the physical laws of the real world, continuously evolving, drawing ever closer to the fundamental essence of the universe and the world until surpassing all existence. That is the ultimate I seek." The computer was playing footage of Li He's earlier battle, the light emitted by the plasma illuminating the face of the South Asian man. He mumbled to himself. In his calm demeanor there surged an infinite desire for evolution. He yearned to evolve to the extreme, to become an existence that surpassed all. The South Asian man's probing once again attracted the attention of a certain network entity, and the two subsequently engaged in another chase in the network world, performing a dramatic escape. The screen went dark. The result ended once again in a failure of zero tracking, and she keenly sensed that the techniques and means of this intruder were continuously improving. The speed was astonishingly fast. It was comparable to evolution. As time went on, both the superhumans and aliens were growing, and the advantages of zero were being gradually diminished. She too urgently needed to become stronger. Otherwise, one day, she would no longer qualify to be Li He's ally. However, as a network entity, she had no concept of strength or weakness. Her power completely depended on the existing network world. Since that was the case, she could only start from the construction form of the network. Zero informed Li He, "As your ally, I believe it is necessary to let you know this. Upgrade the network." "Yes. How do we do that?" Li He had no objections to this. Zero said, "The underlying communication structure of the network determines my strength. If Earth's network upgrades to a quantum network, then I will be invincible. Unfortunately, Earth's information and communication technology has not yet developed to that extent, so Zero meant that she could create a new network herself, or discover new forms of networks from other quadrants. In simple terms, the current network on Earth is referred to as the classical network, where the speed of information transmission is still insufficient and the extent of connectivity among all things is not yet high enough. The Zero protocol can only control and invade certain electronic devices, such as smartphones and computers, as well as some electronic machinery under program control. Beyond that, it cannot do much. However, if one were in a quantum network, the Zero protocol would become a deity of the digital realm, capable of achieving anything within the network through quantum bits. In a cyberpunk world, she could easily invade and control those cybernetic beings connected to the consciousness network, exerting control over whomever she wishes. If it were a brainwave network, the effects would be even better. The Zero protocol decided to take a dual approach. She could acquire companies on Earth to establish research teams studying the new network, while also seeking new forms of networks when venturing into other quadrants. Ultimately, it is a viable strategy. At the same time, the Zero protocol suggested, "I believe it is imperative for you to ascertain the structural form of your thoughts and consciousness so that you can learn how to defend against various psychic abilities." Li He's innate ability surged down the path of humanoid celestial beings. To put it in gaming terms, his power and health bar had indeed skyrocketed, but his magic resistance and spell attack were dismal. Only by comprehensively understanding himself could he recognize his shortcomings and then take targeted measures to prevent certain possible harms, especially against psychic abilities. The appearance of the spider aliens made Li He realize this issue. He asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Ding. A middle-aged woman dressed in a white researcher's outfit appeared on the phone screen, her profile showing her name as Liang Jingyi, a senior researcher at the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy. General instruments and technologies cannot observe the aspects that constitute your thoughts and consciousness. This woman's gift is just right. You can consider her as a humanoid scanner. Name Liang Jingyi, gift microscopic observation, a talent with no combat capability, but in research she is a genius. Help me contact her. Sure. 2 days later at the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy. When Liang Jingyi saw the visitor, she was certain it was Li He himself. From her perspective, the figure approaching her was not a person, but a dense humanoid celestial body. She gasped, feeling an unprecedented shock. Mr. Li. Liang Jingyi felt somewhat anxious. She did not know how Li He managed to restrain his own gravitational force, only aware that once he released it, it would be an awe-inspiring spectacle. She had seen many superhumans, yet only Li He instilled such fear in her. His life form had already transcended current human understanding of superhumans. Li He nodded. No need to be polite. According to our previous communication, I will cooperate with you to conduct an in-depth observation of my body. Amidst her nervousness, Liang Jingyi was quite excited. This opportunity was extremely rare, and the data from a being like Li He was invaluable. I should be thanking you instead. As she spoke, Liang Jingyi led Li He through the academy, where he saw many students of various ages, much like a typical university. Occasionally, he would see some using their gifted abilities. Over here, pass the ball. Ready, run. The 25th parameter adjustment. On the basketball court, someone was playing. An elderly man, muscular and vigorous, played better than the young ones, while others were testing their speed on the playground. There were various training sessions and experiments. Such scenes could not be seen in ordinary universities. Seeing Li He's interest, Liang Jingyi asked, Mr. Li, are you interested in teaching at our academy? That would facilitate the academy's research team in assisting you to further develop your talents. Forget it. Li He rejected without a second thought. Teacher. He had little patience for babysitting. Given his temperament and character, his educational method only had one approach: pain, without the concept of teaching according to aptitude. As they passed the playground, a student stopped and looked back at Li He's silhouette, his expression grave. What's wrong? Nothing. Strong. Incredibly strong. The stopped student had never seen someone so powerful. He didn't know how to describe what he had witnessed to others. Huff. A short-haired short boy rushed past two students, his unsteady steps indicating he might fall at any moment. Hey, just take it easy. If you keep running like that, you might collapse. The short boy weakly raised his hand to wave, signaling that he was fine. The two passing students shook their heads. This kid was named Lu Qiming, notorious in the academy for being stubborn. His awakened talent was running, and he was just a bit faster than ordinary people, with almost zero potential for development, yet he remained unyielding, running himself to exhaustion every day. He firmly believed that his daily training would make him faster, ignoring anyone's advice and obstinately engaging in this futile effort. He had become somewhat of a celebrity in the academy. Liang Jingyi brought Li He into the academy's research institute. She could directly observe the microscopic world, but to record and calculate the observed data, she still needed the instruments and assistance from other researchers. Please wait inside for a moment. Li He entered a pure white sealed observation room, where researchers began to activate the instruments using Liang Jingyi's gift to observe and record his data. 3 hours later, based on the observed results, Liang Jingyi's research team conducted a thorough and reasonable analysis and provided the data to Li He. Liang Jingyi said in an incredulous tone, according to our observations, the matter constituting your body has been compressed to a simplified state, with a density equivalent to thousands of times that of a white dwarf. Li He was already aware of this. He asked, so what is happening inside my body? Liang Jingyi replied, your body contains a brain and organ structure similar to ordinary humans, but all are composed of dense matter, not internal organs in the conventional sense. As she spoke, she turned to a certain page of the analysis results. If these organs are damaged, you will experience some degree of weakness, but it will not be fatal. Even if your heart were shattered, you would be able to recover on your own. However, due to the excessive density of your body, this will greatly increase your self-healing burden, so the recovery speed is likely to be very slow. Only at this point did Li He realize that his heart was no longer a fatal weakness, thus his survival ability had been significantly enhanced. What about my brain? I want to know what kind of nervous system my thoughts and consciousness are built on. Do psychic control abilities have any effect on me? Liang Jingyi gave a definitive conclusion. Conventional psychic control abilities are completely ineffective against you. In the conventional sense, mental control is achieved by manipulating the neurotransmitters in a biological brain, yet your brain lacks these neurotransmitters. This is because Li He's brain is composed of dense matter devoid of brain cells and naturally lacks neurotransmitters, rendering such mental control ineffective against him. He flipped to the page of the analysis report that detailed brain observations which stated that the carrier of his thoughts and consciousness is composed of microscopic particles of dense matter with photons and gluons transmitting his cognitive information. Together they constitute his thoughts and consciousness. Liang Jingyi explained, in such dense matter only particles at the microscopic scale can transmit your thoughts and consciousness information. In simple terms, your brain functions as a quantum computer operating at a speed so fast that it enables your reaction time to reach an unimaginable level for ordinary people. As a result, Li He is extremely sensitive to external energy, and it is not merely a matter of sensitivity, he is almost immune to all mental techniques. Your brain is a super quantum computer of cosmic caliber. Due to the properties of quantum mechanics, any attempt to observe it would irreversibly disrupt its superposition and entanglement states. Therefore, no one can control your mind, and no one can pry into your memories and thoughts. They are absolutely secret and unobservable. This is the basic principle of quantum communication. Any attempts to read Li He's memories and thoughts will only yield a chaotic mass of meaningless information. Based on this quantum network of thought, Li He often displays an extraordinarily precise, intuitive judgment regarding situations and information. In reality, this is the computational result of the quantum network. Li He himself is unaware that his intuition is in fact a rapid computational process and outcome. Li He asked, "Are there any side effects?" Not quite side effects, but you will become colder and more rational than ordinary people to the point of being indifferent. If you do not realize this, you will gradually lose human emotions and feelings. In fact, Li He had already sensed this on planet Quran. Previously, he thought it was a problem with his mindset. After becoming powerful and distancing himself from human society, it turned out that his mode of thinking was gradually changing. The more one understands Li He's essence, the more astonished one becomes by his power, unless one possesses conceptual or unreasonable idealistic abilities that could interfere with his thoughts and consciousness. All other mental techniques are completely ineffective against him regardless of the level of technical means. This is the underlying logic of the universe dictated by the nature of quantum mechanics. Liang Jingyi proposed, as a cosmic-level quantum computer, your brain possesses immeasurable computational capabilities and tremendous potential. You could transform it into a true computer implanting operational programs. Li He firmly rejected this. Transform my brain into a computer. A network organism could easily manipulate you. This approach carries enormous security risks. Let's leave it at that. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of his microscopic composition, Li He left with the analysis report. To be honest, he had not realized until now that his mental resistance was maxed out. This was a convergence and clash between physics and supernatural forces, ultimately resulting in Li He's dense cosmic-level information system triumphing with absolute advantage. Strictly speaking, the so-called supernatural forces should also be classified within the realm of science. However, it remains difficult to construct a complete and detailed theory at present. Science is a process of continuously expanding boundaries. In the research institute, Liang Jingyi was lost in thought for a long time. Li He's life form shattered her understanding of superhumans. He was akin to a deity walking among mortals. He possessed world-altering power. Shock. Unease. If Li He were to become their enemy, could they contend against him with their current strength? As a scholar specializing in the study and development of superhuman abilities, Liang Jingyi had no choice but to contemplate this. Even Zero, who had previously speculated about Li He's cognitive essence, couldn't help but exclaim, "You are simply the embodiment of the most violent aspects of fundamental physics in the universe. Mental interference, immunity, cosmic-level mass, and power. If the deities from ancient legends existed, they could only tremble." Passing through the playground, Li He saw a person lying on the track. A youth whose chest rose and fell rapidly, panting heavily, his short sleeves soaked in sweat, seemingly having exhausted all his strength. Noticing the footsteps, Lu Qiming slowly turned his head, seeing Li He passing by. Their gazes met. Li He glanced at Lu Qiming and continued walking. After a long while, Lu Qiming struggled to get up. The pain in his leg muscles felt like they were tearing, making every step a torment, yet he firmly believed this was a form of tempering. He was certain it would be useful. Even a trivial amount of progress, if accumulated over time, could lead to substantial improvement. Reality is cruel. Many superhumans awaken to mediocre talents lacking combat effectiveness, scientific value, or developmental significance, yet they always cling to some sort of hope. Whether this hope is unrealistic or self-deceptive remains uncertain. Li He was just about to head home when a loud boom erupted from the nearby city. He saw thick smoke billowing up between the buildings as a weak energy fluctuation spread out. Is it superhumans committing crimes? Li wondered as he gradually descended near the center of the explosion, his powerful vision and perception quickly confirming the situation. It was not superhumans committing crimes, but rather an alien invasion. A horde of blue-skinned lizard people unknown from which planet they hailed surged out of the mall's entrance. His gaze fell upon the mall's entrance. System prompt. Number 573391287, a one-way passage opened from Quadrant 131, a quadrant where cosmic collapse phenomena frequently occur, with the same story replayed countless times. Closure countdown, 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes. A one-way gate. It only permits those from Quadrant 131 to come here, while those from this side cannot enter. Furthermore, he did not sense any resonance from this gate. Rarely he did not feel the compulsion to enter because the gate had chosen him. He asked Zero, is there no resonance from the one-way gate? Zero replied, only those who can enter the gate can sense the resonance. That makes sense. Aren't you going to intervene? No need, he said, noticing several figures approaching. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of superhumans in Jiangcheng. The Starlink team will respond to this situation, right? They are on their way. According to Zero, the Jiangcheng Starlink team is quite strong, and Li was just in time to observe closely. The few small cats below couldn't pique his interest at all. Jiangcheng Starlink Group's base. Level 3 alarm. Team members are rushing to the scene. The logistics intelligence officers were contacting the team members heading to the site, maintaining communication while providing timely on-site intelligence support. Shen Yinan was stationed at the base. She was the team leader and the absolute core of the Jiangcheng Starlink Group, rarely going out for missions unless absolutely necessary. She approached the bespectacled youth. Tell me the details. The bespectacled youth quickly typed on the keyboard, and the screen displayed live surveillance footage of the commercial street. From the aerial view, the invading aliens poured into other streets like ants. It's a one-way gate. We can only passively defend and eliminate the enemies. Based on the energy measurement data of the gate, it can probably maintain for 3 days. In recent years, Earth's technology has made leapfrog advancements relying on superhumans and knowledge gained from beyond the gate. Although they cannot actively close the gate, determining its type and duration through energy data is not difficult. The one-way gate is troublesome. As the bespectacled youth said, they cannot close the gate, and as long as the aliens keep pouring out, they will have to deal with them, which puts them in a passive position. If it were a two-way gate, they could strike back and solve the problem at its source. What is the strength of the invaders? Most of their physical strength is not much different from humans. Their technology is primitive, and their weapons are still in the cold weapon era, although a few individuals possess astonishing combat power. The situation is still under control. The big screen shows 2 members of the Starlink team heading to the scene, the chubby one and the red-haired youth. The chubby one is a physical enhancement type, while the red-haired one is a flame artillery. However, after years of training and ability development, they can now be considered extremely powerful combatants with no weaknesses in their cooperation. Shen Yinan issued the command. Chubby Red, your mission is to eliminate all the aliens that have come out of the gate. Their hostility is clear, so show no mercy. The voices of the two then echoed through the communication channel. Understood. Can you stop calling me Red? The red-haired youth was extremely dissatisfied with this nickname. He was 25 this year, almost 30, yet he was constantly called Red. It was so embarrassing. 2 streaks of light dashed across the street, the robust, chubby figure, and the red-haired youth rushed to the scene at the fastest speed, immediately going on a killing spree upon seeing the invaders. Get out of the way, fatty. The red-haired one shouted, and then unleashed a torrent of flames that swept through, instantly turning the invaders on the street to ashes. In an instant, a figure clad in armor and wielding a long spear flashed past, appearing behind the red-haired youth, the spear swirling in the air like a dragon. Most people would assume the red-haired one is a fragile mage when they see his fire-breathing, but that's a misjudgment, or at least it used to be. It isn't anymore. Damn it, I hate it when men point guns at me from behind, especially one that big. The red-haired youth reacted, instantly turning around and executing a leg sweep that tore through the air, severing the alien assailant at the waist with incredible power. At that moment, a tall alien wielding a warhammer charged in like a raging bull, the heavy footsteps shaking the entire street. Another powerful alien individual. The chubby figure leaped high, his robust form remarkably agile, transforming into a streak of light as he slammed down with lightning speed. Boom. The warhammer alien was instantly obliterated with a punch. On the rooftop, the observing Li, he commented, they are indeed quite strong. On the surface, the destructive power of these two does not seem very strong, but once you feel the energy contained within their bodies, you would know that compared to other superhumans, these two are truly formidable. When the Starlink group was just established, I reviewed their data. Back then, their database was not as thoroughly isolated as it is now. That chubby one had a physical enhancement ability with a strength of 10 tons, and the red-haired youth could only breathe fire. From my perspective, it seems they have both received some kind of energy enhancement, which shouldn't come from their own. It should be the talent ability of Starlink Group's leader Shuninan. What ability? Charging. A few years ago, when Shuninan first awakened her talent, she could only inject energy into some weapons, enhancing their power and destructive force akin to a mobile charger. Now, however, it is different. Through research, the scientific team has clarified the principle of Shun-Inan's charging talent. On the surface, her talent appears to extract energy from space, but in essence it intercepts and releases quantum fluctuations. In simple terms, Shun-Inan extracts vacuum zero-point energy and can store this energy in the gaps between atomic nuclei and electron clouds. She uses this ability to charge the combatants within her team, filling their atoms with vacuum zero-point energy for release during battle. The so-called vacuum zero-point energy exists in the form of virtual particle pairs between atomic nuclei and electron clouds, and this energy can be triggered through collision or active activation. Once activated, it will cause fierce annihilation, releasing shockwaves and various types of rays representing destructive power at the microscopic particle level. What the chubby one and the red-haired youth are demonstrating in battle is far from their limits. The weak alien invaders before them cannot compel them to showcase their true strength. Theoretically, they could unleash a miniature nuclear explosion with their bare hands. Moreover, the vacuum energy sheath produced during the charging state grants them almost infinite rigidity, equivalent to an indestructible absolute defense. However, this infinite rigid defense will vanish after the energy is released, lasting less than a millionth of a second and consuming a large amount of energy. In actual combat, if the chubby one and the others were to engage with Li He, they could probably withstand his attack for a second by expending all their energy, during which even Li He would be unable to break through their absolute rigidity. But they could only hold on for 1 second. Li He was unaware of this intelligence. He only knew that these two were indeed strong. Zero said, "It seems Starlink has developed and applied this charging talent quite well. Her talent data for Shun-Inan has been stuck at a few years ago. The subsequent development and research belong to Starlink's secrets, which Zero is unaware of. To develop the charging talent to such an extent is not easy. Shun-Inan alone could not achieve it, as she cannot perform microscopic level operations. But there is someone who can help her achieve this effect. Liang Jingyi. The Jiangcheng Starlink base and the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy's research team jointly conducted this top-secret development project. Based on Liang Jingyi's microscopic observation ability, they successfully realized microscopic-level charging operations. In addition to the combatants of the Starlink team, there were many superhumans joining the battle nearby, but compared to Xiaopeng and Hong Fa, these individuals appeared rather weak. Moments later, Li He lost interest. Starlink team base. He has left. In the surveillance footage, Li He looked down at the battle from above. Even though he showed no intention of intervening, the Starlink team felt quite tense. Shun-Inan sensed Li He's intentions. Is he paying attention to Xiaopeng and Hong Zai? The bespectacled youth nodded. He is probably assessing the combat strength of our Starlink team. He doesn't know much about our intelligence, so it's not surprising for him to act this way. The strength of the Jiangcheng Starlink team is formidable, and Shun-Inan's energy charging talent has granted the combatants within the group combat abilities far beyond the ordinary. Looking across the country, this group stands at the top level. Jiangcheng is unlike any other place where the monsters and demons are no trifles, and without strength one cannot keep them in check. Yet this merely maintains a certain degree of order and balance. They still lack the capability to restore the government's control over Jiangcheng to the level it was a few years ago. Soon Xiaopeng's voice came through the communication channel. The enemies have been cleared. Late at night, buzz, a resonant echo reverberated in the air, and Li He's gaze pierced through the night towards the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy, where another door appeared. Zero also sensed the call of the door. It should be a bidirectional door. Soon, Li He stepped out from the darkness of the night, arriving at the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy. Following the echoing call, he found the door, which was the entrance to a dormitory. Upon locating the door, information appeared in the system. Number 167954383. A bidirectional passage to quadrant 666, a quadrant in pursuit of balance, where all imbalances must be corrected. Closing countdown 364 days, 23 hours 50 minutes. When Li He arrived, there were already many students around, and the teachers were on high alert. The academy promptly controlled the door, prohibiting students from rashly entering. Go fetch the door limit measurement device. Be ready for battle. Intruders may appear at After years of accumulated experience, the procedures for dealing with doors on Earth have become very mature, especially since this is the Superhuman Academy. The response speed was naturally very quick. The time limit of the door was as long as 1 year. Leahy was not in a hurry to enter, yet the feeling of being chosen by the door was incredibly strong. He was almost certain that as long as he was within the call range of the bidirectional door, he would certainly be selected. It felt like being the chosen worker. The client specifically named him for the job, and he had no choice. Although Leahy was not in a hurry, the next moment, his figure vanished. Someone had entered the door, and thus Leahy, being chosen by the door, was pulled in just as he had been the first time. A teacher inquired, "Whose dormitory is this?" "It seems to belong to Lu Qiming." When Leahy noticed the changing scenery around him, he realized he had been pulled inside the door, likely due to someone from the dormitory entering. Afterwards, Leahy found himself in a deserted orphanage with a door leading back to a room behind him. He looked around, not seeing anyone else, but the dust on the floor bore the freshly made footprints. He turned back to check the door's information. Number 167954383, a bidirectional passage to quadrant 042, a quadrant of infinite possibilities where all potentials converge. Closing countdown: 19 years, 364 days, 21 hours, 30 minutes. The time flow rate here is about 20 times that of quadrant 042, and this door can last for approximately 20 years, providing ample time for the task. Unlike the door of Talius, which only lasted for a mere 10 days. The system interface displayed the task information. Main Quest Phase 1. This is a quadrant in pursuit of balance where the balance of the Kenra Empire is about to be broken. Please ensure the safety of the Child of Balance, as their world calculation device is a crucial force in maintaining quadrant balance. Task Reward Evolution Rate 10. Child of Balance. World calculation device. The task content does not specify who the Child of Balance is nor where they are located. The world calculation device is a clue, but Leahy is uncertain if he can use it to find the so-called Child of Balance. He took out his phone from his pocket space. "Zero. I'm here." On the phone screen appeared a pixel-styled girl in a sailor suit. Zero immediately accessed the network of this world, swiftly filtering and selecting the information that Leahy needed to understand. Leahy exited the abandoned orphanage, seeing in the distance towering skyscrapers with sunlight reflecting off the glass, casting blinding rays. Zero said, "This is an empire called Kenra. This planet is named Red Earth Star. Compared to the oceans, the total land area is larger, thus there are numerous countries, with the Kenra Empire being one of the major powers. Although it is called an empire, Kenra's politics and systems are quite relaxed and free, having entered the ranks of modernized nations decades ago. It is one of the most advanced and developed countries in the world. The situation changed 20 years ago. For some unknown reason, the Kenra Empire, which revered freedom and hedonism, suddenly experienced an extreme ideological wave, showcasing a strong inclination towards violence and even destruction. This led to a rapid transformation in the social ideologies of the Kenra Empire, manifested as fervent social violence and militarism, creating an extremely oppressive social atmosphere. In just 20 years, the thoughts and tendencies of the Kenra Empire have undergone drastic changes. Under the dominance of such extreme ideologies, the citizens are calling for an invasion war. Thus, the international situation has become extremely tense. Leahy understood. The politics and ideologies of the Kenra Empire are imbalanced. Indeed, there are no irreconcilable contradictions within the empire, nor is there any need to plunder resources and shift contradictions through external wars. There is fundamentally no necessity to initiate war. This situation is very strange. Leahy asked, "Have you found any information related to the world calculation device?" Zero indicated that there was none. "I need more time." Just as he was about to search for the clues to the Child of Balance, suddenly a strong wave of energy swept over, and a torrent of secondary particles rushed past Leahy in an instant. In an instant, a flood of memories and images surged into Leahy's mind. A dim sky, a modern city turned to ruins. Countless corpses were buried beneath the ruins, and Leahy's hands were stained red with blood as he slowly descended from the sky, his expression chillingly cold. He locked eyes with a terrified young man amidst the ruins, speaking in an icy tone, "Didn't you want to save this country? Look, I killed them all. How will you stop me?" In the West City, a young man with golden hair and black eyes, dressed in a black uniform, suddenly turned pale as an overwhelming sense of despair surged into his body from the future he had calculated. He couldn't help but tremble. "Million, what's wrong?" A colleague nearby noticed Million's unusual behavior and cast a puzzled glance. "It's nothing." Million hurriedly left the office and splashed cold water on his face, only breaking free from that suffocating sense of despair after a long while. the ruined West City, countless corpses buried beneath the rubble, and the figure descending from the sky. Million had thought this was just a simple calculation. Since obtaining the world calculation device, he had performed many such calculations, but he had never seen such a terrifying future. Clearly, he was the so-called child of balance. The world calculation device was essentially a quantum computer, a world-class calculation machine that allowed its possessor to calculate the future and glimpse what was to come. Million acquired the world calculation device 5 years ago, making one correct choice and judgment after another, successfully climbing out from the bottom and entering the Empire's United Front Group. Now he was a captain in the United Front Group. Though the name United Front Group sounded unimpressive within the militaristic atmosphere of the Kinala Empire, their power was at its zenith. They had the authority to handle anything that was unfavorable to the United Front, and sometimes could even operate without the approval of higher-ups. It was a terrifying organization of violence and espionage. Within the power structure of the organization, the captain was an absolute backbone, their power and status second only to the group leader and deputy leader. With the calculations of the future, Million had worked hard to reach this position. However, despite being the child of balance and possessing the world calculation device, Million was undeniably a hardliner, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to join the United Front Group. After calming down, he hurried back to the United Front office. Have the intelligence team look into a person for Million confirmed from the calculated future that the person was an enemy of the Empire. Since he was an enemy of the Empire, he could not afford to sit idly by. Nothing had happened yet. There must still be time. Million knew he was no match for that person alone, but with the power of the entire Empire, he should be able to eliminate them. The Kinala Empire was no ordinary technological nation. Their power surpassed that of ordinary people, and the United Front Group was a gathering of monsters. However, before Million could count on luck, a shockwave sent him flying, and absolute force fell like a meteor, instantly demolishing the entire office building. Million crawled out from the rubble, looking up to see a person descending from the sky. That person looked at him and spoke coldly. "I've found you." The calculated future data flooded into his mind and memories raced by. Million snapped back to reality, noticing the faucet still running. The scene he had just witnessed was still a calculation. In the next moment, he fled the United Front office building in a panic, his heart racing and his face filled with terror. He couldn't understand how that person could find him so quickly. They shouldn't know him yet. In any case, what he needed to do now was run away and hide in a place where no one could find him, otherwise he would be doomed. Outside the orphanage gate, Lee once again saw the perspective of his future. He saw himself attacking the United Front Group's building of the Kinala Empire and finding that young man. He uttered a name. Million. Zero was puzzled. What? Lee explained, child of balance. What exactly happened? Zero was confused. A large amount of calculation data appeared in his memory, and Lee saw the future from his own perspective, as if he had experienced it himself. He understood everything, knowing that Million was the child of balance and controlled the world calculation device, and that the purpose of the world calculation device was to calculate the future. Zero did not understand. When did you gain the ability to foresee the future? This isn't my... Lee recalled the secondary particle flow that had swept past. Ordinary people couldn't see or feel it, but his perspective could capture that scene. Particle flow. Zero tried to find a reasonable explanation. Perhaps the data overflowing from Million's calculations was captured by your quantum thought, and the erupted secondary particle flow contained redundant information from the calculations. I must say, this explanation was nearly correct. The world calculation device was a quantum computer that, when operating, coupled with the vacuum zero-point energy, thus triggering a secondary particle flow known as temporal radiation. The secondary particle flow would carry the information discarded during the decoherence of the future wave function of the world, which was the so-called redundant and abandoned information. Once this temporal radiation particle flow came into contact with Leahy's quantum thought, quantum interference would occur, allowing Leahy's quantum thought to synchronize with the redundant information carried by the particle flow. That was why he could see the future calculated by Million. This information synchronization had a certain degree of limitation. He couldn't capture all redundant information and could only see the future occurring from his perspective. That was already enough. At least it prevented Leahy from being completely in the dark. However, a dramatic situation arose. Leahy's task was to protect the child of balance, but Million saw him as an enemy of the Empire and opposed him. There was nothing to hesitate about, since Million regarded him as an enemy and wanted to use the power of the Kinala Empire to eliminate him. He naturally considered Million an enemy as well. Find him, then eliminate him. Leahy didn't care about the task. He wasn't lacking in this kind of evolution, and he would never trample on his dignity to protect an enemy. Moreover, he was very interested in the world calculation device and wondered if he could get his hands on it, as it seemed to be something extremely important in this quadrant. Zero quickly infiltrated the monitoring system of the United Front group, playing a surveillance video on his phone and saying, "Million has escaped, his current whereabouts are unknown." Being a member of the United Front group himself, he naturally knew how to conceal his movements, and Zero couldn't find out where he had hidden for a while. He remained calm. As long as he calculates the future again, I can lock onto his location based on the direction of the temporal radiation particle flow. He will definitely calculate again. The world calculation device was Million's greatest reliance. Currently, he only knew that He had identified him. He was unaware that He could capture the redundant information from the calculation device. Whether to save his own life or use the Empire's power to deal with he would definitely calculate to ensure the outcome. Starting from 20 years ago, a group of individuals with extraordinary powers emerged quietly within the Kenra Empire. These individuals possessed robust physiques and immense strength, exhibiting formidable combat capabilities. Without any flashy abilities, their only characteristics were their powerful bodies and astounding strength, easily able to strike with hundreds of kilograms of force. These individuals were referred to as the New Kennerans by the Empire. Among the New Kennerans, a rare few would see their strength grow even stronger with the enhancement of their willpower, allowing them to wield tens or even hundreds of tons of force. Their existence was a semi-open secret. Initially, the Kenra Empire tried to conceal this fact, but as time passed and the number of New Kennerans increased, it became impossible to hide. Now it was more or less accepted. He said, "The United Front team consists entirely of New Kennerans, doesn't it?" That's correct. The United Front team is composed wholly of New Kennerans, each one an elite among elites, with the combat power of the team leaders being particularly formidable. As he spoke, Zero brought up the data of the United Front team, which included Million, whose punch could deliver a weight of 500 tons, making him one of the strongest team leaders. Given that their weight had not shown any exaggerated changes with the increase in strength, Zero believed that the essence of their powerful physiques did not stem from enhanced physical density. The underlying principle remained unclear. He glanced at the data of the United Front team. What about the materials for the deputy leader and the leader? Perhaps they are classified and have not been recorded in the files. They can't fly, eh? No. Every single New Kenneran was firmly grounded, and while they could run fast and jump high, they indeed lacked the ability to fly. It was no wonder the militaristic mindset of the Kenra Empire was so fervent. With such a group of superhumans, ordinary people from other countries stood no chance against them, and conventional firearms posed no threat at all. He was curious. Has this mutation only occurred among the Kennerans? Have other countries on the Red Star experienced similar situations? Yes, but the cases that have appeared are so few they can almost be ignored, far less than the scale of the group mutation or evolution seen in the Kenra Empire. He thought of the ancient insect gene virus he had created on Red Star. The situation in the Kenra Empire was very similar. The genes of the Kennerans had likely been deliberately interfered with. Something must have happened 20 years ago. It was a crucial turning point for the Kenra Empire. In the western city, skyscrapers stood tall and the streets were bustling with traffic. He weaved through the crowd, his black hair standing out among the many golden-haired black-eyed Kennerans, drawing the attention of passers-by. A voice from Zero echoed in his Bluetooth earpiece. I forgot to mention, due to militarism and extreme ideology, brainwashing Kennerans are not only obsessed with violence, but also extremely xenophobic. You are obviously seen as a foreigner in their eyes. He remained unfazed. Ignoring the disdain and rejection expressed by the surrounding Kennerans, he had never cared about others' opinions or gazes as long as they did not provoke him. While strolling around, a loud roar of motorcycles drew Leahy's attention. Following the sound, he saw a group of bikers speeding down the street, one of whom, sitting on the back, swung a baseball bat and knocked a hapless pedestrian to the ground. Blood flowed from the victim. Woe is me! The bikers cheered as they vanished down the street. Such phenomena were commonplace in the current Kenra Empire, where people could not suppress the violence within and chose to release it frantically into the world. Zero commented, "This country is insane. It's not just an issue with the Empire's leadership and political ideologies. The citizens of the Kenra Empire are overly obsessed with violence, exhibiting a clear tendency for self-destruction. Such a country has no future. After reaching the brink of madness, what awaits is only destruction." No one on the street initiated an attack against He, but that did not mean trouble was absent. A trouble approached in another manner. "That's him. I suspect he is a spy from another country." An old man led a group of guards in black uniforms, pointing at He, claiming he was guilty of suspicious behavior despite He showing no sign of wrongdoing. "Sir, please come with us." Upon seeing Li He, the guards immediately brandished handcuffs ready to take him away. After all, he was a foreigner, and they had to investigate regardless of the circumstances. Li He said nothing. He merely cast a cold glance at the group. In the next moment, bang. The guard preparing to handcuff Li He suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. The old man, who pointed at Li He, was splattered with blood on his face, and he immediately screamed in terror. He looked up to meet Li He's icy gaze, then collapsed in fear. Even at such a moment, he still shouted, trembling, as he pointed at Li He. You really are a spy from another country." Then bang. Blood splattered. His voice abruptly cut off. Infinite overload, potential release, strength 11. 21,425 billion tons. As Li He stepped away from the blood, only a scene of corpses remained. The people around quickly notified the guards, claiming that a foreign spy had murdered a guard in the street. Upon hearing this, the guards took it seriously, and not long after, police sirens echoed throughout the western city as the guards and self-organizing citizens began searching for the so-called foreign spies. Anyone suspected would likely be beaten to death in the streets by the crowd, and the situation escalated, throwing the entire western city into chaos. Li He looked down at the chaotic scene below. A banner with a slogan caught his eye, reading, "United Front, Unified Thought, Unified World," emblazoned with militaristic rhetoric. Zero was right. This country has truly gone mad. Late at night, police sirens echoed through the darkness as violence and madness continued to spread throughout the city. Li He pondered whether such a city and country had any reason to exist. Why not just destroy it all? Zero suggested. As you wish. Anyway, this mission was likely impossible to complete. Not gaining evolution points to boost strength would not be a loss, as there was no psychological burden in destroying a country like this. Just as he was thinking this, a young boy approached Li He. "Hey, over here." Li He turned around to see a boy dressed in casual clothing who looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, panting, as if he had just climbed the stairs. The building was just too tall. Without an identity card, it was a struggle to sneak in. Unable to take the elevator, he had to ascend the stairs step by step. Phew. The boy took a deep breath and whispered to Li He, "Finally found you. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who attacked the guards, right?" Li He scrutinized the boy. "What about it?" "Don't worry, I'm not one of those militaristic fanatics. If you can trust me, I have a good hiding place for you." No one knows that just now the appearance of a young man has spared this nation from a catastrophic disaster, allowing the Kainila Empire to continue existing in this world. "My name is York." The young man introduced himself while skillfully avoiding pedestrians as he led Li He through the sparsely populated alley, his resolute face displaying a maturity beyond his years. Li He responded, "My surname is Li. Then I shall call you Mr. Li." York understood Li He's reluctance to disclose more than his surname. In such circumstances, it was natural to be guarded. The fact that he provided his surname likely indicated sincerity. Li He asked in confusion, "Where are you taking me?" "To my safe house," York replied. Half an hour later, he brought Li He to a secluded park where a scenic villa stood surrounded by potted plants, the interior lacking any decoration. York took out a key and opened the basement door. "Quick, don't let anyone see." After stealthily opening the door, he urged Li He to come down quickly. Once inside the basement, he found it well stocked with supplies. York locked the door and tossed a spare key to Li He. "This is the spare key, but I suggest you don't wander around unnecessarily. All the water and electricity are connected to the park's restroom, so there's nothing lacking here." As a safe house, it was not particularly secure, but for a young man like him, it was likely sufficiently hidden and safe. Li He looked around and saw the words, "Forget war, and you will be in danger. Pursue war, and you will perish," plastered on the wall, along with books that clearly expressed anti-war sentiments. This was indeed curious. He asked York, "Are you anti-war? Is that so strange?" York retorted, "This country has truly gone mad, filled with violent lunatics and militarists, but that doesn't mean there aren't normal people left. Why do you want to help me?" This was the point that intrigued Li He the most. He had a vague suspicion. Indeed, York was not helping Li He without reason. He stated his purpose candidly. "You've seen it, the ideology of this country is flawed. Waging war for the sake of war is madness. Our country should not be like this. If it continues down this path, destruction is inevitable." As he spoke, he glanced at the words affixed to the wall. "Our country is so powerful, yet it should be more civilized, able to provide a better life for its people instead of dragging everyone down to death together." Li He listened quietly until York paused. "So," York looked directly at Li He, his eyes filled with sincerity and determination. "I want to correct the ideology of this country. As someone rejected by this nation, I believe you deeply feel the persecution of militarism and extreme ideology. We could become comrades." Comrades. York was not joking, he was serious. The anti-war faction, plagued by militarism and extreme ideology, was viewed as outcasts and traitors in this country. They were the primary targets of the unification group, leading the anti-war faction to hide their identities and secretly engage in anti-war activities. Every individual who faced discrimination and hostility from the main war faction became a target for recruitment. This was their main means of strengthening their ranks. Leahy asked, "Do you know what you are doing?" Of course. Rebellion was the anthem of youth, yet York was fully aware of his actions. He did not deny his passionate spirit, but he was rational enough. He said, "Once discovered, I will face dire consequences. I fear pain and death, but I also cannot deceive myself into thinking this country is normal. Someone must attempt to awaken them." Awakening is a painful process for an individual. Leahy somewhat admired this young man. "I hope you won't regret it. So will you become my comrade?" Leahy decisively refused. "Unfortunately, I have no interest in such matters. I will not become your comrade, but I probably won't become your enemy either." "All right then." York felt somewhat regretful, but was not surprised. They had just met. Anyone with a sense of caution would not hastily join his anti-war ranks. "You can stay here for now. I hope time will change your mind. I welcome you to become my comrade anytime to rectify the mistakes of this country." As the actions of the unification group intensified, the anti-war faction urgently needed fresh blood. Although Leahy did not agree to become a comrade, being rejected by this country naturally placed him in the same camp as the anti-war faction. York believed Leahy was a potential comrade, so he kindly took him in. After making arrangements for Leahy, York cautiously left. "An interesting young man," Zero commented. She found York's information. Leahy picked up his phone and glanced. York's full name is York Fulling. He is 16 years old. When he was 12, his parents were purged by the unification group for secretly engaging in anti-war activities, leaving him an orphan. He secretly joined the anti-war organization at 14, actively participating in student groups as a student. Due to his youth, many people did not suspect him providing convenience for his actions. What is the name of the anti-war organization he joined? The Death Association. A name filled with awareness, as their actions in the Kainila Empire were resolutely heading towards death one after another. The Kainila Empire is unique. The Death Association opposes militarism, opposes the abuse of violence, and opposes political persecution, making it a non-violent organization. Leahy has already seen the fate of the Death Association, a group of pure idealists. Indeed, one cannot help but admire and undeniably recognize that these idealists are prepared for death and have the awareness to do so. The tragic nature of this ideal is inevitable. Though they are weak and naive, it does not warrant ridicule. The power of idealists is not limited to themselves, but in the inheritance and infection of their will and spirit, which is a force capable of changing everything. Leahy said, "I want to witness their fate with my own eyes." He was about to act recklessly once more. Meanwhile, in a certain safe house in the West City, Million was trying to contact the higher-ups of the unification group without using the internet, staying away from any devices that could be monitored, tapped, or tracked. He even changed his face using a realistic mask. From the intel Million obtained through previous calculations of the future, several points stood out. 1. Lee, he wants to destroy the Kainila Empire. 2. Lee, he seems very concerned about him. 3. Lee, he possesses some kind of tracking ability. This tracking ability could stem from two possibilities: 1. Network and signal localization. 2. It may relate to the world calculation device he possesses. The results of the two calculations were vastly different. In the second calculation, Leahy directly found him at a frightening speed, leading Million to suspect whether the other party had the ability to track calculation signals. Realizing this, Million became even more anxious. He had always thought that possessing the world calculation device made him the most unique individual, but the sudden emergence of such a person shattered his sense of superiority. Although it was merely a conjecture, the mere existence of this possibility was enough to instill terror in Million. The future of the world was supposed to belong to him, but now this illusion seemed shattered. That person is incredibly strong. Million had witnessed their power in the calculations, a level far beyond his reach, and only with the might of the Empire could he hope to contend. Similarly, this also concerns the life and death of the Empire. Million was loyal to the Kainila Empire and did not want the position he had fought so hard to achieve to become mere vapor. No matter what, he could not bear to see the terrifying scenes of ruins and corpses scattered across the calculations. Out of caution, he hand-wrote a secret letter in the most primitive way, then sent it through the prearranged channels of the safe house to the United Front Group. The highest level Million could directly contact was the leader of the United Front Group. As long as the leader saw this secret letter, he would surely understand the gravity of the situation. There is still a chance. Million comforted himself anxiously as he waited. Half a day later, The secret letter traversed most of the West City and successfully reached the hands of the United Front Group leader Wolfuo, who sported a pair of handlebar mustaches and had a muscular build that exuded authority. He opened the letter, and his serious expression could not help but furrow into a frown. Level 01. This was the highest level of code, indicating an extremely critical situation directly linked to the survival of the nation. He squinted his eyes and picked up a pen to decipher the letter. Then, the deciphered intelligence led Wolfuo to suspect whether Million had lost his mind. The letter stated that an unidentified individual had emerged possessing the power to single-handedly destroy the Empire, placing it in imminent peril. Single-handedly destroy the Empire. The Regent. If the information in the letter was true, as far as Wolfuo knew, there was only one person with such power, the Regent, who assisted the Emperor. In every sense, that person was a true monster. The United Front Group consisted solely of elites, and as the leader, Wolfuo was undoubtedly powerful. Even he considered himself no match for the Regent. However, the letter mentioned that it was a young person, and various signs indicated that it was not the Regent. This was very serious. If true, the Empire's peril was not just an exaggeration. This is a huge problem. Wolfuo fell into deep thought. To clarify the situation, he needed to learn from Million what was going on. However, to avoid being tracked and intercepted, they could only communicate in this inefficient manner. Before Million voluntarily disclosed the information, even Wolfuo did not know where Million was hiding. The safe house was safe precisely because it was unknown. A knock sounded. "Come in." A captain pushed open the office door and said, "Leader, the guard team requests assistance. Some new Kainila people are participating in the riots, and they are unable to stop them." This was not a matter for the United Front Group to handle. Wolfuo ignored it and simply asked, "The one who instigated the riots is a foreigner, right? Haven't you found them yet?" "We have found quite a number of foreigners, but the one who instigated the riots is not among them. They may have escaped West City overnight." "Where are those foreigners?" "They are currently detained." Wolfuo's expression remained unchanged as he issued a cruel command. "Interrogate all of them regardless of who they are. Execute all spy saboteurs or anti-war factions." "Understood." The captain accepted the order and left after closing the door. Wolfuo lit the secret letter, reducing it to ashes. Aside from being a staunch pro-war advocate, he was also an extreme nationalist and racist. In fact, there were hardly any members of the United Front Group who were not extreme nationalists and racists. This was the prevailing ideology in the Kainila Empire, with the United Front Group being even more extreme. Let alone foreigners, even immigrants and mixed-blood individuals would become targets of the mob's attacks. They only cared about appearances and would not check your ID. Days later, the riots in West City gradually subsided, with many innocents caught in the crossfire suffering persecution. The perpetrators believed their actions were completely justified. With a sense of righteousness, some anti-war organizations secretly rescued numerous innocents, taking the opportunity to recruit new members. York had been busy these days, and the fatigue on his face was evident. He took the time to bring some food to Lihi, but upon entering the basement, he found no sign of Lihi. Just as he was worried, Lihi opened the door and returned. York sighed in relief. "You should show yourself less during the day. Although the riots are calming down, it doesn't mean you are safe. The guard team is still looking for you. Not just the guard team, but also the United Front Group." Lihi appeared indifferent. "You need not worry about him. Even if he didn't stay here, he wouldn't be in any trouble." What York should be worried about were those causing trouble for Lihi. Lihi had gone out to find clues about Million. That kid was very cautious and hadn't used the world calculation device lately, perhaps sensing the issue. Zero had also been unable to locate that kid. York felt a bit helpless. "Well, I saved you, and I certainly don't want to see you in trouble. Otherwise, what would be the point of my saving you?" Lihi smiled upon hearing this. "That makes sense." As he took the food out of the plastic bag, York scrutinized Lihi and pondered, "You are a new Kainila person, right? Have you been attacking those rioting thugs recently?" "Attack, eh?" Lihi shook his head, offering no further explanation. Seeing this, York took it as Lihi's tacit acknowledgement of his identity as a new Kainila person, especially since he had a history of attacking the guard team. Ordinary people who attacked the guard team rarely escaped unscathed. York explained, "Recently someone has been attacking those thugs who harm innocents at night. This could be seen as a form of judgment and punishment." "I thought it was you." "It wasn't." Lihi spoke the truth, and if it were him, he would not deny it. The legal system of the Kainila Empire was still operational, but was virtually non-existent. The guard team had taken over public security, and the United Front Group stood above the law. The rampant acts of violence were far beyond the scope that the law could handle. In such circumstances, those who stand up to judge the thugs could be called heroes, accomplishing what the law could not. However, in the current environment of the Kainila Empire, such individuals were anomalies. They might not be viewed as heroes by most. Although he did not advocate violence, York was still pleased. He similarly despised the thugs who harmed innocents, and it comforted him that there were others who shared the same hatred for these thuggish actions. This is what they call fighting violence with violence. Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. This is the most basic moral principle. Since the thugs use violence against others, they must be met with even greater violence and cruelty. Ultimately, the key still lies in power. Half a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. Outside the park, the faint sound of car horns could be heard, and the bright sunlight spread across the azure sky, warming the heart and lifting the spirits. Today is a beautiful day. In the basement, Lee felt a bit bored. Haven't you found Million yet? No, Zero responded as usual. Soon she changed her tone. Now we have found him, but the situation seems a bit off. At the same time, members of the United Front Group in the entire West City began to mobilize, converging from all directions to surround the park, clearly indicating a planned action. Lee finally perked up. Finally, there's movement. He couldn't find Million, so he would let Million and his group come to him, which was also the reason why Zero didn't completely cover Lee's whereabouts. Even so, the United Front Group had prepared for more than half a month. Then I'll just play with them a bit. Lee stood up, pushed open the door of the basement, and walked out of the villa to see Wolf standing not far away. He had reviewed the personnel data of the United Front Group. He recognized this strong man as the leader of the United Front Group. Lee said calmly, "You've really set up quite a show just to deal with me alone. The entire United Front Group is here, isn't it?" Wolf confirmed the identity of the young man in front of him, consistent with Million's description. His expression turned serious. "There's no other way. Million described you as too terrifying. Just in case, I think it's best to go all out to avoid any accidents." As he spoke, figures began to appear one after another. Members of the United Front Group in black uniforms surrounded Lee. He and even Million arrived, having removed his disguise. A total of 72 people. Each one was an elite among the elites of the new Kenera, people capable of wielding hundreds of tons of strength, and there was Wolf, a monster among monsters. Due to a lack of data, Lee couldn't confirm Wolf's exact punching power in tons. The strength of the new Kenera people did not come from dense physiques. Their body density was roughly similar to ordinary people, perhaps slightly higher, but the energy within them was abundant. Lee could sense that Wolf's energy far exceeded that of the other members of the United Front Group. Lee glanced at Million out of the corner of his eye. That kid actually dared to appear before him. He had the guts. In the future, he calculated, he indeed had not been attacked by the entire United Front Group. It was no wonder he harbored such delusions. Lee smiled. "To be honest, you should have called the Regent Minister as well, otherwise I might find it hard to muster any interest. If you think that being numerous gives you an advantage, that is a rather serious misconception." Wolf's expression stiffened. Attack. Bang. 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 Powerful forces detonated small craters in the ground of the park, dirt flying. The members of the United Front Group launched a fierce attack, their forms tearing through the air and creating a loud whistling sound. With rapid movement and fists weighing hundreds of tons, such power could easily crush a building. A violent wind pressure surged and bloodthirsty beasts roared. In an instant, a fist approached Lee like a cannonball, but it was too slow. In Lee's eyes, these people's movements were so slow that he had more than enough time to do anything. He gently raised his hand and grasped the approaching fist. Then he swung the man's arm, fiercely smashing it into the surrounding members of the United Front Group. The terrifying force crushed their bones and flesh upon impact. The frail bodies could not withstand such pressure, resulting in a cruel and bloody mist. In an instant, 5 members of the United Front Group were obliterated. Infinite overload potential release, strength 11. 21,625 billion tons. Infinite overload potential release, strength 11. 22,025 billion tons. Lee discarded the severed arm in his hand. His indifferent words increased the oppressive feeling in the air. Too weak. Before the words fell, his figure soared into the air, creating a sonic boom that sent people around him flying. He clashed with Wolf, who chose this moment to strike. The two fists collided. Bang! Blood splattered. In fact, Wolf's punching strength reached 500 tons, a staggering power compared to Million and the other leaders of the United Front Group, yet it was still utterly insufficient against Lee. He felt as if he were an ordinary person punching steel. The immense recoil shattered his bones, and not only that, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged through, and Lee punched Wolf's entire right arm into a mist of blood. The terrifying wind pressure sliced past his shoulder, sweeping away the blood mist, creating a cloud of crimson behind Wolf, as if the air itself had been stained red. At this moment, Wolf's pupils contracted sharply. He had imagined Lee's power, but still underestimated it greatly. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Million's words had proven true. This man truly possessed the ability to destroy the Kinara Empire. Perhaps only the regent minister would be qualified to be his opponent. Unfortunately, the regent minister did not participate in the battle. The reason was unknown. However, as a warrior, losing an arm was nothing. Wolf raised his left arm to counterattack, but regrettably Li He's speed was faster. Before Wolf could turn around Li, he punched through his chest from behind, then withdrew his bloodied hand, letting Wolf fall helplessly to the ground. One person took the opportunity to sneak up behind Li He, attempting a surprise attack, but Li He swiftly turned and slammed the assailant's face into the ground, crushing his skull. Infinite overload potential release, strength 11. 24,125 billion tons. Blood dripped from his hand as Li He surveyed the surrounding members of the United Front Group, their faces reflecting shock and fear. Wolf slain in battle. Just a brief encounter. The disparity in strength was too great. A mob attack was utterly ineffective. Monster! Monster! Li He would not spare them a single life. A death struggle required the resolve for death. Enemies were enemies, and he must leave none alive, showing no mercy. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Within 1 minute, all 71 members of the United Front Group were killed, leaving only Million. Infinite overload potential release, strength 11. 213,500 billion tons. The ground was littered with corpses. Million was so frightened that he trembled and could not move. Upon seeing Li He approach, he collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single word. Li He said, "You cannot see the disparity in strength between us. You should have calculated it in advance, perhaps the outcome would have been different." The problem was that Million sensed that the calculation might expose his location, which was why he didn't do it. Upon hearing this, he suddenly realized. "You really know where the calculation device is?" Li He asked, "Where is the world calculation device?" At that moment, Million grasped at the straw of hope, paused for a moment, and then laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, you really came to seize this thing. Unfortunately, I don't know where it is either. I can only use it. If you want to borrow my ability, then you can't kill me." Li did not respond to Million's words, merely looking at him coldly, until Million could no longer laugh, realizing that Li He's killing intent was unrelenting, causing him to startle. "You can't." Bang! Million's head was shattered by a punch. Li He rarely negotiated with others, and he certainly would not be threatened by someone who thought they had leverage. He has never been one to fall for such tactics. The world calculation device was excellent, but it was not indispensable to him. He was more curious about what would happen if the mission failed. Would it terminate directly or skip this phase? After Million's death, a system interface popped up, refreshing the information. Main Quest Phase 1 failure. Correcting. Main Quest Phase 2, the erroneous choice of the world calculation device has caused the balance of the quadrant to tilt further. Please rectify this process and select a balanced candidate you acknowledge. Mission Reward Evolution Degree 10. Thus it was understood. There were no penalties for mission failure. However, the rewards for the second phase were reduced. Based on previous missions, the reward for the second phase should normally be at least 15 evolution degree. Now it was only 10. Li He searched Million's body, but found no mechanical device, which made him believe that Million had spoken the truth. He was merely a chosen user. Million also did not know the exact location of the world calculation device. Zero said, "He probably never faced you in the calculations, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a fatal mistake leading to this situation." Indeed, Li He nodded. He had not fought Million in the calculations, leading Million to severely underestimate his strength and the level of danger. The world calculation device was Million's greatest trump card and secret. When he decided to act against Li He, he was reluctant to engage the calculations that would attract Li He, as it would be difficult to explain to the unified front group. Such concerns ultimately led to his death. Li He gazed at the mission details, falling into deep thought. It seemed that the world calculation device selected its users autonomously, but there was a problem. Million was clearly not someone capable of correcting the imbalance. As he contemplated this, a vibrant stream of light surged from afar, sweeping over Li He in an instant. The turbulent flow of temporal radiation particles immediately interfered with Li He's quantum consciousness. Images of futures calculated flashed in Li He's mind. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to reality. He was still in the park. Zero noticed Li He's unusual behavior. "What's wrong?" "The world calculation device has selected a new user," he said. Li He's body slowly rose. He followed the direction of the temporal radiation particle flow to confirm the center position, then his figure broke through the air. After the battle subsided, the guard team arrived late. When they saw the corpses strewn about, they were filled with terror, and upon discovering that all the dead were from the unified front group, they were utterly horrified. All of them are from the unified front group. Lord Vorwolf, quick, notify the superiors." This is serious. The death of a few members of the unified front group was already a big deal, and now with dozens dead it felt as if the heavens had been torn apart, and the superiors of the guard team were likely scared to death. York only learned the next day that something had happened in the park. He wanted to enter the park to check on Li He, but found it completely surrounded by the guard team. He couldn't help but show concern. I hope he is okay. Jeffrey was an ordinary Kenora person with a normal family, typical life experiences, and an unremarkable job that had stagnated for 3 years. At just 26 years old, his monotonous life was laid out before him. Other than work, he spent his time responding to calls to participate in mobilization meetings and parades. After the riots broke out, he seized the opportunity to vent his pent-up frustrations, feeling truly alive only during those brief moments while the rest of the time felt like being a walking corpse. He thought he would live his life this way, but unexpectedly fate granted him an opportunity, a chance that would completely alter the trajectory of his life. He was selected by the World Calculation Device. Since that day, Jeffrey discovered that he could calculate the future of himself and the world at will. Whether it took a long or short time, he had yet to find the trick. This did not prevent him from realizing one fact: he had struck it lucky. Ha ha ha, I am the chosen one. Upon realizing this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, then recklessly calculated the future and eagerly peered into the possibilities that awaited him. Although each calculation revealed only one future, the feedback information allowed Jeffrey to optimize his current choices and make the most reasonable and beneficial decisions. The calculated futures could be altered based on current choices and thoughts, further changing the future. This was the function of the calculation device. Jeffrey's life gradually began to change. He started trying many things, constantly calculating the future, and nearly every day was exciting. Flirting, playing cards, pretending to be a divine practitioner. Jeffrey was having a great time, while Li He found it quite uninteresting as countless calculation memories flooded his mind, causing him some annoyance. He looked at Jeffrey, who was demonstrating mind reading through calculations not far away, and said, "The vast majority of ordinary people probably act like this after obtaining the World Calculation Device." Zero replied. Besides this, they have no other pursuits, or rather their lives simply don't offer more choices. Jeffrey is a true reflection of most ordinary people. Immersed in the pursuit of pleasure, Jeffrey was unaware that his every move was under Li He's watchful eye, believing that his secrets were unknown to anyone. This was not the case. Soon the mundane joys of daily life could no longer satisfy him. He began to use calculations to steal, to acquire trade secrets, to pry into the secrets of others. He did so to threaten others into submission or to gain benefits. A normal person would likely calm down, lie low, and develop until they had established a sufficiently strong influence before revealing their ambitions. But let's not forget that most Kenora people are not normal. They possess a strong inclination towards violence, as if a fire burns within them, making it hard to endure without releasing it. Jeffrey began to unleash the despicable desires deep within. Li He observed Jeffrey's actions, but did not intervene. He had no interest in being a champion of justice. He merely viewed it through his own standards. He did not believe Jeffrey was someone who could correct the imbalanced state of the Kenora Empire. In other words, Jeffrey had not passed the probation period. Li He could not decide the next user for the World Calculation Device, but according to the mission requirements, he was qualified to filter and judge whether candidates were qualified. The criteria were defined by Li He. Just as Jeffrey's covertly established violent organization was growing stronger, death came knocking, and Li He appeared before Jeffrey as a judge. In the deep of night, the dimly lit bar had closed for the evening. Jeffrey was dressed sharply, and his spirit was noticeably higher than during work hours. Now his pursuit was not money. Instead, it was the sense of superiority and pleasure derived from inflicting violence upon others' suffering. Every few days he would come to this bar to unwind, using some unfortunate soul as a human punching bag. There were quite a few people sitting at the bar and surrounding tables, all of whom were Jeffrey's underlings and henchmen, pure gangsters and members of a violent organization. "What did you say?" With a grip on the collar of an unfortunate victim, Jeffrey was pummeling him. Upon hearing the voice, he lifted his head, blood dripping from his knuckles, his ferocity unmistakable. One of the nearby underlings stood up, his expression unfriendly. "Kid, the bar is closed." Li He, unfazed by the menacing look of the thugs, calmly said to Jeffrey, "That thing's trial period is over. You didn't qualify." Upon hearing this, Jeffrey was immediately alarmed, clearly understanding what Li He was referring to. "You?" Before Jeffrey could speak, Li He had already appeared before him in an instant, raising his hand to grasp Jeffrey's face, and with a dull thud, Jeffrey's head was crushed. "Boss!" The surrounding underlings were terrified at the sight, and dared not approach. New Kenora people. They, mere ordinary folks, could not contend with the new Kenora. The matter was settled. Li left calmly, disappearing into the night. You seem to enjoy this, Zero said. Li did not deny it. Jeffrey was rather dull, but selecting a qualified user for the world calculation device was indeed something I found quite interesting. He desired to obtain the world calculation device, but unfortunately this matter was not up to him to decide. No one knew where the calculation device was hidden, so Li could only let things unfold naturally. As someone from the outer quadrant, he felt it unlikely that the world calculation device would select him, and based on this assumption, Li held no hopes. In that case, he would focus on completing tasks. If this task could bring him enjoyment, that would be even better. Days later, Li found the third user of the world calculation device, a middle-aged instructor teaching at a school, who was also a rather outstanding researcher. His name was Morgan. Morgan was a very earnest person, spending his life either teaching or researching, often reluctant to attend mobilization meetings, preferring to immerse himself in the laboratory. Li was curious, what is his research about? The phone displayed his experiment details. Physiological mutations of the Kenra people. The dramatic change in the Kenra Empire occurred 20 years ago, something anyone could clearly perceive, naturally prompting some to conduct research in this area. Some believed it was due to the Kenra Emperor's sudden change in temperament, leading to a series of extreme ideological and policy shifts that caused such a dramatic transformation in the nation. On the other hand, some argued it was due to factional struggles within the government. Morgan belonged to the supporters of the third hypothesis, believing that some factor altered the physiology of the Kenra people, resulting in their extreme and violent behavior under hormonal influences. Previously, his research had progressed slowly. Fortunately, he was selected as a user of the world calculation device, and through repeated calculations, Morgan quickly avoided erroneous directions. Within 2 months, he obtained results. Zero infiltrated Morgan's laboratory network and stole the research findings. According to the research results, Morgan's hypothesis is correct. The Kenra people's physiology has encountered issues. Yes, Zero explained. Morgan compared the physiological and genetic data of the Kenra people from 20 years ago and confirmed that their physiology had mutated. The abnormal secretion of hormones made them aggressive and violent, leading the entire nation down an extreme path. What about the new Kenra people? This is a low-probability mutation of the Kenra people. This confirmed Li's previous guess that the political and ideological transformation of the Kenra Empire was too rapid and sudden, which was entirely illogical. Changing a person's ideology is challenging, however, it is undeniable that a person's emotions and feelings are closely related to the secretion of hormones within the body. As long as the secretion of hormones is altered, then propelled by emotions, a person's character and ideology can undergo a rapid transformation, often without the individual noticing any abnormalities. The menstrual cycle of women is the best example. Zero said, the artificial traces are quite evident. This is a nanovirus targeting ethnicities similar to the Kenra people's genes. Morgan is attempting to find a solution. Among the 3 users of the world calculation device, Morgan's actions truly deserve the title of the child of balance. If he succeeds, perhaps this country can indeed be saved. However, an unexpected situation arose. Morgan, attempting to find solutions in his calculations, foresaw his own death. Upon realizing the inevitability of his fate, the only action he took was to make his research findings public. He also created backups, secretly transferring them to someone he trusted. The following day, Morgan was dead. He was killed by a new Kenra person. After his death, the research findings he had made public were quickly sealed, and all traces on the internet were wiped clean. This was a matter of national power. For this reason, Morgan was doomed. No matter how he calculated, he could find no sliver of hope against this force, and could only keep his results a secret. From this incident, he reached a conclusion. The top echelons of the Kenra Empire are fully aware of the situation and may even have been the ones to push the situation to this point. In 20 years, the reaction of a world power would not be so sluggish. With organized personnel for research, it would be easy to detect the existence of this gene virus targeting the Kenra people. It now appears that the higher-ups of the Kenra Empire are not unaware. They not only know, but are also meticulously blocking information, erasing anyone attempting to resolve the problem. This country is beyond saving. Li thought once again. Zero said, the source of everything points to the regent of the Kenra Empire. Erasing Morgan was his command, and there is reason to suspect he is the mastermind behind the spread of the gene virus. Strangely, the United Front group in the West City was completely annihilated with over 70 people dead, yet the regent showed little reaction to such a major event, which is perplexing. Are you interested in meeting him? Not yet. Li was currently busy selecting a successor for the world calculation device, finding the narrative of defeating the mastermind to save the country too cliché and lacking in interest. Moreover, it was uncertain who the final boss truly was. Buzz, a magnificent light curtain swept over from afar, and a torrent of time radiation particles flowed past Li, he revealing future information from someone's calculations in his mind. A new successor has emerged. The judgment continued. The selection process of the world calculation device is characterized by a cold indifference, perhaps the reason for the errors, or perhaps due to the multitude of demons and monsters in the environment of the Chimera Empire, resulting in the selection of individuals who were generally subpar. Li found only one candidate, Morgan, to be qualified, yet he has since died. The successors that followed were increasingly worse, an array of scum thugs and criminals making their appearances one after another. The variety was striking, each one more self-destructive than the last. The fourth successor was unqualified. The fifth successor was unqualified. The 13th successor was still unqualified. Li truly witnessed the diversity of the human species. Several successors did not even require his judgment to bring about their own demise. Indeed, among those who possessed calculation abilities, some still managed to end their own lives, one even engaged in a street brawl, ultimately beaten to death. The abnormal secretion of physiological hormones made them exceptionally irritable, their strong tendencies toward violence causing their IQ and rationality to plummet, rendering their minds utterly vacant in moments of impulse. As night fell, West City erupted in chaos once more, with people rampaging, vandalizing, and looting everywhere amidst a backdrop of violence and bloodshed. Streetlights were destroyed, leaving the surroundings in darkness. Police sirens wailed past, and no one paid attention to the dimly lit streets. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of this dark street, a young man was beating a thug. With each thud, the young man's fists were heavy, leaving the thug bloodied and battered. Beneath his calm expression lay a hint of anger, but more so a chilling resolve and murderous intent. After a long while, he ceased his assault on the thug. Uffed. The thug leaned against the wall, spitting out a mixture of teeth and blood, laughing defiantly. "Kid, your punches are quite heavy. Rape, violent assault, intentional murder. The crimes committed by this thug were unforgivable. Lu Qiming sentenced him to death, but a simple death was a form of mercy. He wanted this thug to die enveloped in extreme fear and pain. He wanted these scum to experience the pain and despair of those who perished at their hands." Then in the thug's terrified gaze, Lu Qiming took out a saw. Up! A cry of anguish erupted, then quickly faded. In the dimly lit street, Lu Qiming dismembered the thug with a handsaw. This was the fate that the thugs deserved. Li witnessed it all from the shadows. The 14th successor of the world calculation device met a gruesome end in the corner of the street at the hands of Lu Qiming. He looked at Lu Qiming's face, recalling a brief encounter at the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy playground. "If I remember correctly, he is from Earth." Zero confirmed, a student of the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy. An unexpected coincidence. Lu Qiming entered Li's line of sight in such a manner, revealing a side of violence and ferocity akin to the Chimera people, but the difference was that he maintained his rationality. Upon arriving here, Lu Qiming faced rejection and hostility from the Chimera people due to his appearance. Fortunately, he was faster than the average person, which kept him safe. He quietly lay low in West City, witnessing the brutality and extremes of the Chimera people, with violent incidents and riots occurring frequently. At first he could choose to ignore it. This was not his homeland, and it mattered little how it changed. He simply wanted to find a way to grow stronger here. After all, being merely a bit faster hardly qualifies as superhuman. No matter how much one deceives oneself, it doesn't change the fact that he was too weak. Until he witnessed a family of 3 who had often cared for him brutally beaten to death by thugs, this world began to concern him. They were a mixed couple with a 5-year-old child. They were all Chimera people, but the mixed race appearance made them targets of the thugs' attacks. In the chaos, Lu Qiming risked his life to bring out the couple's child. Regrettably, the child had already stopped breathing. There exists an invisible membrane between a person and a strange environment, and the only way to break this membrane is for someone on the other side to reach out a hand. The membrane between Lu Qiming and the Chimera Empire was shattered, and what rushed in was suffocating grief and anger, a surge of powerful emotions flooding his body. Since then he became a wolf. He wanted the thugs to pay for their actions. Even if he wasn't very strong, even if his behavior seemed impulsive, he would make them experience pain and despair. York had previously mentioned to Li about someone attacking thugs, referring to Lu Qiming. This was not a mere assault, but rather a form of retaliation, a form of judgment. These scum had no right to live in this world. One day, another day, Lu Qiming tortured those thugs to death in the most cruel and painful ways, leaving their corpses exposed in the streets. There was no salvation for this country. A scum would never be eradicated. He dragged his weary body back to the rented apartment of the couple lying in the dark as he gazed at his hands lost in prolonged contemplation. Perhaps even he himself was unaware that his obsession and persistence in some ways resonated deeply with the extremes of the Chimera people. He too was extreme. His willpower was stronger than anyone else's. Li He had not even sought the successors of the world calculation device. His focus had been on Lu Qiming, where he keenly sensed that Lu Qiming seemed to be growing stronger. Has he also been infected by the Chimera people's nanovirus? All signs indicated this fact. Zero was not surprised. I mentioned before that there are mutation cases among non-Chimera people. It wouldn't be strange if such a situation arose. This was not a simple physiological mutation, but a low-probability mutation of the new Chimera people, where the more resilient and powerful one's willpower was sharpened the stronger they became. The guard team's vehicles quietly surrounded York's residence. Lu Qiming suddenly awoke from his dreams, alertly approaching the window and slightly lifting the curtain. Li He ceased his attention here as what followed would be conflict with the guard team and a game of hide and seek, which he found rather uninteresting. On the contrary, on another front, the 15th successor of the world calculation device seemed to be a promising candidate. Although her identity was unfamiliar, the name Death Pact was recognizable. The 15th successor's name was Astrid, a strong and wise mature woman, the founder and current president of the Death Pact. Perhaps due to her high compatibility with the world calculation device, or perhaps due to her willpower being far superior to others, she could calculate even further into the future. Buzz. As the calculations began, Astrid felt herself being detached from the current time, immersing herself into an entirely new world, a realm of new possibilities. Everything within the calculations was real to her. Each day spent in the calculations bore no difference from the reality she inhabited. Asteria repeatedly calculated the future, attempting to find a way out for the Chimera Empire, striving to discover a means to save it. The reality was brutally harsh. She did not first find a way to save the Chimera Empire, but rather she saw her own death in the calculations. Death is not to be feared. It is the inevitable conclusion of one's demise. Asteria had long accepted her fate of death. What she feared was the lack of a future for the Chimera Empire, terrified that all her efforts were in vain. In subsequent calculations, Asteria, through her prophetic insights, repeatedly avoided the outcome of her death, leading the doomed to continually struggle against the Empire. She was still trying to change the mindset of the Empire, clinging to the delusion of awakening them, and in such calculations she walked towards an ever more distant future. Then she saw that man. Standing atop the ruins and debris of the Empire, he said to Asteria, "This country is beyond saving. Everything you do is in vain." Asteria asked, "Who are you?" The man merely smiled. "You can seek the answer in your calculations." The calculations ended. Visions of the future flooded her mind, and Asteria witnessed the destruction of the Empire, feeling a tinge of sadness. However, she was more curious about the man who would bring about this destruction. She murmured, "Does he know I can calculate the future?" This astonished Asteria. The other party knew of the existence of the world calculation device, and was aware that she could predict the future, yet he did not covet this power. Who then was he? With such doubts in mind, Asteria began her calculations once more, no longer seeking to save the Empire, but rather trying to find that man. That person possessed the power to destroy the Chimera Empire, strong enough that an entire empire could not contend with him, and he also knew of the existence of the world calculation device. Asteria could not help but be curious about his identity. In her first calculation, she used every available means to search for the trace of that man, but in the end found nothing. In the second and third calculations, gradually Asteria received some intel. Some claimed to have seen that man. He attacked a guard unit one day, inciting a riot. York claimed he had seen him and hid him in his safe house. Later, an event occurred, and the Western City United Front launched a secret operation. It seemed this man had a confrontation with the United Front. The outcome remained unknown. This person had no identity information and had left no trace. It was as if he had suddenly emerged from a crevice in the stone. So mysterious. In the end, Asteria couldn't help but shout out in frustration, "If you are there, can you show your—" Then Li He appeared. The manner of their meeting left Asteria stunned. She gaped in disbelief. "So you've been watching me all along?" This man was indeed too mischievous. Li He found it quite amusing. "Why not tell me what you want from me?" This question left Asteria momentarily speechless. What did she want from Li He? To save this country. He had no obligation to help her. Rather, it seemed this man was more inclined to destroy this nation. Even so, she still attempted to express, "I want to save this country. The doomed will inevitably meet tragedy, but I believe your strength might just save this nation." Li He decisively refused. I told you this country is beyond saving you. Everything you do is in vain. I have no obligation to help you, nor any interest in doing so. I was too presumptuous. Just as she spoke, Asteria suddenly recalled that in her more distant future calculations, Leahy had once said something similar. She was taken aback. Can you see the future I calculate? Leahy could see her calculated future, and under this premise, he could state the information from previous calculations. Based on this assumption, Asteria made such a deduction. Leahy calmly admitted. With a smile, he said, among the many users of the world calculation device, you are the second person I find impressive and the first to notice this aspect. Asteria quickly pondered. Indeed, every word Leahy spoke contained astonishing information. She was not the first user of the world calculation device. This man had witnessed more than one user. Asteria had reason to suspect he was akin to a supervisor or a judge. The answer was close. She tentatively asked, then what is your purpose? Leahy did not explain. He merely said, as a user of the world calculation device, I tentatively consider you qualified. You only need to know this much. Asteria asked, can I use it for anything I want? Whatever you like, Leahy replied indifferently. It was perfect for the Doom to use the world calculation device. As for whether they could correct the political and ideological imbalance of the Chimera Empire, he did not care. The calculations ended. Data flooded her mind. In the calculations, Asteria saw Leahy, but unfortunately, she could not discern his identity, while at the same time, Leahy completed his task. The interface popped up. Main Quest Phase 2 completed. Reward, Evolution Degree 10. Evolution Degree 95. Main Quest Phase 3. The World Calculation Device is a crucial tool for maintaining balance in the 666 quadrants. Please ensure to prevent the Salohi's empire from seizing its usage rights. Quest Reward, Evolution Degree 15. Only 5 of the evolution degree remains. Leahy is about to undergo his third evolution. After the first evolution, he gained the ability to fly. The second was a triple kill. What about the third? Leahy was quite eager. He looked at the content of the third phase of the task, instructing Zero to search the network for the location and information of the Salohi's empire, but found nothing. Zero said there is no nation named Salohi's on the Earth star. None. Yes. There are 2 possibilities. One is that this nation has not yet been established. Every moment in the world sees small nations rise and fall with regime changes and births ceaselessly occurring. Perhaps this is a nation that will be established in the not-a-distant future. As for the other possibility, Leahy looked up at the starry sky of the universe. Extraterrestrial forces. This is not impossible. No one knows how long the world calculation device has existed or on which planets it has appeared. It is not surprising that some sufficiently advanced civilizations could detect its signals. Leahy was the best example. He could visually observe the temporal radiation particle flow that burst forth when the world calculation device was in operation, both in intensity and scale, quite astonishing. Regardless of whether it is a nation established on the rocky planet or a force from the cosmic starry sky, their ultimate goal inevitably points towards the user of the world calculation device. As long as we pay attention to the situation of Asteria, that will suffice. Leahy hopes that it is a powerful civilization from the cosmic starry sky. He desires a fierce battle that would allow him to give his all, one that could even leave him injured. Then he realized that his thoughts were somewhat dangerous. Zero reminded him, as a warrior, possessing a lofty fighting spirit is a good thing, but it is a double-edged sword containing a strong tendency towards self-destruction. Indeed, Leahy had already realized this, but he did not reject it. This is a philosophical issue, though everything and thought always contain contradictions and unity. There exists a self-balancing mechanism within. The Chimera Empire is a typical example of this balance mechanism failing. Their pursuit of death and self-destruction completely overrides their desire to survive. In the end, all that awaits is destruction. Leahy no longer monitored Asteria aimlessly wandering around the death conference, and by chance he encountered York, who was hurrying over. Mr. Lee. York's expression lit up the moment he saw Leahy. Are you alright? Leahy smiled faintly. I'm fine. Phew, that's great. The other day, I saw the security team surrounding the park, and I thought something had happened to you. Now that you're fine, I can relax. York later learned that it seemed there had been an incident when the United Front Group was carrying out a mission in the park, but he had no way of knowing the specifics. He curiously inquired, the United Front Group came for you, right? Did you have a confrontation with them? Yes, Leahy. Upon hearing Leahy's admission, York immediately became envious to be able to confront the United Front Group and still come out unscathed. Your strength is even greater than I imagined. Not everyone is like you, just a weakling. Forget about facing the United Front Group or the new Chimera people. Even a random member of the security team could subdue me. York's eyes were filled with longing. I dream of becoming a new Chimera person. If he possessed strength, he could do more for this country and also play a greater role in the Death Conference. Although the Death Conference does not advocate violent resistance, who wouldn't want to possess greater power? York is still just a teenager. By the way, what is it? Would you like an ice pop on me? York cheerfully pulled out 2 coins from his pocket. He treated Li He, and they sat side by side on the roadside in the suburbs, doing nothing, silently counting the passing vehicles. 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles, 11 vehicles. Suddenly Li He asked York, if this country is completely hopeless and everyone has gone mad and you have a ticket to escape, would you leave? York did not answer immediately. He pondered for a long time without speaking and finally said uncertainly, I probably would. After all, I am quite afraid of death. He candidly expressed his feelings. Then he turned to Li He and said, if you have no intention of joining the anti-war organization, I suggest you leave this country as soon as possible. The situation in the Kenra Empire is deteriorating like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Once it blows, who knows how many lives will be lost. You don't need me to tell you how dangerous it is for you. First the security team, then the United Front Group. York believes Li He should already fully understand his situation. If he doesn't leave now, he might not be able to when the time comes. Li He remained indifferent. We'll see. As a truck passed by, Li He lightly flicked the wooden stick in his hand, sending it tumbling into the gravel on the opposite side of the road. On that day, something happened at the door of the abandoned orphanage. 3 fully armed academy personnel walked out, cautiously surveying their surroundings until they confirmed that there were no threats or dangers inside the orphanage. Safe, safe, safe. These 3 individuals were members of the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy's combat department, tasked with the pioneering mission behind the door, responsible for assessing the risk factors and gathering intelligence. Exploring other worlds is a very dangerous task. A sufficiently comprehensive process must be established to minimize all risks as much as possible. Of course, for lone wolves, that is another matter. One person can enter at will. However, if it involves a nation or force, such processes and risk assessments become very necessary. The vanguard team must be prepared for the possibility of death at any time. Exploration of worlds behind the door is generally carried out by regional governments. In Jiangcheng, it is evidently the students and mentors of the Superhuman Academy who form the primary exploratory force. A door that can be maintained over a long period holds considerable value. If the resources of the world behind the door are abundant, its value increases even further. It makes no sense not to develop it. Various rare resources are one thing. They may also obtain new technologies. Similarly, during the development process, precautions must be taken against invasions from the world behind the door. The vanguard team found some old photographs in the orphanage. It's human. This is even better. If it is human civilization, they wouldn't even need to disguise themselves. Upon exiting the orphanage, they saw the towering skyscrapers in the distance, which were clearly representative of a distinctly modern metropolis. According to the Vanguard mission code, 1 person stays behind while 2 are mobile. They calibrated the time, and the 2 who were going to scout said, from this distance, if we lose contact for more than 2 hours, just consider us sacrificed. Understood. Every process and every step were strict and cautious, forming a stark contrast to Li's solitary wolf approach, which was all about going with the flow. Soon the 2 members of the vanguard team entered the West City. They concealed their tracks all the way, remaining unnoticed, and once they entered the city's range, they began to access the local network. They interfaced with the network protocol, accessed the network, and conducted keyword searches in one continuous motion. Another person utilized a talent similar to heart sound to read the thoughts of those around them, quickly grasping the social atmosphere and ideology. The chaotic heart sounds bombarded his mind, causing the listener to frown. The social atmosphere of this country is a bit off. It would be strange if it were right. The team member who was searching keywords for intelligence murmured, this is a militaristic and extremist country. Are all the countries on this planet like this? Not at all. Only this country is like this. To be honest, the more chaotic the world behind the door, the easier it is to develop. They fear a unified and aggressive civilization. That is truly terrifying. After all, this is not Earth. Oh, let it be as chaotic as it wants. Done. Retreat. Li believes there exists a possibility that the Salohe's empire may be a new nation rebuilt upon the foundation of the destroyed Kenra Empire. An empire established by the new Kenra people would surely possess formidable fighting capabilities, thus having a direct relationship with the Death Seekers. Therefore, it is reasonable to deduce that they even covet the world calculation device. Zero also considers this possibility, but ultimately it remains just a conjecture. Perhaps over time, he will be able to glimpse the truth of the future through Estrell's calculations. Before that, he could only wait. On the other side, numerous figures appeared around the abandoned orphanage which was being used as a base, while Earth's development in this area was progressing. The Kenra Empire was completely unaware of this. Illusions and optical camouflage covered the orphanage, making it undetectable even by satellites, as Earth's development activities quietly continued. However, this commotion did not escape Leahy's notice. As the temporal radiation particle flow from the world calculation device, swept by a plethora of images from the calculation data, appeared in Leahy's mind. In an instant, Leahy saw scenes of Earthlings actively engaging in development in the future, and he said to Zero, people from Jiangcheng City have begun to develop this world. Zero investigated through the network and satellites, but detected no signs. It seems they are hiding. This is only natural. If their traces could be easily detected, it would imply that Earth was far too careless and unprofessional. Leahy had no intention of contacting those people. As long as they did not provoke him, he truly did not wish to be entangled with the authorities or certain factions. The Kenra Empire passed day after day in such unrest as time slipped away like fine sand through fingers, unknowingly passing half a year. One day, the anticipated disastrous situation arrived. The powder keg that was the Kenra Empire finally exploded, and the Emperor declared a nationwide state of wartime mobilization, officially declaring war. The world belongs to Kenra. We shall trample the entire world under our feet. A war without reason was unleashed. Ridiculously extreme. In such a situation, the entire Kenra Empire went completely mad, with the army and the security forces taking full control of the nation's order and enforcing curfews at night. The entire society was enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Conversely, the Kenra people displayed a fervent and excited demeanor. The United Front group in the West City was re-established, led by Barnard, who was airlifted from the capital, a gaunt middle-aged man with blonde hair and black eyes, a true new Kenra person. Upon taking office, Barnard launched an extensive cleansing operation in West City, mercilessly eliminating anyone found to be related to anti-war activities or espionage. To regain the credibility and deterrence of the United Front group, which had been silent for months, Barnard's methods of cleansing were particularly brutal and bloody, with anti-war advocates meeting their demise one after another. The Death Seekers suffered a painful blow. Within a month, numerous anti-war organizations were uprooted, and the cries against war were extinguished with overwhelming force by the United Front group, leading to executions from high officials and wealthy merchants down to ordinary citizens. There was absolutely no room for mercy. Unify thoughts. Unify the front. Unify the world. The fervent Kenra people raised signs and banners to mobilize in the streets, their extreme thoughts and actions transforming into reckless fuel, throwing themselves into a furnace that could reduce them to ashes. In the current Kenra Empire, only one voice was allowed to exist. Any dissenting opinions would be extinguished, resulting in the near-total annihilation of normal individuals. What remained were all madmen. They cared not which country was being invaded, nor did they concern themselves with the suffering that invaded nations would endure. They simply wished to blindly follow this ideology, abandoning their own selves. They vented the violence pent up within them. The entire country went completely insane, and the persecution would not only target anti-war individuals, many innocent people would also suffer from the madness of persecution. Damn it, this country is beyond saving. The Jiangcheng City superhumans who were monitoring in the shadows witnessed thugs beating an innocent person to death in the streets, shouting that spies and agents deserved to die, even though there was no evidence proving that the deceased was a spy or agent. These people have gone mad, another murmured. When an entire nation follows a certain will and ideology to harm others and invade other countries, then no one within that nation can remain an outsider. The mad actions of the Kenra Empire forced Jiangcheng City to suspend its development plans, fearing attention and being drawn into the war. Yet, contrary to their wishes, two Jiangcheng City superhumans monitoring the situation in West City suddenly changed their expressions and immediately left their original positions at the fastest speed. We've been discovered. Be careful. Boom. Amidst the tremendous roar, a shadow crashed into an old building at an incredible speed, directly smashing through the walls and collapsing several floors of the building. Amidst the swirling dust, a young man dressed in a black uniform emerged, his expression cold as expected of a rat from another world. It seems you indeed have some skill. Upon hearing this, the two observers' pupils constricted. Exposed, they had not revealed any sensitive information from beginning to end. In a flash, the young man in the black uniform of the United Front group darted forward, tearing through the air with a sharp and loud roar. Boom! The taut muscles unleashed an extraordinary amount of power, and within moments his hardened fist reduced the fragile building to ruins, leaving only debris. The two observers from Jiangcheng City stood atop the ruins, looking somewhat disheveled. When they surveyed their surroundings, they couldn't help but exchange wry smiles. "We're done for. I wonder if help will arrive in time." They looked around. All they could see were members of the United Front group dressed in black uniforms, and the newly appointed leader Barnard personally took action, issuing orders with a blank expression. "Eliminate them." This signified the onset of battle between the United Front group and Jiangcheng City. Not far away, Li, witnessing this scene, was filled with confusion. In his previous calculations, he had not foreseen such a future, meaning the future had been altered. Currently, aside from him, only Estrel should possess such an ability. What surprised him even more was that the United Front group had actually detected the invasion from Jiangcheng City and even identified their identities as beings from another world. Where did the United Front group obtain this intelligence? Quickly, Li reached a conclusion. "I suspect someone like me can capture the redundant data leaked from the world calculation device. Beyond that, I can think of no other possibility." The Zero Protocol fully agreed. With the current technology of the Earth-like planet, it is nearly impossible to achieve this unless a more advanced civilization familiar with the operational principles of the world calculation device intervenes. Li nodded. The Solohe's Empire. This is the greatest possibility. From the task's context, it is evident that this civilization seeks to seize the rights to use the world calculation device, suggesting they possess a certain degree of understanding regarding it. The reason the progression of events deviated from the predicted future is that someone captured the data from the calculation device and made choices and actions different from those predicted. This caused reality to diverge from the calculated results. As long as one can capture the redundant data from the calculation device, the opposing party could easily obtain intelligence about Jiangcheng's invasion. This is based on an advantage in the scale of time. The developers of Jiangcheng are still unaware of this fact. Li sorted through his thoughts. If my conjecture is correct, then everything makes sense, though I wonder about the combat capabilities of the Solo. He felt a sense of anticipation. The Zero Protocol was quietly calculating, continuously gathering and organizing intelligence in hopes of finding any valuable information, but unfortunately there were no gains. However, whether it is the mutations of the Kenra Empire or the actions of the United Front deviating from the calculations, everything clearly pointed to a certain individual. Li observed from the sidelines as the two superhumans from Jiangcheng appeared to be in dire straits. While they possessed a certain degree of combat power, they were not particularly skilled in this area. Just as they were about to be beaten to death by the United Front, a cross-shaped flash suddenly appeared from the sky, the roar of the wind deafening like a dragon's roar as a man leaped high, launching his spear with ultimate force. In an instant, the air erupted into a visible void, creating a vacuum zone as the thrown spear struck the ground like a meteor, joining the battle. Bernard's expression hardened. "Everyone get back." Boom. The spear's momentum was far quicker than the reactions of the other members of the United Front, its afterimage sweeping across the sky before plunging into the ruins, the resulting shockwave sending everyone flying. As the spear landed, the man who had jumped into the air vanished in an instant, reappearing at the ruins to pull out the spear that had created a large crater on the ground. With a bright smile, he said, "How about that? I made it just in time." Cough, cough. The two observers covered in dust crawled out from the pit. "You almost skewered us." The cheerful man chuckled. "You were in a life-and-death situation. I had no choice but to act quickly. From now on, this place is up to me. You two better make a run for it. I can't hold them off for long." "All right." The simple agreement was reached without any hesitation. Seeing that these three didn't regard the United Front as a threat, Bernard's face darkened. "One more won't make a difference. None of you will escape." "Not necessarily." The cheerful man decisively threw his spear towards the orphanage, too fast to be stopped, then placed his hands on the two observers. In an instant, the two observers disappeared. Shadows followed form. This is the cheerful man's innate ability. His code name is Long In, a rather juvenile name, but he is an elite known in Jiangcheng's Superhuman Academy. Bernard showed no reaction to the sudden disappearance of the two observers, his expression still dark, simply giving the order, "Kill him." The United Front acted in response. Just as they did, ancient-style weapon phantoms spread out densely, standing on the ground and in midair. "Then I'll play with you." The phantoms of swords and sabers solidified. Long In moved, instantly grabbing a sword and letting it fly, the blade tearing through the air, transforming into two streaks of light. The two members of the United Front dodged just in time, but saw Long In instantly appear behind them, wielding the flying sword and striking down, moving as if he appeared behind both of them simultaneously. Unfortunately, the two had been prepared. Long In revealed his abilities too obviously upon his appearance. If they couldn't realize this, they wouldn't qualify to be in the United Front. Swish. Clang. One of them accelerated suddenly to create distance while the other confidently turned around, and kicked the descending sword away, sending it spinning into the air. Long Yin followed the sword into the air, reaching out to grab 2 daggers mid-flight, hurling them towards other members of the United Front. Moreover, he could instantly teleport to the vicinity of weapons that had not yet been touched, picking them up and throwing them, making his presence felt all over the battlefield. He single-handedly entangled all the members of the United Front. Although he didn't inflict much damage, he also suffered no harm. Controlling the battlefield has always been Long Yin's forte. Swords danced chaotically. Spears pierced the air. Cold light swept across. Throughout, Bernard remained as stoic as water. Seeing a dagger flying towards him, he raised his hand to catch it. The dagger felt icy cold, indistinguishable from a real one. With a slight exertion, he snapped the dagger in half. "Is this all you can do?" Bernard acknowledged that these interdimensional rats had some skill, but if this was the extent of their tricks, it was truly disappointing. "Pa, don't provoke me, I don't intend to engage in a protracted fight with you." Long Yin revealed himself. He squatted casually on the ruins, a silver spear slung over his shoulder, responding to Bernard, but as he spoke halfway, he suddenly stopped. Long Yin's pupils constricted. He saw a familiar face among the onlookers on a nearby building, a face so familiar that he instantly lost the desire to play. He dodged the dagger thrown by Bernard in an instant, his expression losing its previous frivolity, becoming much more serious. "Let's call it a day for this game." "Moi." Bernard was astonished by Long Yin's sudden change in attitude. "Next time we meet, I won't be so polite." Long Yin disappeared in an instant. Not to mention anything else, just this teleportation ability makes Long Yin the best in Jiangcheng's Superhuman Academy. Hardly anyone is stronger than him in this regard. Bernard was puzzled, not understanding why Long Yin's attitude had suddenly changed. On a nearby building, the Zero Protocol said he saw you. Li had not hidden his appearance or form at all. It was only natural to be spotted, and he didn't mind. Because there was no need to. The show was over. Li then vanished without a trace. This commotion was not in vain, as he gained a lot of intelligence. Whether his conjectures were true depended on when the person behind the scenes would reveal themselves. Bernard followed Long Yin's line of sight to the top of the nearby building, but saw no one there. In the Kenara Empire, the capital city. Deep within the regent's mansion, a futuristic equipment display room comes into view, where a tall, robust man with graying temples stands before a large computer. This computer continuously captures redundant data from the temporal radiation particles dispersing into the air, then decodes the calculation information it carries. Undoubtedly, this tall man with graying temples is the regent of the Kenara Empire, second only to the emperor, and often his words hold more weight than those of the emperor. The voice of a subordinate comes from outside the equipment display room. "General, the West City United Front Group has engaged with otherworldly beings confirmed by Barnard. They indeed possess a foreign power system." "Understood." The regent's voice is deep and resonant, laden with the weight of years. His face is resolute, and his gaze sharp and determined, embodying the bravery and decisiveness of a warrior. Li and Zero's speculation was correct. Everything points to the regent as the culprit behind the upheaval in the Kenara Empire, as well as the one capable of reading the redundant data from the calculation device to alter the future. The Seleucid Empire indeed originated from the cosmic void, once a formidable cosmic empire. However, that was long ago. Contrary to Li's speculation, the Seleucid Empire has long been destroyed. This empire was founded in war and was also annihilated in endless conflict. The regent is one of the last remaining Seleucians, as Seleucid was a militaristic empire, and the regent has ensured that this ideology continues within the Kenara Empire. He aims to rebuild the Seleucid Empire on the Terran planet. The Seleucid Empire learned of the existence of the world calculation device during its long battles in the cosmos, thus constructing a device capable of capturing the information of temporal radiation particle flows. The regent carries the last legacy of the Seleucid Empire, tracing the radiation signals of the world calculation device to the Terran planet, lying in wait ever since. Now it is time to conclude all of this. The world calculation device. The gateway to another realm. With the convergence of two conditions, the Seleucid Empire will embark on a new and grander journey. Their domain will no longer be limited to this universe. Before that, some issues need to be resolved. The regent steps out of the display room, his heavy voice, carrying an undeniable authority. "Activate the injection chamber and infuse the graviton." "General, this is the last batch of graviton." "Then now is the time for it to be used." "Understood." The subordinate immediately executes the order. The regent, like all new Kenarans, possesses a body structure unlike ordinary humans. To be precise, new Kenarans were standard modified soldiers in the former Seleucid Empire. The regent spreads a type of nanovirus throughout the Kinara Empire which alters human muscle fibers and skeletal structures. This transformation turns human muscle and bone into a carbon nanocomposite material, granting new Kinarans incredible strength while maintaining their weight. It is termed a virus because this transformation is nearly irreversible and can cause extreme violence, creating a competent warrior. After such transformation, individuals gradually lose their reproductive abilities. The stronger the modified warrior, the weaker their reproductive capabilities, posing a significant threat to any race. The regent is the most powerful modified warrior capable of exerting over 1500 tons of force, and most importantly, he can become even stronger. The human structure formed from carbon nanocomposite material serves as a vessel. At the peak of its power, the Seleucid Empire discovered a certain particle the nature of which is unknown. It is only known as the graviton. Modified individuals with a carbon nanocomposite structure can harness this graviton, triggering a strong coupling with the Higgs field, manifesting macroscopically as the ability to manipulate gravitational fields. In this state, the regent can easily destroy a planet, making him the undisputed single most powerful warrior of the Seleucid Empire to date. The destruction of the Seleucid Empire signifies their loss of once-peak technology. This graviton in the regent's hands is their last remaining artifact, the final legacy of the Seleucid Empire. Before entering the injection chamber, the regent tells his subordinate, "I will rebuild the Seleucid Empire and restore its great glory. I will use this graviton to eliminate our last resistance. There is no second possibility." After saying this, the injection chamber closes. Outside the chamber, the few remaining Seleucians stand solemnly in salute. On the other side, West City. Buzz. Astrid is once again calculating the future as a substantial amount of temporal radiation sweeps across the surface, spreading in all directions. Leahy captures future images within the redundant data. Seleucid Empire. The regent. Fierce battles. Vivid scenes flash through Leahy's mind, revealing a future entirely different from earlier calculations, as the future embarks on a completely new trajectory. He thus gains more intel, confirming his previous speculations. I was right. What? It's time to fight the big boss. Zero instantly understands Leahy's meaning. She asks, is it the regent? Yes. Before the final battle, he has a few matters to address. He hasn't forgotten that the third phase of the main quest requires protecting the world calculation device from being seized by the Seleucid Empire. According to the future developments in the calculations, the regent is not an easy character to deal with. Once the fighting begins, he will have no time to attend to Astrid, so he must take this opportunity to eliminate those troublesome minions first. Just as he plans to take action, York unexpectedly finds Leahy. This kid knows nothing of the future. He has always seen Leahy as a new Kinaran with considerable strength, for whom he has shown considerable care. This is for you. York takes out a plane ticket and says to Leahy, this is the last flight from the neighboring airport heading overseas. I don't know where it flies to, but it will take you far away from the Kinara Empire. This ticket was given to York by Astrid. Leahy tells him staying will get you killed. In response, the young man's gaze is resolute. York's answer is simple: if I leave, only one Kinaran survives, but if I stay to help, perhaps I can save more Kinarans. He is terrified, yet he must act this way. The reason for leaving the ticket with Leahy is equally simple. Because he gets along well with Leahy, although he regrets not being able to become comrades, Leahy has never betrayed him. That reason is enough. It's a waste if it goes unused, I might as well give it away. After saying this, York doesn't wait for Leahy to say anything, turning around and waving goodbye as he leaves, the youthful figure moving quickly into the darkness against the last rays of the setting sun. Since the Kinara Empire entered a state of war, the atmosphere in society has become extremely chaotic with the intensification of political cleansing operations. Those who still retained their sanity fled in droves. One could often find people passionately participating in war mobilization meetings during the day, only to sneak across the border with their families that very night, fleeing to other countries. This shows that these individuals were not truly consumed by violence, but could not survive in the Kinara Empire without such pretense. When they realized that even the pretense could not sustain them, they had no choice but to escape. Bang, bang, bang. The border of the Kinara Empire was far from peaceful, gunfire occasionally ringing out in the night as soldiers gunned down Kinara citizens attempting to cross the border, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. They are betraying the Empire. Shoot them all. The remaining anti-war organizations engaged in such actions, their anti-war sentiments deemed treasonous, silenced under the persecution of brutal means. The only thing they could do was assist those wishing to escape the country in finding a glimmer of hope. Astley sat in the empty stronghold. For a moment, she lacked the courage to perform further calculations. In her previous calculations, she saw herself captured by the political cleansing group, after which she lost consciousness. When she regained awareness, the Kinara Empire was left in ruins. The political cleansing group seemed able to predict what choices she would make, as if they could foresee the future, which left Astley feeling somewhat despondent. Nighttime. The last flight took off from the airport outside the western city. York heard the roar of the airplane's engine and looked up to see the lights of the passenger plane gradually fading into the distance. In the next moment, a bright flash erupted in the night sky. Boom. The explosion of the airplane followed a moment later. York's pupils constricted, stunned in place. Wei Ba, are you sure? If no one is impersonating him, then I'm sure I didn't see wrong. Inside the orphanage, Chen Jiaodong, a team leader from the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy's development department, was astonished. Regardless of when the other party entered, they could not afford to conflict with him. Otherwise it would be a huge problem. Notify the others not to provoke this deity. Understood. There was no better way. Wei Ba's reputation was well known, and his strength was undeniably earned, not just bragged about. In the tournament event, although the superhumans competing globally lost many memories, they still recalled the various battles that occurred during the process. All participants' memories indicated that Wei Ba ascended to the throne of ultimate victor with absolute superiority, his strength far surpassing that of Leviathan and the Radiant Man. This was the only recorded instance of a world-class competition to date, with Wei Ba being the undisputed strongest globally. Even assuming his strength had not increased significantly over the years, he was not someone they could confront. Long Yin had never seen Li He up close before. To put it bluntly, had he not recognized Li He would have thought he was just an ordinary spectator. He lacked a direct means to assess his opponent's strength and did not understand how terrifying Li He's power truly was, so he felt no sense of oppression. His timely retreat was purely a rational judgment. Li He had no reason to attack them, but with such a prehistoric behemoth watching nearby, Long Yin couldn't help but feel quite uneasy. I would like to witness Wei Ba's strength. After all these years, he should be even stronger now. I wonder if I could withstand a punch from him. A nearby student couldn't help but imagine. The team leader replied with irritation, you better stay where it's cool. Li had previously undergone a physical examination at the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy laboratory, which was no secret. The team leader had attempted to check Li He's examination data. The result was insufficient permissions. He was curious, so he directly asked Liang Jingyi, who also did not reveal any data, only advising him to never entertain the thought of crossing paths with Wei Ba. Not even a little. The seriousness and gravity of her tone left a deep impression on the team leader. He did not know what Liang Jingyi had seen in that analysis, but he remembered this warning. Afterward, he asked Long Yin, how strong is the political cleansing group? Very strong. Long Yin's expression turned serious as he said, each one of them is like a mini Wei Ba, strong, fast, and with robust defenses. Ordinary attacks are unlikely to breach their defenses except they cannot fly. Such elite new Kinara citizens were numerous. There were at least a few hundred across the Kinara Empire. The team leaders and higher-ups would only be even stronger. Their identities had been exposed too quickly. At this point, considering how they were exposed was meaningless. That was something to reflect on afterward. The team leader needed to think about how to better handle the current situation. If they were facing a weaker planet, their development strategies could be more aggressive. If they encountered excessive resistance, they would need to change strategies. After all, they were not there to fight. The team leader shifted strategies, send a few people to communicate with the political cleansing group, tell them, we mean no harm, and that we can exchange resources for mutually beneficial development. If every development had to be a grand battle, then there would not be enough people left alive. Their principle was that all development should be based on the reasonable preservation of living forces. This was the overarching premise. No unnecessary sacrifices. The next day, the Jiangcheng development team contacted the Kinara Empire's western city political cleansing group again, with Long Yin accompanying as a combatant to protect the communication personnel. The location was chosen within some area of the western city and the orphanage. Barnard wore a stern expression. As invaders, what face do you have to come talk to me about friendly development? The Jiangcheng communication personnel immediately retorted. I think you have misunderstood. We are not here to occupy your territory, nor do we wish to conflict with you. You have resources we need, and we can also provide resources you require. Mutual benefit and joint development is our principle. Meanwhile, bang! The doors of the Western City Guard headquarters were blown apart, the loud noise instantly startling all the guards who looked toward the direction of the doors. They saw a person boldly walking in. Who is it? In any case, it's an enemy. Several new Kinara citizens decisively moved into action, their swift figures flashing away the sharp sound of the wind rushing in from multiple directions, closing in on the attackers. Li Yi's gaze swept around before he took action. In an instant, a visible ripple of shockwaves surged through the air, followed by a thunderous roar. Boom. 30 seconds later, the entire Western City Guard headquarters had been reduced to ruins with blood and severed limbs flowing on the ground, and no one survived. Unlimited overload potential release, strength 11. 2176 billion tons. The number of new Kenora citizens in the Guard was not large, and their overall strength was quite weak, only allowing Li Yi to increase his strength by about 3000 tons. First the Guard, then the political cleansing group. Li Yi looked towards the direction outside the Western City and shot away with a sonic boom. The frenzied rioters cannot amount to anything significant. In the Western City, only 2 departments can hinder Li Yi from completing the third phase of his mission, one being the Guard team. The other is the United Front Group. Li Yi does not wish to be robbed by these small fry while he battles the BOSS as predicted in the future calculations. The United Front Group suffered total annihilation, twice a tragic fate. However, they are the enemy, and any obstruction to Li Yi's mission must be eliminated. The United Front Group in the Western City must be wiped out again. Zero said, "It seems that Jiangcheng City is trying to contact the United Front Group." Li Yi was unconcerned. "This has nothing to do with me." In an instant, his speed surpassed 10 Mach. The air ahead was compressed sharply, forming a bright plasma sheath. The trajectory of his flight completely disregarded overload and inertia, creating acute turns and hurtling towards the Western City like a meteor. Approaching 4 kilometers per second, a vacuum trace was carved through the air. Outside the Western City. The personnel from Jiangcheng City attempting to communicate with the United Front Group were stunned by the sight in the sky. Long Yin immediately reacted, disappearing with his people in a flash. "Leader!" The members of the United Front Group shouted in panic. However, Li Yi's speed was too fast, not giving them any time to evade. In the next moment, he struck down with the force of thunder, shaking the earth. Boom! The shockwave from the impact stirred up clouds of dust, accompanied by an astonishing heat wave. The members of the United Front Group at the center of the impact were obliterated, while those slightly outside were swept away like fallen leaves in a tempest. Bernard steadied his retreating form against the impact, his feet carving long traces on the ground. He raised his hand to deflect the flying debris, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead in the fierce wind. He had a very bad premonition. Could it be him? Before assuming the position of leader of the United Front Group in the Western City, he was aware of the fate of his predecessors, including the former leader. All 72 members had perished in battle. They were all beaten to death by someone. The killer was a single individual. In the Western City, there was a bloodthirsty beast capable of swallowing him whole, skin and bones. Bernard was well aware of this, but he had no choice but to take on the role. However, the situation before him was beyond his expectations. The intelligence from above did not indicate he would strike at this time. At the moment Bernard realized the intelligence was flawed, a figure tore through the raging wind with an overwhelming presence, creating a sonic boom from the massive pit formed by the impact. The bright plasma sheath traced magnificent intertwining arcs in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the United Front Group, swept away by the shock, looked like a small boat in a vast ocean, the brilliant trajectories altering the moment they made contact with them. The members touched by the trajectories exploded into a mist of blood. "It's him," Bernard confirmed. Only that person possessed such power. In the blink of an eye, all the members he brought were dead, unable to put up any resistance. A tremendous sense of oppression surged. Just as Bernard was about to take action, he was flung away, or Li Yi's speed far exceeded his capacity to react. An unresistible force pressed down as Li Yi's palm landed on Bernard's face, forcing his head into the ground and carving a trench over 100 meters long. The rocks, trees, and mounds along the way were all shattered to pieces, displaying a feral demeanor. As the commotion of battle subsided, Li Yi grasped Bernard's head and lifted it into the air, finding him to be quite disheveled, but largely unharmed. His defenses were surprisingly strong. "Oh!" Bernard exerted all his strength, roaring with bulging veins, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Li Yi's grasp. Li Yi said little. He slammed Bernard into the ground with terrifying force, creating a large pit as cracks spread wildly across the ground, and Bernard's head suddenly burst apart. Infinite overload potential release, strength 11. 223 billion tons. The members of the United Front Group were few, but their quality was high. Not far away, Long Yin, witnessing the annihilation of the United Front Group, felt a chill run down his spine. In just one encounter, over 20 members had been wiped out. Not a single one remained. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. When he struggled against the United Front Group, it took immense effort, and he still had a record of 0 victories. Even if he held back, it could not compare to the scene before him. Hiss. Only a sharp intake of breath could express Long Yin's current feelings and shock. The few Jiang City personnel beside him stared wide-eyed, utterly dazed. Legends remain legends. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one feel the terrifying nature of Li He's overwhelming violence. Long Yin absolutely did not want to confront Li He. Li He turned to the group, and Long Yin and the others raised their hands in unison, indicating they meant no harm. "We are on the same side, big guy." Li He ignored them, his body hovering in the air, transitioning from stillness to movement, vanishing from their sight, the blood on him swept away by the raging wind. The members of the Jiang City development team were filled with trepidation. That scared the hell out of me. Does the United Front Group have a grudge against Wei Ba? Who knows? Well, with the total annihilation of the United Front Group, they could continue to exploit the resources here. Plans cannot keep up with changes, and no one cared why Wei Ba wanted to eliminate the United Front Group. As long as it was not aimed at them, that was sufficient. Finally, Li He arrived at the base of the Death Association, where Astrid was using encrypted communications to contact the remaining members of the Death Association, arranging for them to leave the Kinara Empire through different channels. These channels were information she obtained from previous calculations. Realizing that the United Front Group might also see the future from her calculations, she ceased her computations. To prevent the situation from becoming more complicated, Astrid was equally surprised by Li He's visit. She wearily rubbed her temples and said, "I didn't expect you to come looking for me. You must have seen the battle and the calculations right." Somewhat. After the battle occurred, Astrid quickly fell into the hands of the United Front Group, and she was unclear about the details of that confrontation. Based on the premise that both Li He and someone from the Kinara Empire could see the future, she calculated the outcome of the upcoming battle was no longer certain. She asked Li He, "Is there anything I can help with?" Li He had only one request. Do not conduct any calculations until the outcome of this battle is decided. The temporal radiation particle flow that erupted during calculations would interfere with Li He's quantum thinking, and the influx of data could distract him during battle, creating vulnerabilities. To be safe, he had to explain this to Astrid. No problem. Astrid agreed decisively. She had no intention of continuing the calculations anyway, at least not in the short term. In the face of death, there are still attempts to save as many people from Kinara as possible, while the citizens of the Kinara Empire remain engulfed in the madness of militarism. Noise. Clamor. Astrid dialed York's number and said, "York, it's time to go. Follow this group of people to take refuge outside. Some events are about to unfold." Orphanage. A middle-aged man with glasses anxiously pushed open the door. "Quick, call back everyone we sent out. It will be too late if we delay any longer." Upon hearing this, the team leader's expressions grew solemn. "What kind of future did you see?" When Li He first entered the first door, apart from himself, only two others successfully returned, one of whom was an old man capable of hacking into networks to control electronic devices. The other was this middle-aged man with glasses who could foresee the near future. His code name is Telescope, and he is now a member of the Jiangcheng Superhuman Academy's development team. His ability to foresee the future is fundamentally different from the world's calculation device. The latter does not predict the future, but calculates future developments based on current variables. The future calculated is merely the most probable outcome, not a guaranteed result, thus this future can be easily altered. However, the future predicted by Telescope is different. What he sees will inevitably come to pass, and until now he has been unable to change the future he has foreseen. He foresaw that a battle was imminent, one that would surpass all imaginable limits. If people weren't recalled, casualties would be severe once they were caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, he only saw the battle occurring without witnessing any casualties on his side. Otherwise, it would be too late to salvage the situation. Li He is the greatest variable on this planet. Even without taking any action, his mere existence has caused immense disturbances and interferences. On a larger timescale, this interference is even more pronounced. In an eerie atmosphere. Dusk. Sunset. A figure appeared on the horizon, a tall, middle-aged man with graying hair floating in midair with the light around him severely distorted. Debris freed from the bonds of gravity swirled around him. In the western city, Li He slowly rose into the air, locking eyes with the regent minister from a great distance. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Then the frozen time and space were shattered in an instant. Two figures collided in a thousandth of a second, with nearly 80 million tons of humanoid mass erupting with a force of 11.2 billion tons at speeds exceeding Mach 100. The immense kinetic energy was pulled apart by extreme repulsion as the regent minister manipulated the gravitational field to create repulsion in an attempt to block Li He's strike. The fists of the two twisted sharply when gravity reached a certain strength. It was no longer merely a force, it could distort space, and even time. A black hole is the ultimate manifestation of force. It was proven that the regent minister's attempt failed. Li He's power surpassed his, and what he faced was not a normal life form, but a degenerate state life form. In other words, a dense celestial body with a density thousands of times that of a white dwarf. Boom. The shockwave and plasma explosion generated by super high-speed flight instantly demolished the skyscrapers below, flattening everything within 100 meters. A figure distorted the space-time along the way, continuously piercing through building after building as steel and concrete were crushed like tofu in the collisions. The regent minister was not hit by Li He. Relying on his extensive combat experience, he proactively used gravity to pull himself away before being struck. If he had taken Li He's punch, it would have been far more than just a serious injury. On the other hand, due to the extreme confrontation of the two forces, half of the western city exhibited physical phenomena of sharply distorted space with slight differences in time flow across different areas. The rapid flow of light cut through the western city, destroying everything in its path. Li He had no time to evade obstacles, and everything was obliterated. The result of exceeding 100 times the speed of sound was a fusion of air along the way, causing everything to vanish in the nuclear explosion triggered by the fusion. Li He's speed was beyond description. He resembled a knife on the temporal and spatial level, cutting through the time and space of the western city. He aimed directly at the regent minister, who was being knocked back. This was the first time he had exerted himself so thoroughly on the surface. The strength of his opponent compelled him to take this seriously, and he did not wish to hold back. He just wanted to fight with all his might. Boom. The sustained nuclear fusion explosion ignited the entire western city, illuminating the sky brilliantly, as Li He became the embodiment of destruction. Telclaw, is that all you've got? I haven't had enough fun yet. Arrogant brat. The regent minister, after a long time, felt the joy of battle once again, and unknowingly a smile appeared on his face. As he clenched his fists, the gravity in the western city surged. Countless buildings collapsed into ruins under the immense gravity, and Li He's figure suddenly sank, then swiftly regained his stance, hurtling forward with a punch. Boom. The astonishing gravity warped time and space itself, causing Li He's straight punch to curve as it smashed into the ground beside him, the terrifying pressure causing the ground to undergo fusion instantly. A massive nuclear explosion erupted. The ground trembled violently. The strength of gravity continued to increase as the regent minister frantically compressed the floating material beside him, rapidly forming ultra-high-density spherical substances. To Li He, a nuclear explosion was nothing. He soared from the explosion, while the dense materials beside the regent minister rained down like a storm. Upon colliding with Li He, these materials converted their kinetic energy into thermal energy and particle radiation, exploding loudly, and the radiated particle flow reduced everything in the vicinity to dust on a microscopic scale. However, it was ineffective against Li He. The regent minister's attack was far from breaking through Li He's defenses. As Li He stepped forward, he transformed into a stream of light, crushing all the incoming dense materials. No matter how the surrounding gravitational field changed dramatically, it could not inflict any harm on his body. The neutron degeneracy pressure constituting Li He's dense form is the ultimate state of resisting gravity. The regent minister's methods posed no threat. He had no choice but to distort the gravitational field around Li He, dragging him into a twisted spacetime vortex. Only then could he have enough time to react. Otherwise, with Li He's speed, he would have flown over long ago and obliterated the regent minister. The more violently space gets distorted, the slower time becomes internally relative to the outside. For 1 second outside the event horizon, the center of the black hole is eternally still, going against the current. The regent minister could not create a black hole by hand. The timescale he could distort was very limited. Therefore, he created a strong gravitational potential well in his own brain, using significant time dilation effects to accelerate his neural responses in order to keep up with Li He's pace and speed in battle. The subtle difference in the flow of time between the two could not bridge the gap. Li He's speed and reflexes far surpassed those of the regent minister. The regent minister was merely a nano-modified human, and the speed limit of information transfer in his biological brain structure was evident. The thought acceleration of the strong gravitational potential well had its limits, while Li He's quantum thinking completely transcended the realm of biology. The space-time between them was distorted to the extreme. Li He, located at the center of a vortex, witnessed the surrounding scenery twist into bizarre images. He continued to accelerate, soaring above 200 Mach, crossing the distorted space-time, as if tearing through a piece of cloth, arriving before the regent minister with a thunderous momentum. In an instant of electric light and flint, boom, half of the regent minister's face was smashed by Li He, revealing the internal nanocomposite muscle and skull, while gravitational particles gushed forth. The light and heat generated by the impact transformed into a burst of high-energy particle flow, yet the space distorted by the force field redirected everything elsewhere, sending Li He flying as well. This, the regent minister winced in pain. Even with some understanding of Li He's combat style from prior calculations, he still found it difficult to fully withstand the onslaught. This kid was too fierce. There was no time to delay any longer. In thought, the regent minister roared, unleashing all the gravitational particles within him, sacrificing acceleration consumption and compressing the explosion time to gain a higher level of intensity. Graviton mode overload. Immediately, the strength of the surrounding gravitational field surged. With just a gesture, the regent minister lifted the entire western city into the air amidst violent tremors, compressing massive amounts of matter into dense spheres that bombarded Li He relentlessly. The dense spheres that failed to hit Li He shot straight into the rock layer, carrying terrifying kinetic energy that nearly penetrated the entire layer of rock. Crater after crater appeared on the ground, leaving a scene of devastation. The immense gravitational force firmly captured Li He, yet could not pull him. The regent minister could use the significant gravitational gradient to injure Li He on a microscopic level, but that required extremely precise maneuvers which were impossible in such high-speed combat. The regent minister surprisingly no longer avoided a direct clash with Li He and swung his fist boldly. He was unafraid. Li He was even less afraid. The unimaginable gravity and mass violently pulled at space-time, first stretching the distance between them, then rapidly contracting like a recoiling rubber band. A humanoid celestial body above 200 Mach pressed down, completely unconcerned about the distortion of space-time affecting him. As he swung a punch the moment his fist collided with the regent minister, boom, the distortion of space-time in the entire western city intensified. What is this? Outside the western city, the personnel from the Jiangcheng City Development Team looked up at the western city, floating in the air, dumbfounded, witnessing dense material projectiles piercing through the western city, then crashing down to the ground. The resulting earthquake exceeded any natural scale. The scene in the sky resembled the event horizon of a black hole, forming a zone of space-time distortion surrounding the western city, which was breathtaking to behold. Long gulped nervously. In a battle of this level, let alone participating, if just a small projectile came flying toward them, they would be obliterated. This was no joke. Who was Wei Ba fighting? I don't know. The hands of the squad leader trembled slightly despite considering himself knowledgeable. He had never witnessed such a scene. Wasn't this a battle of celestial proportions? The waters in this world are a bit too deep. On the other side, Asterly looked up at the sky, also stunned by this scene. She had long anticipated this battle. To avoid being affected, she had taken some people far from the western city beforehand, otherwise they would be reduced to bones in an instant. In the midst of the battle, crack, Li He's right fist shattered in this strike. The regent minister activated the overload, forming a curvature barrier around him. This was a sharply distorted space. This layer of distorted space had no physical defensive capability, but any matter that entered it would alter its velocity due to the change in spatial curvature. Li He's speed was too fast. When his fist entered this distorted space, its speed slowed down, and in that instant the speed of his fist relative to his arm was inconsistent. It was like a car on a highway suddenly slamming on the brakes, causing the car behind to crash into it. Thus Li He shattered his own fist. However, he did not take this injury to heart. In almost an instant he slowed down to pass through the curvature barrier, delivering a heavy blow that shattered the regent minister's entire arm. Li He was too close to the regent minister. Their time difference had been infinitely narrowed. Even when slowing down, the regent minister still could not react in time. Brilliant gravitational particles spilled from his right shoulder, and despite suffering heavy injuries, the regent minister's fighting spirit remained undiminished. He was fully immersed in the thrill of battle. A mere heavy injury was nothing to fear. Buzz. The space distorted and stretched, then quickly rebounded, propelling the regent minister's left fist to flicker in a curvature flight toward Li He, striking him. Li He was equally unrelenting. He retaliated. An attack aimed at the regent minister's head was distorted, ultimately landing on his chest, directly penetrating and shattering the regent minister's torso. In that moment neither of them dodged, wildly swinging their fists to strike at each other, absorbing all blow. Boom, 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 boom. The curvature barrier caused Li He to shatter his own right fist, yet he continued to attack with his wrist. The regent minister desperately twisted the space to evade Li He's fists while also launching a frenzied assault on him. Li He's attack and defense were clearly superior. Even now his worst injury was a shattered right fist, while the regent minister's attacks hardly broke through his defenses. In contrast, the regent minister had half of his face obliterated by Li He, and his chest and abdomen were nearly riddled with holes. Were it not for being a nano-modified human, he would have died long ago. Swish! The regent minister struck Li He's abdomen, and the surrounding gravity reversed direction. Li He was propelled upward, and as the regent minister attempted to pursue, Li He swung down with a battle axe from midair. A twisted trajectory remained in the air as the regent minister struck down to the ground, smashed deep into the earth, creating a massive pit that sank layer by layer, continuously expanding. The shockwave swept through, flattening everything around. The battlefield expanded. As the two fought fiercely, their battle transcended the western city from the earth to the sky, from the sky to the ocean, leaving destruction in their wake. Undoubtedly a moving natural disaster. Their battle left permanent marks on the surface, resembling scars on a planet, with fissures from circular mountains to oceanic trenches visible everywhere. The high-energy particle flows and the residual phenomena of space-time distortion erupted in dangerous, yet spectacular physical manifestations across the globe. The terrifying gravity triggered earthquakes and tidal anomalies, stirring up enormous waves. The clouds in the sky burst open, creating a vast hole, and the surging atmospheric pressure distorted the surrounding light, revealing a trace of space-time distortion in the air. Then came the deafening roar. Delayed. The battle between the two was so swift that it was nearly invisible. Li He smashed the regent minister down from outside the atmosphere, causing the mountains below to crumble in an instant. The shockwave spread across the ground, destroying it inch by inch. Moments later, the regent minister's figure flew from the ground to the sky, with Li He in hot pursuit, his fists fueled by all his might, mercilessly shattering the regent minister's nanobody. Every strike from Li He was met with backlash from the curvature barrier, causing his arm bones to shatter, yet it could not stop him from driving his arm into the regent minister's body. Wound 1,000, damage 800 to himself. He was merely injured while the regent minister was on the brink of death. By the end of the battle, half of the regent minister's head and body had been crushed by Li He. Other areas were riddled with holes. Their battle continued into outer space, observable by any satellite. The light outside the near-Earth orbit was severely distorted. Many satellites were damaged by the high-energy particle flows unleashed during the battle. By the time the ground observed their battle trajectory in space, the confrontation was nearing its end. The regent minister at his strongest could no longer hold on. Surrounded by the distorted space-time, he dragged his damaged body, and with the thin atmosphere, said to Li He, "I have prepared for so many years, I cannot lose to you here. The Solosis Empire is waiting for me to restore its former glory." Li He merely smiled, and replied, "I haven't had such a thrilling fight in a long time." "Ha ha ha, me neither." After saying this, the two figures streaked across space, each exerting their utmost effort to bring the other to ruin, leaving no room for mercy, aiming to reduce each other to fundamental particles. The regent minister exhausted all his gravitational essence, using the explosive force of all gravity to capture Li He, pulling him towards his curvature barrier. Li He had nowhere to dodge, nor did he intend to. Instead, he accelerated further. An incredibly powerful gravitational field formed a permanent space-time distortion area at the boundary of the atmosphere and space, slowly left behind in the depths of the cosmos as the planet revolved. Suddenly, an exceedingly brilliant light erupted in space, the dazzling high-energy particle flow, even surpassing the brightness of the sun, illuminating the starry sky. Li He struck the regent minister's curvature barrier with his injured right arm, instantly shattering his elbow, as the extreme kinetic collision transformed into light and heat radiating outward. From elbow to shoulder, Li He's entire right arm was destroyed. The curvature barrier was akin to a non-Newtonian fluid. The faster you went, the greater the backlash. However, once you made contact, you could gradually seep through until you passed through this layer of barrier. Li He paid the price of his right arm and successfully penetrated the regent minister's curvature barrier. Unparalleled mass and kinetic energy poured onto the regent minister without reservation. Li He delivered a flying kick, turning into a meteor in space, pushing the regent minister towards the moon. A bright streak of light sliced through the vastness of the universe and then pierced directly through the moon. A massive amount of lunar rock was scattered into space, with as much as 1/6 of the moon being shattered by Li He in this impact, turning into debris, flying into the depths of the universe. The regent minister perished in battle. A system prompt appeared. Infinite overload potential release power 14. 8 billion tons. Infinite overload ultimate leap evolution degree 100. Battle concluded. Li He was injured for the first time in a long while due to the light nature of his injuries. Apart from some minor wounds, he had lost only his right arm, and his evolution degree only increased by 5. He had just achieved this evolution. Ultimate leap in progress. A wave of energy surged from within, starting to heal his wounds at a speed faster than Li He's own recovery, while also enhancing his life level. Li He then entered a semi-dormant state, his body floating in space, slowly drifting away from the rocky planet, like a solitary celestial body in the cosmos, remaining silent among the stars. Under the repair of the leap energy, Li He's arm gradually reappeared, an unknown strange substance reconstituting its dense structure, yet still maintaining the form of human muscles and bones. First the bones, then the muscle fibers, and finally the skin. After an unknown amount of time, Li He's injuries were fully healed. He awoke from his dormancy, the energy of leap evolution faded, and his leap evolution was complete. Ultimate leap complete, power 20 billion tons, evolution degree 0. During the battle, many ordinary people were affected. The power provided was countless, with the majority coming from the regent minister, whose strength alone granted Li He over 3 billion tons. After the ultimate leap, his power surged from 14.8 billion tons to 20 billion tons, a substantial increase, directly rising by 1/3. Li He sensed his own power. After this ultimate leap, he had not gained any new abilities, but had awakened a deeper form of his essence. He could feel the power sleeping within him, a life form closer to the essence of the universe, and even, however, he could not actively unleash this power. It must be awakened by external forces. In short, until now, what Li He had presented was his normal state. He had to maintain this state to integrate into human social activities. Once his essence was unleashed, the power he released would destroy everything around him. This power must remain dormant in a sleeping form at unnecessary times. Only when faced with a strong enemy capable of breaking Li He's normal state would his dormant, deeper essence be unleashed, revealing his true strength. To be honest, Li He couldn't determine how strong his essence form was. In a sense, this could be considered a burst transformation complete, with a continuously refreshing revival token. After all, destroying Li He's normal state could be considered killing him. Once his normal state was shattered, his inner state would be unleashed, and he would spring into action, giving the enemy a huge surprise. If he were to be taken down in his inner state, that would truly be the end. Conversely, if he could defeat the enemy after the battle, his inner state would continue to sleep, restoring his normal state, and the revival token would refresh automatically. The combat power in the inner state is currently unknown, but just the ability to revive infinitely is already powerful, giving Li He an immense sense of security. The margin for error in battle has greatly increased. However, even though he has the potential to burst out in the inner state, it is best not to bring it out. If possible, He does not want to experience the feeling of being blown apart. In the vast emptiness of the universe, he followed the light of the sun to locate the rocky planet. The third phase of the task was still incomplete, and it was time to wrap things up. Li He crossed the cosmic space at thousands of Mach, slowing down to 10 Mach as he approached the rocky planet and dove into the atmosphere, flying towards the ground.